Chapter 661 This Yamen runner cannot be used. The system's face became serious. And it said seriously, "Host, this is the price given by the system. Originally, I didn't have enough energy to display these products. So I gave you room for bargaining. Now it's not possible. You can only buy according to the price above." At this point, it muttered unhappily, "You really got a bargain at that time. And I just upgraded to a higher level. So the products displayed are the ones I originally came into contact with. And I have read them to you before. When I accumulate enough points and upgrade to the next level, there will be more things displayed in the mall. Host, you will have a lot of new products to buy then." As it said that, its eyes shifted to the points displayed on the light screen. And then it, "Wow!" cried out, "Host, you have a lot of points again. Buy quickly. Buy quickly. Buy things quickly. If you like any of them, just buy them, and you can use them." "No." Zhao Rushi rejected it coldly. "There is nothing I want. System. You still miss it. Women are such liars. It will never trust the host again. However, I am now working in a local position. I need you to get information for me." Zhao Rushi said. "Host, I have upgraded now. I am no longer the system that can be used casually. It will not be as cheap as before for me to get information. You must be prepared." The tone of the system also became heavy. "It has become more expensive?" Zhao Rushi's tone was full of regret. "Forget it. I have subordinates anyway. And Xiaoling Yan also sent me 3 guards. Let them go to inquire about the news. And they don't have to spend any points. Which saves money." As she said, she asked Qi Feng to call in the other 2 guards besides Xiang Ming. "Yang Jia, Lu Yuan. Meet the young lady." The 2 guards, a man and a woman, saluted Zhao Rushi, in order to make it easier for the master to call them. The guards under Xiaoling Yan kept their original surnames, and gave themselves a single character name. Therefore, the names of these guards all have 2 characters. The 3 guards are between 17 and 30 years old. Lu Yun is the youngest, only 17 years old. And a woman, Xiang Ming is the oldest, 30 years old, and has been married for a long time. The casinos and brothels in Nanyang are all related to Chen Kong, the manager of the Yamen Lifeng. "Please help me check the specific situation during this period of time," Zhao Rushi said. "In addition, check the relationship between the village heads and salt merchants and Chen Kong." "Yes." The 2 of them clasped their fists and agreed loudly. They were sent by His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi to protect Zhao Rushi. But Zhao Rushi had useful people around him, so they were not needed in the government office. They stayed in Zhao's house all day, and felt like mushrooms were growing on their bodies. Now that they had a mission, they were happy. "You can cooperate, or divide the work, and make your own decisions. Let's set the deadline to 10 days. Find as much as you can. My only request is that you don't expose yourself," Zhao Rushi said. "Yes." Originally, Zhao Rushi thought that she would have to stay at home for at least 3 or 4 days before receiving a notice from the government office. As a result, only 1 day later, a clerk from the government office came to inform her that the files and accounts she wanted to see were ready in the household office, and asked her to go to the government office to receive them. "Miss, this clerk's name is Zhang Wenhuan. He just came to see me and told me that he wanted to follow me. Then he told me about asking me to go to the government office," Zhou Chun reported. "Zhang Wenhuan? Okay." Zhao Rushi nodded. She expected that this person would take the initiative to sign up. In the information Xiaoling Yan gave her, Zhang Wenhuan was a clerk in the household department. He was unwilling to go along with Chen Kong. Kai Yuzong, who had just arrived in Nanyang and was eager to express his goodwill to Chen Kong, found an opportunity to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and almost squeezed Zhang Wenhuan out of the household department. Now Zhang Wenhuan is a more marginalized figure in the government office than Guan Jinan. She asked Zhou Chun to spread the news in the government office just to wait for Zhang Wenhuan to take the initiative to stand up and join her. If Zhang Wenhuan has no ambition and doesn't even want to join her, then there is no need to consider this person anymore. Ask him to recommend a Yamen runner. When I go to the Yamen this afternoon, I will name him and ask him to come over," Zhao Rushi said. Before Zhao Rushi went to the Yamen in the afternoon, Zhou Chun said to Zhao Rushi, "There is a Yamen runner named Yu Gang in the Yamen. He has had the same experience as Zhang Wenhuan. He wants to join the girl with Zhang Wenhuan." Zhao Rushi was about to speak when the system suddenly popped up in his mind and said, "Host, I can check the situation of these 2 people for you." If it is based on the original price, then check it. If it is not based on the original price, then don't check it, Zhao Rushi said. The system said firmly, no. Different levels, different prices. Zhao Rushi ignored the system and asked Zhou Chun, is this Yu Gang recommended by Zhang Wenhuan? Or did he find him himself? Zhou Chun didn't expect Zhao Rushi to ask this, and hurriedly said, I didn't make it clear. This Yu Gang found him himself. Not long after Zhang Wenhuan left at noon, Yu Gang came to recommend himself. At that time, I was worried that the girl was resting, so I didn't report to you in time, because Zhang Wenhuan recommended himself. Zhao Rushi agreed very readily. In addition, Yu Gang said that his experience was similar to Zhang Wenhuan's, and he was a yamen runner, not as important as Zhang Wenhuan. So Zhou Chun didn't take it seriously, and didn't ask more about his situation. He thought that as long as someone took the initiative to apply, the girl would accept it. After all, those who took the initiative to come here should have a bad relationship with Cai Yuzong. This is better than Guan Jianan and Qin Wang, who were reluctant. Right? So he didn't report it in time, thinking that he just had to tell the girl before she went to the yamen. This Yu Gang cannot be used, Zhao Rushi said. When Cai Yuzong first came to Nanyang, he did have a conflict with him. Later, Yu Gang sought intercession from Chen Kong and gave Cai Yuzong a large gift, which was considered as his allegiance to Cai Yuzong. Later, Cai Yuzong took advantage of this, and asked Yu Gang to do it whenever he wanted to trip someone up. Because Yu Gang had a conflict with Cai Yuzong on the surface, no one would think of Cai Yuzong. He is a very useful hidden chess piece in Cai Yuzong's hand. Zhou Chun widened his eyes in surprise, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because of his carelessness, he almost hurt the girl. He wanted to ask how Zhao Rushi knew all this. You know, he came to Nanyang in advance and led the servants to ask around. But he didn't find out such news that no one knew. But as soon as he said it, he swallowed it back. He remembered the 3 guards Xiao Lingyan gave to Zhao Rushi. Except Xiang Ming followed the girl. The other 2 were usually nowhere to be seen. Maybe they found out all this information. Compared with him, they are still far behind. Zhou Chun felt a little sad for a while. Chapter 662 Grabbing the Credit. Time is tight, and you are not a professional in this field. It is normal that you have not found these things for a while. Zhao Rushi comforted him. When there is time, I will let Xiang Ming, Yang Jia, and others teach the servants how to find information. I need to have a capable team of my own. Zhou Chun was happy to hear this and said, yes, young lady. We will do a good job. When Zhao Rushi arrived at the government office, Guan Jianan came over and smiled at Zhao Rushi flatteringly. Sir Zhao, I have asked for some files and accounts of the household office. Sir, do you want to go to the household office in person, or send housekeeper Zhou? After you sign the acceptance, we can move in for you. Zhao Rushi looked at Guan Jianan, who was standing in the yard, and said this, and suddenly laughed softly. Zhou Chun's face was as gloomy as water. That day, Guan Jianan said that he couldn't do it, so my girl let him find a better job on his own, and also went to Sir Lu to dissolve her relationship with Guan Jianan. Now that the matter has been resolved, how can Guan Jianan have the nerve to claim the credit? He was still standing in the yard saying these words. Was he waiting for the girl to refute him? Is he trying to make the whole government office know about this? Thinking of this, he looked at Zhao Rushi anxiously, worried that Zhao Rushi had fallen into Guan Jianan's trap. However, the next moment, Zhao Rushi said to Guan Jianan in a pleasant tone, this matter still needs to be reported to Lord Lu. Guan Qili, don't worry. Come on. You come with me to ask Lord Lu. As she said this, she walked towards Lu Hongyu's office. Guan Jianan wanted to join Zhao Rushi, but he didn't want to offend Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong. He wanted to be an old hand who fooled Zhao Rushi and got by. But he didn't expect that he would be directly rejected by Zhao Rushi. He was unwilling to give up. And knowing the conflict between Cai Yuzong, Chen Kong and Zhao Rushi, he decided to be a knife for Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong, and make a scene with Zhao Rushi in the yard, so that everyone in the yamen would know that Zhao Rushi was not an easy boss to deal with. He did this to please Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong and get some benefits. Who would have thought that Zhao Rushi would not respond to him at all, and went directly to Lu Hongyu? Zhou Chun was relieved. And seeing Guan Jianan standing there motionless, he stepped forward and grabbed him and said, come on. Let's go over there. Maybe Master Lu wants to call you. I won't go then. We can't go into the master's room without being called. Guan Jianan wanted to retreat for a moment, Xiang Ming stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulders, looking like a good brother, and said with a smile, Guan Shili has worked hard these days. Fortunately, you have helped. Otherwise our master would not know when we can get these things. He was tall and strong. Guan Jianan was usually sick and thin, and was very embarrassed by Xiang Ming's superficial affection, but actually kidnapped, and followed him forward with a push and pull. At this time, Zhao Rushi was already standing at the door of Lu Hongyu. Master Lu, Zhao Jiwei wants to see you. Master Zhao, please come in. Lu Hongyu's master Zhong Liang changed his cold attitude of the past 2 days, came out with a smile, and gestured to Zhao Rushi. Lu Hongyu also stood up in the room. Both parties greeted each other and sat down. Lu Hongyu saw Xiang Ming pushing and pulling Guan Jianan in, and asked, What's going on? Guan Jianan and Qin Wang said, They didn't want to follow me the other day, so I came here to explain the situation, and they are no longer my subordinates. But as soon as I entered the government office, Guan Jianan came up to me and said that he had followed my instructions and went to the household office to get the files and accounts. I want to come here to ask you, what is going on? Lu Hongyu's face suddenly sank, and he looked at Guan Jianan with a cold gaze. The files and accounts were given to Zhao Rushi by Cai Yuzong. This was also his token of loyalty to Zhao Rushi. He hoped to resolve the past grudges with Zhao Rushi and establish a friendly cooperative relationship. I didn't expect that a small clerk would dare to take his credit and attribute the files and accounts to himself. Could it be that because he was about to retire, he had restrained his edge, and seemed too incompetent and good-tempered, so that these clerks dared to step on his head? Guan Jianan was frightened by Lu Hongyu's look. The reason why the household department gave Zhao Rushi the files and accounts was that he thought Cai Yuzong had taken a step back in the game with Zhao Rushi and found some of the previous files and accounts to fool Zhao Rushi. So he dared to take the credit. He took the credit to save Cai Yuzong's face and ease the conflict between them. The household department did not give the files and accounts of recent years, which was a contradiction. He also took this responsibility, and Cai Yuzong had to accept his favor. Zhao Rushi made a scene because of this. Anyway, he didn't intend to work with Zhao Rushi or please Zhao Rushi. He could make Zhao Rushi lose face, so that Cai Yuzong would have to do him a favor. According to his understanding of Lu Hongyu, he would not care about such trivial matters. Zhao Rushi couldn't subdue the clerks herself and was bullied by them. In Lu Hongyu's view, it was all her own incompetence. As the prefect, if he cared about the conflicts between his subordinates and the clerks every day, he would not have to do any real work. As an official, he cannot control the clerks, so the most suitable place is to go home and eat his own food. But he did not expect Lu Hongyu to have such an attitude. Guan Jianan, right? In the past few years, you have taken sick leave for more than 200 days every year. According to the rules of the court, you are no longer suitable to be a clerk. Now you go to pack up your things and go home to recuperate slowly, Lu Hongyu said. Guan Jianan panicked and knelt on the ground with a dong. Sir, my father died to protect the prefect. Now I have a 70-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child at home. Please forgive me this time. I will work diligently and never take sick leave again. Guan Jianan knelt there, begging and crying, while Zhao Rushi sat there expressionless, not showing any sign of mercy to let Guan Jianan go or plead for him. Lu Hongyu and Zhong Liang were more certain of their guess. Go and call Chen Kong, Lu Hongyu told his followers. When Chen Kong hurried into the room with his followers, Lu Hongyu told him about Guan Jianan and said, His father died to save you. I can fully understand that you are grateful and take care of him. But the country has its own laws, and the court salary is not something you can use to do favors. According to the court's rules, he is completely unsuitable to stay in the government office to work. Hearing this, Guan Jianan hurriedly begged Chen Kong again. Chen Kong glanced at Guan Jianan and was very impatient with this son of an old friend who had no ability. But everyone in the government office was looking at him. If he didn't protect Guan Jianan today, then his words in the government office would not be so effective in the future, and people might not believe him from the bottom of their hearts anymore. Chapter 663. Where is Mr. Feng? The clerk? He said, Sir, everyone in Nanyang knows that Guan Jianan's father died in the line of duty. If you dismiss him today, I'm afraid the outside world's evaluation of you will be greatly reduced. It's not worth it to affect your official reputation for Guan Jianan. Why don't you give him another chance? If he takes too much leave, you can dismiss him again. And I won't say anything. Zhao Rushi, who had been sitting silently, suddenly said, Sir Liu, why did I hear that Mr. Feng, the clerk of the state government, also took sick leave all year round? If you dismiss Guan Jianan, then Lord Feng must be dealt with in the same way. Otherwise, if someone reports this matter, you will be labeled as lax in your administration. Chen Kong was shocked and looked at Lu Hongyu. After listening to Zhao Rushi's words, Lu Hongyu looked at Chen Kong deeply, turned around and bowed to Zhao Rushi, saying, Lord Zhao is right to remind you. I am too kind to the officials under my jurisdiction, and I sympathize with their poor health, which is why they are so lax. He turned to Zhong Liang and said, draft a document and ask Feng Xuemin to return to the Yamen immediately, and not to take sick leave again. If he is ill and can no longer perform his duties as a clerk, he can submit a petition to the court to request retirement so that the position can be filled by a competent official. Yes. Zhong Liang bowed and sat in a corner and started to work. Qin Kang's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Feng Imin was squeezed out of power by him and could not stay in the Yamen, so he took sick leave all year round. At this moment, Zhao Rushi actually asked Lu Hongyu to find Feng Imin, and Lu Hongyu agreed to her request. Did Lu Hongyu form an alliance with Zhao Rushi? Chen Kong looked at Zhao Rushi. He really underestimated this girl. He thought Zhao Rushi would come to please him and win him over just like Kai Yuzong did. Although he was discussing with Kai Yuzong how to deal with Zhao Rushi a few days ago, he was actually waiting for Zhao Rushi to come. Only things that are fought over are the most precious, and their value will increase. Both sides were vying to cooperate with him, so he decided to see who would benefit more from cooperating with him. But Zhao Rushi ignored him and had no intention of reconciling with Kai Yuzong. She directly won over Lu Hongyu and cut off the firewood from under him. Now she wants to use Feng Imin to take away his power. He sneered in his heart. Do you really think that with Feng Imin, you can take away his power? This girl is too naive. He relies not on a name, but on the village heads near and far, as well as the big and small wealthy businessmen. It is not so easy to make these people pay grain taxes on time and in quantity. As for salt, there are more tricks involved, and it is not something a girl can handle alone. If Zhao Rushi took away Kai Yuzong's salt, grain and other affairs, as long as he did not speak, these people would embarrass Zhao Rushi to death. Zhao Rushi would not be able to collect a penny of tax and a grain of grain. There are many traps waiting for her to jump from the salt merchants. As long as Lu Hongyu did not completely stand on the side and help Zhao Rushi with the intention of offending him and Kai Yuzong, they were really not afraid of Zhao Rushi. Lu Hongyu didn't care what Chen Kong was thinking. He turned around and gave Zhao Rushi a polite smile, explaining, since it's Guan Jianan, I have to give him a chance for the sake of his father and Chen Jingcheng. It's not good not to give him a chance from Lord Feng. Just treat them equally. If their health is really not up to the job of the government office and they need to take sick leave, then I will let them resign according to the court rules. Zhao Rushi raised a smile and bowed to Lu Hongyu. Lord Lu is really a role model for our generation. He handled this matter with both human feelings and principles. I will definitely learn more from you in the future. Chen Kong made up his mind, stood up and said to Lu Hongyu, if you don't need me here, I will take my leave and go back to work. Lu Hongyu looked at him and nodded. Go. He said to Guan Jianan, you go too. Guan Jianan hurriedly followed Chen Kong out of the house. After the two left, Zhao Rushi also stood up and said goodbye. Thank you, Lord Lu. I will go to see the files and accounts found by the household office first. Lu Hongyu nodded. Go. Zhao Rushi went to the household office and saw a group of people sitting at their own tables. Some doing accounts, some writing, some reading. Everyone doing their job in an orderly manner. A young clerk sitting by the door saw Zhao Rushi and his group, and hurriedly stood up and saluted, smiling, but Lord Zhao? Yes, Zhao Rushi said. Excuse me, is Wang Jingxing here? Yes. Yes. The clerk smiled. Someone had already passed the message to Wang Yongshou. And soon, a skinny old man stood up at the back and walked over to Zhao Rushi and said, I am Wang Yongshou, and I meet Lord Zhao. Wang Jingcheng. I heard that Lord Lu said that the files and accounts I want are ready. I'll ask someone to move them. Zhao Rushi smiled politely. I'll ask a few Yamen runners to move them for you, Wang Yongshou said, and gestured to the outside. The young clerk sitting by the door ran out in a hurry. He came back with a few Yamen runners soon. At this time, Wang Yongshou was leading Zhao Rushi to stand next to a table, on which was a stack of yellowed files and accounts. Your Excellency wants to understand the relevant government affairs of Nanyang, so it is more organized to start from the beginning. So we first found the files and accounts of the previous years. After you finish reading these, we will find the recent ones for you, Wang Yongshou said. I have already talked to Lord Liu about this issue. Didn't Lord Liu ask you to find all the files and accounts for me? If not, I will go to find Lord Liu again. Zhao Rushi was too lazy to argue with them anymore and turned to leave. If Liu Hongyu is an incompetent person, then this trick will not work. But Liu Hongyu is a capable minister. Although he has delegated some power to Cai Yezong in recent years, his influence is still there. When Zhao Rushi said this, Wang Yongshou changed his tone. I have ordered it, but I think Lord Zhao can't finish reading it in a short time. And these things are important. If they are lost, destroyed or burned, no one can take the responsibility. So I advise you to finish reading one batch before moving another. As long as you read quickly, I have no objection to moving the recent files and accounts tomorrow morning. Zhao Rushi didn't want to push too hard. These clerks were all old officials, and it would take 10 days or half a month to get them to the bottom of the matter. Since Wang Yongshou had said this and it made sense, she didn't hold on to it and said, Okay, I'll come back after I finish reading this. Chapter 664 Kong Shirlin Gan Luan is here. She also knew that Cai Yuzong, Chen Kong, Wang Yongshou and others were desperately delaying the time to do something. Nothing more than to check the account books again to see if there were any gaps that needed to be revised and filled. It's just that she has a good memory and clear logic, and she can read these materials very quickly. It is estimated that they have not finished revising a few books of accounts, but she has already finished reading them. Unless they have made the accounts perfect early, how many books can they revise? Several Yamen runners quickly moved the files and accounts to Zhao Rushi's room. Seeing Zhao Rushi sitting down to read the documents, Luo quickly made tea and placed snacks next to Zhao Rushi. Knowing that Zhao Rushi would come to the Yamen to read the documents today, Zhu, Qifeng and others had already prepared some things, such as comfortable tables and chairs, screens, tea sets, copper basins, and other things that Zhao Rushi usually used. When they got off the Yamen tonight, they would ask the servants to move them in and decorate Zhao Rushi's room. At this moment, everyone was working, so Luo brought some small things with her, so that at least Zhao Rushi could drink a cup of delicious hot tea and have some snacks when she was hungry. Cai Yezong and Chen Kong saw that Zhao Rushi did not cause any more trouble, so they moved the files and accounts into the house and quietly stayed in the house to read the materials. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. While Zhao Rushi was reading the files in the government office, a group of people quietly entered the gate of Nanyang. You old man, I told you to write a letter to Jiwei and ask her to send someone to pick her up, but you insisted on giving her a surprise. Now that we are in the city, it's all dark. Do you know where to find her? In the carriage. Gan Luan complained to Kong Shirlin. Isn't this easy? Why don't we just go to the government office and look for her? According to the time, she should be at the government office. That girl is very diligent and doesn't want people to gossip about her, so she will definitely not go to the government office on time, at least a few days in advance, Kong Shirlin said calmly. He then instructed Kongin, ask someone to find out where the government office is, and we'll go there. When we get to the gate of the government office, go in and ask if Jiwei is busy with official business. You can ask a servant from the Zhao family to take us home. Yes, Kongin agreed, found a passerby to ask for the direction of the government office, and then let the convoy go to the government office. Zhao Rushi had just finished reading the Salt Administration Affairs of Nanyang for a year when she heard the gatekeeper say that her master was here. She was so scared that she quickly put down the file and ran out, and saw three old men, Kong Shirlin, Gan Luan, and Zhou Wabai, standing there, pointing at the street next to them. Not far from them, there was Xiao Ruodong. Master Gan, Mr. Zhou, Sister Ruodong, why are you here suddenly? Zhao Rushi was overjoyed and hurried forward. She scolded again, Master, why didn't you write to tell me so that I could pick you up? Haha. Why pick you up? We'll walk and have fun along the way. We'll stop wherever we see a good view. We don't know when we'll arrive. You can't pick us up even if you want. Kong Shirlin laughed, seeing that the few people were in good spirits, and the oldest Kong Shirlin was in high spirits. Zhao Rushi felt relieved. She said, I'll tell my boss and take you back. No. No. Just do your thing. Just send a servant to lead the way. Kong Shirlin waved his hand. Don Luan also said, that's right. You have only been in the yamen for a few days. You can't leave casually, so as not to let others gossip. Ever since Zhao Rushi was going to Nanyang to serve as Tongji, the gossip background of her as a female champion was spread by the clerks and runners in the yamen. Seeing that several carriages were quite gorgeous, the jade pendants hanging on the waists of the three old men were all top-notch, and the woman standing next to her was wearing a dress made of unknown material, shining brightly, and people could tell at a glance that these people were of noble birth and extraordinary family background. Seeing this, the gatekeeper ran into the yamen and told Lu Hongyu about it. If it was a few days ago, Lu Hongyu might not have said anything, whether Mr. Kumu was the emperor's cousin or not. It didn't bother him. There was not much benefit for him to please Kong Shirlin. But now it was different. He planned to stand in the same camp with Zhao Rushi. The elders came and arrived at the gate of the yamen. It would be bad if he didn't go out and say hello. He hurried out and heard Kong Shirlin say, gossiping, hurried forward to bow and said with a smile, Master Zhao. These people are. The room of Kai Yuzong and Li Li was next to Lu Hongyu, and the yamen runner stood at the door to report. And both of them heard it. Kai Yuzong didn't want to come out, so he only sent an attendant to inquire about the news. Li Li immediately followed Lu Hongyu out. At this time, he was standing behind Lu Hongyu, smiling. Zhao Rushi first introduced Lu Hongyu and Li Li. She then pointed to Kong Shirlin and others and said, this is my master, Mr. Kumu. This is the princess of Qingyang County of the Jinan Palace. Because Kong Shirlin and Xiao Ruodong were both royal relatives and had higher status than the two gentlemen, Zhao Rushi introduced Xiao Ruodong in front of Gan Luan and the others. This is Mr. Gan, who was a doctor in the Zhejiang Qingli division of the Ministry of Revenue before retiring. This is Mr. Zhou Weibai, a famous painter in the Jin dynasty. Every time someone was introduced, Lu Hongyu and Li Li trembled in their hearts. Either they were royal relatives, high-ranking officials in the capital, or famous painters. These were people they could not meet even if they wanted to. As a result, these people actually came here to see Zhao Jiwei. The two hurriedly greeted Kong Shirlin and others one by one. When Kai Yuzong's servant heard this list of nobles, he hurried back to report to Kai Yuzong, do you want to meet them? Sir? Kai Yuzong had long known that Zhao Rushi had Kong Shirlin as his master, and was not surprised by their arrival. The only person he found difficult was Gan Luan. This doctor of the Zhejiang Qingli division of the Ministry of Revenue was specifically in charge of the amount of money and grain revenue and expenditure in Zhejiang province in the Ministry of Revenue. Although he was not in charge of Anzhou province, the two places were not far apart and the situations were similar, so it was not easy to fool them. He was also an old official with rich experience. No matter how well you did the false accounts, people would be able to see the flaws at a glance. He immediately complained secretly. Why did such an official come at this time? Chen Kong obviously got the news, and he hurried to Kai Yazong and asked him, did you hear the person coming at the door? How come one of them is a retired doctor from the Zhejiang Qingli division of the Ministry of Revenue? Did Lord Zhao specially invite him to check the accounts? Kai Yuzong did not speak, and his heart was filled with regret. If he did not want to give Zhao Rushi a warning and bully her for being a young girl, he should have given Zhao Rushi some unimportant matters to handle. If he had not delayed time and directly handed over the files and accounts to Zhao Rushi 2 days ago, Zhao Rushi might not have had time to ask for help. Now, he delayed for 2 days, just in time for Zhao Rushi to invite help from the capital. Chapter 665 Shedding Sad Tears. He sighed deeply and asked, what should we do now? Shin Kong shook his head. The two looked at each other, both at a loss. They had already offended Zhao Jiwei. Is it too late to run over to reconcile with Zhao Jiwei and flatter Kong Shirlin and Gan Luan? Shin Kong thought for a while and said, we have to give it a try. You are the prince's man. If Lord Zhao doesn't want to offend you, as long as you bow your head first, I think she won't make things difficult for you. Try? How to try? Kai Yuzong said irritably. After all this trouble, can I still fool her with those thankless tasks? I have to give her one of the salt and grain to show my sincerity. Which one do you think I should take? Chen Kong frowned tightly. The Salt administration of Dajin implemented a commercial monopoly system of civilian administration, commercial collection, commercial transportation, and commercial sales. although Nanyang did not produce salt. The salt merchants approved by the government transported the salt from the salt-producing areas and resold it. The profit from this resale was very considerable. These salt merchants who specialized in this business were selected by him and Cai Yuzong from many competitors, and they were given extremely generous tributes every year. Once Cai Yuzong handed this business over to Zhao Jiwei. With Zhao Jiwei's powerful means and aggressive temperament, she would definitely strangle these salt merchants tightly and force them to turn to her side. At that time, not only would he and Cai Yuzong's annual tribute be gone, but Zhao Jiwei would also use the accounts of previous years to find something wrong and threaten them, and maybe even ask them to spit out the money they had swallowed in previous years. Salt is a monopoly. There is no competition, and everyone needs it, so the profit is extremely high. So this item cannot be given up. As for grain, because Nanyang is fertile land and is the grain-producing area of the Jin dynasty, he and Cai Yuzong can make a lot of profit from collecting and selling grain every year. And those village heads will also pay tribute to them. Whatever they want to do, they will respond to their call. They have both money and power. It is also very reluctant for them to give this piece to Zhao Jiwei. After thinking about it, Chen Kong said, "Why not give grain?" Zhao Jiwei had just arrived, and she relied on her strong background to act arrogantly in the government office, making Lu Hongyu and Li Li side with her. That was because they, the court officials, were controlled by the court and the dignitaries in the capital. But the wealthy merchants, gentry, and village heads in Nanyang were different. They had nothing to do with the dignitaries in the capital, as long as they did not break the law. Wu Huizi and Wu Zong could not punish them. Instead, they were not afraid of Zhao Jiwei. Zhao Jiwei, a noble and arrogant lady, was not on the same path as those merchants and farmers. It was simply impossible to make the wealthy merchants and village heads recognize Zhao Jiwei, be willing to obey her management, and pay taxes smoothly every year. Grain involves a wide range of people and things, and is related to local wealthy merchants, village heads, and ordinary people. Therefore, there are many tricks and ways in it. People who don't understand these ways will not only fail to make profits, but may also get into a lot of trouble. Rich merchants, village heads, and village heads can be used by superiors, but in turn, they can also cause trouble for superiors. As long as he and Cai Yuzong instigate them privately, these people will make trouble and fail to pay taxes and grain on time and in quantity, which will be enough for Zhao Jiwei to drink a pot. At that time, Zhao Jiwei could not collect enough grain tax on time, so he could only return the grain to Cai Yuzong. So, weighing the pros and cons, it is better to give the grain to Zhao Jiwei. Chen Kong told Cai Yuzong about his ideas. Cai Yuzong nodded and said, "I think so too." Chen Kang's ideas coincided with his ideas. "Then I will talk to Lord Lu and ask him to mediate?" he said. Chen Kong nodded. "Lord Lu probably doesn't want to see you fighting with Lord Zhao." Cai Yuzong immediately stood up and followed Chen Kong out, and saw several unfamiliar people carrying 2 cabinets into the yard. Lu Hongyu and Li Li were standing in the corridor, looking at the 2 cabinets curiously. Cai Yuzong saw several people carrying cabinets into Zhao Rushi's room, and he asked Lu Hongyu, "What is this?" Lu Hongyu said delicately, "A safe." He raised his eyelids and glanced at Cai Yuzong. "Didn't you say that the files and accounts are very important and cannot be lost?" Lord Zhao specially moved 2 safes from his home to store these things. Cai Yuzong, Chen Kong, "This safe is very expensive. Many dignitaries in the capital moved it to their homes, but local officials, because it is expensive, don't have many valuable things to store at home. So few people buy it. Rich businessmen buy more. Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong have been greedy for so many years, so they have a lot of money." But Cai Yuzong handed half of the money he got to the prince. Chen Kong is in charge of both the black and white worlds, and has no shortage of money. But he has many people who depend on him for food. It is not easy for him to maintain the current situation as a clerk. He receives a lot of money, but he also spends a lot. Therefore, both of them are reluctant to spend money for the accounts that cannot be seen in the light. They finally bought a safe. They hid it in their bedroom like a treasure, and even cleaned it themselves. But now, seeing Zhao Rushi casually moving 2 safes to store the yellowed files and accounts in the government office, the 2 almost shed sad tears. But this is not the end. Li Li was also bullied by Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong. He was very happy to have the opportunity to make them unhappy. He said, "Mr. Zhao's housekeeper Zhou just said that this safe was developed by his daughter and craftsman. And then they partnered with the emperor to do this business. It is also a kind of fate for Mr. Zhao to work with you. If you are interested in buying a safe, Mr. Zhao is willing to sell it to you at cost price. Cai Yuzong. Chen Kong. No wonder this Lord Zhao is so powerful. Always saying that he would write memorials to the emperor. She has been doing business with the emperor. How can the emperor not give her this little face? The two of them wanted to cry again. Cai Yuzong regretted more and more. Why didn't he go to the capital to find out more about Zhao Jiwei's background? Otherwise, when she came, he would assign several tasks to her with a very good attitude. Wouldn't there be nothing to worry about? Why did he provoke such an evil star? Chen Kong's eyes rolled around. Cai Yuzong and Zhao Rushi had a fight. But he didn't. He had never fought with this Lord Zhao, and had never offended her directly. If he now changed to cooperate with Lord Zhao and climbed up the tree of the emperor, would he still need to work so hard to maintain the situation in Nanyang and be cautious in everything? Chapter 666 Seeking Peace. Cai Yuzong didn't know that his old partner had betrayed him. He asked Lu Hongyu, "Where is Lord Zhao? Master Ku Mu and Lord Gon have come from afar. What's the point of keeping Lord Zhao in the Yamen? And there are still 2 days before Lord Zhao takes office. So I asked her to go back to accompany Master Ku Mu and the others." Lu Hongyu said. Before Cai Yuzong could feel happy, he said, "But Lord Zhao is indeed the #1 scholar appointed by the emperor. He is conscientious and diligent in his work." She said that since she came to the Yamen today, she had reported to the Yamen. She would not delay official business for personal reasons. She planned to go back and settle the group of people of Ku Mu, and then come to the Yamen in the afternoon. Li knew what Cai Yuzong was afraid of. He said gloatingly, when Lord Gon heard that Lord Zhao wanted to see the files and accounts, he immediately said that he would come with Lord Zhao in the afternoon to help her look at these files and accounts. Cai Yuzong almost vomited blood. The scene he feared the most finally came. Lord, this is not good. Right? Lord Gon is not an official of our Nanyang. How can he see the files and accounts of Nanyang? Not only is he not an official of Nanyang, he is not even an official now. He is retired. This is totally against the rules. The more Cai Yuzong spoke, the more he felt that this made sense. And he lost his guilty conscience as he spoke, and became more confident. That's right. It's against the rules. If Lu Hongyu originally had the idea of not getting involved in the conflict between Zhao Rushi and Cai Yuzong, he changed his mind after learning that Zhao Rushi was actually doing business with the emperor. The mentality of "it's none of my business" was completely gone. But before he could speak, Li spoke first. Li's tone was full of sarcasm. "It's funny that Lord Kai said this. I remember Lord Kai would invite his good friend to check the accounts every year. Right? Lord Gon is at least a serious official of the Ministry of Revenue. And Lord Kai's good friend, I remember, is just an accountant of a silver shop, with only the title of scholar. Right? Wang Yongshou is Chen Kang's man. Although Cai Yuzong has a cooperative relationship with Chen Kang, he does not trust him. He would ask a classmate to check the accounts every year. That classmate only passed the examination for a scholar, had no hope of success in the imperial examination, and his family was not well off. So he went to work as an accountant in a silver shop. Cai Yuzong promised him a certain amount of compensation and asked him to check the accounts every year. Originally, Li was not powerful, and he did not dare to offend Cai Yuzong in the government office. And he had always been a lowly person. Now that he has surrendered to Zhao Rushi, he has changed into such a villain's face. Cai Yuzong was so angry that he was fuming, and he did not care about maintaining his usual kind image. He glared at Li and said, "It's none of your business. Don't think that if you want to curry favor with others, they will pay attention to you. Why don't you take a piss and see what kind of character you are?" "Shut up." Lu Hongyu saw this situation, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Qiming Xuanbao has now covered the Jiangnan area, and there are so-called reporters in various places. If these two people continue to talk, the news that Nanyang officials cursed each other like shrews may be published in the newspaper tomorrow. He heard that the emperor must read every issue of this newspaper. At that time, the three of them would not need to be officials and could just leave. It was just right to give Zhao Jiwei the top position in the government office, and arrange a few new Jinshi to be his subordinates, so as to help Zhao Jiwei. Just do as I say, and move all the files and accounts to Lord Zhao's room tomorrow. Lu Hongyu looked at Cai Yuzong with a warning. You should restrain yourself. Don't forget that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is not sitting in that position yet. As he said that, he flicked his sleeves and went into his room. Seeing Lu Hongyu getting angry, Li dared not say anything more and quickly turned around and went into his room. Cai Yuzong was left standing alone in the corridor, his face turning pale and blue. Coming back to his senses, he glanced at the empty corridor and asked his housekeeper, "Where is Chen Kong?" "Well, he left when you had an argument with Lord Li." The housekeeper raised his chin. "It seems he left the government office." Cai Yuzong's face was so dark that it was about to drip with water. He walked out and ordered, "Prepare a sedan chair for me." The officials in the yamen already knew where Xiao Rushi lived. When Zhou Chun came to buy a house, it was Zhao Rushi's name that was registered in the yamen. Cai Yuzong took a sedan chair and arrived at the Zhao mansion in a short time. At the gatehouse of the Zhao family, he saw Chen Kong, who had just arrived. Chen Kong was indeed an old fox, with a thick skin. When he saw Cai Yuzong, he didn't have any shame or uncomfortable expression on his face, and smiled calmly. "I wanted to ask you to go together, but I saw you talking to Lord Li and others, so I went ahead, thinking that you would be here soon." As expected, Cai Yuzong snorted in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled, and there was no sign of any discord between the two. "I just thought you would come here, so I came to chase you." "Haha. It seems that we are in sync." He didn't get along with Zhao Rushi, and he also had a conflict with Lu Hongyu, and he didn't get along with Li from the beginning. In the entire government office, there was no ally except Chen Kong, and he didn't dare to quarrel with Chen Kong again. The two people waited in the gatehouse with their own thoughts. Zhao Rushi was talking to Kong Sherlin and others when he heard the servants report that Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong came to visit. What's going on? Although Kong Sherlin had never been an official in his life, he was very thoughtful and could tell something was wrong at a glance. Just now, at the gate of the government office, the only people who came out to greet them were the prefect Lu Hongyu and a co-prefect named Li, but not Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong. Even if these two people were not in the government office just now, they should not have come to visit immediately when they knew that an elder from Zhao Rushi's family had come from afar. This is too blind. Zhao Rushi did not hide it from her master and told all the conflicts and disputes in the government office. Kong Sherlin knew that the little apprentice must have encountered trouble when he heard Gan Luan ask her to help him look at the files and accounts. Hearing that the situation was so complicated, he asked, "What are you going to do?" Zhao Rushi thought for a while and said, "I will go to see them first." She turned to Gan Luan and said, "Master, if you need, I would like to ask you to help me look at the salt and grain accounts." Although she had said this at the gate of the government office, she said it in a joking tone at that time. Now that she had explained the discord in the government office, she naturally had to say it again in a serious manner. She also emphasized the words, "if necessary." If she talked well with Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong later, maybe the audit would be put on hold. Cai Yuzong had been in Nanyang for several years, and he had the support of the prince behind him, so he was not so easy to shake. Chen Kong was even more of a local boss. She pushed the two of them into a corner, and neither of them would end up well. Chapter 667 Local Ceremony. She has just become an official, and she is also known as the female champion. How many officials in the capital want to see her make a fool of herself? As soon as she arrived, she used her power to squeeze out the Tongji, who came here first, and made him unable to serve as an official. Public opinion will definitely be very unpleasant. There is no official who does not make money for himself. It is just a matter of more or less. Officials with clean hands are rare. In her eyes, Cai Yuzong and Chen Kang's behavior is corrupt officials. But in the eyes of other officials, this is normal. Even if she found evidence of their corruption and bribery in the accounts and handed it to the emperor to remove them from their posts, the officials in the court would not say a word of praise for her. Maybe Xiao He would blame her for being nosy. As the emperor, didn't Xiao He know that the officials below would take advantage of the situation? But if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. As long as they are not corrupt and do not cause complaints, he will turn a blind eye. Since Lu Hongyu was evaluated by Xiao Lingyan as a good and honest official, and capable, he would never tolerate Cai Yuzong and Chen Kang's corruption in salt and grain. With everyone's tacit consent, she exposed this matter and brought down Cai Yuzong. Other officials in the court were afraid that everyone would be in danger. In the future, she would be despised wherever she served as an official, fearing that she would make another mistake and bring down her colleagues. Her moral character was not so noble that she had to be a straight minister who was hostile to all the officials in the court. She understood the principle that being too rigid would easily lead to failure. She cherished her life very much. So if Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong were sincere, she would also take a step back and see the bigger picture. No problem. Don Lun said. It just so happens that I told you how to do accounting some time ago. Let's take this opportunity to review what we have taught you. Zhao Rushi smiled at him and said, Thank you, Master. Kong Sherlin and the other two old men are all old. And there is also Xiao Ruodong. Zhu Shi did not avoid suspicion, and received them in the main hall of the outer courtyard. Zhao Rushi ordered people to take Cai Yuzong and Chen Kong to the side hall, and then handed Kong Sherlin and others to Zhu Shi for reception, and went to the side hall himself. When she got there, she apologized first. There are guests at home, and I have kept Lord Kai and Chen Jingcheng waiting for a long time. I wonder what you two are looking for me for. When Mr. Kumu and his friends came, Chen Kong and I were both out on business, and we were unable to greet Mr. Kumu and his friends. So, we brought some local food from Nanyang from home for Mr. Kumu and his friends to try, just to show our appreciation. Cai Yuzong pointed at the local food that Chen Kong brought. Chen Kong couldn't help but curse in his heart. These things were all brought back by his servants on the way here. Cai Yuzong came empty-handed. But now, he actually took his things and used them as favors. It was too shameless. However, the two of them had not yet torn their faces apart, and their status was not equal. He couldn't directly refute Cai Yuzong, but he was not someone who could swallow a loss in silence. He raised his face and smiled. Yes. He pointed to 2 jars of wine and said, This is our unique yellow wine. Fresh, sweet, fragrant, mellow and refreshing. It is a rare good wine. Lord Zhao must let Mr. Kumu and others taste it. He pointed to a bag of 20 kilograms and said, These are the sweet-scented osmanthus and small red glutinous rice that are unique to us. They are the best for making glutinous rice food and wine. The 2 jars of yellow wine are made with these glutinous rice. These are river crabs that are unique to Nanyang. Although this season is not the most juicy, it can also let Mr. Kumu and his friends taste them. He introduced several local rituals one by one. Although these things were brought by the servants, he specifically asked for them. Chen Kong was able to run such a big business in Nanyang with only a few words. And he was involved in both the black and white worlds. He was unique in both ability and in dealing with people. The local gifts he prepared were not worth much, but they made people feel the intention of the person who prepared them. It was precisely because they were not worth much that Zhao Rushi couldn't refuse. As long as she accepted the gift, the relationship between him and Zhao Rushi would become more relaxed from the original tense situation. If they come a few more times in the future, he will give Zhao Rushi some convenience in official business, and the relationship between the two will become closer and closer. Even if they couldn't cooperate, they had such a friendship. If Zhao Rushi really wanted to settle accounts with him in the future, she would not kill him. At the same time, because these things were carefully prepared and worthless, it was impossible for him and Cai Yuzong to prepare them together. After his explanation, Zhao Rushi, if she was smart, would definitely know what happened just now. Zhao Rushi listened to Chen Kong introducing these local rituals like a treasure, and Cai Yuzong's face became darker and darker. How could she not know the secret between the two? But her mind was no longer on the two people's minds and these things. Judging from the distance between Nanyang and the capital in Gusu, she felt that Nanyang was a bit like modern Danyang, and Linjiang, where Wuzong served, was similar to modern Zhenjiang from a geographical point of view. But the two time and space are different. This is just her guess. There is no evidence. Now listening to Chen Kong count the local specialties, she is more certain of her guess. As an official, no matter how long she serves, she wants to make some achievements. Compared with modern times, although there is no clear index like chicken farts to measure the performance of officials in ancient times, the requirements are basically the same. The ability of an official is measured by the growth of local economic development and the amount of taxes paid to the court, rather than by playing tricks such as umbrella of 10,000 people. However, she walked around the streets a few days ago and went to the fields and farms outside the city. But she didn't gain much and had no idea how to improve the local economy. Now that Chen Kong said this, she was sure that this was Danong, and she had some ideas about how to develop Nanyang. She still needs to investigate further to see if this idea can be implemented. This rice wine is highly praised by Chen Jingcheng, which shows that it is indeed good. It just so happens that my master, Lord Gon, and Mr. Zhou like to have a few drinks during dinner, so I will let them taste it later. If they like it, please ask Chen Jingcheng to tell me where to buy it. I plan to buy some and send it to the capital as a gift, Zhao Rushi said. When Chen Kong heard this, he knew that Zhao Rushi understood the origin of these gifts. He was relieved and happy. He was most worried that this noble lady was too arrogant to be worldly, and they would not be able to find common topics. In this case, no matter how hard he tried, the relationship between the two would probably not improve. Unexpectedly, Zhao Rushi was so down to earth that she accepted his favor directly and expressed her willingness to further contact. This was really an excellent start, and the purpose of his visit today was fully achieved. Chapter 668 Threats Again. He said with a smile, I dare not lie. You can let Mr. Kumu and Lord Gon taste it, and they will know. They will not be disappointed. If they like it, you don't have to send someone to find it. Just tell me directly. I will ask the wine shop to prepare some and send some to Mr. Kumu, and ask you to take some to the capital as a gift. No need. No need. Just tell me where to buy it, Zhao Rushi said. She didn't want wine, but wanted to see the winery. You don't know, sir, although this winery also sells wine. The wine sold is newly brewed. His family doesn't have many aged wines, and they usually don't sell them to people who are not close relatives. I was able to buy this good wine because I happened to help his family 10 years ago. I see. Then I'll have to trouble Chen Jingcheng. Zhao Rushi bowed and said very politely. Seeing Zhao Rushi and Chen Kong chatting lively, their relationship became very good, and they could even go to the winery to buy wine together. Kai Yuzong felt very jealous. He smiled and said, Old Chen, you are from Nanyang and have never been to other places. After drinking this wine, you naturally feel good and are proud of it. I can understand. But the world is so big and there are so many good things. Just saying that this wine failed to become a tribute shows that it still has shortcomings. Mr. Kumu is the emperor's cousin and is like a brother to the late emperor. What kind of tribute wine has he not drunk? Don't brag too much, or Mr. Kumu and others will be disappointed. Chen Kang's smile froze, and he said immediately, Lord Kai is right. I am a frog in a well. I thought I was the best in the world after drinking a little bit of wine that tasted good. I forgot where Lord Zhao and Mr. Kumu came from. I am ashamed. But everyone has their own preferences. Maybe Mr. Kumu, Lord Gon, and Mr. Zhou like this one? Since they came to Nanyang, Lord Zhao took out Nanyang wine for them to taste, which is also a kind gesture. So why not give it a try? I believe this must be a good wine. Zhao Rushi nodded and said, I will let Master and others taste it later. Hearing this, Chen Kang's face broke into a smile. Extremely brilliant. Listen to the words, and listen to the sound of the gongs and drums. Zhao Rushi's words showed that she was willing to accept Chen Kang's kindness, and rejected Kai Yuzong. Humph! Kai Yuzong, this old dog, wants to destroy his stage. But there is no way. Kai Yuzong coughed hard to announce his presence, and then said to Zhao Rushi, I came here now. In addition to greeting Mr. Kumu and others, I also want to tell you something. Lord Zhao, I thought about it later, and felt that since Lord Zhao was chosen by the Emperor as the top scholar, he must be top-notch in both knowledge and ability. It is inappropriate for me to look at you as an ordinary new official. I plan to give Lord Zhao the 2 tasks of grain supervision and water conservancy. Lord Li will also give Lord Zhao 1 or 2 tasks. What do you think? If Lord Zhao has no objection, I will report this to Lord Lu when I return to the government office. Zhao Rushi thought Kai Yuzong would fight with her for 2 more rounds, but she didn't expect him to let go so easily, which surprised her. She stood up and bowed to Kai Yuzong. Thank you, Lord Kai, for your support. Since Lord Kai has such good intentions, I will respectfully obey your orders and take over these matters. Before Kai Yuzong could smile, Zhao Rushi said, actually, Lord Kai is not wrong. Although I am better at studying than others, I am young and do not come into contact with many affairs. I am not as familiar with government affairs as you are. So I would like to ask Lord Kai to allow me to look through the files and accounts of salt and grain. Kai Yuzong's face changed. Zhao Rushi didn't wait for him to speak, and said, but don't worry, Lord Kai. I just want to understand the situation and learn, and I won't do anything else. Lord Gon has retired and is no longer an official in the court. It was just a joke that he looked at the account book for me. It's not in accordance with the rules to do this. And I can't let him work too hard. This? Cai Yuzong's face was very ugly. Lord Zhao, you are young, and you may not know some official rules. If it is not the superior, it is not convenient for other officials of the same level or lower level to intervene in the affairs under the jurisdiction of others, let alone look at the files and accounts. It is a taboo to stretch your hands too far. If I agree to you, this matter will not benefit you or me. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me for not agreeing to this matter. Is that so? Zhao Rushi frowned and thought for a while, then raised his eyes and said, Forget it. I'd better not take over the affairs for the time being, and proceed as planned. After I understand the situation and learn all the affairs, it won't be too late to take over the specific affairs. She smiled at Cai Yuzong and bowed. During this period, I still trouble Lord Cai and Lord Li to take care of some affairs for the time being. Cai Yuzong was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Why is this little girl so difficult to deal with? He has taken a big step back, but she still insists on it and wants to see the Salt Affairs files and accounts. Zhao Rushi is still smiling, looking like a naive little girl, but the words she says are not cute at all. She said, I am not asking for this because I want to embarrass you, Lord Cai. The main reason is that I am good at math. Last winter, there was a problem with the grain and grass at the border, and I did the accounting for the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue, Lord Qi, has always wanted me to work in the Ministry of Revenue. It's just that I want to learn more about local government affairs. So I took the initiative to ask for an external post. I don't know how long I can stay here. Maybe Lord Qi will ask the Emperor to transfer me back soon. So I want to take this opportunity to fully understand local affairs. I will go back to Beijing and work in the Ministry of Revenue, so I can know what to do. Cai Yuzong. Threat? A naked threat again. He is only in his early 40s this year, and he will have to serve as an official for at least 10 or 20 years. After Lu Hongyu retires, he is likely to succeed him as the prefect of Nanyang. He will also serve as an official in other places in the future. If Zhao Rushi works in the Ministry of Revenue, won't his future accounts have to go through her hands? With so many provinces, prefectures, and states in the country, it would be great if the officials of the Ministry of Revenue could check the accounts at the provincial level. The Kinglisi would conduct more inspections on the provinces they were responsible for, but rarely on the state level, and would conduct random inspections every 2 or 3 years at most. But this was only the general situation. Once a problem occurred in a certain place, or an official in a certain place offended an official from the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Revenue would closely monitor the accounts of that place. No matter how well you keep your accounts, you can always find faults if you nitpick. Chapter 669 Wine. So local officials all know that among the 6 ministries in the capital, the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue are the ones that cannot be offended the most. This is related to their future. The Ministry of Personnel is not so bad. The appointment of officials is not decided by Wu Huixi alone. The Emperor often discusses the appointment plan of officials with the cabinet ministers. Among the cabinet ministers, there are people who are related to the prince and will speak for him. Therefore, even if Wu Huixi is the Minister of Personnel, it is not so easy to deal with him. But the Ministry of Revenue does not need to go through the Emperor and other ministers to check the accounts. Anyway, the accounts of each place will be submitted every year, as long as the officials of the Ministry of Revenue say that they want to check Nanyang's accounts. Nanyang's accounts must be submitted. When the Ministry of Revenue says that there is a problem with his accounts and submits them to the Emperor, and Wu Huixi helps a little, then he will definitely be in trouble. Cai Yuzong was sad for a moment, feeling that he could not escape Zhao Rushi's clutches. How could this girl in front of him be a little girl? It's clearly a man-eating monster. He was disheartened and said expressionlessly, in that case, Lord Zhao should take on the affairs while reading the files. It's only spring now. The rice seedlings have just been planted, and it's still a long way to go before the grain harvest. There aren't many affairs here for grain collection. And the other things shouldn't be busy either. Just follow the routine. And Lord Zhao has plenty of time to read the files and accounts of various affairs. Zhao Rushi was overjoyed, and stood up and bowed to Cai Yuzong. Jiwei thanks Lord Cai for his help. Cai Yuzong stood up and returned the greeting, with a stiff smile on his face. Mr. Zhao is too polite. He really didn't want to stay here for a moment, so he didn't sit down again and said, Mr. Zhao has guests to entertain, so we won't bother you anymore. Mr. Zhao doesn't need to rush back to the Yamen. Mr. Liu is not unreasonable. Mr. Zhao can stay at home with Mr. Ku Mu for 2 more days. And it won't be too late to go to the Yamen on the date of taking office stipulated by the court. Zhao Rushi originally said that he wanted to go to the Yamen. But it was nothing more than Cai Yizong's work was not done yet. And he was worried that if the files and accounts were left for 1 more day, he would cause trouble. Now that Cai Yizong had raised the white flag, she naturally stopped forcing herself and said with a smile, "Thank you, Lord Cai. In that case, I will take a couple of days off and go to the government office in 2 days." Qin Kong stood up and said with a smile, "When Lord Xiao looks at the files and accounts, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I have been in the government office for 20 to 30 years, and have worked in all departments. I am also a native of Nanyang, so I know the local affairs very well. If Lord Xiao needs me, just send someone to call me at any time. No need to be polite. Okay. I'll have to trouble Qin Jingcheng when the time comes." Zhao Rushi also smiled, and looked very easy to talk to. After sending the 2 away, Zhao Rushi returned to the hall, and told everyone about the matter. Kong Shilin was very happy and said, "Before you came, your brothers and I were always worried about you. Now that I see that you can handle things well, I feel relieved." Zhao Rushi sighed. Being an official, you have to flatter all kinds of people. It's too difficult to stay clean. Shi Wei is going to disappoint the expectations of his master, teacher, and senior brothers if he does this. I don't agree with what you said, Shi Wei. Ganluan waved his hand and said, "You need to remember that the world is not black and white. There is not only a gray area, but also a large area. Being too rigid is easy to break. In many cases, as long as you don't violate your principles, you have to compromise. Otherwise, you won't go far." Kong Shilin sighed. "What do you think your senior brothers and I are worried about? We are not worried that you are incapable of handling things, but that you are too naive about the world and can't tolerate any grain of sand in your eyes. In this world, if you take things too seriously, you will end up breaking yourself. Now that we see that you can handle problems in this way, and know to take a step back when necessary, we are relieved." Xiao Ruodong sat aside, listening to everyone's words silently without saying a word. In the past, she might have refuted Ganluan and Kong Shilin's words, and encouraged Zhao Rushi to have the courage to fight against corrupt officials. But now she is no longer the naive girl she used to be. Even if he is as noble and powerful as the emperor, he has to compromise with his subjects every day and tolerate all kinds of thoughts of his subjects. Right. During dinner that night, Zhao Rushi took the rice wine sent by Qin Kong and gave it to Kong Shilin and others. She even drank a few sips secretly despite Zhu's angry glare. And then she was disappointed. She was a very curious person. Although she didn't like drinking, she would taste the local specialty wine wherever she went. In her previous life, she had been to Danyang and tasted Danyang's rice wine. It was indeed as Qin Kong said, fresh, sweet, fragrant, mellow and refreshing. But the rice wine she was holding now tasted very different. She asked Zhou Wenbao, "Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this wine?" Kong Shilin was worried that his hand shaking would prevent him from painting. And Ganluan was worried that it would affect his thinking. So they didn't drink much. Only Zhou Wenbao had a few drinks at every meal. He had taken away a lot of the tribute wine from Kong Shilin's house. When it comes to wine, Zhou Wenbao has the most say. Zhou Wenbao said, "It's okay." Zhao Rushi was surprised. But thinking about the winemaking process at that time, she felt it was normal. After dinner, several people returned to their own yard to rest. Zhao Rushi wrote a letter, called Yang Jie, and handed him the letter, to the 5th master. He added, "It's not urgent. You don't have to work too hard. Yes. Thank you for your consideration." Yang Jie took the letter, bowed and said goodbye, and returned to the capital that day. The next day at noon, Zhao Rushi received a reply from Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingyan wrote in the letter that because the profit of wine is relatively high, he bought a winery in Jiangnan and planned to use distillation technology to brew strong wine for sale. But the wine needs time to be stored in the cellar. And there are many new things launched in the past 2 years. So he plans to sell the wine next year. Therefore, he did study the ancient winemaking technology. In the letter, he attached the general method of brewing yellow wine, and noted that it was the production process of tribute wine. He was squatting in the Ministry of Industry, so it was very convenient for him to see any technology he wanted. If the Ministry of Industry did not have relevant files, He could also investigate in the name of the court. In short, no matter what technology he wanted, he could always get it because of his status. Zhao Rushi closed the letter, called Lu Yunlai, and asked her, I asked you to find out the news about the wine shop. How did you do? Lu Yun and Yang Jie had been looking up all kinds of information in Nanyang the past 2 days, and they got the hang of it faster after receiving the new task. She said, replying to the girl, the most famous winery in Nanyang is Dongji Winery. This winery was passed down from the ancestors of the Dong family, and it is said to have a history of hundreds of years. Now, the 4 generations of the Dong family, dozens of people, all rely on this winery for their livelihood. The head of the family, Old Master Dong, is now 65 years old and is a shrewd and capable person. The Dong family attaches great importance to their winemaking skills, and they are passed down to men, not women. And the most core secret recipe is only passed down to the eldest grandson of the direct branch. Chapter 670 Lord Zhao is awesome. Zhao Rushi frowned. Originally, she wanted to see the winery's brewing technology. Compare her impression of the brewing technology with the level Xiaoling Yan gave her. See how to improve it, and cooperate when necessary. But the Dong family has passed down wine from generation to generation, and it is the ancestral craft that the whole family relies on for survival. So how can they let outsiders visit at will? Workshops like this that have been passed down from generation to generation are the most difficult to negotiate. She asked again, did you find out about the spring I asked you to find out? Water is the soul of wine. Spring water is the key to Danong yellow wine. Lu Yun's face showed a guilty look. I have traveled all over Nanyang and asked many people, but I have never heard of this spring. Please give me some more time. Let me go out of the city to find out more. Isn't it in the Dong family's house or Dong family's farm? Zhao Rushi asked again. Lu Yun shook his head. It should not be. I have inquired about it. And the water used by the Dong family to make wine is also spring water. But that spring water is not called spring, but Longtan spring. Zhao Rushi frowned. It may be called differently, but it is actually that spring water. In a different time and space, Danong became Nanyang, Zhenjiang became Linjiang. Then it is not surprising that spring is called Longtan spring. Check it again. If possible, bring some spring water from the Dong family's Long and spring back for me to taste. Yes. After accompanying Kong Sherlin and others in Danong for 2 days, Zhao Rushi went to the government office again. When Lu Hongyu heard that she was coming to the government office, he quickly called her over and said, Lord Kai has told me that he will give you the management of the 2 matters of grain and water conservancy. Lord Li said that if you want to manage the matters in his hands, just tell him, and he will directly transfer them to you. Zhao Rushi was not polite, and said directly, Lord Li doesn't have many matters in his hands. I will take the one of military farming. Nanyang has about 9 matters, and it is reasonable for 3 Tongji to each take 3 matters. Li Li originally had few affairs to manage, so Zhao Rushi took one from him, which was just right. Lu Hongyu was happy to see that everyone was in harmony. He was very happy to see that Zhao Rushi was not greedy, and had solved all the problems with Kai Yuzong. Which one do you want? Dianli? If you haven't decided which one you want yet, you can put it aside, and tell me when you have confirmed the personnel. The 3 affairs that Zhao Rushi had to manage included files to be written, documents to be drafted, and things to be negotiated with the 6 house managers and clerks. She couldn't do it herself, nor should she ask her housekeeper or attendant to do it. In this case, she needs a special clerk to serve her when she needs to collect grain, build water conservancy projects, and call on the people to reclaim wasteland. She needs to negotiate with the head of the village or the people below, and the Yamen runners come in handy. This is equivalent to the exclusive secretary and clerk of the modern deputy mayor. As for the clerk, let's choose Zhang Wenhuan, Zhao Rushi said. As for the Yamen runners, is there a man named Chen Tao in the Yamen? If he is willing, then let him be. This Chen Tao volunteered after Yu Gang, according to the information provided by Xiaoling Yan and the information found by Yang Jie and others. This person is not bad. Okay. Lu Hongyu's attitude couldn't be better. He called Kai Yuzong and Li Li and asked them to hand over these matters to Zhao Rushi. Kai Yuzong and Li Li handed over the files and accounts of these 3 matters to Zhao Rushi one by one. And Zhao Rushi called Zhang Wenhuan to sort these things out. Having raised the white flag, Kai Yuzong also gave up struggling and asked his housekeeper to go to each room and tell him that no matter what files and accounts he was in charge of, as long as Lord Zhao wanted to see them, They should be brought out in time for Lord Zhao to see. And he was not allowed to shirk his responsibilities. Li was naturally unwilling to be outdone. And he personally went there. When Cai Yuzong's housekeeper and Li left, the whole government office was surprised. Everyone privately discussed, I didn't expect that in just 1 or 2 days. Lord Zhao made Lord Cai give up the grain supervision part, and agreed to let Lord Zhao see all the files and accounts. Who is this Lord Zhao? So powerful. What means did she use to make Lord Cai surrender? They didn't forget that when Li came, he fought with Cai Yuzong for a long time, but was defeated in the end. He could only take care of some thankless affairs, not to mention reading the files. And he was not given any time. Once, Lord Cai was ill, and it happened to be the autumn harvest, and the task of collecting grain was urgent. Lord Lu wanted Lord Li to take care of the mess for Lord Cai, but Lord Cai insisted on doing the work despite his illness, not giving Lord Li any chance. Yes, not only Lord Cai, but Lord Li also did this. He personally came to our house to remind us that we must do our best to follow Lord Zhao's instructions and provide whatever is needed. Lord Lu also responded to Lord Zhao's requests and gave him whatever he wanted. I have been in the government for decades, and I have never seen a lord in the government treat colleagues of the same level or lower level like this. It seems that her backers are very powerful. Come on, one said with a sneer. If her backers were powerful, Lord Cai would not have made things difficult for her from the beginning. Now she is submissive. I think it is because Lord Zhao is very powerful. An old official said, no matter what the reason is, this new lady is powerful. You should all be careful, and be careful not to be caught by her mistakes and killed as a warning to others. If you gossip about her and her servants find out, you will be punished. Everyone was startled, and quickly shut up and lowered their heads to work seriously. But they were still paying close attention to what Lord Zhao was doing. Lord Zhao called the managers of the household and workshops one by one, asking about grain, water conservancy, and military farming. After that, she stayed in the yamen and did not go out. But she moved out the files and accounts that the household moved a few days ago and replaced them with a new batch. The yamen watched Zhao Rushi move all the files and accounts of the yamen from room to room, and she spent more than 20 days looking at them. 20 days later, she asked Zhang Wenhuan and Chen Tao to return the files and accounts that they had borrowed. And then, there was no movement. It seemed that they had finished reading them. With so many documents, Lord Zhao only spent more than 20 days to finish reading them all. Everyone couldn't help but discuss again. They all knew now that Lord Zhao had read the materials from the past 5 years. There was a lot of materials from the past 5 years in room 6. Enough to pile up into a small mountain. If they were allowed to read so much information, even if they just browsed, it would take them at least half a year to finish reading it. You don't know, do you? Lord Zhao has a photographic memory, and his memory is quite good. Otherwise, how could she be so outstanding at such a young age? Amazing. Really amazing. After talking about Lord Zhao's profound background and powerful means, everyone discussed her intelligence again. Chapter 671 Checking the Accounts. When Zhao Rushi was in the capital, she was taught how to check the accounts by Gonluan. During this period, she used this knowledge to check the account books, focusing on the accounts of salt, grain, and river defense. It goes without saying that the 2 items of salt and grain are lucrative jobs, and you can make a lot of money by just scraping them. For the river defense, the government often allocates money to maintain and build river embankments. If you want to deduct part of the money, enrich yourself, and build shoddy projects, it is also easy to make money. Therefore, if Zhao Rushi wanted to hold Cai Yuzong and Chen Kan accountable, or even bring them down, she didn't need to spend much energy on other things. Just check these 3 accounts. She had a good memory and learned things quickly, but she still lacked experience, so she needed Gonluan to check. On the night when she moved the safe into her office, she asked Zhou Chun and Qi Feng to move things in and decorate it, using bookshelves to separate a private space. Through the books on the bookshelf and the vases and other objects placed on the bookshelf, she could vaguely see the people inside. In this area, she used her visual blind spot to enclose a small area with a screen of the same color as the wall, and placed a rectangular table inside, with 6 people sitting around it. If you don't go in and take a closer look, but look in from the doorway, through the bookshelf, everyone will only see her sitting there doing things, and will not notice the area separated inside. Zhou Chun and Qin Feng moved a lot of things from the Zhao mansion. In addition to this place, they also decorated the entire house with desks, chairs, tables, and other large items, vases, clocks, and various small items such as decorations, placed one by one, and replaced all the original things in the house. The whole room was completely renovated. The next day, people from the yamen passed by this room and saw that the style of the whole room was completely different from the simple yamen. It was like an elegant study room of a wealthy family. Everyone was amazed and felt that Zhao Rushi was indeed a lady from an aristocratic family. She had to tidy up the room so well when she came to the yamen to work. If it was a male official, everyone might gossip. But Zhao Rushi was born in a noble family and was a woman. As soon as she arrived at the yamen, she showed her strength. Therefore, everyone in the yamen, from officials to clerks, only sighed and talked about her wealth and elegance, but did not say anything bad. No one in the yamen, including Lu Hongyu and Kai Yuzong, discovered the little tricks Zhao Rushi had hidden when arranging the house. Before officially going to work, she had a good exchange with the 2 secret guards and Xiang Ming and the other 2, and confirmed that the 2 secret guards and Yang Jie could write and calculate, and could understand simple account books. So the next day after going to the yamen, she sat behind the bookshelf to read the files and accounts. When she saw an account that she felt was wrong, she passed the account book to the 5 people sitting in the compartment inside through the gap of the screen. The 5 people divided the work and copied down all the accounts. Qin Kong was naturally worried about handing these files and accounts to Zhao Rushi and Kai Yuzong. They were very worried that Zhao Rushi would find something in the account books. The main house at a row was where officials worked. Qin Kong would often come over when he had nothing to do, so the task was handed over to Kai Yuzong. So during the days when the files and account books of salt, grain, and river defense for the past 5 years were handed over to Zhao Rushi, Kai Yuzong would come out from time to time, and his housekeeper and attendants would often walk past Zhao Rushi's house and watch what Zhao Rushi was doing in the house. But what reassured them was that Zhao Rushi sat behind the bookshelf, carefully looking at the files and accounts, and did not copy them. While flipping through the files, she drank tea and ate snacks, looking relaxed and at ease. Zhou Chun, Ma Sheng, and Luo Shi, who Zhao Rushi brought with her, stood or sat in the outer room, quietly reading or staring blankly in boredom. What reassured them even more was that Zhao Rushi took the files and accounts of the Salt administration and finished reading them in just 3.5 days, and ordered the yamen runners to move the things back and return them to the household office in full. The files and accounts of grain affairs took a little longer, 5 days. But the files and accounts of grain affairs were more than those of salt affairs, so it was normal to spend more time with such a short time. Even if Zhao Rushi read them with a very serious attitude, she could only hastily flip through the files and accounts. She had no time and energy to carefully find the problems, let alone copy down all the problematic accounts. Not to mention that she was eating and drinking, and her attitude was not serious. Kai Yuzong and Qin Kong were relieved immediately. If Gan Luan knew about this idea, he would certainly sneer at it. Can Zhao Rushi's brain be the same as that of ordinary people? Her eyesight is even sharper than anyone he has ever seen. When she can see the problem, she only needs to glance at the account book to keenly detect the problem and pick out the fault. The account book copied by the 5 guards was brought back to the Zhao mansion and delivered to Gan Luan. Gan Luan originally came to play, but now he was pulled by Zhao Rushi to do hard labor. He did not think it was hard to read the account book every day, but he was happy with it, because it was so satisfying to teach a student like Zhao Rushi. He looked at the account books that Xiang Ming and his team had brought back the night before during the day, and when Zhao Rushi had finished her work and had dinner, he took out the account books and asked Zhao Rushi to take a quick look, and then asked her to tell him what was wrong with the account books. The results Zhao Rushi gave were similar to the problems he found. Even if there were omissions, she would not make the same mistake again after he told her how to check such problems. After checking all the accounts of the 3 affairs of salt, grain, and river defense, one learned with great interest, and the other taught with great pleasure, and also picked out a lot of handles on Kai Yuzong and Qin Kong. Gan Luan felt that teaching Zhao Rushi was much more interesting than following those 3 artists to see the scenery. Shi Wei, do you want to bring them down? Gan Luan asked, looking at the evidence of Kai Yuzong and Qin Kang's corruption and bribery that Zhao Rushi had written down on paper. Zhao Rushi said, I will tell my senior brother and see how they deal with it. If the two men tamper with the river defense, Zhao Rushi will definitely not let them go. This is a matter of life and death for the people. It is not known whether these two people still have conscience or are afraid of being investigated for responsibility. But they did not deduct funds from the above, and used all the money allocated from above on river defense. For this reason, Zhao Rushi also asked Gan Luan and Zhou Chun to take a look at the river embankment to confirm that the cross-river embankment was built very solidly. However, even if it is a small amount of greed, it is still greed. The two were still suppressed by Lu Hongyu, a capable minister. If he had a weaker boss or let Kai Yezong be the chief officer, he might have been able to get more greed. Chapter 672 found the well. Since she had met such a person, she would naturally report it to Wu Huixi. As for how Wu Huixi would deal with it, he felt that this phenomenon existed among officials throughout the Jin dynasty, and was not surprising. He did not need to deal with it, but would report it to the emperor. That was not something she could worry about. Gan Luan was afraid that she would write a memorial directly to the emperor, let the prince's family know, and cause trouble. Hearing her say this, he felt relieved. Girl, aren't you looking for a well? We went to a place today where there is a well with very sweet water. Maybe it's the well you are looking for. That night, Kong Sherlin and the other two came back and filled a bottle of water in a porcelain bottle for Zhao Rushi. Originally, Yang Jie and Lu Yun were looking for spring water, but later Zhao Rushi wanted to send them to copy the accounts, so she didn't let them go out to get information. But Kong Sherlin and the others heard her mention it, and when they went to play somewhere, they would ask the locals to see if there was any spring water. If they felt the water was good, they would bring her a bottle. After the upgrade, the system that had been ignored for a long time popped up at the right time. Host, I can actually help you find the spring you are looking for. With just 1,000 points, you can easily find the spring. No need to spend so much effort. Even though Zhao Rushi is busy with official business now, and has to chat with Kong Sherlin and others after leaving the court, she still practices a few words before going to bed. So for her, 1,000 points means the few words she practices before going to bed. But she doesn't want to manipulate the system. The upgraded system and the system before the upgrade are essentially the same. That is, they are all trying to earn points from her. So she can't open this loophole. Once the loophole is opened, the price of any big news in the future will definitely be too much for her to bear. In addition, when the system is not around, she will feel that it is very convenient to have the system, and will miss the days when she had the system. But now that the system is really back, she tries not to rely on it. Rely on people, and people will run away. Rely on mountains, and mountains will fall. If you rely on the system will eat you up, and make you a tool for it to earn points and upgrade. So it's not that she is stingy and unwilling to give more points to the system, but it's a matter of principle. 200 points for you to find out. Zhao Rushi bargained. System. It said depressively, I was not clear-headed at that time, and my IQ was about the same as a child. So I was fooled by you. Now I am sober. My IQ is normal, and the price of information is fixed. I can't bargain with you anymore. Forget it then, Zhao Rushi said, and stopped paying attention to the system. She put the water in front of her nose and smelled it. Kong hurriedly said, Don't worry, Miss Zhao. I have drunk this water before. There is no problem with it. Zhao Rushi usually drinks boiled water, and never touches raw water. Now that so many people are looking at her, and it was brought back by her master with great effort, she had to call Chi Feng to bring a cup. Pour a cup of water, and drink it slowly. It tasted very sweet. This water was indeed better than the water brought back by Kong Sherlin and others a few days ago. She thought of the letter she received from Xiaoling Yan last night. In the letter, Xiaoling Yan said that he had read the information about Danong and remembered that the spring was originally near a temple at the north gate of Danong. Although the time and space have changed, it is unknown whether the temple is still there, but we can follow this line of thought to find it. However, the matter of brewing wine is a long-term plan. Yang Jie and his men have no time, and the few guards in the mansion are also doing their own jobs. After reading the letter, Zhao Rushi did not immediately send people to find the spring. She asked, Where is this well located? We had heard that there was a Yufeng mountain outside the city with great scenery, so we planned to go there today. We walked for a long way out of the city before we realized that we seemed to have gone in the wrong direction. We were about to go back, but Nani Yin was not feeling well, so we asked passers-by, who said there was a nunnery nearby. So we turned in and asked Nani Yun to rest for a while. The tea served by his family was very sweet. And we found out that it was because of the water. The well was not far in front of the nunnery. Hearing Kong Sherlin's words, Xiao Ruodong looked a little uncomfortable. She followed Kong Sherlin and the others out today, and she felt uncomfortable in her stomach not long after leaving the city. Although Kong Sherlin and Zhou Wenbao are both old, there is still a difference between men and women. It is always embarrassing for her to say that she wants to find a toilet. Nani Yun then told Kong Sherlin that she felt uncomfortable in her stomach. Which gate did you leave the city from? When Zhao Rushi heard the name of the nunnery, she had a hunch that she had found the right place. North Gate, Kong Sherlin said. We went to take a look at the well, and found that there was a water hole in it that was bubbling water. I don't know why. But when the water came out, it seemed to be accompanied by light smoke, making the well water white like milk. We all think this is the water you described. Zhao Rushi was overjoyed and said, yes. This is the well I'm looking for. She asked again, what is the name of this well? Kong Sherlin shook his head, it has no name. And I don't know when it was dug. The monks in the nunnery can't tell clearly. When they built the nunnery, they chose that place because there was an old well here, so that they could get water nearby. Zhao Rushi smiled at Kong Sherlin. Thank you, Master. This is the well I'm looking for. If it weren't for you, I would have to spend a lot of time and energy looking for this well. Haha. It's good to find the well you want. Kong Sherlin smiled and waved his hand. Zhou Wenbao came over. Are you going to use the water from this well to make wine? Because Zhao Rushi said that someone mentioned that well in the Nanyang Chronicles. She wanted to use the water from that well to make wine. So among the 3 people who went out, Zhou Wenbao was the most active in looking for a well. Zhao Rushi nodded. I want to give it a try and see if I can make better wine than the wine that Chen Kong brought. When will it start? Zhou Wenbao asked again. Zhao Rushi couldn't help laughing. Not so soon. Buying land? Building a workshop? And then hiring a winemaker to try to make wine is not an easy task. It will take at least half a year. Zhou Wenbao was a little disappointed and reminded, you have to be quick. Be sure to call me when you are done. After accompanying Kong Sherlin and others to eat, everyone went back to the courtyard to rest. Zhao Rushi called Zhou Chunlai and said, go and ask who owns the land near the nunnery. Who does the well belong to? If possible, buy the land for me, even if the price is a little high. After buying it, the nunnery doesn't need to be moved. But you should make it clear to the nuns that the land will be used as a winery. If they find it noisy, I can pay them to buy another piece of land to build a nunnery, and then dig a well for them in the nunnery. If the girl is willing to pay for the resettlement of the nuns, then there will be no problem. Zhou Chen said. Chapter 673 Inquiry. When buying land, the most worrying thing is not the price, but the temples built by monks and nuns on the land. Wherever these monks want to build a temple, as long as it is not too much of a hindrance, the owner of the land will generally agree. After all, this is a matter of accumulating merit. Once the land wants to be resold, and the buyer wants to use it for other purposes, it will be very troublesome. It's not that the monks and nuns are reluctant to leave, but if they want to move, they will have nowhere to go without paying. And this approach will also damage their virtue. So most people are unwilling to do it. But it would cost too much to buy a new land and build a temple to accommodate them. So the buyer would rather buy a piece of land without a temple than be involved in such a matter. You'd better not come forward to inquire about the place and the business. You can ask Qian Buke to find a middleman to talk. Zhao Rushi also reminded. In addition, you tell the other servants to be careful in what they say and do, and never do anything out of line. And don't conflict with others. If you encounter something, you should endure it. If you can't endure it, come back and tell you. I recently checked the accounts of Kai Yuzong and Chen Kong, and I am worried that they will also find something to discredit my reputation. Zhou Chen shuddered and nodded. Don't worry, young lady. I will definitely discipline the servants and not cause trouble for you. Zhao Rushi nodded. Okay. Go. At this time, Kai Yuzong and Chen Kong were drinking at Chen Kang's house. Some time ago, both of them gave in to Zhao Rushi and had their own thoughts. But Zhao Rushi was checking the files and accounts during this period, and the two were uneasy. This mentality of sharing hardships made the two close again, and they spent more time drinking and discussing together. What's wrong? Have you found out? Is there anything we can do about her? Chen Kong poured a glass of wine into his mouth and asked Kai Yuzong. Local tyrants can only be local tyrants. and they can't swim to other places. So he can only rely on Kai Yazong to check the news in the capital, hoping to find some bad news about Zhao Rushi, so that they can do something about it. If Zhao Rushi finds something to use against them, at least they will not be helpless. Take this information to negotiate with Zhao Rushi, or directly fight back. Kai Yazong shook his head and said very depressedly, I just can't understand. This girl is so mature at such a young age. She has done a lot of things in the capital, teaching people from various provinces to paint, selling safes, and cooperating with others to open printing houses and textile factories. But she did everything cleanly, and she cooperated with big shots that we couldn't afford to offend. Chen Kang's mind moved and he raised his eyelids. Who did she cooperate with? Let's not talk about painting. It was directly ordered by the emperor. Although she also took money, officials from all factions in the capital kept silent and tacitly approved her behavior. Kai Yazong was depressed and poured a glass of wine into his mouth, and then picked up a peanut. When Chen Kang looked impatient, he continued, the safes were sold in partnership with the emperor. Mr. Ku Mu, Wu Huixi, Gong Chung, and Wu Zong. The printing house and textile factory were in partnership with Princess Shanda, and I heard that the emperor seemed to have invested in it. So we can't use these to discredit them. What about her personal morality? Chen Kang asked again. She is a girl. She has to study and take the imperial examination. She has to come into contact with men. Right? Are all the noble ladies in the capital city good at talking and not gossiping about her? Chen Kang has lived half his life and has been in the market. He knows the jealousy of women best. If there is a woman on the street who is more beautiful, more capable, or married better, these gossipy women will definitely use the most disgusting words to slander her in private. Zhao Rushi, with her status as a woman, surpassed the sons of those concubines and became the top scholar directly. She is the only one among the women in the capital. He doesn't believe that these women can say anything good about Zhao Rushi. Kai Yazong showed a strange expression. Really not? The princess and old princess of Jinan Palace, as well as Princess Shanda, all defended her very much. If anyone dared to say something bad about Zhao Jiwei, they would not send a banquet invitation to that family. Also, someone had made things difficult for Zhao Jiwei. He told the story of the Earl of Zhongqin, the Princess of Pingyang, the master and apprentice of Mei Zhongjuan, and others, and said, so I feel that this person is very evil. It stands to reason that she is a little girl, and the Earl of Swaping Palace is not a powerful noble. But those who have offended Zhao Jiwei have all had a bad end. Chen Kang felt a chill on his back. He raised the wine glass in his hand to his lips, but didn't pour the wine into his mouth for a long time. He put down the wine glass and asked, do you think she is a fairy from heaven? She is beautiful, but she is also so smart and powerful. Anyone who messes with her will end up in a miserable situation. When Kai Yazong heard what Chen Kang said, he felt that it made sense. It is very likely. He nodded. So, do you think we should go against her? Chen Kang said. Kai Yazong drooped his eyelids and didn't speak for a long time. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chen Kang said, I think we shouldn't do such tricks. Just send someone to keep an eye on her and her servants. If there is anything, we can feel more at ease with a handle in our hands. Don't let these out unless it is absolutely necessary and endangers our lives. In short, I think it's better not to provoke her. He raised his eyelids. If you insist on doing it, Lord Kai, I won't stop you. But don't implicate me. Kai Yazong's status and position are higher than Chen Kang. Although he had to rely on Chen Kang to do things after arriving in Nanyang, his mentality was somewhat superior. Hearing Chen Kang's words, he immediately became angry and said to Chen Kang with a dark face, it is not your turn to point fingers at how I do things. He stood up and walked away. Chen Kang looked at Kai Yazong's back with a gloomy face and did not move for a long time. Zhao Rushi finished reading the files and accounts, and then he had time to take over various affairs. The ancient officials' management of subordinates was different from that of modern times. In modern times, because of convenient transportation, superiors often notify their subordinates to come to the government office for meetings. In ancient times, not only was transportation inconvenient, but there were also robbers on the road, and it was not peaceful. In addition, the court had a rule that officials were not allowed to leave their place of office. Therefore, if the superiors had something to do, they would only send someone to send a notice, and would not call the lower officials to a meeting. If there was any major event, It was the superior officials who went down to inspect, rather than the lower officials, who came up to hold a meeting. If Nanyang were placed in modern times, it would be considered a county-level city. There are only 4 counties under its jurisdiction. And in addition, it also governs the border areas of Nanyang Prefecture, where there are more than 20 village heads. Zhao Rushi replaced Cai Yezong and Li Li in charge of grain, water conservancy, and military farming. Lu Hongyu had already sent a document to the 4 counties on the second day after Cai Yezong surrendered. The 23 village heads also received a notice from the Yamen runners, knowing that the 3 items of grain collection, water conservancy, and military farming were under the jurisdiction of the new Zhao. Chapter 674, Going to the Countryside. What? You are going to inspect the countryside? Mrs. Zhu looked at Zhao Rushi in surprise. Zhao Rushi nodded, as a parent official. I can't just sit in the government office and send people to do things. I have to contact the village heads in various places and learn about the grain planting, water conservancy, and land reclamation in Nanyang. Mrs. Zhu's lips moved, wanting to speak, but she looked up at Kong Sherlin and others, and swallowed the words that were about to come to her mouth. Mother, since I have chosen to be an official, these are what I should do. Zhao Rushi knew that Zhu had been educated as a lady from a noble family since she was a child. She might have some thoughts about her going to the countryside to deal with all kinds of people, and she was even more worried that she would suffer and encounter danger. Okay, go ahead. If Kong Sherlin and the others were not here, Zhu might still stop them and persuade Zhao Rushi not to go there in person, and to send Zhou Chun and others to go. But everyone was here, and Gan Luan was still a retired official. If she said that, it would be bad if it got to the emperor or other people. Even if Zhao Rushi was a woman, she had chosen to be an official, so she had to be like other male officials. She couldn't just sit at home every day without going out. Could she? Kong Sherlin also felt sorry for his little apprentice. But he was a man after all, and he knew Zhao Rushi's ambitions. So he just told her, bring more people with you and pay attention to your own safety. Zhao Rushi's eyes curved. Master, don't worry, she apologized. It's just that I haven't had time to play with you. Kong Sherlin waved his hand. You don't need to accompany me. But since your 3rd senior brother can't come, we plan to go to Linjiang Prefecture to see him in a few days. We will go back to Beijing after playing in Linjiang Prefecture for 10 days or half a month. Originally, Zhao Rushi had just taken office, and Kong Sherlin came to Nanyang again. Wu Zong should have come to support Zhao Rushi in the name of inspection, and visit Kong Sherlin by the way. But recently some things happened in Linjiang, and he was the newly appointed prefect. So he had to stay there to deal with it, and couldn't leave for the time being. He wrote to ask. And after knowing that Zhao Rushi had settled the interpersonal relationships in Nanyang with her own ability, he apologized and said that he could not come to Nanyang for the time being, seeing that it would be hot in June. Kong Sherlin planned to go back to the capital after visiting the 3 apprentices. Although Zhao Rushi was reluctant, she couldn't keep her master and others here. The 3 old people were old, and their families were worried if they stayed outside for too long. She said reluctantly, you left so soon. She looked at Xiao Ruodong. Sister Ruodong, you will also go to Linjiang with my master, right? Xiao Ruodong pursed her lips and nodded, with a trace of embarrassment on her face. I came with the gentleman, so I must go back with him. Otherwise, it is not safe for me to go alone. Kong Sherlin said, yes. Ruodong girl will go with us. I promised her father when we came out. I brought her out, so I must take her back when I go back. Otherwise the king of Jinan will not forgive me. An old man. Xiao Ruodong smiled. Thank you, Mr. Kumu. Zhao Rushi glanced at her, and did not continue talking about this topic. Instead, she brought up the local gifts they were going to bring back to the capital. She said, I have prepared some things. You can bring them to my 3rd brother for me. I will directly ask someone to load your portion and transport it to the capital, so that you don't have to take it to Linjiang and then back to the capital, which is very troublesome. After everyone went back to the courtyard to rest, Zhu called Zhao Rushi and whispered, I think it's better to talk to your master about the matter between the princess of Qingyang County and your 3rd brother. With his intervention, maybe it can work. Zhao Rushi shook her head and said, forget it. This kind of thing requires both parties to be willing. If my 3rd senior brother is not happy, it would be bad for my master to get involved. If it works, it's fine. If it doesn't, the elders of the Jinan Palace will know about it, and they will be very angry with my master and third senior brother. It's better to let Sister Ruodong and my third senior brother solve this matter by themselves. If there is a destiny, the two will be together. If there is no destiny, there is no need to force it. Zhu looked at her daughter, sighed, and stopped talking. There was another person in her family who was a headache, and she really couldn't spare the energy to worry about other people's affairs. After sending Kong Sherlin and others away, Zhao Rushi changed into a men's blue shirt, rode a horse and set off with Xiang Ming, Yang Jie, Lu Yun and Zhou Chun. She didn't go to the county, but only planned to walk around the surrounding villages. To contact the head of the village, she needed Chen Kong, a local snake, to introduce her. Otherwise, even if she said she was the Tongji of Nanyang, it was estimated that people would not pay attention to her. So she brought Chen Kong and his followers with her. Chen Kong was naturally very happy, and he was very attentive to Zhao Rushi along the way. Old man, are the rice seedlings growing well this year? It looks like there will be another bumper harvest in the fall. How many people are there in your family? How are you doing? Chen Kong watched Zhao Rushi greet the old men working in the fields in a familiar manner, speaking like a villager, and felt it was very strange. Isn't this Lady Zhao a noble lady? But how come the way she greeted the old farmer is better than him? He couldn't help asking Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun has gradually become a braggart in recent years. When Chen Kong asked, he told Chen Kong about how Zhao Rushi made the people of Bailu village live a good life. When Chen Kong heard it, the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Rushi changed. Are all the noble ladies in the capital the same as your daughter? He asked in a low voice again. Where? Zhou Chun laughed. He described the normal appearance of noble ladies in the capital and said proudly, she is the only one like my daughter. On the other side, Zhao Rushi chatted with the old man for a while, and then looked at the neat green rice seedlings and asked, how is the water use in your fields? You didn't have any disputes with other villages? Oh, don't talk about it. The old man sighed. At first, this man looked delicate and tender, like a young man from a noble family who had not yet reached adulthood, and the old man didn't want to pay attention to him. But Zhao Rushi asked to the point, and he couldn't help but open up. In fact, we don't lack water here, but the question of who uses water first and who uses water later is related to the face of the villagers. If you are the last one to use water every year, people will look down on you when you go out, saying that you have no blood, and it will be difficult for young men and women in the village to get married. So everyone has to fight every year. Most of the time, they just quarrel, and when they get angry, they have to fight. Zhao Rushi frowned. Has anyone been beaten to death in all these years? Yes. Our village is not bad. One person's leg was broken, and he became a cripple. But no one died. But didn't someone get beaten to death in Wangjia village last year? Won't the head of the village come out to take care of it? Zhao Rushi said. You have one head of the village in charge of several villages, right? Wouldn't it be okay for him to just divide the water among you and take turns to use it? Chapter 675 Wang Legion. Our village, and the two small villages above, are not managed by the same legion. The Lisangs also want to save face, so they let us fight. The old man sighed. There is a legion for every 110 households. This place is densely populated and has many villages, so it is normal to have two Lisangs. It's just that the legion should be the mediator of conflicts. But now he lets the villagers fight for water, which is really unqualified. Zhao Rushi turned around and glanced at Chen Kong. Chen Kong understood what Zhao Rushi meant, and there was a hint of sweat on his forehead. He personally selected the 23 village chiefs around Nanyang. Of course, in addition to whether the person is capable. This selection also depends on how much money he pays to him every year. This money was previously distributed to Kai Yuzong. So when he and Kai Yuzong encountered such problems, as long as they did not make too much trouble, they would turn a blind eye. But now that they met Zhao Rushi, it was a bit difficult to deal with. When they said goodbye to the old man and left the fields here, Chen Kong explained to Zhao Rushi, other villages do not have such problems. Only the villagers of these two villages have old grudges. There was a married woman in Wangjia village who was beaten to death by her mother-in-law in Huaishu village. The villagers came to seek justice, and the two sides clashed. The people of Wangjia village beat another person from Huaishu village to death. The two villages accumulated hatred, so they quarreled over trivial matters, and the village heads could not suppress them. It was not like what the old man said just now, that they let them fight for the sake of face. Zhao Rushi nodded, without comment. Seeing that Zhao Rushi did not ask any more questions, Chen Kong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking in his heart, even if Zhao Rushi was smart and had a background, what did it matter? After all, she was a young girl who had not experienced much of the world. If there was any problem, she could just say a few words to get by. Thinking of this, he heard Zhao Rushi say, "Let's go for a walk in the village." Zhao Rushi came here to see the fields, water conservancy, and land reclamation below, and also to meet these village heads. She had already met 3 village heads in the places she had visited 2 days ago. Therefore, Chen Kong was not surprised by her request. The area where they were standing belonged to Wangjia village. After walking for a while, the group entered Wangjia village. As soon as we entered the village, we saw a magnificent house. I don't mean it has the size and exquisite carved beams and painted buildings of Zhao Rushi's house in the city, but the high-walled green brick courtyard looks very magnificent among the gray mud brick houses. That's the home of Wang Haod, the head of the village, Chen Kong introduced. Zhao Rushi narrowed his eyes. His family is quite rich. Wang Haod's father, Wang Jiaxing, was a scholar. He worked as a shopkeeper in the capital for half his life. He saved money and returned to his hometown to buy land and build a house. So his house is better than others, Chen Kong said with a smile. Wang Jiaxing was well informed in the capital and was fair. After he returned to his hometown and settled down, the villagers elected him as the head of the village. After Wang Jiaxing died, Wang Haod was elected as the head of the village by the villagers. Many people in the village went to the fields, but there were still some old people and children in the village. Seeing a group of well-dressed people entering the village, everyone gathered around curiously. Someone recognized Chen Kong and saw him following a very beautiful person, male or female, diligently as if he was serving his master. An old man bravely asked curiously, "Chen Jingcheng, who is this nobleman?" Chen Kong did not hide it and replied, "This is the new Tongji Lord Zhao." Zhao Rushi bowed to everyone and said, "Hello, gentlemen and ladies." Before everyone could answer, a voice sounded in front. "Is it Chen Jingcheng in front?" Zhao Rushi looked up and saw a fat middle-aged man trotting over, with a warm smile on his face. No wonder the magpies chirped in the morning. It turns out that the adults in the government office are here. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, and finally his gaze stopped at Zhao Rushi. Chen Kong did not wait for him to speak, and hurriedly introduced, "Mr. Zhao, this is Wang Haod, the head of Wangjia village." He turned to Wang Haod and said, "Wang Lijing, this is the new Tongji Mr. Zhao." Wang Haod hurriedly bowed to Zhao Rushi, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, narrowed into slits with a smile. "Mr. Zhao, I am Wang Haod, the head of Wangjia village. I hope Mr. Zhao will take care of me in the future." Wang Lijing. Zhao Rushi smiled and raised her hand to return the greeting. The new Tongji Zhao Darren in Nanyang is a female official. It is estimated that this news has already spread to the ears of the Lijing. Zhao Rushi met several Lijing today. They didn't seem surprised at all that she was a woman and not very old. This Wang Haod was the same, except for the initial curiosity. He didn't show any clues afterwards. He led everyone into the house enthusiastically, asked the servants to serve tea and snacks, and then answered Zhao Rushi's questions. The two had just said a few words when there was a commotion outside the door. Wang Haod's friendly face suddenly darkened, and he said to the housekeeper standing beside him, "Go and see what happened." Zhao Rushi looked at Zhou Chun, and when she saw Zhou Chun nodded imperceptibly, she stood up and said, "I'd better go and see together." Without waiting for Wang Haod and Chen Kong to respond, she walked directly outside. "Hey, Mr. Zhao," Wang Haod called out, and when he saw Zhao Rushi walking out without paying any attention, he looked at Chen Kong for help, and Chen Kong nodded at him, then stood up and chased after him. At this time, many people were gathered outside the door, and in the middle of the crowd, a middle-aged couple was kneeling there crying, "Master, please help us." When Wang Haod saw these two people, his face became extremely ugly. He slowed down and left Zhao Rushi and his group behind, turned around and asked the housekeeper in a low voice with gritted teeth, "Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on them? Why did you let them run here to make trouble?" The housekeeper was panicked. "I sent all 3 servants out and tied them up in the cave in the back mountain. I wonder what the 3 servants are doing right now. Why did they let these 2 people go back?" Wang Haod's nose was crooked with anger. "You ask me. Who should I ask?" The housekeeper was about to go to the 3 servants to ask about the situation. But just as he raised his foot, he felt something was wrong and stopped. He looked at the 2 people kneeling at the door and asked Wang Hao, "Master, what should we do now?" Although Wang Hao was angry, he was not panicked. He ordered, "Tell the wife to give you 200 taels of silver notes and secretly give them to Qin Jingcheng." "Yes." The housekeeper took the order and quickly retreated to find Wang Hao's wife to get the silver notes. Chapter 676. Don't be nervous. Zhao Rushi had already stood in front of the couple and said, "I am the newly appointed prefectural governor Zhao Jiwei. If you two have any grievances, please tell us." Xiang Ming brought a bamboo chair from somewhere and placed it on the open space in front of Wang Hao's house. And Zhao Rushi sat on it. The kneeling couple quickly turned around and kowtowed to Zhao Rushi. "Please, Lord Qingtian, make the decision and give us justice." Zhou Chun had been with Zhao Rushi for so long that he knew that his daughter hated being treated politely. He hurried out to support the man and said, "Okay, stop bowing. Just say whatever you want to say." The man choked up and said, My daughter was forced to death by Wang Hao's son some time ago. Woohoo! Please help us, sir." After Wang Hao gave his instructions to the housekeeper, he stood there and watched everything coldly. Only then did he step forward and bow to Zhao Rushi, saying, "Sir Zhao, please allow me to report that things are not as he said." Upon hearing this, the woman who had been crying with her head down became anxious, and raised her head and said anxiously, "Sir, my daughter was really forced to death by his son. My daughter said she didn't want to get married, but his family forced her. And his son, his son also wanted to insult my daughter. And my daughter was forced to jump into the river and commit suicide." As she spoke, she burst into tears. The man also pointed at Wang Hao and said, "He also threatened us, saying that if we report to the authorities, he would make our whole family die without a burial place." Wang Hao could not help it, and bowed to Zhao Rushi, saying, "Lord Zhao, the situation is not as they said. My son did like his daughter, but we sent someone to propose marriage in a formal way. If they don't want to, just refuse, even if they are afraid of my family's power. They can at most move to the city to live. Why do they have to jump into the river to commit suicide? His daughter jumped into the river. Who knows if she did something shameful and couldn't face the world? Why did you blame my son? Don't think that you can blackmail me just because my family is rich." When the man heard this, his face turned red with anger, and he rushed over to hit Wang Hao, shouting, "You killed my daughter and want to tarnish her reputation. I will fight you." The servants of Wang Hao's family hurried forward to stop him. The man's arms were caught, and he wanted to kick Wang Hao. Wang Hao took a few steps back and saluted to Zhao Rushi, saying, "Master Zhao, everything I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask the villagers." He looked at the couple again, with disgust on his face, "And their daughter has been dead for more than 10 days. They didn't go to the government to complain, but only came to you to cry. I think their actions are not pure. They deliberately came to you to frame you, in order to achieve the purpose of blackmail. It is more likely that they were instructed by someone. I hope you can look into this matter and clear my family's name. Bah! Your family is still innocent. You bully others and do all kinds of bad things." The man was angry when he heard this, and rushed over to kick Wang Hao again, but was stopped in time by the Wang family servants. Chen Kong was handed several banknotes by the housekeeper of the Wang family. He secretly put them into his sleeves and squeezed forward to whisper to Zhao Rushi, "Sir Zhao, Wang Lijing is upright, fair in his work, and strict in his family management, and his son has always been mentally ill. It is absurd to say that his son forced the daughter of that family." Zhao Rushi ignored him and looked at Wang Hao and said, "You said they were instructed by someone. Who is this someone?" "This?" Wang Hao looked around and said with some embarrassment, "Sir, can I tell you in private?" When the couple heard that Wang Hao wanted to bring Zhao Rushi into the house, they hurriedly shouted, Sir, we were not instructed by anyone. We are telling the truth. Although his son is mentally ill, his brain is equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. He can bully people, and because he is ignorant, he does things without any consideration and has no idea of morality and shame." Zhao Rushi stood up and said to the couple, "Partial listening leads to ignorance, while listening to both sides leads to enlightenment. I can't just listen to your family's words and judge that Wang Lijing's family harmed your daughter. Right? Naturally, We have to listen to both sides. Wang Hao and Chen Kong were delighted when they heard this. Originally, they were worried that Zhao Rushi would be hard to fool. After all, it looked like she was not short of money, and she really wanted to gain experience by becoming an official. Such people were the most difficult to deal with, and giving money would not work at all. And with her intelligence and means, Chen Kong felt that ordinary rhetoric would not convince her at all. But now it seemed easy to deal with. Women are soft-hearted and weak-willed. After a while, she entered the door and asked Wang Hao's wife to come out and cry, and then bring out his stupid son to her. Even if she didn't completely believe it, she would never convict Wang Hao today. When they returned to the government office, Chen Kong helped to persuade them, and the matter was dropped. After all, in this kind of matter, it is not easy to distinguish clearly. As long as there is a chance to buffer, it will be easy to deal with. The couple probably understood this truth, and they were desperate. The woman collapsed to the ground and cried. Zhao Rushi glanced at the woman and said, "But since you said you want to listen to both sides, I just heard your two families arguing back and forth like a cartwheel, and I couldn't figure out the truth of the matter for several days. So I'll ask my guards to walk around the village and ask the villagers about the situation." She raised her hand and bowed to the crowd watching the excitement. "Please tell the truth. Don't let the good people be wronged. And don't let any bad people go. If you condone the bad people today, you will be bullied by the bad people tomorrow. I believe that the uncles and aunts understand this principle." She looked around and raised her voice slightly. "I am today's new champion, and I am also the newly appointed prefectural governor of Nanyang, taking over the affairs of Mr. Kai. You also know that new officials are the most motivated when they take office. So if any of you villagers are dissatisfied with Wang Lijing, just tell me when my guard asks. I promise that only my guard will know what you said, and it will not be leaked to make you retaliate. But this is the only chance. If you don't tell me this time, I won't believe it even if you tell me later. So if anyone is dissatisfied with Wang Lijing's family and wants to change the head of the village, just tell me. As long as the majority of villagers are dissatisfied with him, I will make the decision for you." Wang Hao and Chen Kong were completely dumbfounded. Just now they thought that this young lady was easy to fool, but they didn't expect her to do this. This was simply inciting the villagers to change the head of the village in front of Wang Hao. Chapter 677 seized the opportunity. Wang Hao couldn't figure out when he had offended this new master. "Not, sir." Wang Hao swallowed his saliva and didn't know what to say. "If you do this, Before he could think about how to phrase it, Zhao Rushi waved her hand and smiled warmly. "Don't be nervous, Wang Lijing. If you are just like what Chen Jingcheng said just now, upright, fair, and worthy of the villagers and your conscience, then what I do is just a formality. After all, I can't just listen to you and the couple's different opinions, right? I have to investigate the truth in the village. Don't worry, since you have done nothing wrong. Don't be afraid." She waved her hand and walked in. "Let's go. Let's go in. Don't you have something to say to me? What else can you say?" Wang Hao's chest was about to explode. How can this Lord Zhao be so careless in doing things? People say that officials protect each other. They are the village heads. Although they have no rank, they are also considered to be government officials. They worry about the government all day long and run errands for the government. In the end, they have to pay tribute to the adults, clerks, and yamen runners in the yamen. Even if they have no merits, they have worked hard. So they didn't kill or set fire to the place, which made the villagers complain. The people in the government office would always be biased towards them. But this Lord Zhao, without any mercy, instigated the villagers to change the head of the village. Isn't this too unruly? Chen Kong rolled his eyes, followed Zhao Rushi inside, and pushed Wang Hao, saying, "Why are you still standing there? Didn't the Lord say it? It's just a formality. We can't just listen to your own opinion and draw conclusions without investigation. Right?" Pushing Wang Hao and Zhao Rushi into the Wang family's gate, he raised his voice slightly and said, "Don't worry. As long as you don't do anything against your conscience, the adults will naturally protect you. After all, the adults have just taken office and are in charge of grain collection, water conservancy, and farming. Which of them can't rely on you village heads?" Zhao Rushi paused and turned back to look at Chen Kong. Chen Kong did not avoid it, and nodded to Zhao Rushi with a smile. Zhao Rushi turned back expressionlessly, entered the Wang family's main hall, and sat down in his original seat. She said to Wang Hao, "Okay, If you have anything to say, just say it. Wang Hao felt better after hearing Chen Kang's words. Thinking that Zhao Rushi was just going through the motions, he asked the guards to ask the villagers, and said those words just now, just to establish the image of a good official who is honest and upright in the hearts of the villagers. It is not really to replace the head of the village, and it is not intentional to punish him. He was very excited and told the grievances between him and the couple. The man in the couple was called Wang Dazhu, and the woman was Yuan. The couple only had one daughter, Wang Xian, who is 15 years old and very beautiful. Because they only had this one daughter, and she was spoiled since she was young, Wang Dazhu and his wife were reluctant to let her marry off. So they wanted to find a son-in-law. But the sons-in-law who could be lived in were all ugly. And Wang Dazhu and his wife looked down on them. So they have not yet engaged. And Wang Hao's youngest son had a fever when he was a child and his brain was damaged. So he only has the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child. He seemed to be normal in his speech and behavior. But you could tell from a little contact that his intelligence was not normal. Because of this reason, his son is 15 years old this year and has not yet been engaged. Because Wang Hao's family is well off. There are many people willing to marry into the family. But his son always thinks that the woman is not good looking and is angry and unwilling to marry. Once his son went out to play and met Wang Xian. And he wanted to marry Wang Xian. At this time, Wang's wife brought her son back and motioned her son to bow to Zhao Rushi, saying, "You see, my son's mind is like a 7 or 8-year-old child. What does he know about bullying men and women? I don't know if it was Wang Xian who seduced him when he went out to play. But when he came back, he insisted on asking us to marry Wang Xian for him." Zhao Rushi glanced at Wang Hao's son. His son and Wang Hao were like two copies of each other, with a chubby face, a chubby body, and narrow eyes. He listened to his mother's instructions and bowed to Zhao Rushi in a proper manner. He looked like a good boy even though he didn't move or talk. "Okay. Call him back. Don't offend Mr. Zhao," Wang Hao said quickly. He knew that Zhao Rushi was a girl of only 15 years old, the same age as his son, and he was worried that his silly son didn't know the etiquette and would offend the noble lady. But thinking about how she became the top female scholar and became an official of the 6th rank, while his son was stupid and foolish, and could do nothing except eating and drinking, he felt that God was unfair. Wang's wife quickly called her son back, and wiped her tears and said, "We are all from the same village, and we know the situation of Wang Dazhu's family. Think about it. The two children are the same age, and from the same village. Since it is difficult for his family to get married, maybe if we talk to him, he will be willing to marry his daughter to my family. Although my son is not smart, he is not really stupid, the family has money, and his daughter will not have to worry about food and drink after marrying in. And there will be servants to serve her, and she doesn't have to work in the fields. Many girls want to marry me, but I don't like them. I asked someone to propose marriage, but his family didn't agree. It would have been fine if they didn't agree. My family is well off, and my son is just a little naive. It's not like he can't find a wife." But after a few days, Wang Xian jumped into the river for some reason. Wang's wife raised her head and looked at Zhao Rushi expectantly. "I think there must be a reason for Wang Xian's death. It's just that Wang Dazhu and his wife wanted to cover up the scandal of their daughter and extort money. Or maybe they were instructed by someone. So they insisted that my family force their daughter to death." Zhao Rushi said, "You said someone was behind it. Do you have a clear suspect?" Wang's wife turned to look at her husband. Wang Hao said quickly, "I suspect one is Wang Fuyun from the village, and the other is Sun Zhengbao, the head of Huaishu village." He further explained, "Wang Fuyun's son passed the exam to become a scholar 2 years ago, and his family has some money. Since his son passed the exam to become a scholar, he has coveted the position of head of the village. Huaishu village has always had old grudges with our village. Sun Zhengbao and I have never gotten along. It is possible that he wants to take advantage of the adult's visit to the village to let Wang Dazhu and his wife blame me for their daughter's death. Wang Dazhu's wife is from Huaishu village." The couple's argument was well-reasoned and well-founded. If Zhao Rushi hadn't asked Zhou Chun to hire those idle men in the city to inquire about the situation in each village when he was looking at the files and accounts a few days ago, he would have been deceived by the couple. But Zhao Rushi didn't expose it, and nodded, "Okay. I know the situation. When my guard comes back, I will listen to what the villagers say and make a decision on this matter." Wang Hao and Chen Kong exchanged glances. Chapter 678 Rejection. Lord Zhao. It's getting late, and it's almost time for lunch. I'll ask my wife to prepare lunch. You and Chen Jingcheng can have some simple food at my house, Wang Hao said with a smile. Wang's wife also said quickly, yes. Yes. Although we have simple food in the countryside, the advantage is that the ingredients are fresh, and the taste is not bad. It just so happens that there is a small river fish, which is a unique fish here. It is very delicious when made into soup. Because it grows in the cracks of the rocks, people need to swim to the bottom to catch it, which is very difficult to get. It just so happens that my eldest son's in-law has sent a pound of it. I will prepare it for you in a while, and I will make sure it is clean, so that you can also know that we have good things in the countryside. Chen Kong laughed and said, you don't know that the wife of Wang Hao's family is a chef in the capital. She has learned good cooking skills since she was a child, and she is very particular about cleanliness. In the past, whether it was the adults of Linjiang Prefecture or the adults of Nanyang Prefecture who came here for inspection, they would specially stop by his house for dinner. Mrs. Wang's cousin's husband is the governor of the Linjiang Prefecture, so Mrs. Wang's superb cooking skills are well known in the Linjiang Prefecture. After Zhao Rushi arrived in Nanyang, she often did things that were beyond people's expectations. This time when she went to the countryside, she didn't expect to encounter the matter of Wang Daju. Chen Kong was unsure about her attitude and couldn't help but reveal the bottom card of Wang Hao's family. These days, Zhao Rushi went to the countryside and never ate at the village head or other people's homes, but went back to her carriage to eat dry food, and her attendants did the same. Chen Kong didn't know whether she was dissatisfied with the poor cooking or the uncleanness of the food. Anyway, no matter how the village chiefs kept her food, she refused to accept it. If she was willing to eat here, Chen Kong felt that he could put his mind at ease. Although the governor of the prefectural government was only a minor official of the 9th rank, he was still the governor of the prefectural government, and the Wang family had someone above him. Zhao Rushi's senior brother Wu Zhongzhong was a newcomer, and had to rely on local officials to do things. Maybe Zhao Rushi was willing to give the Wang family some face for this reason. Thinking of this, Chen Kong had a headache. This lady's backing was too strong. If she didn't give face to the Wang family, he and Kai Yozong would be helpless. No! Zhao Rushi waved her hand and refused. We came to inspect and act impartially. If I eat at your house, even if I deal with your matter fairly later, the villagers will think that I am biased towards you. This is not good. Hearing the latter words, Wang Hao and his wife, who felt disappointed because Zhao Rushi refused to eat, had some hope again. Maybe the new Lord Zhao is particularly concerned about his reputation as an official, and even if he is just going through the motions, he has to do it in a way that will not be criticized. After saying this, Zhao Rushi stood up and said, I will go back to the carriage first. If Chen Jingcheng wants to eat here, he can do so. She bowed to Wang Hao and walked out. Lu Yun hurriedly followed. Chen Kong, who already knew Zhao Rushi a little, was not as optimistic as Wang Hao and his wife. When he was thinking about how to plead, he saw Zhao Rushi leading him and went out. He hurriedly followed him out, saying, No, no, the Lord is eating dry food. How can a villain eat here? Zhao Rushi ignored him, left Wang's house, and went straight to the village. Their carriage was parked in an open space at the village. Chen Kong wanted to catch up with Wang Hao and say a few words of favor to him, but he didn't know what was going on with Wang Hao, and he wasn't sure if Zhao Rushi's anger would burn him after he said the favor. Although he valued Wang Hao very much because of his relationship with Mrs. Wang's cousin's husband, but Zhao Rushi was too powerful, had a bad temper, and did things according to his own temperament, without paying attention to the rules of the underworld. He really didn't dare to take risks with his future. Just imagine, if he displeased Zhao Rushi, this lady would lose her temper and want to dismiss him from his post, from the prefectural capital to the state government. Who could stop him? He said he was a local tyrant with deep roots. But if Zhao Rushi dismissed him and picked someone from the local area to replace him, whoever the village head was dissatisfied with would be dismissed. And it was guaranteed that the people below would be better at changing their attitudes according to the situation than anyone else. Thinking over and over again, he didn't dare to say a word until Zhao Rushi walked to the head of the village and got on the carriage. When Zhao Rushi went out, she not only brought the 3 guards Xiaolingyan gave her, but also Luo Shi. But Luo Shi did not go with her, but stayed in the carriage and waited. Zhao Rushi's carriage was brought from the capital, which was the one she usually used when traveling between the capital and Baining. At that time, Zhao Rushi modified the carriage inside and out for comfort. There was no heat island effect in ancient times, and it was only May at this time, so the weather was neither cold nor hot. When they set out in the morning, Zhu Shi specially asked the kitchen to make some small pies and some cakes, as well as some cold dishes for Luo Shi to take. At this time, Luo had already boiled tea with a small stove in the car. Eating these pies and cakes with hot tea was also very delicious. Zhao Rushi asked Luo to send a portion to Chen Kong as usual, and she sat in the car and ate it with relish. While eating, she was thinking whether she should copy the instant noodles. Isn't there a heroine in a time travel novel who won the love of the emperor or the prince because of the copy of instant noodles that helped the soldiers win the battle? For the title, she can also copy it. During this period, Wang's wife brought a maid to deliver food to Zhao Rushi, but was stopped by Luo. After Zhao Rushi finished her meal and took a short rest, the guards who went to inquire about the news came back and reported the news they had collected to Zhao Rushi one by one. Because of the difference between men and women, Chen Kong did not dare to park his carriage next to Zhao Rushi's carriage, but parked it more than 10 meters away. At this moment, seeing Zhao Rushi's guards coming back one after another, he was not very anxious because he had made up his mind not to care about Wang Hao. After hearing the last guard's words, Zhao Rushi ordered the guard, "Take a gong and go to the village and knock it to get them here." Hearing the gong, Wang Hao, who had been paying attention to the movements here, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He avoided Zhao Rushi's sight and went to Chen Kong to inquire about the news. Chen Kong was pestered by him and came to Zhao Rushi and said, "Master Zhao, how do you want to deal with Wang Hao?" Zhao Rushi glanced at Wang Hao standing in the distance, then looked at Chen Kong and said, "Do you know what he did in the village?" Chen Kang's heart skipped a beat. Although everyone in Wangjia village was surnamed Wang, they were not from the same clan, and were divided into 2 or 3 factions. Since Wang Hao gained power, he had done many immoral things. For example, he wanted to connect his fields into one piece, and used various means to force the villagers to sell their fields. He also used tough means to suppress people from other factions. Many people in the village were extremely dissatisfied with him, but because of his wife's cousin's husband, Tai Yazong, and he turned a blind eye to this matter, and the villagers had to swallow their anger. Chapter 679 Dismissal. After the villagers expressed their dissatisfaction to the guard, they were waiting for Zhao Rushi to call them. When they heard the gong, they all gathered around. Chen Kong had already made up his mind not to care about this matter. Seeing that Zhao Rushi ignored him after asking only this one question, he looked back at Wang Hao, did not ask any more questions, and did not go back, but stayed beside Zhao Rushi. "I have heard everyone's opinions from the guard." Zhao Rushi saw that most of the villagers had arrived, so he said, "It seems that everyone is very dissatisfied with Wang Hao as the head of the village." She listed several things Wang Hao did to the villagers, saying, "In view of everyone's dissatisfaction with him, and having listened to everyone's opinions, I have decided to remove Wang Hao from his position as the head of the village and replace him with Wang Fuyun." The villagers all showed joy on their faces. In addition, Wang Hao's son forced and humiliated Wang Daju's daughter, causing her to commit suicide. Wang Hao is required to compensate Wang Daju and his wife with 50 acres of high-quality land. This must be carried out immediately, and the transaction must be completed in front of me. Zhao Rushi said this and looked at Wang Hao. If Wang Hao is dissatisfied with this punishment, he can go to the government office to file a lawsuit against Lu Zhizhou. When the villagers heard this, they all looked at Wang Hao, but saw Wang Hao standing there with his mouth half open and eyes wide open, looking unbelievable. Some people who were extremely dissatisfied with Wang Hao snorted and said, "It's what he deserves. He has come to this day." Someone nearby quickly poked him with his elbow and whispered, "Shut up." They were all worried that the young lady didn't know Wang Hao's background and hastily removed Wang Hao. When Wang Hao's relatives in the government office interceded for him, he became the village head again. In this case, anyone who said bad things about Wang Hao in public would definitely suffer his revenge. Wang Hao's heart was as sharp as a needle hole, and he would take revenge for any slight. He had punished people who had a grudge against him before. Others who were standing far away felt sorry for Wang Xian after hearing what Zhao Rushi said. A living person only had to compensate 50 acres of land, which is too bad. Alas, you can't say that. The person next to him said, Xianjier was not beaten to death by Wang Sanner, but committed suicide. Lord Zhao can only sentence her like this. Let Wang Hao's stupid son go to jail. What else can Wang Daju and his wife get except a sigh of relief? Now with these 50 acres of land. Even if Wang Daju and his wife are too old to work, the food they get from renting out can support their old age. Lord Zhao's sentence is also for the good of Wang Daju and his wife. After hearing what Zhao Rushi said, Wang's wife squeezed into the crowd and knelt in front of Zhao Rushi, crying, "Lord, you can't listen to their nonsense. The villagers all saw that my family was living a good life and were jealous of us. So they always said bad things about my family. Xianjie committed suicide. Not my family beat her to death. How can you judge like this?" Chen Kong saw that Zhao Rushi didn't pay attention to him, thought for a while, walked to Wang Hao, who looked gloomy, and stuffed the banknote that Wang's housekeeper had stuffed into him back to Wang Hao, whispering to him, "Mr. Zhao has a very strong backing, and the new prefect of Linjiang Prefecture is her senior brother, and Mr. Liu and Mr. Kai can't beat her. Listen to my advice. Call your wife back, and honestly compensate Wang Daju with 50 acres of land. Otherwise, even if you sue Lord Liu, you will lose more than today." At the beginning, Xiaoling Yan's men came to inquire about the news and said that Chen Kong was loyal, and it was reflected today. If it were someone else, now that Wang Hao has lost power, even if he is someone in the government office, he is doomed to fail. It would be good if he didn't step on him. How can you spit out what you have eaten? But Chen Kong saw that Wang Hao was going to be in trouble. Not only did he lose his position as the head of the village, but he also had to pay for 50 acres of high-quality farmland. He immediately returned the banknotes that Wang Hao had given him, and was willing to give him some advice. He was considered to have some conscience. Wang Hao also knew Chen Kang's character very well, and knew that he had good intentions. He said in grief and indignation, "I just can't accept it." Chen Kong didn't dare to say anything more to Wang Hao, and only said, "This is all I have to say. You can decide for yourself." As he said that, he quietly returned to Zhao Rushi's back. On the other side, how could Zhao Rushi be willing to argue with Mrs. Wang? She ignored Mrs. Wang and said to Xiang Ming, "Go and tell Wang Hao what I mean again. If he is unwilling to compensate for the 50 acres of land, I will report to Lord Liu when I return to the government office and ask the criminal department to handle this matter." Xiang Ming went over and told Wang Hao what Zhao Rushi had just said. Although Wang Hao was unwilling, he still walked over and bowed to Zhao Rushi, thinking of Chen Kang's words, "I am willing to compensate for the land." Then go home and get the land deed now. Mrs. Wang was so shocked that she stopped crying when she saw her husband went back to get the land deed obediently, and didn't dare to resist at all. Wang Hao did not delay, and quickly went back to get the land deed, and gave 50 mu of good land next to him to Wang Daju. During this period, Zhao Rushi called Wang Fuyun and told him some things. Seeing that Wang Hao and Wang Daju had completed the transaction, they went back home. Before leaving, Zhou Chen said to Wang Daju, "It's still early now. Why don't you go back to the government office with us and register the land deed directly at the government office?" Wang Fuyun also went with us to the government office. Wang Daju thanked him profusely and followed Zhao Rushi and his party to the state. Mrs. Wang complained to her husband as soon as she got home. "Why did you give away the land so easily? That's 50 acres. And your position as the head of the village." "No. I have to go find my cousin." She stood up and asked the servants to prepare the car. "Stop." Wang Hao stopped her. "Don't worry." He took out the banknotes that Chen Kong had stuffed back, put them on the table, and repeated what Chen Kong had told him about Zhao Rushi's strong background. Mrs. Wang swallowed back the complaints she hadn't said yet, and cried sadly, "Is it really over? How are we going to live in the future?" Wang Hao sighed. "I'll go to Qin Jingchen to ask later." When it was almost time to leave the court, Wang Hao took some gifts, and went to Chen Kang's house to wait. As soon as Chen Kong entered the door, he couldn't wait to ask, "Qin Jingcheng, is there any room for me to turn this around?" Chen Kong told him about Zhao Rushi's backstage one by one, and advised him, "A new official will do 3 things when he takes office, and you may be caught by her as an example." He suspected that Zhao Rushi had known about Wang Hao for a long time, and had already made up his mind to remove him, and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Otherwise, how could he be so decisive, and replace the head of the village, just by listening to a few words from the villagers? The matter of Wang Daju and his wife was also very coincidental. Wang Hao had his servants capture them in the back mountain, and let them escape. He said his guess and said, I can't help you with this matter. The same goes for Lord Kai. If you are unwilling, go to Lord Kai to ask. And then go to the government office to ask Lord Yu to see if he can speak for you. Lord Yu is the cousin-in-law of Wang's wife. Chapter 680. Can it be connected to the modern network? Wang Hao did not give up. After leaving Chen Kang's house, he went to Kai Yuzong's house. In the end, Kai Yuzong just laughed him off, saying that the matters related to the village head, such as grain collection, water conservancy, and military farming, were all handed over to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi wanted to change the village head, and he had no choice. Wang Hao originally believed what Chen Kang said, and seeing Kai Yuzong like this, his heart sank. But he finally went to the city the next day. Brother-in-law, I have advised you before that the people in your village are all from the same clan, and no matter how you want to make money, it is best not to offend the villagers of the same clan too much. You just don't listen. This time, I can't help you. Do you know how many people have suffered since the new prefect, Lord Wu, came to the prefecture? He came from the Dali Temple, and he is very observant. Nothing can be hidden from him, and he can't tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. And he has a very strong backing. Even if those Tongji and Tompan have connections in Beijing, how can they compare to Mr. Kumu? He can come and go in the palace at will and drink with the emperor every day. When something happens, he doesn't need to say it. As long as he shows some displeasure, the emperor will ask people to investigate and settle the matter. Now everyone in the government office is in danger. I am just a small official, your brother-in-law, and I can't even touch the prefect. If you are right in this matter, for you, I will go to the prefect to speak for you even if I have to risk my life. But you are not right. After hearing these words, Wang Hao gave up completely. When he returned home, he told his wife about the matter. The couple dared not to toss and turn, restrain the people at home, and behaved honestly. More than 20 Lijing and Nanyang knew that Wang Hao had someone above him and knew that he was removed. So they were waiting to see how he would deal with it. In the end, he went to the capital for a visit, and after returning, he stayed at home without moving. Everyone knew how powerful the new Lord Zhao was. Therefore, when Zhao Rushi went to the countryside to inspect, the attitude of the village heads was extremely respectful, and everyone responded actively to her orders. In addition to Wang Hao, she also dismissed 2 village heads, and the 2 village heads did not dare to say a word. Not only the village heads, but also the county magistrates of the 4 counties were watching the dynamics of the state government. Zhao Rushi's various actions were heard by them, and her background was also clearly understood by them. From now on, do everything that Lord Zhao has instructed you to do well, and don't be perfunctory, let alone disrespect Lord Zhao. Otherwise, I will deal with you. The county magistrates all told their subordinates. Zhou Chun talked about these things and said to Zhao Rushi with a smile, it was the girl who directly took action against Wang Hao. Otherwise these people would not be so worry-free. If it weren't for his girl, if it was another official who had no background in the capital and the prefecture, he would have no way to deal with Wang Hao. Even if his cousin's husband was only a 9th-rank official, he was still an official of the higher-level government, and the lower-level officials had to give him some face. Although Wang Hao was a bully in the village and did things that were not righteous, what he did not violate the criminal law, so the officials had to turn a blind eye. It was for this reason that Wang Hao's family acted recklessly. It was unfortunate that Wang Hao met his daughter this time. How did you find out about the land I asked you to buy? Zhao Rushi had been running to the countryside every day recently, and had not paid attention to the winery. Now that she had finally visited more than 20 villages around Nanyang, she asked about the winery. Of the 3 matters she was in charge of, grain collection was done in autumn, and water conservancy and farming were done in winter, when the farmers were not busy. As soon as she took over, she spent almost a month and took the trouble to walk around the land around Nanyang. Of course, she did not want to criticize the village heads, but to observe the water conservancy and wasteland conditions. Nanyang is rich in water resources, but there are also places with high terrain where water cannot be drawn. After this tour, she planned to draw a water conservancy distribution map and make a plan based on her own ideas and the difficulties raised by the village heads. When the farming season was slack in winter, she would recruit corvée laborers to build water conservancy projects. She would dig ditches where ditches were needed, and build water wheels where water wheels were needed. She would make sure that ditches were spread all over the fields, so that the farmland could be irrigated better. As for the land to be reclaimed, She was also optimistic about it. There was still a large area of forest in Nanyang. In modern times, these forests could not be cut down to become fertile fields, and it would be good if they were not converted from farmland to forest. But this problem did not exist in ancient times. The land of Dajin was vast and sparsely populated. Although there was a large area of forest, there was a lack of people to reclaim land, and even more of a lack of food. Nanyang is close to the capital, and the land is fertile and flat. It would be a pity not to build it into a granary. Zhao Rushi planned to write a letter to Xiao Lingyan to discuss with him how to improve the farm tools so as to better reclaim the wasteland. At the same time, she wanted to submit a memorial to Xiao He to see if she could strive for some preferential policies to increase the enthusiasm of farmers to reclaim wasteland. However, she could only make plans for these now. And if she wanted to implement them, she had to wait until the winter when the farmers were not busy. What she can do now is to conduct winemaking experiments. That piece of land is originally wasteland. If you want to buy it, you just need to pay a certain fee to the government office, Zhou Chen said. Zhao Rushi stood up when she heard it. Come on. Let's go and have a look. She went out of the city and walked around the nunnery. She found that there was a dirt mountain here, covering an area of several dozen acres. The nunnery was located at the foot of the mountain. The mountain was full of thorns and trees, and it was where people in the city cut firewood. Although buying this mountain can open up wasteland and plant fruit trees, it is too much effort to clear the trees on the mountain, and the gain is not worth the loss. The people in the city also lost a place to chop wood. Zhao Rushi gave up the idea of buying it and said to Zhou Chen, just buy this piece of land at the foot of the mountain. You negotiate with the nunnery first, and then go to the government office to buy the land. Just register my name. Yes, Zhou Chen replied. Back in the carriage, Zhao Rushi called the system. System, do you have the recipe for Danyang Fenggang wine? Since the last time, the system said it would help her find information. The two of them failed to reach an agreement on the price, and the system has not made any sound since then. Zhao Rushi was very busy and wanted to leave the system alone for a while, so she ignored it. Zhao Rushi called out, and the system replied after a while, no. Some things are all on the light screen. Can you find out about modern technology? Zhao Rushi asked. System. No. Zhao Rushi heard the hesitation in its words and quickly encouraged it. Try it. Maybe it will work. Since you can bring me to ancient times and modern times, your light waves may also be able to travel through time and space and connect to the modern network. You haven't tried this method of obtaining points yet, right? It doesn't cost anything. Just a little energy. Why don't you try it? Chapter 681 News about the second house. The system was moved by Zhao Rushi's words. It felt that it was always controlled by Zhao Rushi, just because the things it had were not what she urgently needed. If it could enter the modern network system and get what she wanted, then her current points would not only belong to her, but she would also work hard to earn points to buy things. It said, okay, I'll try. But going back to the modern era to get information is different from going back to the ancient times. It consumes more energy. If you give me too few points, it won't be worth it. So this recipe requires at least 50,000 points. If I consume too much energy, the points will have to go up. If you agree, I'll give it a try, otherwise forget it. Zhao Rushi was immediately delighted. She just said that, thinking that the system could not find out the news of the modern times. But she didn't expect the system to give her such an answer. Before Xiao Lingyan went to the border, she was so worried that she didn't know whether the recovery pills would be effective when taken when his life was in danger, or if they would be effective if taken beforehand. After taking it, Xiao Lingyan said that she felt no change in her body, and did not feel that she was stronger than before. Later, she thought that this was a recovery pill, not a tonic pill, and it should only be taken when life is in danger to enhance immunity. Therefore, even if she later saved enough points, she did not buy this pill for her master and grandmother, so she has not spent points for so long. And now there are almost 200,000 points in her account. Moreover, she has earned a lot of points in both painting and calligraphy, so it is easier to earn points. If I can get a wine recipe by spending 50,000 points and benefit the people of Nanyang, it's not a loss. She said, okay, but we have to make it clear in advance that you can't just search for an incomplete wine recipe on the internet and give it to me. If you sell me the recipe, you must teach me how to make the same taste of the sealed jar wine I drank in modern times. In addition, you must give me some news about my family and Xiaoling Yan's family to see what happens to me and his family after we pass away. That's no problem, the system said. After the two sides agreed on the price, the system did not speak again. Probably because it went to get information. Zhao Rushi returned home with anticipation. Zhu asked the maid to prepare bathing water and clothes for Zhao Rushi, and asked distressingly, "Didn't you say that you have finished the inspection and will not go to the countryside?" "Well, if nothing special happens, I will not go to the countryside in the near future. I just went to see the place where the winery was built," Zhao Rushi said. Zhu was relieved. After Zhao Rushi took a bath and sat at the table, she said, "Your eldest brother in the capital has sent a letter." Zhao Rushi drank a spoonful of soup, raised his head and asked, "What did he say?" Zhu's expression was very strange. He said that the night before yesterday, a sedan chair came to the door, and your fourth sister took the maid and left. When the doorman found something wrong and reported it to your second uncle and eldest brother, they wanted to ask Ryu what happened, but they found that Yujie and Fushu were both knocked unconscious in the room. Zhao Rushi almost spit out a mouthful of soup. Cough, 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 cough. Zhu was startled and was about to stand up when she saw Qi Feng coming forward to pat her back. Zhao Rushi had also recovered. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Okay, I won't say anything. Eat well. Let's talk after dinner." In the past, the Sweeping Marquis mansion also emphasized don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. But after Zhao Rushi came and separated the family, because they went out early and came back late, the family could only get together and talk during dinner time. Under Zhao Rushi's leadership, everyone developed the habit of talking about things at the dinner table. "Mother," Yu said, "I just don't want to drink the soup," Zhao Rushi said, seeing her daughter's eyes sparkling and gossipy face. Zhu couldn't help but laugh. Later, your second uncle and his men called a doctor to wake up Yujier and her servant. Only then did they know that the second son of Pingnan Marquis had agreed to take Yujier as a concubine and brought a sedan chair to pick her up. Yujier was worried that your second uncle and eldest brother would scold her, so she planned to leave a letter and get on the sedan chair quietly. As a result, I don't know what your fourth sister was thinking. She knocked Yujier unconscious and got on the sedan chair herself. At this point, Zhu's face was full of emotion. I really don't know how to say the two sisters. They gave up being the wife of a flat-headed man and went to be a concubine, and gave such a thing. Yujier is stupid, but she has been with the second son of Pingnan Marquis for so long, and is willing to suffer for him. If she marries into Pingnan Marquis' mansion, the second son of Fu will also treat her well. I just can't understand why Ruijier does this. Zhao Rushi was silent and didn't speak. At the beginning, she recalled the plot when she traveled through time, but later she and Xiaoling Yan escaped. And now she rarely thinks about the original work. When the substitution marriage incident happened, she suddenly remembered that in the original novel, when Zhao Ruyu was about to marry Fu Yunlang, Zhao Ruwei was madly jealous and tried to drug Zhao Ruyu so that she could marry in her place. The heroine's halo was invincible, and Zhao Ruwei's trick was naturally seen through by Zhao Ruyu. In the end, Zhao Ruyu got on the bridal sedan as she wished and married Fu Yunlang, while Zhao Ruwei was retaliated by Zhao Ruyu, and her marriages were repeatedly unsatisfactory. In the end, it was Zhu who made the decision and married her to a scholar from an ordinary family. Now, is Zhao Ruyu taking revenge on Zhao Ruwei? Zhao Rushi would never believe that Zhao Ruyu didn't mean it. Although she didn't know how many points Zhao Ruyu spent on the beauty pills, the price would definitely not be lower than hers, even if Zhao Ruyu's piano skills were at a higher level, and the points she got from playing a piece were better than her initial calligraphy practice. It would not be easy to earn so many points. She spent so much time and energy on becoming beautiful. It was impossible for her to make herself worse than in her previous life, and be willing to be a concubine to Fu Yunlang, who could no longer become the Marquis of Pingnan and had changed his mind. So she set a trap to let Zhao Ruwei fall into it. What happened next? She asked. When Second Master Fu found out that the person carried into the mansion was not Zhao Ruyu, didn't he ask someone to carry Zhao Ruwei back? Your eldest brother didn't write it in the letter, so I guess Second Master Fu left her in the mansion, Mrs. Zhu said. She guessed that Zhao Ruwei had drugs in her hand that could knock out Zhao Ruyu and her servant, and she could definitely drug Second Master Fu. Since Zhao Ruwei had managed to get on the bridal sedan, she would not allow herself to be sent back. But Zhao Jingli couldn't write about these dirty tricks in the letter, and she couldn't tell her daughter, who was still in the boudoir. Zhu's guess was exactly what Zhao Rushi thought. She smiled and said, Zhao Rurui got what she wanted. Since she wants to be a concubine, let her do it. Don't pay attention to her when she returns to Beijing. When she was at home, she would maintain a little dignity in order to get you to arrange a good marriage for her. Now that she is not married to her satisfaction, she might throw it all out and make a scene in front of you and grandmother, asking you to add more dowry for her. Chapter 682. The system is back. When Zhao Rushi mentioned this, Zhu's face changed and she said, this damn girl. Maybe she will go back to your second uncle and your eldest brother to cry for a dowry. Your second uncle and your eldest brother are both soft-hearted. Who knows how they will blackmail her? Zhao Rushi nodded. That's for sure. How can she be willing to suffer a loss and not have a dowry? Not only does she want it, she also wants more. However, with Zhao Ryu around, Zhao Rurui might not give much dowry even if she makes a fuss. Thinking of Zhao Jingli's character, Zhu sighed. Why didn't she and Zhao Yuanqiu doubt Zhao Jingli's background? The main reason is that Zhao Jingli's character is too similar to Zhao Yuanqiu's. They both value family affection and are very tolerant of brothers and sisters. They would rather suffer losses than wrong their brothers and sisters. Such a character is fine if the brothers and sisters have good character, but if they meet the worst, they will suffer a lot. But I think Miss He's character is one that can stand firm. I feel relieved that she is taking care of your brother, said Zhu. Zhao Rushi glanced at Zhu and said, they are your brothers and sisters. He doesn't step forward and hides in the back. How can you ask your sister-in-law to step forward and be the bad guy? Women who marry into the family are always treated as outsiders. If they want to interfere in the affairs of their brothers and sisters, they will easily be in trouble. In my opinion, it is better for your brother to handle this kind of thing himself. And don't push it onto your sister-in-law. Zhu was stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, you are right. And there's more. Mother, since Zhao Rushi has mentioned this, she might as well make it clear at once. You are a very reasonable person. But after all, my elder brother is the child you raised. And you will unconsciously speak from his perspective. We are all women. So don't learn from those mothers-in-law who favor their sons and always favor their own children. It will be the same when Tiger gets married in the future. Such words may make you unhappy. But Zhao Rushi still wants to say something. Luckily, Zhu is a person who can listen to opinions. After hearing this, she nodded and said, if you hadn't said it, I might have become the person I hate. It seems that I need to learn more from your grandmother. I will just enjoy my life in the future. I will not interfere with their affairs as a young couple. Zhao Rushi smiled and picked up a dish for Zhu with a serving chopstick. Then the wives of my elder brother and Tiger will be the happiest daughters-in-law in the world. Zhu glared at her and laughed. After dinner, Zhao Rushi returned to the room and called the system. But the system did not respond. The next day, she woke up and called it again. But the system still did not respond. This made Zhao Rushi a little worried. Traveling through time and space is a mysterious thing. Will her son Tonzi be in trouble? She went to the government office to punch in on time and asked Zhang 101 to count the population, cultivated land area, and grain production of each village head in the table she had drawn. Then she sat in her position and drew a water conservancy distribution map. After finishing these things, she would send them to the county below and let the county magistrate do the same. With the county magistrate in charge, she no longer had to do it herself, and only needed to supervise in place. When she returned home at noon, Zhou Chunlai reported, I have discussed the land for the winery with the nuns in the nunnery. They know that we are going to use the well as the winery. They think it is noisy and don't want to live there anymore. So they all agree to move. Where do you think it would be better to rebuild a temple for them? Zhao Rushi had already made up her mind about this matter. She said, ask them if they are willing to move into the city. If they are willing, you can find a suitable house in the city. Buy it and give it to them together with the land deed. If they are only willing to live there, you can keep the suitable place for the winery. And then find a place nearby where you can dig a well. After building the house and digging the well, give them the land deed of the land. Zhao Rushi did not believe in gods and Buddhas in modern times. But since time travel had happened, she also developed a fear of ghosts and gods. She had no shortage of money. Now that they were asked to move because of her, she was naturally willing to settle the nuns better. The mountain was a barren mountain, and it was located outside the city. It would be fine if the monks lived there, but it would be unsafe for a few nuns to live there. If they were willing to move to the city, she would be willing to spend more money. The temple was built in the city, and it would be convenient for Buddhists in the city to worship Buddha. And the nuns would probably get more money from incense offerings. Of course, if the outsiders just want to be quiet and don't want to stay in the world, she will build a better house for them and build a higher wall. In the evening, Zhou Chun responded, the nun said that it is good to stay in the city, but it will cost you too much. If you are willing to donate, they are willing to light the longevity lamp for you. It's good that they are willing. You can do this for them. Buy them a bigger house. And ask the host to go with you to choose a house. Zhao Rushi said. Yes. Zhou Chun took out a land deed from his arms and handed it to Qi Feng. This is the land deed for the foot of the mountain. To be on the safe side, Zhao Rushi bought the entire foot of the mountain, which was about 60 acres. Zhao Rushi took the land deed and took a look. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the excited voice of the system in her mind, host. She was overjoyed and said to Zhou Chun, you can buy some servants and clean up the land. Let's do this today. I'll tell you what to do next. As soon as Zhou Chun left, Zhao Rushi went into the bedroom and sent Qi Feng out. Then she said to the system, how is it? Is it going well? Did you get the wine recipe? When the system was bound to Zhao Rushi, she had taught it that when she was talking to others, if it was not an extremely urgent matter, she should not make a noise and wait until she was free. So it had been holding it back just now. Now that Zhao Rushi was finally free, it could not help but make a tapping sound in her mind. Got it. Hearing this news, Zhao Rushi wanted to do a somersault like the system. She was so happy. Although she couldn't go back, she could get modern news by spending some points, which was a great comfort to her. Not to mention that the powerful modern information database was waiting for her. Quick! Tell me how my family and Shaolin Yan's family are doing, she urged anxiously. This news is attached, the system reminded. Yes. You first cross out 50,000 points. Tell me the attached news first, and then talk about the wine recipe. Zhao Rushi interrupted it. 50,000 is not enough. 60,000 is required. You don't know how difficult my trip is. Okay. 60,000 is 60,000. Tell me quickly. Zhao Rushi seemed very easy to talk to this time. Chapter 683, If Time Can Go Back. Humph. The system snorted unhappily, and then said, ancient times and modern times are two different time and space. Since they are two different time and space, the space and time are different. You have spent 2 years here, but the time over there has hardly moved. It is still at the time when I just bound you. It said it complacently, host. I tell you, you must cherish me. Otherwise, I can go back to that moment in modern times and bind another host. Come on. Don't try to fool me. Zhao Rushi exposed its lies. Since you have come to this time and space with me, the binding process has been completed. If you want to cancel it, you must go back in time and let me return to the moment before I died. System. It sighed, alas. I had a disability at the beginning, so I tied the wrong person. If I was clear-headed, I would definitely tie a stupid ordinary person. In this way, I dominate the host, instead of the host dominating me. Zhao Rushi rolled her eyes and touched her chin. System. If you really want to unbind me, there is a way. You bring Shaolin Yan and me back to the present. Let time go back a few minutes, and we will achieve each other. How is that possible? I wonder how much energy it will take. The system muttered. I will try my best to earn points in my life. When I get old, maybe I will have enough points? Zhao Rushi tempted. The system was obviously tempted. Let's see. Maybe I can have this function when I upgrade to the next level. Yeah. Let's work together. Zhao Rushi spread the paper on the table, took out a homemade goose feather pen and said, okay. Now tell me the recipe for the wine. Then the system told Zhao Rushi the recipe for the sealed jar wine. This guy didn't know where he got the recipe from. There were ancient recipes and modern improved recipes, which were very complete. This would definitely not work in modern times, as it would infringe on someone else's patent. But now that we are separated by time and space, we can't care so much. After Zhao Rushi finished writing the process and precautions of making wine, he asked the system about the winemaking utensils. The two talked for more than half an hour, looking at the pile of information written on the table. Zhao Rushi was very satisfied with the 60,000 points spent, and said to the system, Tomer, I will have to trouble you to go back to the modern world to check the information in the future. The system was once again valued. and Zhao Rushi would need it in many places in the future. And it was also very satisfied with this no-cost business. Zhao Rushi drew all the utensils she needed and marked the sizes. She didn't take a bath and go to bed until Nani Yuan couldn't help but urge Zhao Rushi to rest. The next day before going to the yamen, she handed a stack of utensil drawings to Zhou Chun. These things. Find someone to make them separately, and make 2 sets in total. After Zhou Chun took it, she said, when you buy people, buy more. Buy one family at a time, and let them pack up at the foot of the mountain. Then take them back to the capital and arrange for them to live in the manor. Choose some people from the 2 manors to come here. I want to teach them how to make wine. The new people are unknown, and it is not safe to use them. The manor slaves in the old manor are more convenient to use. Thinking of this, she said, see if there is a suitable manor for sale in Nanyang. Let's buy 1 or 2 more large manors. If the wine is good, we will plant glutinous rice in our farm, so that we will not be afraid of being controlled by others with raw materials. Yes, Zhou Chun replied. After you arrange those things, send someone to buy 2 or 3,000 kilograms of glutinous rice. With the cheating device of the system, she is still confident that she can successfully brew sealed wine. 2 or 3,000 kilograms of glutinous rice can't make much wine. She should have bought more glutinous rice and stored it. Nanyang has convenient transportation. If she buys glutinous rice here, grain merchants can transfer glutinous rice from other places in a blink of an eye. Even if she stores more glutinous rice, it will not have a big impact on the local glutinous rice price. But Zhao Rushi now has a certain understanding of Nanyang's farmland. She knows that farmers basically grow japonica rice, and only landlords grow glutinous rice. And the planting area is not large. There is not much glutinous rice on the market. After she bought these 2 or 3,000 kilograms, there will not be much glutinous rice left in Nanyang. She has to save some raw materials for Dong's wine shop. Now is not the farming season, so it is too late for Zhao Rushi to plant glutinous rice on all the fields in her farm. She can only wait until next year. Then this year, her winery can only do experimental research, and cannot brew a large amount of wine. After Zhou Chun left, Zhao Rushi gave Qin Feng another list. Collect all the things on it for me. I will be very useful. Remember the things on it and burn them. Don't let others see them. This is a recipe for the raw materials of wine yeast. In addition to the brewing process, the quality of the wine yeast is also the key to the quality of the wine. The wine yeast of sealed wine is a special medicinal yeast, which is different from other wine yeasts. Zhao Rushi planned to make the koji by herself. Even if someone poached her winery's brewer in the future, he would not be able to make sealed wine without her special koji. Anyway, the amount of koji needed was not large, and she could make enough for a period of time when she had time. So it was not tiring. If some raw materials are not available, tell me. You don't have to look for them everywhere. Zhao Rushi reminded him again. She often communicated with Shaolin Yin now. The guards had to travel between Nanyang and the capital. If she couldn't find something here, she could ask the powerful Prince Qi to find it. He would definitely find it. When the time comes, just ask the messenger to bring it over. It won't be a big deal. Qin Feng also went there, and Zhao Rushi went to the government office. She arrived at her room and just took out the water conservancy map to prepare for work when she saw the yamen runner running to her door, and said anxiously, Master Zhao, the prefect is here. Master Lu asked me to notify you to go to the door to greet him. What? The prefect? Zhao Rushi was very surprised when she heard this. She put down her pen, stood up and went out. At this time, everyone in the government office was going out. When she arrived at the door, Zhao Rushi saw that the person who was talking to Lu Hongyu was none other than his third senior brother Wu Zong. Wu Zong seemed to feel Zhao Rushi's gaze, turned his head to look at her, smiled brightly, raised his hand and bowed, Master Zhao. Lu Hongyu and Kai Yazong were the first to come out. They were shocked by the new magistrate's appearance. When they turned around and saw Zhao Rushi's beautiful face, a thought came to their minds. Could it be that Mr. Kumu accepts disciples based on appearance? Master Wu. Zhao Rushi also called him by his official title and bowed. The brother and sister looked at each other and laughed. Zhao Rushi asked, Where is Master? Have they returned to Beijing? Wu Zong's face flashed with discomfort. Yes. I came here as soon as they left. Chapter 684 Mutual Affection. He glanced at Lu Hongyu, Kai Yazong, and Lili who had just come out. I heard that you were bullied here. Seeing the embarrassment on the faces of the three, Zhao Rushi smiled and said, Your junior sister is very powerful. Who can bully me? The adults are not that kind of people. After hearing the last sentence, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hongyu introduced Li and invited Wu Zong to enter the government office. Next, Wu Zong handled the matter impartially, listened to the reports of Lu Hongyu and others, and personally went to the surrounding areas to take a look. After dinner, he came to Zhao's house and paid his respects to Zhu. Zhu was over 40 years old, 10 years older than Wu Zong. She also knew the female elders of Wu Zong's family, so they didn't feel awkward when they met. After talking for a while, Zhao Rushi said, "Brother, you haven't seen the new house I bought yet, right? How about I accompany you to visit it?" With her keen observation, she didn't forget the discomfort that flashed across Wu Zong's face when she saw him in the morning and mentioned Master and others. At this moment, her gossipy heart was burning, and she wanted to find out the news about Wu Zong and Xiao Ruodong indirectly. Wu Zong didn't have much to say to Zhu. His purpose of coming to the Zhao mansion was to talk to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi's proposal was just what he wanted. He stood up and said goodbye to Zhu, and went out of the yard with Zhao Rushi, and wandered around the Zhao mansion with her. "Junior sister, this house is well decorated, but can you live in it alone?" Wu Zong was surprised at the spaciousness of Zhao Rushi's house. "My mother bought it for me, saying that Master, Sister Ruodong, and others would have a place to stay when they came. I asked Master to come to play. I can't ask him to stay in an inn, right? If my father and my brother weren't here, I would have kept you here." Speaking of this, she blamed, "You should have told me in advance, so I could have prepared a house for you." Wu Zong waved his hand. "It's fine for me to live in the post station. I'm busy with official duties in the government office. I found that I had nothing to do in the past 2 days after sending my master away, so I came here on a whim. I won't stay long either, and I'll go back the day after tomorrow. There are only 2 women in Zhao Rushi's family now, she and Zhu, so it's not easy for Wu Zong to live in her house. He planned to stay at the post station tonight. The post station had rooms specially arranged for officials, with cooks and other servants, so it was convenient to stay there. It was just 2 nights, so there was no need to be so particular. In the past, when Wu Zong went to the countryside to investigate a case, he stayed in a dilapidated temple. Are the master and the others having fun? You and Sister Ruodong. At this point, Zhao Rushi blinked her big eyes, looked at Wu Zong and didn't say anything else. You? Wu Zong pointed his finger at her in the air. I said you haven't even gotten married yet. Why are you so worried? Because you and Sister Ruodong are like my relatives. I care about you. Zhao Rushi's little mouth is very sweet. Wu Zong said helplessly. Master and his friends had a lot of fun, and they also agreed to come to see you and me in the fall. As for the princess of Qingyang, he looked at the sunset in the sky. His eyes gradually softened. Don't worry. I have made an appointment with her. When she goes back and asks for her family's consent, I will send someone to propose marriage. Zhao Rushi's eyes widened. Isn't this too fast? Seeing that the little sister's eyes were wide open, as cute as a cat, which was completely different from the queen style she showed in the government office just now. Wu Zong laughed and couldn't help but pat her head. What's that expression on your face? Surprise? Surprise and joy. Zhao Rushi pointed at her eyes. Look at my sincere eyes. Wu Zong looked over and met a pair of bright eyes full of gossip. Tell me, brother, why did you change your mind? Zhao Rushi asked excitedly. Wu Zong turned his head away uncomfortably, looking at the lotus buds in the pond and said, before I got married, I admired the spirit of Qingyang County Princess's calligraphy. Later, I met her once by chance. She was still young at that time, but her temperament was extraordinary, which was very consistent with my imagination of a calligrapher. At that time, I thought that if I could have such a beautiful and talented woman by my side, my life would be perfect. But just as I had this idea, I saw a handsome young man talking to her, and the two were a perfect match. Soon, the news came that she was engaged to the Prince of England. I laughed at my wishful thinking. When my family wanted to arrange a marriage for me, I put aside my feelings and agreed. He glanced at Zhao Rushi. You know what happened later. Zhao Rushi was puzzled. But last time, I said that Sister Ruodong wanted to marry you. Why did you refuse? I was wrong at the time. I always felt that she still had Wei Zheng in her heart, and she only wanted to find a suitable person to marry because of the pressure from her family. At this point, Wu Zong laughed at himself. You don't know. My late wife was thinking about the marriage with someone else. And she was always unhappy after marriage. I am afraid of this kind of marriage. Even if the person who wants to marry me is the one I once admired. He sighed. Maybe senior brother is too cowardly. How could it be? People who have been hurt naturally avoid the same hurt, which is the instinct of self-protection. Zhao Rushi comforted him. Senior brother? You were overthinking at the time. Sister Ruodong had let go of that man a long time ago. Otherwise she would not consider marriage. Well, she told me about it when she went to Linjiang this time. Wu Zong looked at Zhao Rushi. I have to thank you for this. Qingyang County Princess said that if she was rejected in the past, she would never mention this matter again. Not only would she not mention it, she would also stay away from me. She has her own pride. But you once told her that people should not have regrets. Strive for what you want, even if you can't get it. You will have no regrets after trying hard. She thought about it, and took the opportunity to go to Linjiang Mansion to talk to me thoroughly. Have I ever said such words to her? Zhao Rushi was confused. She had said too many words to Xiao Ruodong. And she didn't know when she was fed such chicken soup. Luckily, Xiao Ruodong remembered it, and took action to keep her own beautiful marriage. Forget it. It's not important. She immediately waved her hand, raised her smiling face, and bowed to Wu Zong. Congratulations, senior brother. You got what you wanted and got the beauty. Wu Zong returned the gift. Thank you, junior sister. If the marriage is successful, the princess of Qingyang and I will definitely give the junior sister a big gift to thank the matchmaker. You just need to give me your most proud work. I only like that one. Zhao Rushi took the opportunity to blackmail him. You're dreaming. Wu Zong glanced at her. We'll just give you a big pig's head. Really? Brother. You're repaying kindness with enmity. Zhao Rushi took a step back, her face full of horror. Chapter 685. The state orders you to get engaged. Okay. I won't joke with you. I'm going to tell you something serious. Wu Zong straightened his face. Zhao Rushi saw this and quickly stopped smiling, pointing to the pavilion and said, Let's go in and sit down and talk. The two sat down, and the maid came forward to pour tea and serve snacks. Zhao Rushi then asked, What's the matter? What do you think about your marriage? Wu Zong asked. Zhao Rushi. What do you mean by serious matters? She asked with a face full of doubt. What else? Wu Zong was still serious. This is a major event in life. It determines how you will live for the next few decades. Isn't it a serious matter? What he said made sense. Zhao Rushi was completely speechless. No. Zhao Rushi gave up arguing with him, and answered his question first. I am not thinking about this matter now, so I don't have any idea. She asked with curiosity, Why do you ask this? Do you want to be my matchmaker? I do. But are there any men in the capital that you like? Wu Zong glared at her. Fuyadai had feelings for you, but you refused. Did the runner-up also have feelings for you? I say, do you not plan to get married? Wu Zong admitted that there was no woman in the whole Jin dynasty who was more outstanding than his little sister. No one could match her talent and ability. But no matter how outstanding she was, she had to get married. Right? If you want to live alone until the end of your life, don't say anything about yourself. The spit of the world can drown you. Zhao Rushi was unhappy when she heard this. What's wrong with not getting married? I didn't eat other people's rice. I can support myself. Why should I look at people's faces and serve others? She had no intention of getting married in modern times, but she was forced to get married every day in ancient times. It was really unfair. Wu Zong saw that she was still arguing, and he laughed angrily. Do you think I want to take care of your business? You have a father, a mother, and a master. No matter what, it is not my turn to take care of it. But I have to remind you that if you don't get engaged when you turn 16, the emperor will definitely grant you a marriage. Do you believe it? Really? Zhao Rushi's eyes widened. Why? Because you are the top female scholar. Wu Zongdao. Nowadays, women in Dajin are all learning from you. Although Dajin has been established for a long time, the people have rested and recuperated, and the population has gradually increased. The court no longer needs to force the people to get married when they reach the age to increase the population. But they don't want to see everyone not getting married. As the top female scholar, Zhao Rushi is watched by the whole Jin dynasty, and she is a role model for the women of Jin dynasty. If she doesn't get married, the emperor will be the first to be unhappy. Isn't this a bad example for women? In the future, all women with some talent will learn from her. live on their talent, and are unwilling to get married. Then will the population of Jin dynasty not increase? In the era of cold weapons, more people means more power. A country with 5 million people is undoubtedly stronger than a country with 2 million people in terms of conscription advantages and labor resource advantages. Wu Zong told Zhao Rushi all this, and Zhao Rushi was stunned and speechless for a long time. So she is so important that she has become a benchmark and can influence the population increase of the entire Jin dynasty. She is really capable. I will be 16 soon, and my birthday will be in a few days, she said with a sad face. Do you have a favorite? If you do, tell me quickly. I will bring that boy to propose to you even if I have to beg him, Wu Zong said. Zhao Rushi calmed down. It is impossible to get engaged. At least not this year, she said. I will write a letter to Master. If the Emperor wants to grant me a marriage, he will certainly ask Master first. Let Master explain a few words for me then. I will not get engaged yet, but I promise that I will get married at this time next year. Wu Zong shook his head. Junior sister, why don't you realize the seriousness of the matter? Is this the Emperor's problem? This is the problem of the court officials. The Emperor will naturally favor you, as long as you are not too out of line and have not made any move before the age of 17. He will not ask. The question is, will the court officials let you go? When the Emperor appointed you as the top scholar, he used such an excuse, and the court officials could not say anything. They are all waiting for you here. Women go to school and women become officials, because there are rules set by Emperor Shengyao, and they cannot stop them. But when women study, officialdom and marriage conflict, they have something to say. Population growth is a national event, and everything else must give way to it. After all, the country does not lack people to be officials. Women go home to give birth to children, and men become officials. This is the best arrangement for them. Zhao Rushi, recalling that modern working women are unwilling to get married and have children. The more educated they are, the more so. The population of developed countries is declining, and the heads of state are also worried about this. She couldn't say anything to refute. Let me think about it. I will solve this matter properly, Zhao Rushi said. The reason why she and Xiao Lingyan concealed their relationship was that they were worried that the hostile faction would be unfavorable to her and use her to threaten Xiao Lingyan. Now, in order to prevent women from studying and becoming officials from being blocked, and to let people know that studying, being an official and marriage and family can also be taken care of. Should she make her relationship with Xiao Lingyan public? Xiao Lingyan is 2 years older than her, and he is already 18 this year. He probably has more pressure to get married than her. Right? Some people can do anything to become the princess of Qi. Xiao Lingyan has encountered so many bad relationships in the past 2 years. Wu Zong nodded and said, I am just reminding you that you understand the reason and have a plan to deal with it. After finishing this important matter, he asked, are there any difficulties in official business? Zhao Rushi shook her head. No difficulties. Just some doubts. She told Wu Zong about a recipe she accidentally got for making wine, and said, if I want to grow a lot of glutinous rice to make wine in Nanyang, I wonder what the court's attitude will be towards this matter. Why did the ancients emphasize agriculture and suppress commerce? It was simply because agriculture was not developed enough. The yield per mu was too low, and the food grown was not enough to eat. So the court wanted to pin the farmers to the land and impose great restrictions on what was grown on the land. Fields that can grow food must grow food. It is very difficult to develop a sideline business to grow cash crops, and large-scale planting is absolutely not allowed. Wine is the most expensive food, although glutinous rice is also considered food. Its use in winemaking is also subject to restrictions. Xiao Rushi also knew this, and was unsure of what the court would think. So she asked Wu Zong. Wu Zong bowed his hands to the sky. Speaking of this, we have to thank Queen Shengyao. If it weren't for the queen asking people to find sweet potatoes and potatoes, 2 high-yield crops from overseas, the people of Dajin would not have enough food. It's impossible for you to make a lot of wine. Chapter 686 Beijing. Zhao Rushi was delighted when she heard this. You mean? Because Emperor Shengyao asked people to find high-yield crops. The people are no longer hungry, so the court does not restrict planting and brewing. Right? Wu Zong said, it's not that there are no restrictions, as long as it is not excessive. You buy a few farms, plant glutinous rice, and use the glutinous rice you plant to brew wine. The court will not say anything. But if you ask the people of Nanyang to plant glutinous rice to brew wine, then there will be a big problem. This is not a question of whether there is a shortage of food, but a question of officials' advocacy. Officials in the court should encourage the people to grow more food instead of other things. Is that so? Zhao Rushi thought for a while and said, if my farm grows glutinous rice, will there be officials impeaching me as an official for not setting an example for the people? Wu Zong nodded. It is very likely. It doesn't matter if you don't become an official. If you become an official, you have to pay attention to this issue. At this point, he looked at Zhao Rushi in confusion. You want to make wine? Why don't you buy glutinous rice everywhere to make it? Why do you have to grow it yourself? Zhao Rushi sighed. I want to. Too. But only the glutinous rice from Nanyang is good. And the ones from other places are not good. Oh! Wu Zong frowned and thought for a while. If your wine is good and can become a tribute wine, then the court won't say anything. Zhao Rushi's eyes lit up. Since she can't produce sealed wine in large quantities, she can go for the high-end boutique route. If the wine is good and becomes a tribute wine, it is normal to sell it at 2 or 3 times the price of other wines. Of course, she wanted to make wine to benefit the people of Nanyang, not to make money for herself. But the high price of the wine she made would inevitably cause the price of glutinous rice produced in Nanyang to rise sharply. Once the court relaxes restrictions in order to obtain tribute wine and allows people to grow more glutinous rice, the income of the people of Nanyang in this regard will be improved. With higher income for the people, Nanyang's tax revenue will also increase accordingly. With money, the Nanyang government can build roads and bridges, and build schools, and do many things that benefit the people. This matter is a good thing from any aspect. Seeing that Zhao Rushi had no other questions, Wu Zong stood up and said goodbye. Okay. It's not convenient for me to stay too long. I'll go back to the post station first. You don't have to see me off tomorrow. I'll leave early in the morning. Zhao Rushi followed him to see him off, and reminded him, when Sister Ruodong has a letter, you must write to me to let me know, so that I won't miss you. When you get engaged and get married, you must let me know in advance. Wu Zong glanced at her. You should worry more about your own marriage. Zhao Rushi asked the kitchen to pack a large bag of snacks for Wu Zong. After sending Wu Zong out, she came back and told the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast tomorrow, and asked Zhou Chun to take some local rituals to the post station. After returning to her own yard, she sat on the recliner and held a puppet made by Qi Feng for a while. Then sat at the table and wrote a letter to Xiaoling Yan. After writing the letter, she immediately called the secret guard and handed the letter to him. The next day, when the gate of Nanyang was just opened, the disguised secret guard rode away from Nanyang on horseback. However, at noon, he appeared in the capital, and the letter was quickly delivered to Xiaoling Yan after 2 transfers. At that time, he was sitting in the government office of the Ministry of Works, looking at Xiaoling Han, who was sitting opposite him and chattering. His eyes were full of impatience. Fourth brother is also concerned about you. So I told you this. You have to go and see if the person is good. Right? You never get engaged. And many young talents in the capital are resentful, because the best ladies in the capital are unwilling to get engaged, and they are all looking at you eagerly. Xiaoling Yan looked at him with a smile. Fourth brother, why are you concerned about your brother's marriage? Father and my mother are not in a hurry. Why are you so worried? Hey, it's your fourth sister-in-law who chases me every day and asks me to ask you to meet her best friend. Isn't she pestering me so much that I can't do anything about it? Xiaoling Han said, and stood up and bowed to Xiaoling Yan. Old 5. Can you help your fourth brother? Just meet him once. If you think it's not appropriate, just refuse directly, so that she can give up. Sorry, I can't do that. If I say this, believe it or not, I won't do anything in the future, and just go to see people every day. Xiaoling Yan's face darkened. Who do you think I am? If others want to see me, I have to put on a smile and meet them? You can't say that. Xiaoling Yan's face showed embarrassment. You have to get married, right? If you don't meet those noble ladies in the capital, how do you know which one is suitable to be your Qi Wangfei? Don't bother me. Fourth brother. Xiaoling Yan took the teacup and took a sip. I still have some official business in the Yamen, so I'll just leave you to chat. Xiaoling Han stood up awkwardly, said a few more nice words, and then left. Xiaoling Yan looked at his back with cold eyes. In their camp, Xiaoling Pu and Fu Yilang married the daughter of the Sin family, and Fu Yankai married the daughter of the Mu family. Only he has not yet been engaged. The various factions in the capital saw that even though he had built the Qi Wang mansion outside, He had not yet married, and would occasionally return to the palace to stay for 1 or 2 nights. They were worried that he would win over his father or do something. And they were also worried that his marriage with other forces would be disadvantageous to them. So they could not sit still, and began to guide his marriage. Many families, who wanted to get close to the rich and powerful, also coveted the position of the Princess of Qi. They either went to the Xin family to talk, or passed the news to Xiao He, or asked the girls to personally block him on the way. They used all means to try every means to get the position of the Princess of Qi. Xiao He's attitude towards him has changed greatly now. After his explanation, he didn't want to care about his marriage. But all kinds of people came to him to matchmake, which was very annoying. Xiao He also wanted to give him a marriage several times. Even Xiao Linghan carefully selected several marriages for him. Xiao Linghan came today simply because he felt that he was weak and wanted to join forces with him to deal with the crown prince and the third prince Xiao Linghan. So he wanted to give him the woman from nowhere. Seeing that there was no outsider in the room, the guard came over and handed Xiao Lingyan a letter. Your Majesty. Your letter. It was a blank envelope with nothing written on it. But it was a treasure to Xiao Lingyan. He took the letter and went into the inner room. Don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, Your Majesty. Tear open the blank envelope outside. And another envelope appeared inside. There was only one line of German written on it, which was translated into Chinese as, Dear. Xiao Lingyan quickly opened the letter and read it. After reading it, he read it again. He took out a fire stick and burned the letter. He sat there thinking for a long time. Then called Xiao Liuzi in and told him, Go buy some new things, and send a message to the palace, saying that I will return to the palace to have dinner with my mother after I leave the government office. Chapter 687 Dilemma. That night, Xiao Lingyan went to the palace to meet concubine Sun and told her that Zhao Rushi was already 16 years old and that if she didn't get engaged, the ministers in the court might impeach her, and he couldn't delay any longer. Finally, he said, Mother, if I marry Zhao Jiwei, it means that Mr. Ku Mu and Wu Huaixi and others will lean towards our faction. This is something that my father doesn't want to see, and the other factions don't want to see even more. Then Jiwei will be in danger. He sighed. Jiwei wants to be an official, wants to show her ambitions, and do something for the people. So I don't want to bring her to the public so early. I want to give her time to do things freely. But now, she and I have to get engaged. The contradiction is really difficult to resolve. Actually, concubine Sun looked at her increasingly mature son, and was a little afraid to say the next words. Xiao Lingyan raised his head and looked at concubine Sun. Concubine Sun gritted her teeth and said the rest. You and Jiwei are engaged. And it is not without benefits. She is in Nanyang now, and her target is particularly obvious. If the crown prince, King Ming, and King Qian want to deal with her, they have to send people to Nanyang. Seeing her son's eyes gradually become dangerous and his expression became cold, she hurriedly said, Don't worry about Jiwei. I will ask your father to send powerful guards from the palace to protect Jiwei. We will also send people there, and we will definitely not let her be in danger. Seeing that the coldness in Xiao Lingyan's eyes was no longer increasing, she continued in this way. Your father will be able to see the actions of the crown prince, King Ming and others. Given your father's admiration and respect for Mr. Ku Mu, and his love for Zhao Jiwei's talent, he will certainly be furious and will be emotionally biased towards us. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Lingyan denied it. No, I can't put Jiwei in danger. Listen to my explanation, concubine Sun said anxiously. Unless you don't get engaged, she will always be in danger, even if she is not allowed to stay in Nanyang and transferred back to the capital. It will be just as dangerous, or even more dangerous. After all, there are too many opportunities to fish in troubled waters in the capital, and it is impossible to tell who sent the person. Even if she stays at home every day, she is still in danger. Nanyang is a small place. We will notice strangers once they enter Nanyang, so it is easier to prevent them. Xiao Lingyan was silent. He couldn't refute concubine Sun's words. This is indeed the case. But if he uses Zhao Rushi as bait to lure the enemy to hunt her down, and all he gets is Xiao He's bad feelings towards the prince and others, so as to increase Xiao Lingpu's chances of ascending the throne, he will never agree. Zhao Rushi is all the meaning of his existence in this world. After he had given all his love to Zhao Rushi, he might still have some feelings left for the woman in front of him and Xiao Lingpu. Xiao He, but nothing more. People say that the royal family has no warmth. and concubine Sin still loves him and Xiao Lingpu. But she values her eldest son more, and the throne and the Sin family more. If one day someone asked her to sacrifice her youngest son's life so that her eldest son could successfully ascend the throne, Xiao Lingyan was not sure which one she would choose. The same is true for Xiao Lingpu. Now he wants him to use something more important than his own life to increase Xiao Lingpu's chances of ascending the throne. It's ridiculous. Seeing that he didn't say anything, concubine Sin asked, "Do you have a better idea? Your marriage can't be delayed any longer." Xiao Lingyan stood up irritably. "I'll think about it again." As he said that, he bowed and prepared to leave. He took 2 steps and stopped, turned to concubine Sin and said, "Mother, Zhao Jiwei is more important to me than my life. I will never allow anyone to put her in danger." As he said this, he walked out with big strides. He knew that saying this would hurt concubine Sin's heart, and would definitely make concubine Sin have a bad impression of Zhao Rushi. In concubine Sin's heart, he was her son, the son she gave birth to at the risk of her life and raised with great difficulty. As a result, this son valued a woman more than his own life. Where does this put a mother? If it were normal, he would not say such hurtful and low EQ words. But concubine Sin asked him to use Zhao Rushi as bait, which made him angry, and he spoke without scruples. When he returned to Yinhua Palace where he lived, he felt indescribably irritated. He simply left the palace and returned to the Qi mansion while the palace gate was still open. He asked the kitchen to cook, and he drank 2 glasses of wine alone. But he felt that his irritability was rising instead of being relieved. So he simply summoned Suzhou to drink with him. Suzhou was his retainer, who took care of the auction house for him and also served as a military advisor. "Does the prince have any worries?" Suzhou asked. Xiao Lingyan was usually a very self-disciplined person. He knew that drinking would cause trouble, so he rarely touched it. But today, he raised his glass frequently, and anyone could see that he was upset. Suzhou is now 30 years old. He was accidentally saved by Xiao Lingyan when he traveled to Jiangnan. He was originally a young talent from a small family in Jiangnan, and he passed the imperial examination at the age of 17 or 18. But his family had a grudge with others because of some disputes, and they were framed, and the whole family was kidnapped by bandits. On his way back to Beijing from Jiangnan, Xiao Lingyan saved Suzhou and his 6-year-old son, who escaped from the bandits. After Suzhou entrusted his son to Xiao Lingyan, he went home to take revenge himself, and then went to Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingyan investigated and found that this man had good character, a flexible mind, and was very eloquent. The auction house happened to be short of people, so he kept him. Later, he felt more and more compatible with Suzhou. Suzhou was more insightful in both politics and business, gave him a lot of good advice, and was very trustworthy. After he built the Qi mansion, he kept Suzhou in the Qi mansion. Suzhou also knew about Zhao Rushi's matter because he needed to send guards and correspondence, as well as business cooperation. Now that Suzhou asked, Xiao Lingyan told Suzhou about it. Suzhou frowned when he heard it. The prince is nearly 18 years old, and Miss Zhao is already 16 years old. If this matter is delayed any longer, it will not be appropriate for you or her, so it will not work without an engagement. Suzhou's words hit the nail on the head. What the imperial concubine said is not pleasant to hear, but it is true. After you get engaged, you will have to spend half a year to a year preparing for the wedding before you can get married. No matter where Miss Zhao is during this period, she will still encounter the trouble she is bound to encounter. This is unavoidable. So, instead of getting engaged after she returns to the capital, it is better to get engaged in Nanyang. Xiao Lingyan frowned even more tightly, and saw Xiao Liuzi filling his glass with wine, and he tilted his head back to pour the wine into his mouth. Seeing this, Suzhou smiled slightly, and had a clearer understanding of Zhao Rushi's position in Xiao Lingyan's heart. Chapter 688 Another Dilemma. For the past 2 or 3 years, he has been staying with Xiao Lingyan. He really didn't know how this gentleman got to know Miss Zhao. It seemed that the two of them had not met for a long time, but suddenly they had a deep affection for each other. This was something that Suzhou really couldn't understand. But this was not important. What was important was that he knew that Xiao Lingyan valued Zhao Rushi very much. Whenever it came to her, he would be in a state of panic. Just like now. People say that care leads to confusion, which is indeed a true saying. But I think the prince has taken the matter too seriously, he said. Xiao Lingyan stopped the wine glass in his hand and looked at Suzhou. What do you mean? Of course, If you marry Miss Zhao, it will increase the weight of our side's fight for the throne. But Mr. Kumu's faction is not powerful after all, with only a few people, and it does not have much impact on the overall situation. Besides, the relationship between master and apprentice, and the relationship between senior and junior brothers and sisters are not blood relationships. Miss Zhao's marriage to you does not mean that Wu Huixi, Gong Chung and others will turn to us and become members of our faction. On the other hand, the Emperor values Mr. Kumu and Miss Zhao very much. If someone harms her, the Emperor will be furious and take a heavy note of that person in his heart, or even directly kick him out of the list of candidates for the throne. Being bad for Miss Zhao will not have a significant effect on the enemy, but the consequences are too serious. Do you think the prince and his men would do such a stupid thing? So, in the final analysis, you think too much of Miss Zhao. Xiao Lingyan frowned. You mean? The danger I brought to her after the engagement is not as serious as I thought. Right? Seeing that Xiao Lingyan finally understood what he meant, Suzhou nodded happily. Yes. But it's still dangerous. Right? Suzhou. He didn't want to talk to a love-brained person. Even a little bit of danger is something I can't bear. Xiao Lingyan shook his head. You don't know how much she means to me. Suzhou. He didn't want to know. Thank you. But Prince, as long as you are in this position, as long as she has something to do with you, there is danger. Unless you let her go and let her marry someone else, the danger will always exist. If you can't let her go, then what we need to consider now is how to reduce the risk, instead of fantasizing about the non-existent problem. This time it was Xiao Lingyan's turn to be speechless. Okay then. Let's discuss how to reduce the risk. Xiao Lingyan sighed. It's impossible to let her go. Not in this life. He chased her from the last life to this life, and finally caught up with her. But she ended up marrying someone else. He might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. In fact, there is another way that Suzhou didn't say to avoid bringing danger to Zhao Rushi. That is, he gave up his identity as a prince. If he was not a prince and did not participate in the fight for the throne, then there would be no danger. Suzhou didn't say it, probably because he was worried that he would really abandon this identity and escape from it all by dying. But although he is now in love, he also knows that this identity is not something he can just throw away if he wants to. As long as he is Xiao He's son, he has the dragon blood that the ancients said. So no matter what, he can't escape the fate of fighting for the throne. Those who are worried that he will seize the throne will not allow him to live in this world. If he loses this identity, he and Zhao Rushi will be in greater danger. So it is useless to escape, and we can only face it. Suzhou stretched out a finger and said, First, you should go to the Emperor immediately and ask for a marriage. As long as the Emperor grants you a marriage, Miss Zhao's identity as a princess will be determined and approved by the Emperor, and those people will not dare to act rashly. Xiao Lingyan nodded. Although the identity of a princess will bring her danger, it is also a talisman. Second, just like what the imperial concubine said, seek protection from the Emperor. But it's not you or the imperial concubine who goes, but Mr. Kumu. Suzhou looked at Xiao Lingyan. So the procedure for engagement should be that you go to the Emperor and explain that you admire Miss Zhao's talent and want to marry her. The Emperor went to Mr. Kumu to ask for marriage, but Mr. Kumu refused. The Emperor asked again, but Mr. Kumu could not refuse. So he finally agreed to the marriage. But he asked the Emperor to guarantee Miss Zhao's safety. In this way, Miss Zhao's safety will be guaranteed to a certain extent. He showed a smile of watching a good show. How to make the Emperor willing to repeatedly ask for marriage on your behalf depends on your performance. Your Highness. Xiao Lingyan's mouth curled up with a complacent degree. Don't worry about this. I will live up to your expectations. After 2 years of getting along, his relationship with Xiao He has greatly improved. Apart from the royal interest disputes, Xiao He is actually a good father. He can feel his true love for his son. Xiao He was also very anxious about his marriage. Now he likes a girl, and she is a girl that Xiao He admires very much. I think he will only be happy and will not stop it. In the past, he might have suppressed them for Xiao Lingheng. But after the battle last winter, Xiao Lingheng's impression of Xiao He was greatly reduced. Xiao He would definitely not let him, who has no ambition for the throne, have a happy marriage for Xiao Lingheng. If Zhao Rushi does not marry him, the person she marries may be the prince or someone from Xiao Lingheng's faction, which will give Xiao He even more headaches. He believed that Xiao He would be happy to marry him. But Su Zhou stopped smiling and said seriously, although the danger to Miss Zhao is reduced with the Emperor's protection, the danger still exists. The other factions will not let our faction go smoothly, and they will always cause trouble. The smile on Xiaoling Yan's mouth disappeared. So, Your Majesty, you put your most beloved girl in danger, but only to increase the bargaining chips for His Royal Highness Prince and to win the throne. Don't you feel aggrieved? You two have paid so much. But in the end, Prince had ascended the throne and was suspicious of you. How will you deal with it? He needs your help now. So he treats you well. What about the future? Prince, people will change. So I think that instead of making wedding clothes for others, it is better to find a way to sit in that position myself. Xiaoling Yan looked at Su Zhou expressionlessly. Su Zhou is good at everything, but he always persuades himself to be the emperor instead of giving the opportunity to Xiaoling Pu. Let's talk about this later, he said, but sighed in his heart. He didn't want to be an emperor. He just wanted to be an idle king, eat and drink, and do some industrial revolution with his daughter-in-law. Life is short. Why work hard all day long? But after Xiaoling Pu came back from the border and found that his father liked him more and more, Xiaoling Yan felt that his brother had gradually changed. No one has it as good as himself. He understood this truth, but he was really unwilling to work hard after grabbing the throne. He believed that Zhao Rushi didn't like him to become the emperor. Chapter 689 Proposal. On Zhao Rushi's birthday, Zhao Jingtai rushed over from Gusu, bringing gifts prepared by the old lady and Zhao Yuanquan for Zhao Rushi's birthday. When Zhao Rushi first met Zhao Jingtai, he was still a short fat boy, but now he has grown taller and become a beautiful boy. Zhao Jingtai toasted Zhao Rushi with tea instead of wine, and said, I came here. My grandmother asked me to bring a message to my sister. She said that if she can see my sister get engaged this year, and see her get married next year, she will have no regrets in her life. Zhao Rushi. Being urged to get married at a birthday party is really a sour taste. Zhu looked at Zhao Rushi and said, my wish is the same as your grandmother's. Zhao Rushi drank the sour plum soup in her hand with a heroic gesture, and said expressionlessly, well, I know. After dinner, Zhao Rushi returned to her yard, entered the house, and was about to practice calligraphy, and ran into a man's arms. Zhao Rushi did not have any extreme reaction. With her agility, she still could not escape the other person's arms. The only explanation is that the owner of the arms is Xiaoling Yan, who also took the agility pill. What's more, the embrace and the smell are so familiar. You come to celebrate my birthday? She asked with a smile. Looking up, Xiaoling Yan gave her a deep kiss first, relieving the pain of missing her, and then replied, yes. Zhao Rushi didn't have to worry about whether Nani Yuan and others would break in. Wang Tong would notify Qi Feng in his own way outside, and Qi Feng would wait in front of the house and send away the servants who came accidentally. Zhao Rushi pushed Xiaoling Yan to sit down and stretched out his white jade palm to him. Birthday present. Xiaoling Yan patted his chest. Here. It's summer now, and the clothes are thin. Xiaoling Yan is wearing silk, so you can tell at a glance whether there is anything in his chest pocket. Zhao Rushi looked at his flat chest suspiciously, then looked up at Xiaoling Yan. I am a gift, giving myself to you directly, Xiaoling Yan said. Zhao Rushi, I suspect you want to drive, and I have solid evidence. Zhao Rushi twisted his waist muscle and stared at his eyes threateningly. Tell me, have you ever touched a woman and tasted the taste of meat? Otherwise, how could his head be filled with dirty thoughts? Xiaoling Yan bared his teeth, raised his hand and said, I swear, I was a virgin in my last life and this life. Or you can verify it. Zhao Rushi, looking at Xiaoling Yan's serious eyes. She took a step back. Then did you read some pornographic articles and come here to play dirty jokes? As she said this, she stared at him with a death stare. She still remembered that when she first met Zhao Jingli, the boy was reading pornographic articles. But the naughty Zhao Jingtai snatched it and read it out. How can a good socialist youth like me who resists corruption and never gets involved watch that kind of thing? I just miss my wife. Xiaoling Yan stepped forward, kissed her neck, and said in a hoarse voice, Wife, do you miss me? Zhao Rushi's body stiffened, and her eyes became more suspicious. Not to mention that her body is still young and has not fully developed. Xiaoling Yan would not joke about this matter out of consideration for the reputation of women in ancient times. Today, he kept teasing her in this regard, and she always felt that this guy was not right. She pushed Xiaoling Yan away and stared into his eyes. Her eyes turning cold, Xiaoling Yin. What did you do? Tell the truth. Leniency for confession. Severity for resistance. If I find out you're lying, you're dead. Xiaoling Yin cried out in injustice. Really not. I really just miss you. In addition, there is another important event in life. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite half-palm-sized wooden box from his sleeve pocket, opened it, and revealed a ring inside. The ring was made of gold and inlaid with a ruby. I asked a craftsman to make this ring. Although it's a bit rustic, the gold represents my heart, which is more real than gold, and the ruby indicates that our future life will be prosperous. He held up the small box and knelt on one knee. Xiaoxi, will you marry me? Zhao Rushi was stunned when she wrote to Xiaoling Yin and told him what Wu Zong said. She knew that they had to get engaged, but she didn't expect Xiaoling Yin to propose to her in this way. So he said that he would give himself to her as a birthday gift. That's what he meant. She looked at Xiaoling Yin's handsome face. Her heart was in turmoil. She had longed for the feeling of mutual affection in modern times, and hoped that one day she would wear a ring and walk into the marriage hall. But no one could enter her heart, and she was unwilling to make do. So she made plans to live alone until the end of her life. Unexpectedly, when she traveled to ancient times, she found the person she wanted to spend her life with, and was about to spend her life with him. She slowly stretched out her hand and whispered, I do. Xiaoling Yin took out the ring, put it on her hand, and kissed her hand. Xiaoxi, I will devote my whole life to you, never change my mind, protect you, treat you well, and never change until death. Zhao Rushi pulled him up and gave him a kiss. Xiaoling Yin responded enthusiastically. It took a while for the two to separate. Zhao Rushi held out her hand. Where's the other ring? You've got me. And I've got you. Xiaoling Yin took out an identical small box from another sleeve pocket, opened it, and revealed a large-sized ring of the same style. Zhao Rushi took it out and put it on him. She looked at him and said seriously, I will devote my whole life to you, and I will never change my mind until death. Of course, the premise is that you do the same. Xiaoling Yin stared at her. His Adam's apple rolled, and whispered, okay. The two hugged each other for a long time before sitting down. Zhao Rushi poured him a cup of tea and pushed the snacks in front of him. What are your plans next? I propose to you. You agreed? You are my wife, and it will never change in this life. But how to arrange it next? We need to discuss it carefully, Xiaoling Yin said. Once we get engaged, you will have to bear the calculations of other factions and be in danger. Xiaoxi, I really don't dare to take risks with you. Zhao Rushi had already anticipated what she would face after the engagement. She shook her head and said, since I have decided to marry you, I should bear all the negative effects brought by the change of identity. This cannot be avoided or solved. Don't worry. They dare not put me to death. And I am not without the ability to protect myself. I am not as dangerous as you think. Xiaoling Yin held Zhao Rushi's hand and was silent for a long time before saying, I miss the modern times. In the modern times, they love each other if they want to, and get married if they want to. As long as the two are in love, there is no need to consider any other factors, and there will be no danger. Chapter 690. Want to be an emperor? Traveling to ancient times. With such an identity, even getting married would be risky. He really didn't like this place. He hugged Zhao Rushi tightly and murmured, can we go back? Zhao Rushi didn't say anything, although she had fooled the system, wanting it to take them back to modern times and let time go back to before they had a car accident. But she knew it was too difficult. Too difficult. And the hope was extremely slim. She couldn't tell Xiaoling Yin about the system. And even if she could, she didn't want to tell him that they might go back. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Living well and cherishing the present is what they should do. They died in a car accident. It is a great happiness to be able to travel back to ancient times together and love each other for a lifetime. There is no need to be too greedy and ask for too much. She brought the topic back. How do you plan to get married? Xiaoling Yin said the steps that Suzhou said. Zhao Rushi nodded. Let's do it this way. But I can't tell Master in advance that we love each other. I can only pretend that I don't know about this. When the Emperor mentioned it to Master, Master asked me, and I agreed. Kong Sherlin and the three brothers were all worried about her marriage. If they knew that she had known Xiaoling Yin for a long time and was in love with him, but she didn't tell them anything, they would be very angry and disappointed with her. The elders in the family were the same. So she just pretended that she didn't know about this marriage. Anyway, she had hidden more than one thing from them. So there was no need to make everyone unhappy. Alas, if I agree to the marriage, I wonder how disappointed my master will be with me. She sighed. Kong Sherlin has lived a long life and is a royal relative. He has seen too many ways of fighting for power in the royal family. And he avoids the disputes in the royal family as much as possible. He doesn't want his disciples to take sides. And naturally doesn't want his little disciple to marry a royal family member and get involved in political disputes. Xiaolingyan also sighed. If he knew that I put you in danger, I'm afraid he would eat my heart. There's nothing we can do about it. Since God has made you a prince, we should face all problems positively. Don't be timid. Just do it, Zhao Rushi said. Xiaolingyan laughed. He liked this most about Zhao Rushi. No matter how difficult the problem was, she could not be defeated. Even if she was not strong enough, she would find a way to solve the problem by nibbling away. She was never afraid of difficulties, and was always full of fighting spirit. You will stay in Nanyang from now on. There will be waves of people coming to deal with you. I will transfer some more secret guards to follow you. You can ask Mr. Ku Mu to ask the Emperor for some imperial guards. But no matter how many people are around you, you must be careful. Don't take risks with yourself. Don't take it lightly because you think you are good at it. Don't worry. I know. Besides, Xiaolingyan said, Suzhou said that we are making too much sacrifice and making wedding clothes for others. When Xiaolingpu ascends the throne, he might still be suspicious of us. It's really not worth it. He repeatedly urged me to fight for that position myself. He looked at Zhao Rushi. What do you think? I think he makes a lot of sense. Zhao Rushi nodded. Zhao Rushi had thought about this matter many times when she had nothing to do. She had read many novels and TV dramas in her previous life and knew what kind of people the royal family was like. After ascending the throne, he became suspicious of his former brothers, and finally turned his back on them and killed many of them directly. She and Xiaolingyan worked hard to earn a lot of money to help Xiaolingpu fight for the throne, and saved his life in a winter battle. Yet he became suspicious of Xiaolingyan after ascending the throne and wanted to kill them. Then she and Xiaolingyan would definitely be the most shameful time travelers. Not only did they not become winners in life, but they also provided a way for time travelers to die of frustration. Moreover, since she and Xiaolingyan were both engaged in industrial design, they would definitely want to promote the industrial revolution in Dajin in the future. But if someone else were the emperor, they would never let them do this. Let alone the question of whether their political ideas were compatible. If they were allowed to do this and succeeded, created a lot of wealth, and promoted social progress, would the emperor think that they were more powerful than the emperor, and secretly take their lives? It was really unpleasant to have your fate in the hands of others. Xiaolingyan was surprised that Zhao Rushi would say such a thing. He was surprised and said, You want me to be the emperor? Zhao Rushi first touched his head and smoothed his hair, then said, Your father looks good now. As long as he doesn't die a violent death, he can live at least 10 years. Many emperors had short lives because they worked hard for state affairs and were very tired. They also worked hard every day as studs, which was also very hard. Although Xiao He is now in his 50s, he is willing to delegate power to the ministers in state affairs and is not very tired. He used to favor concubine Jean for more than 10 years and was very restrained in matters between men and women. Now he looks very healthy and doesn't even have many white hairs. And we get married and have a son. When he grows up to be in his 20s and can handle things on his own, we can let him take over state affairs. If the emperor lives long, you don't have to work, and the two of them can pass on the baton. And you don't have to work hard. Even if the reality is not as good as imagined, you can only work hard for a few years, which is enough. She stroked his hair again, so I think the throne is still worth fighting for. Do you want to worry about your head all the time, rather than work hard for a few years? After Zhao Rushi said this, Xiaolingyan felt that working for a few years was acceptable. He is not a lazy person in modern times. He does not want to be an emperor because he has no desire for power. At the same time, he does not like to fight for power and intrigue. Okay, then let's not make wedding clothes for others, and fight for it ourselves, he said. Zhao Rushi touched his chin. That being said, I think it's better for you to do nothing now. Rule by inaction is the best policy. What do you think? Xiaolingyan came up and gave Zhao Rushi a deep kiss. We are in agreement. I think so too. Xiao He is not a fool. He is still alive and well. These people are fighting for his position every day. It is not pleasant for anyone. Not to mention Xiao He, who is sober and clear-headed. From the fact that Xiao He gradually likes his son Xiaolingyan and alienates his favorite Xiaolinghen in the past 2 years, it can be seen that he likes children who are honest and do not fight. The continuous actions of several princes will only make them worse. In addition, the Xin family supports Xiaolingpu, the older prince. Xiaolingyan's coveting of the throne will only lead to internal strife and make everyone laugh. Therefore, they just need to act harmless and pure, and save Zhao's life as the situation changes, so that he can live longer. There is no need to do anything else. After a long time, the princes will kill themselves. This is what is called picking up leaks. Chapter 691. Zhao Ruyu is married. If I fight for that position, your wish to be a marquis will not be fulfilled. Xiaolingyan raised his eyebrows. Originally, Zhao Rushi wanted to fight for her and become a female marquis. She wanted to be a rich family herself. If the two of them had been assisting Xiaolingpu, making money for him to fight for politically, and using Zhao Rushi's knowledge of opportunities and various information to help him ascend to the throne. Even if Zhao Rushi married Xiaolingyan and became the princess of Qi at that time, I think Xiaolingpu would be willing to give her a female marquis. After all, Xiaolingyan was already a prince, and there was nothing more he could be given. It would only take an imperial decree to make Zhao Rushi a female marquis, and the court would not suffer any loss. So Xiaolingpu would naturally be happy to see it happen. Now that they have changed their minds and want to compete for that position, Zhao Rushi can only be the queen and queen mother, and can no longer be a female marquis. Zhao Rushi laughed. I wanted to be a female marquis in the first place because I wanted to fight for my female compatriots. Now I am the female champion, and I am also an official. I think this means more than being a female marquis, and it can be regarded as the realization of my ideal. Besides, if you were the emperor and I were the queen, we could do more for women and fight for more rights. This fundamental change is not something a female marquis can do. Empress Xingyao did a lot for the Jin dynasty and fought for certain rights for women. But she was facing an ancient feudal emperor, and with the obstruction of court officials, it was impossible to completely change the status quo. What she could do for women was her limit. But Xiaolingyan was different. He is a modern man, and the concept of respecting women is ingrained in his bones. He knows that women are no less valuable than men. Stimulating women's wisdom, providing them with jobs, and allowing them to contribute to society is much more valuable than treating them as men's vassals and tools for bearing children. They can create twice as much wealth for Dajin than now. Thinking of this, Zhao Rushi felt that even for the sake of women, she and Xiaolingyan had to sit in that position. Seeing that Zhao Rushi had no regrets, Xiaolingyan was relieved. He discussed with Zhao Rushi in detail what to do next. After the discussion, when Xiaolingyan was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, do you know about Zhao Ruyu's matter? Ah? What's the matter? Zhao Rushi's eyes lit up immediately, and her face was full of gossip. Ever since she knew that Zhao Ruyu sent Zhao Ruiwei to Pingnan Marquis' mansion as a concubine, she knew that Zhao Ruyu would definitely make a big move and would definitely use the information advantage of her previous life to arrange a good marriage for her. She was extremely curious about this. Last night, she took a sedan chair to the Jingping Palace and became the concubine of Xiao Xijie, the fourth son of the palace, Xiaolingyan said, because Zhao Ruyu was the original heroine of the novel, and Fu Yilang was the original hero. Their fate might have an impact on this world. Therefore, Xiaolingyan paid close attention to Fu Yilang's dynamics. After Zhao Rushi left Beijing, he also added Zhao Ruyu. So he knew everything about Zhao Ruyu. Zhao Rushi. Seeing Zhao Rushi's eyes wide open like a cat's eyes, her mouth half open, that little look was really cute. Xiaolingyan couldn't help but move forward and kiss her. Stop it. Zhao Rushi pushed him away. You mean, she became someone's concubine? Xiaolingyan nodded, yes. Zhao Rushi didn't know what to say. She knew that Zhao Ruyu had set her sights on Xiao Xijie. Zhao Ruyu spent so much energy to buy beauty pills and often appeared in front of Xiao Xijie. So she knew that Zhao Ruyu wanted to marry Xiao Xijie. But Zhao Rushi really didn't expect that she would go to such great lengths to become someone's concubine. Is his brain stuck in the door? Is Xiao Xijie married? Who is his wife? She asked. Generally, people would not take concubines before marriage. Otherwise they would not be able to marry a good relative. and it would be disrespectful to the fiancée and her family. Now that Zhao Ryu has become Xiao Zijia's concubine, I think Xiao Zijia is married. Yes, Xiao Lingyan said. His wife is a relative of the Princess of Jingping, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's mansion. Could it be that Xiao Zijia will have some good fortune in the future? Zhao Rushi tried hard to recall the plot of the novel, but she couldn't remember the character Xiao Zijia mentioned in the book. Although the novel is a sweet love story, the whole text revolves around Fu Yunlang and Zhao Ryu. But because Fu Yunlang's rising status will bring benefits and glory to the family and the heroine Zhao Ryu, and increase the sense of pleasure, the court affairs will occasionally be introduced. But no matter how hard Zhao Rushi tried to recall, she couldn't remember the plot about Xiao Zijia. If he later became a big man and had a different fate, the novel should have mentioned it. But not. And until the end of the novel, it was Xiao Lingheng who was the emperor, and Xiao Zijia had nothing to do with it. If Zhao Ryu wanted to be a concubine, she should have become Xiao Lingheng's concubine. Why did she go to be Xiao Zijia's concubine? Xiao Lingyan shook his head. Xiao Zijia is only the fourth son of the prince's mansion, and he has an elder brother who is the crown prince. He himself is not a very talented person. Even if the king of Jingping died and the crown prince died, and the title fell on him, he would only be a general guarding the country. He has a title but no talent. He can only hold an empty position in the court. What great fortune can he have? Since she couldn't figure it out, Zhao Rushi stopped thinking about it. She said, Zhao Ryu is a reborn person. Since Fu Yunlang betrayed her, she will definitely marry someone who is more promising than Fu Yunlang. And her status in this life will definitely be higher than that of the Marquis of Ping'an. I guess Xiao Zijia will definitely inherit the title, and his wife will die early. Zhao Ryu must be aiming for this position. She now knows Zhao Ryu very well. Zhao Ryu should still be inferior in her bones. So in her previous life, she married Fu Yunlang and became the Marquis of Ping'an's wife. This is what she thinks is the luckiest thing. So she is very satisfied and happy. This is why she wanted to follow the path she had taken in her previous life. She wanted to marry a man who was prominent and kind to women. But when she found out that the situation had changed, Fu Yunkai was not dead. Fu Yunlang could not become the Marquis of Ping'an, and he gradually changed his mind. He was no longer the man who only had eyes for her in his previous life. She also got a system. So she immediately changed her target. Among all the nobles in the capital, she chose Xiao Zijia. Even if Xiao Zijia had no ability, the title of the general who guarded the country after he inherited the title was equivalent to the existence of the duke. And because he was a member of the royal family, the general who guarded the country had a higher status than the duke. As long as she became his wife, Zhao Ryu would be honored for the rest of her life. After becoming beautiful, she should be very confident in herself, thinking that with her beauty and means, she would definitely win Xiao Zijia's heart. And she would definitely be happy. Chapter 692, Xiaowu. Do you want to marry Zhao Jiwei? Xiao Zijia's wife's family is not only prominent, but also a relative of Princess Jingping. With Zhao Ryu's courage, she dared not reach out to harm others. So Xiao Zijia's original wife must have died of illness or accident. So the position of the main wife was vacant and became Zhao Ryu's target. Whether it is Zhao Ryu or Zhao Rurui, they are good concubines. This kind of concubine is not traded, and can also be promoted to the main wife. So Zhao Ryu's plan couldn't be more obvious. Forget it. Let's not talk about her. As long as she doesn't mess with me and doesn't want to commit crimes, I won't interfere with her. I wish her happiness, Zhao Rushi said. Xiao Lingyan agreed. Anyway, the plot has been completely changed. Fu Yunlang has married someone else, and Zhao Ryu has also married someone. The original CP has been broken up, and the world has not collapsed. We can ignore these two people. Let's just live our own lives. He added, I have to rush back to the capital. I have to attend court tomorrow morning. I'll go back first. Zhao Rushi nodded, and without stopping him, he reminded, it's dark. Be careful on the road. Don't worry. I brought a dozen guards with me, all in disguise. Xiao Lingyan stood up. Then I'll go back. I'll arrange the engagement after I go back. After the engagement, we'll get married in half a year. Yes. Zhao Rushi nodded vigorously. That night, Xiao Lingyan rushed back to the capital, and after discussing with Su Zhou, he made many arrangements overnight. The next afternoon, he thought he was free, so he went to the palace to see his father. Xiao Wu. What's up? He was practicing calligraphy. And when he saw Xiao Lingyan coming in, he smiled and asked eunuch Xie to bring him an ice bowl. Xiao Lingyan ate the iced fruit cubes in a few bites. And when he saw Xiao, he put down his pen. He put down the bowl, stood up and saluted, saying, I have been studying farm tools recently, but I can't find the right method. And the farm tools I made are not practical. Several old men in the Ministry of Work said that it was because I was not familiar with farming. I want to go out of the capital to walk around and get familiar with farming, so as not to make a fool of myself. Xiao He really likes this son who has never had any political ambitions, is dedicated to sharing the worries of the people, and is determined to increase the yield of crops. He nodded and said, Okay. Go if you want. I will tell the Minister of Works after the morning court tomorrow. Xiao Lingyan stood up and bowed. Thank you, father. He bowed his head and was about to leave. Wait. Xiao He called him. Walked to the table and flipped through it. Turned out a letter and handed it to Xiao Lingyan. Take a look at this. This is what he just received. Xiao Lingyan had no choice but to come back. At Zhao's suggestion, he sat down, opened the memorial and read it. His face immediately turned ugly. It turned out that this minister complained in the memorial that the king of Qi was so old and still hadn't got engaged, which was not good for the country. He said that if everyone followed his example and didn't get married, how could the country's population increase? He said a lot of things in the memorial. Father, I'm not the crown prince. My marriage is your family affair. Right? What right does he have to take care of this matter? Xiao Lingyan threw the memorial on the table, his face full of displeasure. My second brother got married at the age of 19, and I am only 18 now. It is unreasonable for him to say these things. But your second brother got engaged a long time ago. But because the woman was not old enough, he delayed the marriage until 19. You are different. You haven't even discussed the marriage yet. If I don't urge you. And it continues. By the time you discuss the marriage and get engaged, you will probably be 20 years old when you get married. Xiao said, Xiao Wu. Although he has no right to take care of your marriage. This memorial is indeed presumptuous. But what he said made sense. I am the ruler of a country. If my son waits until he is 20 to get married, what right do I have to ask the people to get married at the age of 16 or 17? Shiwu, you are a sensible child. You can't let your father be asked by the ministers? Since you turned 18. Several ministers have said this to me. If you delay any further, I will be speechless. Xiao Lingyan lowered his head, but I really don't know who I should marry. Xiao He frowned. I have asked your mother to bring you a picture album of eligible noble ladies in the capital. Don't you think there is anyone you like? That's about it. In the album, they are all the same. All beautiful and virtuous. Xiao Lingyan said expressionlessly. Xiao He thought about the albums he had seen and couldn't help laughing. The ones who were in the album and handed to concubines and Xiao Lingyan were carefully selected by the palace officials. Naturally, they were all beautiful and virtuous. And there was nothing wrong with that. But in the eyes of these men, they were all the same, with no difference. The only difference is the type of appearance. But because of the painting method, there is not much difference in appearance. Zhao Jiwei's sketches are very realistic. But because they are black and white, her painting method has never been used in this kind of picture album. Thinking of Zhao Jiwei, Xiao He also has a headache. Zhao Jiwei is already 16 years old and has not yet been engaged. This morning, a minister mentioned it during the meeting, saying that as the first female champion, Zhao Jiwei should not take the lead in not getting married. Otherwise it will have a bad impact. But he had asked his uncle this question some time ago. His uncle said that none of the dandies in the capital could match his little apprentice. He was also very worried. His little apprentice would soon be 16 years old, and the marriage could not be delayed any longer. But there was no suitable candidate. Hey, 16? Thinking of this, Xiao He's heart was moved, and he looked at Xiao Lingyan. His son was 18 years old, and he was a perfect match for the 16-year-old Zhao Jiwei in terms of age. Zhao Jiwei's appearance was needless to say, and she was not inferior to the imperial concubines. She is so talented, and her vision and mind are no less than men. It would be a pity if such a woman did not marry into the royal family. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi asked Xiao Wu, have you met Zhao Jiwei? Xiao Lingyan was stunned, then nodded, yes. 2 years ago, I went to the Dali temple to ask about something, and I happened to meet Zhao Jiwei painting a portrait of a prisoner there. I met her by chance, but she was not famous at that time. I saw that her painting method was novel, so I went up to take a look and talked to her for a few words. When he first met Zhao Rushi at the Dali Temple, he was a little rash in his actions because he was excited. Zhang Changshan and others knew about it, although no one mentioned this matter later. If you look carefully, you can still find it. So he doesn't need to hide it. Just admit it openly. It's better to have met. Xiao Qi was excited. What do you think of Zhao Jiwei? You have seen her paintings and calligraphy, right? Don't you want to marry such a talented and extraordinary woman? Chapter 693, Going to the Countryside. Zhao Jiwei. Xiao Lingyan was stunned, as if he had never thought about this. But then his eyes slowly lit up. Seeing him like this, Xiao He knew there was a chance. If these two can succeed, it can be regarded as solving two difficult problems. Didn't my uncle say that none of the noble sons in the capital can match Zhao Jiwei? His prince can match her, right? He nodded, yes. In terms of the women in the capital, and even the whole Jin dynasty, who have not yet been engaged, Zhao Jiwei is the most outstanding. Whether it's her looks, personality, talent, or background, there's nothing wrong with her. You and her are a perfect match. Xiao Lingyan thought about it, and seemed to want to agree, but hesitated. After hesitating for a while, he said, she is in Nanyang now, right? I'm going to the countryside this time to see the surrounding areas of the capital. How about I go to Nanyang to see her? If we both feel good, then we can settle it. This was originally part of his plan. He proposed to marry Zhao Jiwei for no reason, and Xiao He and others would definitely be suspicious. He originally planned to go there to get familiar with farming, and accidentally meet Zhao Jiwei in Nanyang. After getting in touch with her, he would return to Beijing and propose to marry her. This would be a natural outcome and erase all signs of their previous relationship. But he didn't expect that before his plan was implemented. Xiao took the initiative to bring up his marriage with Zhao Rushi. Since Xiao brought it up, he agreed to it, and it was already done. But he has been picky about the marriages proposed by everyone in the past 6 months. Dissatisfied with this and that, with high demands, and even picky. If he agreed as soon as Xiao He mentioned Zhao Jiwei, his original character of being picky about marriage would be a little broken. When Xiao He came to his senses, he would definitely have some doubts. Moreover, even if he agreed to the marriage, Xiao He would not be able to issue an order to grant the marriage. He would have to ask Kong Sherlin for his opinion first. Once Kong Sherlin objected, the marriage would be in trouble. Kong Sherlin's kindness and love for Zhao Rushi were unquestionable, and he always stayed as far away as possible from the royal family's struggle for succession. If he opposed the marriage and Zhao Rushi insisted on marrying, it would be ungrateful and people would suspect that she was trying to get close to someone rich and powerful, which would make her a bad person. Even if she explained to Kong Sherlin that they were in love, Kong Sherlin would not believe her, and would think she was making excuses. Kong Sherlin opposed it. And even if the elders of Swaping Marquis Mansion were satisfied with the marriage, it would be difficult for them to oppose Kong Sherlin. But if he met Zhao Rushi in Nanyang, when he fell in love with Zhao Rushi also fell in love with him. This is the marriage chosen by the young disciple herself. She is willing to marry, and her parents have no objection. Even if Kong Sherlin is the master, it is not easy for him to jump out and oppose the marriage. So the order is extremely important, and must not be reversed. Therefore, Xiao Lingyan plans to proceed according to the original plan, thinking of his son's extremely picky requirements for his wife, and what kind of feeling he is looking for. Xiao He is not surprised that Xiao Lingyan did not agree immediately. He said, okay, then you can meet him. If Zhao Jiwei doesn't want to marry you, I can't force her. I can't do such a thing as forcing a commoner girl for my son. Xiao Lingyan was unhappy. Father, do you think your son is not as good as Zhao Jiwei? So she looks down on your son? Ha ha ha. You said that? I didn't say anything. Xiao He laughed. Xiao Lingyan looked at Xiao He with a resentful look, stood up and said, if you don't have any instructions, I will take my leave. Go. Go. Bring my daughter-in-law back as soon as possible. You kid. Don't mess up. Xiao He waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. After Xiao Lingyan came out of the palace, he went back to the Prince of Qi's mansion to pack his luggage, and happily left the city with his guards, following the imperial order to chase his wife. His original plan was to conceal his identity and interact with the people along the way. It would take at least 3 or 4 days to reach Nanyang. After arriving in Nanyang, he would not interact with people from the government, but would meet Zhao Rushi in the fields. The two would talk about improving farm tools, And then, he would go back to Beijing to talk to Xiao He about their marriage. But with the order from Xiao He, there was no need for him to delay. As a young man who was eager to get married, if he dragged his feet all the way, and didn't meet Zhao Rushi openly when he arrived in Nanyang, but instead sneaked around, it would seem fake and petty, and he didn't have the demeanor of a prince at all. Therefore, he only delayed on the road for 1 day, and arrived in Nanyang the next day. The plan was decided by the two of them together. So Zhao Rushi didn't expect Xiaolingyan to come so quickly. That day, she was drawing a water conservancy distribution map in the yamen, and saw the gatekeeper running up the steps in a panic, saying loudly, my lord, there are some people at the door. They said that the king of Qi came to inspect and wanted to see you all." Lu Hongyu was writing something, and when he heard the words, a large drop of ink fell on the paper, instantly smearing the entire paper. He didn't care about these, put down his pen and hurried out, and shouted again, "Master Kai, Master Li, Master Zhao, Master Feng, all follow me to greet them." The voice of the yamen runner was loud, and everyone was in the yamen. Kai Yuzong, Li Li, and others heard his words and walked out at this time. Lu Hongyu saw that everyone had arrived, so he walked out the door first. The others followed one after another. "Did I hear correctly? Is the Prince of Qi coming here to inspect?" The clerks of the 6 chambers also heard what the yamen runner said and started to discuss. They are not qualified to welcome the Prince of Qi. All they have to do now is to stay in the yamen honestly, not to walk around casually, and not to squeeze into the corridor to watch the fun, so as not to offend the Prince of Qi. We are close to the capital, and some people who can't buy a farm in the capital will come here. However, there are not many dignitaries who come to inspect, let alone princes. After all, we are a state government office, not a prefectural government office. What happened? At this time, Lu Hongyu had led 4 of his men to the gate of the government office, and saw a tall and handsome young man standing in front of the gate. He was about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in noble clothes, and there were a dozen guards standing behind him. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. "Your Highness." Lu Hongyu greets His Highness the Prince of Qi. The 4 people behind him also saluted. "Your Highness, and I greet His Highness the Prince of Qi." "Get up." Xiaolingyan waved his hand and glanced at everyone. Zhao Rushi lowered his head, looking like he was doing his duty. Xiaolingyan retracted his gaze and said to Lu Hongyu, "I am currently working in the Ministry of Industry and came to the countryside to learn about farming. Which lord in your government is in charge of farmland and water conservancy affairs? Please ask him to walk with me in the fields." Chapter 694, Inviting only her. Lu Hongyu was just wondering what the Prince of Qi was doing here. He was stunned when he heard this and gestured to Zhao Rushi. "Your Highness, the Prince of Qi, farmland and water conservancy affairs are all under the jurisdiction of Lord Zhao. I am Zhao Rushi, your humble servant, and I greet your Highness." Zhao Rushi then stepped forward and bowed. Xiaolingyan nodded slightly. "Lord Zhao, there is no need to be polite. In this case, I would like to trouble Lord Zhao to walk with me in the fields." Lu Hongyu and others were stunned again. Although they were not far from the capital, it was a small place with no special features, so few dignitaries came here. Those who came here to buy manners were their housekeepers. Now a prince had come, and it was a rare opportunity, so they all wanted to flatter and get close to him. Now Xiaolingyan only asked Zhao Rushi to accompany him, and they were all very disappointed. Even Kai Yuzong, who was in the prince's camp and should not have been involved with the king of Qi, felt very sorry. More than a month ago, he was in charge of farmland and water conservancy. This honor today should belong to him. Kai Yuzong is like this, not to mention Lu Hongyu and Li Li, who have no backing. Lu Hongyu looked at Zhao Rushi, waiting for her invitation. If Zhao Rushi was sensible, she would have invited him, the superior, to go with her on the grounds that she had just taken office in Nanyang and was not familiar with Nanyang's affairs. It would be natural for him to go with her then. The king of Qi is a young prince, and Zhao Rushi herself is an unmarried young woman. Even if she wanted to marry into the family, she would not be embarrassed to go out with the king of Qi alone. Right? Wouldn't there be a lot of criticism at that time? Zhao Rushi is a smart person and should know how to protect himself. But to his disappointment, Zhao Rushi just bowed and said, "Yes." Lu Hongyu's eyes deepened, and his thoughts quickly weighed between Zhao Rushi and Xiaolingyan. He bowed deeply and said to Xiaolingyan, "Lord Zhao is a woman, and it is not convenient for her to go to the fields. Why don't I accompany His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi for a walk? I have been in Nanyang for many years, and am familiar with all aspects of Nanyang. As soon as these words came out, Cai Yuzong and Li Li secretly cursed Lu Hongyu for being shameless, and were extremely jealous. With Lu Hongyu saying this, the King of Qi would definitely not reject him. After all, he was the chief official of a state, and the King of Qi had to give him some face. Moreover, he pointed out Zhao Rushi's identity as a woman, and anyone who had a little consideration for the distinction between men and women would not let Zhao Rushi accompany her, lest others use the damage to the reputation of a female official to attack the King of Qi. No need, Xiao Lingyan said lightly. Just let Lord Zhao go with me to take a look. He looked up at Zhao Rushi and asked, since this is Lord Zhao's official business, I don't think you will let other lords perform your duties on your behalf just because you are a woman? I don't have such an idea. I will accompany the prince to the fields to have a look. Zhao Rushi still lowered her head. Xiao Lingyan nodded, okay. Let's go. He turned and walked towards the horses led by the guards. After hearing what Xiao Lingyan said, Xiangming hurried to the stable to bring Zhao Rushi and their horses. Zhao Rushi got on the horse quickly under the watchful eyes of Lu Hongyu and others, and followed Xiao Lingyan and his party to the outside of the city, until the group of people disappeared. The people standing at the gate of the Yamen returned to the Yamen under the leadership of Lu Hongyu. Lili followed Cai Yuzong up the stairs in silence, and finally couldn't help asking, is His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi married? He just saw Zhao Rushi and the Prince of Qi standing together. The man was handsome. The woman was beautiful. And they were both in their prime years. He felt that the two were very well matched. Thinking of Xiao Lingyan coming to the Yamen specially, not wanting Lu Hongyu to accompany him, but asking Zhao Rushi to go with him, he couldn't help but think about the relationship between men and women. Cai Yuzong paused and his face changed slightly. Lu Hongyu was not of high rank and had little contact with the capital. He only contacted the Linjiang Prefecture government office for any affairs in Nanyang. He was not familiar with the situation in the capital, and he did not know which prince was married. After hearing what Lili said, he was also very curious. Seeing Cai Yuzong stop and change his face, he felt nervous and stopped immediately. He asked Cai Yuzong nervously, how is it? Cai Yuzong said, it seems that His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi has never been married. I heard that the Emperor was very anxious about this matter. Lu Hongyu's face changed and turned pale. It's over. If the King of Qi came here specifically for Zhao Xiwei, then he ran out to stop him and recommended himself. Wouldn't he be disliked by the King of Qi? He wanted to flatter the king, but ended up hitting the horse's leg. Your Highness the King of Qi and Mr. Zhao. He wanted to ask Cai Yuzong to confirm the relationship between Xiao Lingyan and Zhao Rushi, but he stopped halfway through. This can't be said casually. If he talks about the prince's private affairs, his career will be over if it gets out. Besides, I don't think Cai Yuzong would know whether Xiao Lingyan has any relationship with Zhao Rushi. He quickly changed his words to make up for it. Well, I mean, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi has Lord Zhao with him, so we don't have to worry about it. Just do what we should do, and go away. As he said that, he went into his room first. The other people also went into their rooms. After entering the room, everyone was uneasy, thinking about whether Zhao Rushi really had the possibility of becoming the Princess of Qi, whether they had offended Zhao Rushi too much, and whether they had eased up later. As for Xiao Lingyan, seeing Zhao Rushi riding a horse very skillfully, he felt relieved. After leaving the city gate, he slowed down and waited for Zhao Rushi's horse to come forward. Zhao Rushi saw this and rode forward, side by side with him, looking at Xiao Lingyan with an inquiring look. Xiao Lingyan's way of doing things today was completely different from what they had discussed. Originally, they planned to let Lu Hongyu and Cai Yuzong leave the city together. At that time, the two of them would not have to meet alone. After Xiao Lingyan returned to Beijing, he proposed the idea of engagement to Xiao Ge. Xiao Lingyan laughed and said, the situation has changed. It was a bit windy today, and it was hard to hear what was said on the horse. He saw farmers working in the fields from afar, so he simply stopped the horse and got off. When Zhao Rushi got off the horse and walked to his side, he repeated what Xiao He had said to him, saying, I am now following the order to pursue my wife, so there is no need to take such a big detour. As he said that, he asked, do you want to tell Mr. Kumu in advance? The elders in Sweiping Marquis' mansion all listened to Zhao Rushi, and now the only obstacle between the two was Kong Sherlin. Zhao Rushi thought for a moment and said, just grant the marriage. I'll explain to master later. Kong Sherlin would be angry no matter what. So let's settle the marriage first to avoid any trouble. Okay. That's what I mean, Xiaolingyan said. The two of them didn't come out just for show, but to really ask the old farmers in the fields about their ideas about farm tools. They stayed in the fields for half a day before Xiaolingyan left, and Zhao Rushi led her guards home. Chapter 695 Mother. Someone is here to propose marriage. It was almost noon, and time to leave the yamen. Zhao Rushi did not go back to the yamen. After returning home, she went directly to Zhu's place in the main courtyard to eat. Zhu originally planned to stay with her daughter for a while, before returning to Gusu. After Kong Sherlin and the others left, Zhao Rushi persuaded her to go. Zhu was worried about her daughter, and did not leave for a long time. In her opinion, even if Zhao Rushi had the ability and means to gain a foothold in the yamen, she was still an unmarried young and beautiful woman. If someone has dirty thoughts, and comes to climb the wall in the middle of the night, even if they are caught by the guards outside the wall, it will affect Zhao Rushi's reputation. But her situation here is completely different. Even if someone comes to climb the wall, as long as they don't touch Zhao Rushi's room, it will not affect Zhao Rushi's reputation. So after thinking about it, she still stayed here. Anyway, her son is in the academy, and her husband has a large group of servants in Gusu to serve him. So it doesn't matter if she is more or less. Zhao Rushi glanced at Zhu and decided to wait until after dinner to tell her about her marriage, so that she wouldn't be too excited to eat. As for whether Zhu was surprised or shocked after hearing the news, that was beyond her control. Half an hour later, the mother and daughter put down their bowls and chopsticks, and Zhao Rushi said, Mother, let's go to the pavilion in the garden. I have something to tell you. Before the imperial decree came down, it was not appropriate to let too many people know about this matter, so as to avoid twists and turns. So Zhao Rushi planned to avoid telling Zhu about it with the servants at home. Zhu looked at her suspiciously. What's so important that you need to go to the pavilion to talk? Usually, when the mother and daughter talked, even if it was something that the servants couldn't hear, they would only talk in the house, and let the trusted maid guard the door. It was never serious enough to go to the pavilion to talk. It was a hot summer day now. It was hot when I walked out of the house. The sun was strong. The pavilion was built in the middle of the pond, and the mosquitoes were very fierce. So since summer, she would never go out in the middle of the day, and she would never go to the pavilion to feed mosquitoes. Just follow me. Zhao Rushi stood up and said. She turned around and ordered first. Ask someone to bring mosquito-repellent grass to the pavilion to fumigate it, and then bring a big umbrella to block the sun for the lady. The maids immediately responded and got busy. Zhu looked at her daughter helplessly, and had to get up and go to the pavilion under the scorching sun. When she arrived at the pavilion, the maid who ran over had already fumigated the pavilion. The pavilion was built in the water, with a cool breeze, and it was not hot. There were blooming lotus flowers all around, and the scenery was also very good. However, neither Zhao Rushi nor Zhu had the heart to appreciate the scenery. Zhao Rushi ordered the servants, you all go out and wait on the shore. After everyone left, she said to Zhu, in the morning, the Prince of Qi came to Nanyang. He came to the government office and asked me to accompany him to the fields. Before leaving, he told me that he wanted to marry me as the Princess of Qi. Zhu was wiping her sweat with a handkerchief when she came over. Hearing this, she loosened her handkerchief, and it was blown to the ground by the wind and fell into the pond in a blink of an eye. Zhu didn't care about the handkerchief. She grabbed Zhao Rushi's arm and asked anxiously, what did you say just now? Say it again. Zhao Rushi had to repeat what she just said. Zhu swallowed her saliva. Qi. King of Qi? Zhao Rushi nodded. The fifth prince? Zhao Rushi nodded again. Zhu let go of her hand and looked at Zhao Rushi, unable to speak for a long time. Zhao Rushi felt a little uneasy and called softly, Mom. Her parents had a shallow relationship in her previous life. Her parents died in a car accident when she was in college, so she was nearly 30 years old and still unmarried, and only her aunt was concerned about her marriage. After traveling to the Great Jin dynasty, Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu were very kind to her, especially Zhu, who made her experience the deep maternal love again. She hoped to get Zhu's blessing for her marriage with Xiaolingyan, and didn't want everyone to be unhappy because of the marriage. Do you disagree? She asked. Zhu came back to her senses and looked at her daughter with a complicated expression. It's not that I don't agree. My daughter is so outstanding. She can be the queen, not just the princess. At this moment, she was very glad that they were in the pavilion, and the maid closest to them was 10 feet away, so she could say this without any scruples. Zhao Rushi did not speak, quietly waiting for Zhu's, but it's just that. Didn't you say that the struggle for the throne among the princes was very fierce? Didn't you say that you should stay away from them and not participate in any faction struggle? If you marry the king of Qi, will you be in danger? Zhu's eyes were full of worry. Zhao Rushi blinked, did not answer Zhu's words, and asked, "Do you disagree with me marrying him? If you disagree, then I will just reject him directly. Anyway, I haven't agreed yet. I told him that I will come back to discuss with you before replying." No. 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 Zhu waved her hands quickly. If Zhao Rushi said directly that she wanted to marry, Zhu would definitely be unhappy. Marrying the king of Qi means being involved in the struggle, worrying all day long, and being in danger of life at any time. This is also inconsistent with what Zhao Rushi said originally. If Zhao Rushi insisted on getting married, she would inevitably re-examine Zhao Rushi's character. But now that Zhao Rushi said she wanted to refuse, she suddenly couldn't bear to let go. This is a princess. What a noble status. Haven't you seen how transcendent the old princess of Jinan and the princess of Jinan are in Dajin? There are so many wives of dignitaries in the capital. Who dares to offend them? That's still the princess of a county. Zhao Rushi married Xiaolingyan, so she is the princess of a prince, which is higher than the princess of Jinan. Moreover, as I said before, her daughter is so outstanding. No matter her family background, talent, appearance, character, or temperament, she is first-rate. Now that the prince came to propose marriage in person, she still won't marry. Is she going to marry those sons of noble families who have accomplished nothing? The more decent sons of noble families, who are about the same age as Zhao Rushi, have been engaged. After missing out on the Prince of Qi, what good family can they find? Even if they find one, will they dare to marry? His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi came to propose marriage in person, but was directly rejected. If they married Zhao Rushi, would they worry that the King of Qi would hate their family? Who would dare to marry her? If she disagreed, would she watch her outstanding daughter become an old maid that no one wanted? If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it again. Mother is just worried about your safety. If you marry him, there will be no danger. Mother is so happy for you that she would not agree to this marriage, said Zhu. When Zhu was still the wife of the Marquis, she had met Xiaolingyan at the annual banquet. She remembered that he was a very handsome boy, better looking than any of his brothers. The most rare thing was that he was very gentle and polite to others, and many people praised him. A few years passed in a flash, and the boy who was 11 or 12 years old at that time has now grown into a handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old. Right? Chapter 696 Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. There are definitely dangers, Zhao Rushi said. If you want honor, you can't just take without giving. Even if she is the princess of Jinan, she is not as relaxed as she looks on the surface. She has a lot to worry about. She glanced at Zhu, but the Prince of Qi is the second son of the imperial concubine. It is impossible for their faction to fight each other. The Xin family will only support one prince to win the throne, so it is unlikely that the Prince of Qi will personally participate in the fight for the throne. At most, he will assist his brother, the Prince of Chang'an. Zhu, who was originally very conflicted, suddenly felt her heart tilted to one side when she heard this. She smiled happily. That's fine. If you think he's good, then agree to the marriage. Now she was worried that Zhao Rushi would disagree. Without waiting for Zhao Rushi to speak, she hurriedly said, Mother has seen His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. I remember that his appearance was also very top among all the princes, and he was also very kind. At that time, many imperial edicts wanted to marry their daughters to him. At this point, she showed a puzzled look. He is 17 or 18 years old now. Right? Why hasn't he been engaged yet? In recent years, she has attended fewer banquets and is not very well informed about the news in the capital. She vaguely heard that several princes got married and were crowned kings last year. As for the King of Qi, she didn't know. Thinking of this, her heart tightened. The King of Qi was also 17 or 18 years old. It was impossible that he hadn't been engaged yet. Is there something wrong? Yes, he is 18 years old, and he still hasn't been engaged, Zhao Rushi said. He told me that he was not satisfied with the marriage arranged by the emperor and the imperial concubine. Yesterday, the emperor mentioned me and thought that I was a good match for him. He immediately found this idea to be good. He said that he always admired my talent. She lowered her head, twisted her skirt, and acted shy, so he made a special trip to confirm it and to see if I was willing. If I didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. He said that marriage depends on fate. Two people have to be attracted to each other and be in love with each other. That's fate. When Ju heard this, she immediately felt like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Does the emperor also think you two are a good match? What's rare is that he didn't ask the emperor to issue an order directly, but ran so far in the hot weather to ask for your opinion, which shows that he is thoughtful, she said happily. She looked at her daughter. How do you feel about this marriage? Although she asked this question, she actually had a good idea about Zhao Rushi's attitude. Her daughter, who is already 16 years old, seems to have not yet opened up in terms of love. Usually, when someone mentions that someone is interested in her, or that someone comes to propose marriage, she doesn't know what it means to blush and say no, and then analyzes it in detail. She and her mother-in-law are always amused by Zhao Rushi's reaction. But what is her daughter like now? She actually knows how to be shy. And she didn't say she would refuse at the first time. It can be seen that this is her marriage. I feel okay. Zhao Rushi half lowered her head, twisting her skirt like pickled cabbage. He is very sincere. Zhu slapped her thigh. What are you waiting for? Promise him quickly. She seemed to remember something and asked quickly, where is he now? He was afraid that I would be embarrassed. So he went back to Beijing first. He left a guard here and said that if I have an answer, I should write it in a letter and give it to the guard. The guard will deliver it to Beijing. Oh, this child is really thoughtful. He didn't let you answer in person because he was worried that you were reluctant but didn't dare to say it. If you wanted to agree, he was worried that you were shy and embarrassed to say it. So he asked you to write to him. This child is really considerate. Shu completely got into the role. A typical mother-in-law who liked her son-in-law more and more, and even called him child. In normal times, how dare she call the prince a child, even if he was really a child? Except for the royal family. No one dared to regard themselves as the elders of the royal children. But now it's different. This is her son-in-law. If they really get married, he has to call her mother. Thinking of this, Ju was so happy that she didn't know what to do. Zhao Rushi was just the opposite of her mother. Not only was there no joy on her face, but there was also sadness. But I'm worried that my master won't agree. He has seen too many royal family fights, and never cares about us getting involved with the royal family. When she heard Kong Sherlin disagreed, Zhu frowned. As a mother, she was worried about her daughter's marriage. Now her daughter finally found a good marriage. And she was very unhappy thinking that Kong Sherlin would come out to stop it. But Kong Sherlin was very kind to Zhao Rushi and Sweeping Marquis' mansion. If it weren't for him, Zhao Rushi would not be valued by the emperor and the court as much as she is now. If it weren't for him, I think the emperor might not have thought of marrying Zhao Rushi to the king of Qi. But after experiencing, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. As psychological process, if she is told that this marriage is not going to be successful, even if the other party is Kong Sherlin, she will want to get angry with him. She said, how about I go to Beijing now and talk to your master? Zhao Rushi shook her head. That's not good. She said, anyway, I haven't agreed to the king of Qi. How about I write a letter to ask for the master's opinion? He really doesn't agree. She bit her lip. I'll just reject the king of Qi. That won't work. She rejected the proposal outright. Mother, please listen to me. Zhao Rushi grabbed Zhu's arm and pleaded. Just listen to me. Let me ask master first. If he disagrees, we can discuss it in detail. Okay? Zhu rolled her eyes and nodded. Okay. Write a letter and ask Lu Quan to deliver it. Zhao Rushi added. You can't tell anyone about this except grandmother and daddy. If it doesn't work out, and others know that I rejected the king of Qi, there will definitely be an uproar in the capital. Everyone was already very unhappy about my winning the first place in the imperial examination. If they knew that I didn't even look down on the prince, they would definitely ridicule me. Zhu's heart tightened, and she felt that she couldn't refuse this marriage. Otherwise her daughter would not only be in trouble for the rest of her life, but also become the public enemy of all the noble ladies in the capital. Since Zhao Rushi didn't look down on the person They tried every means to marry. Everyone would definitely say that she was dreaming. Who will Zhao Rushi marry in the future? Who dares to marry her? She patted her daughter's hand. Don't worry. I know the importance of it. You should write the letter quickly, because you will have to go to the government office soon. When you finish writing, give it to me, and I promise to let Lu Quan deliver the letter to Mr. Kumu properly. You will see the reply letter tomorrow at noon. Zhao Rushi nodded obediently. Okay. Chapter 697 Convincing Kong Shirlin. After writing the letter, Zhao Rushi went to the government office. Xu called Lu Quan and gave him a good warning, and then asked him to take 2 guards to the capital. The 3 of them set out at noon and rode fast for an hour and a half. When they arrived at the Kong family in the capital, the Kong family had not eaten dinner yet. Lu Quan from the Swaping Marquis mansion. Kong Shirlin was stunned when he heard the name and shouted, "Hurry up and call him in." He was still worried that Zhao Rushi might have been in trouble. Lu Quan came in and bowed, then said to Kong Shirlin, "I am delivering a letter to Mr. Kumu on behalf of the young lady." Kong Shirlin took the letter and read it. In the letter, Zhao Rushi told Kong Shirlin about Xiaoling Yan's visit to her today and proposed marriage to her. In the letter, she asked Kong Shirlin what to do and whether to agree to the marriage. After reading the letter, Kong Shirlin raised his head to look at Lu Quan, and then put his eyes back on the letter. But if someone observed him carefully, they would know that his focus at this time was not on the letter at all. Kong Shirlin was able to gain the trust of 2 emperors and live a transcendent life because he was a very sharp, smart and insightful person. Kong Shirlin knew that when Zhao Rushi was studying in Binding, Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng became her capable subordinates. Later, she participated in the imperial examination and took up a post in Nanyang. She wrote countless letters to Kong Shirlin, and it was basically these 2 people who delivered the letters. If these 2 people were busy, it would be Ma Sheng's son Ma Wushi who would deliver the letter, and no one else. When Kong Shirlin went to Nanyang, he found that Zhao Rushi had several more guards, such as Xiang Ming. But Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng were still the people Zhao Rushi trusted the most. The letter in front of him was so important. It contained the important matter of a prince marrying a wife, and it also involved Zhao Rushi himself. Given Zhao Rushi's temperament, he should naturally send Ma Sheng, who was the most trusted and skilled in martial arts, to deliver the letter. Lu Quan was a capable steward of Swaping Marquis mansion or Zhu's. He was neither Zhao Rushi's man nor martial arts. No matter what the reason, Zhao Rushi would not send Lu Quan to deliver the letter when there were so many trustworthy and capable people around her. So the only explanation is that this letter was not sent by Zhao Rushi, but by Zhu. In a flash, Kong Shirlin figured out these questions. He raised his head and asked Lu Quan, "Why are you here to deliver the letter? Where are Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng?" Lu Quan glanced at the servants in the room, and looked at Kong Shirlin hesitantly. "Mr. Kumu." Kong Shirlin waved his hand. "You all go out, except Kongyan." Everyone else retreated. Kongyan also retreated to the door. He was absolutely trusted by Kong Shirlin. Standing here, he could see if anyone was eavesdropping outside. He could also hear any instructions Kong Shirlin gave in the room and respond in time. Seeing that Kongyan stayed in the room, Lu Quan didn't care. Instead, he bowed to Kong Shirlin and said, "Your Highness the Prince of Qi came to the Nanyang Prefecture office this morning. He left at noon." And the girl went home and told the lady about this matter, and said she wanted to write a letter to the gentleman, because the girl was in a hurry and had to go to the yamen after a quick meal. The lady said she would deliver the letter for her. Then she sent a little man to Beijing. It was just a matter of handing the letter to Ma Sheng and giving him instructions. But Zhu took over the job of delivering the letter. Kong Shirlin had already vaguely guessed what Zhu meant. Is she trying to marry her daughter to the king of Qi? She sent you to Beijing to deliver the letter, but she wanted you to convey a message? He asked. Even if he was a master, he couldn't directly make decisions about Zhao Rushi's marriage without her parents. Therefore, although Kong Shirlin didn't agree with Zhu's idea, he still had to give her a chance to speak. "Yes," Lu Quan said. Madam said that since she recognized the girl, she, the old lady, and the uncle have been arranging a marriage for her since she was 14 years old. Originally, they had their eyes on the eldest son of the Marquis of Ping'an, Fu Degongzi, but the girl did not want to get involved in factional disputes, so she did not agree. Later, the Prince of Jingping proposed marriage for the fourth son, but the girl did not want to marry into a big house and become a little wife. and have to compete for favors with her husband's concubines. So she also refused. Hearing this, Kong Sherlin frowned. He knew everything about this marriage. The little apprentice was not only sensible, but also a caring little cotton-padded jacket. He would never hide anything from him, and would always tell him with admiration and dependence. He did not agree with Fu Yukai and Xiao Xijia. Not to mention Zhao Rushi. Fu Yukai himself was not bad, but he was caught in the political whirlpool, and had a shrew-like mother at home. The princess of Jingping in the Jingping palace seemed gentle, but she was also ruthless when it came to controlling her daughter-in-law. Not to mention that Xiao Xijia was a passionate man. Originally, Duan Chen, the runner-up, was a good candidate, but concubine Jean chose him for Princess Xiangyang and wanted to recruit him as her husband. The girl already had conflicts with him. If she married a man who rejected concubine Jean and Princess Xiangyang, she would be hated by everyone and her life would be in danger. Mr. Duan was not so outstanding that my girl would risk her life to marry him. Except for the three of them. My wife couldn't find anyone worthy of my girl among all the young men in the capital. Therefore, the girl is already 16 years old, but she has not yet been engaged. The other day, Lord Wu Zongwu told the girl that if she didn't get engaged, someone in the court might take advantage of the situation and impeach the girl. Under such circumstances, the Queen of Qi came to ask for marriage, and Madame felt that it was God's will. Madame also knows your concerns, but she also has her own considerations. So she wants me to tell you, and you can see if it makes sense. If you think it's inappropriate, then the girl's marriage will be discussed again. You say. Kong Sherlin was no longer as angry as before. After Lu Quan's words, he understood Zhu's thoughts, and knew that Zhu's actions were helpless. Compared with the three people she chose, Xiao Lingyan was much better than those people in every aspect. Excluding the fact that he was a prince, there was really nothing wrong with him. In the past year when Kong Sherlin entered the palace, he often encountered Xiao Lingyan playing chess and appreciating paintings with Xiao He. He had a very good impression of Xiao Lingyan himself. Besides, Zhu was a woman in the inner house. She had no political vision, and she only wanted to find a good marriage for her daughter. It was no wonder that she wanted to agree to this marriage. Seeing that Kong Sherlin's face was not as ugly as before, Lu Quan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Madame said that His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi could have asked the Emperor to issue an order directly, but he was willing to go in person in the hot weather to ask the girl's opinion, and said that if the girl didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. Madame thinks that His Royal Highness is respecting the girl. Just for this point, he is much better than others. Chapter 698 Shao Qi summoned. Mrs. Madame knows your concerns. He doesn't want the girl to be involved in the struggle for the throne. But looking at the capital, whether it is the noble family or the ministers in the court, how many of them are not involved in the factional struggle? Even if they are not involved now, who can guarantee that they will not get involved tomorrow? Instead of this, it is better to let the girl marry the prince directly. Among the many princes, only the King of Qi has no intention of competing for the throne. The girl's top scholar was chosen by the Emperor, and the official position was also conferred by the Emperor. She married the Prince of Qi, so the imperial concubine couldn't stop her from becoming an official. Just for this reason, the madam felt that she was better than all the families in the capital. I wonder which father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband in the capital are willing to let a woman become an official? The girl's ambition is different from other women. She is not willing to stay at home to have children and wait on her husband. Even if she is willing. As a husband, he is not as good as his wife in everything. Will he keep taking concubines to show his status? Of course, the master is not only the girl's master, but also has 3 other apprentices. He has to think about them. But my wife said that brothers and sisters are not like real brothers and sisters, and they can be completely unaffected by each other. Even if the girl marries the King of Qi, Wu Huizi and the other 3 adults can still stick to their political stance as before. Kong Sherlin listened to Lu Quan's words and remained silent for a long time. It must be said that he was moved by Zhu's last 2 words. He tried to put aside Zhu's influence and think about the feasibility of letting Zhao Rushi marry Xiao Lingyan. In other words, if Zhao Rushi did not marry Xiao Lingyan, who else in the capital could let the little apprentice marry? As a result, he found sadly that he really couldn't find a man for Zhao Rushi to marry. There are indeed some people in the capital who don't take sides, such as Peng Goen. But all of these people live together in a large family, although they don't participate in the fight for the throne. There are many conflicts in their families. If Xiao Rushi marries, She can only stay at home and raise children and serve her husband. If she wants to be an official, it is almost impossible. Not to mention Zhao Rushi's lofty ambitions. Just say that with her talent, if she is locked up at home by her husband's family and only used as a tool to give birth to children, he, as a teacher, will be mad to death. In addition, Zhao Rushi married Xiao Lingyan. As long as Wu Huixi and others choose to remain neutral in the following events, everyone will know that they are not affected by this marriage. Senior brothers and sisters are not biological brothers and sisters, and are not in the 9 clans. It is completely feasible for everyone to stick to their own political stance. Presumably, the crown prince, the 3rd and 4th princes are also happy with their attitude, and will not force them into the faction of the 2nd and 5th princes. In this way, the impact is not as great as imagined. He raised his head and looked at Lu Quan with scrutiny. Did your wife say these words? Or did your daughter say them? If Zhao Rushi taught Lu Quan to say them, then he would have to re-examine his apprentice. Lu Quan was stunned. And then he wanted to swear. It is absolutely true that my wife said it. The daughter said that she was unsure and had to ask for your opinion. I haven't read the letter she wrote, so I don't know what the daughter said in the letter. I swear, if I lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Con Sherlin was just asking casually. After being together for so long, he believed that he could still see clearly the character of his little apprentice. Seeing Lu Quan was so anxious, he waved his hand quickly. Okay. Okay. I believe you. Being able to raise a child like your daughter. I think your wife is also extraordinary. At least she is not without political acumen. Lu Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Con Sherlin said again, I understand what your wife means. Don't worry. If the emperor asks me about this marriage, I will not stop it. Lu Quan bowed to Con Sherlin. I would like to thank you on behalf of my wife. He stood up and said to Con Sherlin, my daughter wrote to you to ask about this matter. So do you think you can write a letter to her, or let me tell her? Con Sherlin said, you can't go back to Nanyang until tomorrow. Right? Come to me to get the letter before you leave. This is a serious matter. If you take the letter back to the Beau's mansion and something goes wrong, it will cause trouble if people know about it. Yes. You are thoughtful. Sir, rest assured. My wife has told me not to tell anyone about this except you. Lu Quan said hurriedly. Con Sherlin nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Okay. You go back. Come back to me tomorrow morning. Yes. I'll take my leave. Lu Quan bowed and was about to leave when he saw someone outside the door shouting, Old master. The eunuch from the palace is here. And the emperor wants you to come in and have dinner with him. Lu Quan was stunned and looked at Con Sherlin. Con Sherlin stood up. Maybe it's about your daughter's marriage. Don't worry. I know what your wife means. If the emperor is sincere, I will do what your wife wants. Thank you, sir. Con Sherlin took a sedan chair to the palace, and went to the palace where Xiao He usually stayed. He saw that the table was ready with wine and food, waiting for him. Uncle, sit down quickly. Xiao He didn't wait for him to salute, but came forward with a red face to help him up and motioned him to sit down. Eunuch Zhang brought up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine for Con Sherlin. Con Sherlin sat down and looked at Xiao with a puzzled look. Xiao knew that Shanlai didn't like to drink. Usually when they had dinner together, Xiao never persuaded him to drink. This move today was very unusual. Could it be that he really wanted to propose to Zhao Rushi on behalf of Xiao Wu? Xiao raised his glass and said to Con Sherlin, Uncle, I have to toast you today because I want to propose to your apprentice on behalf of my Xiao Wu. You have to agree. What? What? Con Sherlin acted surprised. Uh-huh. Recalling how his own Xiao Wu mentioned Zhao Rushi when he came back, Xiao He was very happy. You don't know? The other day, he told Xiao Lingyan about the memorial he received the day before. And then he mentioned Zhao Rushi to Xiao Lingyan. And Xiao Lingyan ran to Nanyang. That kid came back and told me that he felt that he had waited until the age of 18 to get engaged. Probably because he was waiting for me to mention Zhao Jiwei. He said that Zhao Jiwei's appearance, temper, paintings and calligraphy were all very much to his liking. So he immediately expressed his intention to marry Jiwei. He felt that Zhao Jiwei also had a good impression of him. But she didn't allow it at that time, saying that she wanted to discuss it with the elders, especially to get your consent. He raised the wine glass again. So I came to you today to ask for marriage on behalf of my son. Con Sherlin picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Xiao's. Took a sip and put the wine glass down. Kong came forward to serve Kong Shirlin the food when he clinked the glasses. Kong Shirlin picked up a chopstick of food and suppressed the alcohol in his mouth. Chapter 699 Granted Marriage. Seeing that he was silent, Xiao He said, I know what you are worried about. I tell you, Xiao Wu is different. That child is simple-minded and has no other ideas except that he likes to play with some mechanical tricks. You think he has no ideas, but others may not think so, Kong Shirlin said. It turns out that the things that happened to Xianwei the girl are all related to resentment. If they know that she is going to marry the king of Qi, some people who are not easy to deal with the king of Qi will turn around to deal with her. She is in Nanyang now, with a few guards around her, and can deal with ordinary people. But facing a master, she is not good enough. Hearing this, Xiao He looked embarrassed. The troubles Xiao Rushi encountered were all related to the royal family. Either the princess family did stupid things, or concubine Jean and her daughter did it. In the final analysis, it was because he did not manage his family well. Kong Shirlin continued, Ji Wei is different from other princesses. Those princesses are from big families, and they are protected by the power of big families. Those who don't want her to be a princess will find it difficult to deal with them. The sweeping marquis mansion doesn't have much power, and now the family is scattered in 2 places. Ji Wei girl is only accompanied by her mother. If someone wants to deal with her, let alone take her life, as long as she destroys her reputation, she will have no choice but to die. Kong Shirlin looked at Xiao He. So, it's not that I don't want her to marry Xiao Wu, but I can't. I'm almost 70 years old. Your Majesty, can you bear to let me watch my beloved little apprentice go to death? If you can't promise me Seiki, even if I have to make you never want to see me again, I can't agree to this marriage. The uncle and nephew have been together for half their lives, and they understand each other's personality. Xiao He initially listened to Kong Shirlin's words, thinking that Kong Shirlin was going to refuse the marriage. But when he heard that he put forward a precondition instead of blocking the way, he knew that there was still room for discussion. He hurriedly said, Don't worry, cousin. I will punish those evildoers and those people in the palace. In addition, I will send a few more imperial guards to Zhao Jiwei. No matter what happens to Zhao Jiwei, I will only ask those people and the imperial guards. Hearing this, Kong Shirlin was satisfied. The emperor sent the imperial guards to guard Zhao Jiwei, telling everyone in the world that Zhao Jiwei was under his protection. Any small offensive moves against Zhao Jiwei were all in his sight, and those who were brave could do it. Originally, Xiao Lingyan was not the main force in the fight for the throne, and his fiancée was even less so. If Zhao Rushi was weak and looked very easy to bully, bullying her would not have any bad consequences, and it would also cause trouble for the 2nd and 5th princes. So those people would naturally do it. But once he finds out that the benefits of this are too small and the risks are too great, and that if he does it, the emperor will directly kick him out of the list of candidates for the throne, then only a fool would do this. He stood up and bowed to Xiao He. I thank the emperor for his grace on behalf of Ji Wei. Xiao He hurriedly helped him up, pressing Kong Shirlin's shoulders to let him sit down. Xiao He returned to his seat and asked, Then this marriage. If the emperor can do this, I have no objection here. Kong Shirlin finally gave in. I have many daughters and granddaughters, but the one I like best is Zhao Jiwei. That child is smart, insightful, spiritual, kind-hearted, considerate, and filial to me. I, an old man, don't ask for anything else. Just one thing. That Xiaowu treats Jiwei well and doesn't let her down. Xiao He nodded, Don't worry. You know why he got engaged at the age of 18? It's because he said he wanted to marry a wife who was completely to his liking. He didn't want to make do with what he had and then take in a courtyard of concubines. He said that having too many women would cause too much trouble, and he would rather marry the one he likes and live a good life with her. After hearing what he said, I did not force him and let him wait until now to get engaged. On this point, Xiao He could understand his son very well. He favored concubine Jean for more than 10 years. Not because he loved her deeply, although concubine Jin's personality was quite pleasing to him, and he felt relaxed and happy with her. But it was not necessarily true that he loved her very much. Otherwise, he would not let go so easily. The bigger reason is that he is a quiet person and doesn't like many women in the backyard to fight for him. He will feel very tired. So when Xiao Lingyan told him sincerely that he didn't want to settle for an engagement and wanted to find a woman who suited his heart to spend the rest of his life, Xiao He felt sympathetic and felt that this son was more like himself. Therefore, he would rather withstand the pressure from the court officials and maintain his heart, and didn't want to force him. When Confronting heard this, his reluctance in his heart was reduced a little bit. He was defeated by reality, and the depression of not being able to find a perfect husband for his little apprentice also dissipated a lot. He felt that his words were not sincere enough. So he raised his head and told the eunuch, "Go and see if the king of Qi is in the palace. If he is, call him over." The eunuch agreed and went to pass the message. After a while, Xiao Lingyan was brought over. After Xiao Lingyan discussed with Zhao Rushi, he calculated the time to go to Beijing. After entering Beijing, he went back to the king of Qi's mansion to take a bath. And then he heard that Mr. Kumu was summoned to the palace. So he hurried to the palace. When Xiao He learned about it, he laughed and said, "But it's a coincidence. Come, tell your uncle how to treat Zhao Jiwei well in the future if you marry her." Xiao Lingyan knew that his chance to show off had come, and hurriedly said, "Uncle, if you are willing to marry Miss Jiwei to me, I am willing to treat her well for the rest of my life. Not take concubines, not restrict her, and let her do what she wants." After a pause, he said, "I have also said these words to Miss Jiwei." Confronting glanced at him. Many people have said similar things when marrying a wife, and even sworn vows. But in the end, the vows we made back then all became empty. And what should be betrayed was still betrayed. Xiao Lingyan scratched his head. "Then what should I do to make my cousin uncle believe me?" Confronting waved his hand. "It doesn't matter whether I believe it now or not. You have to remember what you just said and treat Jiwei well for the rest of your life." Xiao Lingyan nodded vigorously. "I will." Although Xiao Lingyan didn't say too many sweet words, Confronting could see his sincerity. He didn't beat around the bush and said to Xiao He, after Xiao Wu left Nanyang, "Jiwei couldn't make up her mind and sent a servant to the capital to ask me what I thought. I read her letter, and she was also moved by Xiao Wu's sincerity, and was willing to entrust her life to him. And considering the love and trust that the sweeping marquis and his wife and the old lady have for Jiwei, they will not block this marriage as long as she is willing. In this case, I will now decide on behalf of the sweeping marquis's mansion to agree to this marriage." Chapter 700 Shock. Xiao Lingyan was overjoyed and stepped forward to bow to Confronting, saying, "Thank you, uncle, for your help. In the future, I will treat Miss Jiwei well, and I will also be filial to you with her." Confronting glared at him. "If I don't agree to the marriage, will you be unfilial to me?" Xiao Lingyan held back his laughter and bowed his head. Xiao Wu dare not. Xiao He knew that Confronting was teasing a child. So he laughed and said, "Then I will draft an edict." He raised his hand and said to the imperial edict officer who was accompanying him, "Draft the edict." As an emperor, unless he was sleeping or he specifically ordered it, the imperial edict officer of the Hanlin Academy would always send someone to take turns beside him. In addition to drafting and delivering edicts when he ordered it, they would also record the emperor's daily life and the visits to the imperial concubines. Therefore, he didn't have to waste his words. He only needed to give an order, and the imperial edict officer would draft the imperial edict according to the format. After he reviewed it, he could issue it with the seal. In the past, when he said something, the imperial edict officer would respond and then write. But after he gave the order, he didn't hear the imperial edict official respond. He turned his head in surprise and looked over there, and saw Duanshin, who was on duty today, kneeling there blankly, wondering what he was thinking. Confronting and Xiao Lingyan both turned their heads to look in the direction he was looking, and when they saw Duanshin, they both understood. The young eunuch saw Duanshin in a daze, and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurried over and pushed Duanshin, scolding him, "What are you doing? The emperor asked you to draft a marriage decree for His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi and Miss Zhao Jiwei." There was no competition among the eunuchs and attendants, and they could help each other when encountering problems. So his words were full of suggestions. Duanshin came to his senses, hurriedly came out of his seat, and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Xiao He also knew that Duanshin was interested in Zhao Jiwei and rejected Princess Xiangyang. He thought that Zhao Jiwei was just like his own Xiaowu, who was also very picky and had not been engaged until now. In the end, the two of them fell in love with each other. Xiao He felt more and more that the two were destined to be together. The little bit of anger in his heart disappeared. "It's okay. Don't do it again in the future," he said calmly. "Draft the edict." "Yes." Duanshin did not dare to look up at the emperor from beginning to end. After bowing, he lowered his head and returned to his seat, picking up a pen to draft an imperial edict to grant marriage. After he finished drafting, Xiao He took a look and found that it was correct. So he stamped his seal and handed the imperial edict to the eunuch, who delivered the edict. You read it to the imperial concubine. And go to Nanyang and Gusa tomorrow. He looked at Xiao Lingyan again. You will go to your mother's place later. Yes. Xiao Lingyan agreed happily. The matter was settled. After returning home from the palace, Kong Shirlin asked the servants to call Wu Huixi and Gong Chung and told them about it. Wu Huixi and Gong Chung were both surprised. But it was just a surprise. After the surprise, the two quickly accepted the news. They knew better than anyone else how outstanding the junior sister was. This excellence was not only reflected in her talent, but also in her proper way of dealing with people and her strong ability to do things. For such an outstanding junior sister, it seems that her only destiny is to marry the prince. No one else is worthy of her. Seeing that the two apprentices were only surprised and not dissatisfied, Kong Shirlin nodded secretly with satisfaction. The reason why he did not ask the two before going to the palace was that he felt that it was unfair to Zhao Rushi. Why did Zhao Rushi have to get the consent of her senior brother or give way to his political stance if she wanted to get married? He began to consider the issue of stance, not for the three male apprentices, but more for Zhao Rushi. After the marriage decree is issued, will the junior sister return to the capital or continue to stay in Nanyang? Wu Huixi asked. I want to send her a few guards. Kong Shirlin smiled. I have discussed with the emperor and the king of Qi. The king of Qi said that Jiwei finally passed the imperial examination and became an official. It is unfair to let her come back less than 2 months after taking office. Anyway, the engagement ceremony will take at least half a year. So let her do what she likes in Nanyang first. So I specially asked the emperor to let Jiwei stay in Nanyang. I left the palace with the king of Qi. On the way, the king of Qi told me that it would be safer for Jiwei to stay in Nanyang. That place is small, and a stranger would be easily discovered. On the contrary, it is easy for people to take advantage of the situation in the capital, which is not as safe as Nanyang. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the two disciples, Kong Shirlin explained, the emperor plans to send the imperial guards to Nanyang to protect Jiwei. With the imperial guards, Jiwei staying in Nanyang is indeed safer, as the king of Qi said. Wu Huixi and Gong Chung were relieved, compared to the calmness of Wu Huixi and Gong Chung after hearing the news. The reactions of other people in the capital were much stronger, because the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict went to concubine Sin's palace to read the imperial edict. The people in the harem knew the news at about the same time as Wu Huixi and Gong Chung. Princess Xiangyang was so shocked and angry that she almost dropped the teacup in her hand, but was stopped in time by the maid sent by concubine Jean. Princess, if this action is heard by the emperor, will the emperor believe that you dropped it accidentally? The maid said. Why? What qualifications does she have to be my sister-in-law? She hangs out with a bunch of men all day, and doesn't know. The rest of Princess Xiangyang's words were immediately covered by the maid. Princess, the imperial decree has been issued, and the matter is a foregone conclusion. There are some things that cannot be said, the maid advised earnestly. Princess Xiangyang felt aggrieved and started to cry. She ran into the bedroom and threw herself on the bed, pounding it hard. Why can she marry the prince? But I can only marry a nobody? Whoa! Thinking that the woman whom she used to look down on and regarded as worthless has become her sister-in-law, and that she will even have the right to scold her in the future. She feels that life is worse than death. Originally, Princess Xiangyang planned to wait until her father calmed down before taking revenge on Zhao Jiwei. Now that her father has sent the imperial guards to guard her, her plan is completely hopeless. The maid sighed when she saw this. Princess Xiangyang has been engaged for more than 2 months, but she still looks down on her husband and has made trouble with concubine Jean several times, but was scolded by concubine Jean every time. The imperial decree for marriage has been issued. How can it be treated as a joke? If it were in the past, if she really didn't want to get married, concubine Jean could still have some room to turn around by begging the emperor. But now the emperor rarely comes to concubine Jean's place. If concubine Jean mentions it, she will only be scolded and even more disgusted. Concubine Jean was very calm when she heard the news. She and her daughter had suffered a lot at the hands of Zhao Rushi, so she knew that this woman was not simple. She was not surprised at all that she married the prince. Go to Xiangyang and have someone keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything stupid again. she warned. Chapter 701 Second House. In general, for a marriage, no matter whether the owner of the swiping marquis's house is at home or not, the eunuch who delivers the imperial edict will only go to the house to read the imperial edict. The servants in the house will send the letter to Nanyang and Gusu. But in order to save face for Zhao Rushi and Zhao Yuanchuan, Zhao He specially asked the eunuch to go to Nanyang and Gusu to deliver the imperial edict. Before the eunuch left the next day, Zhao Lingyan personally gave him a generous reward and asked him to go to the swiping marquis's house. So the swiping marquis's house, which had no owner, suddenly welcomed the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict. When they learned that their daughter was married to the king of Qi, the whole house was immediately happy. The servants who stayed gave the eunuch a reward and asked people to deliver the good news to the second and third houses. After thinking about it, they sent the good news to the Duke of Weiguo's mansion and several aunts' homes. Su Shi knew the news and was naturally happy for Zhao Rushi. She was now an orphan and a widow, with young children, and had to rely on the swiping marquis mansion for a living. The better the swiping marquis mansion was, the better her life would be. The people in the second house had a very complicated mood when they heard the news of the marriage. It's not that they were not happy for Zhao Rushi. Everyone was happy. But when they thought of the two sisters Zhao Ruwei and Zhao Ryu, the father and son had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. It's great that the fifth sister is like this, Zhao Jing'an murmured. He would not consider the current situation if he had not stood at that height. He felt that marrying the prince and becoming a princess was the highest honor for a woman. So he had such feelings. Yes. Zhao Yuanliang recalled the scene when he first met Zhao Rushi in Shirong village. At that time, he thought she was his daughter, and felt guilty and wanted to make amends for her. Unexpectedly, in just over 2 years, she actually passed the exam and was going to marry the prince as a princess, standing at a height that he needed to look up to. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict had to go to Nanyang, so he went to Swiping Marquis's mansion to deliver the imperial edict earlier. Zhao Jingli was a low-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue, so he naturally had no qualifications to attend the court. At this time, he was still at home and had not gone to the yamen. He sighed. So no matter whether you are a man or a woman, you should work hard on your own and don't always expect to rely on others. Look at the fifth sister. Then look at the fourth sister and the sixth sister. Their starting points are not similar, but far apart. The fifth sister used to save even pens and ink in the countryside, and there were not many books to read. The fourth sister and the sixth sister had specially invited female teachers to teach them. But look at their achievements today and the path each of them has chosen. He shook his head and said nothing more. Zhao Yuanliang was a little embarrassed. He knew his son did not mean to mock him, but he always felt like an arrow was shot in his chest. Zhao Jingdan was silent for a moment, nodded, stood up and said, although the fifth sister is very smart, her hard work is the key factor to her success today. She never puts down her book or pen. Whenever we went there, she was either reading or practicing calligraphy. She seldom had time to rest, let alone play. Such a person is worthy of His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi's marriage. Unlike the fourth sister and the sixth sister, who did nothing but thought about how to marry a good family all day long. In the end, she became someone's concubine. It's fate that makes people play tricks on people. He stood up and said, I'm going to study. Next spring, I must pass the examination to become a student. In fact, his goal was to become a scholar. But he was worried that his father and brother would say that he was too ambitious. So he lowered his goal a little. After all, he failed the Tongxing exam this spring. So he has no right to brag. I'm going to the government office. 2. Zhao Jingli was also full of fighting spirit and decided to study mathematics harder and become an indispensable official in the Ministry of Revenue. Zhao Yuanliang looked at the backs of his two sons and asked, should we send someone to tell your fourth and sixth sisters about this news? Zhao Jingli paused and glanced at Zhao Jingdan. Zhao Jingdan nodded with his head down. Okay. Tell them. And let them know what ambitious women will get. To be honest, when Zhao Jingdan first learned that Zhao Ryu had also become a concubine and saw the letters she left behind, he was the one who was hit the hardest. He had always thought that Zhao Ryu was his twin sister, and the two grew up together and had a deep relationship. Later, even though he knew that Zhao Ryu was not a child of the Zhao family, he was still willing to do his best to protect her. Although he was disappointed with Zhao Ryu after the separation, the feelings he had for so many years could not be erased. He really didn't expect Zhao Ryu to choose such a path. Zhao Ryu is different from Zhao Rurui. Although she is not a biological daughter of the Zhao family, she is more beautiful than Zhao Rurui, has a better personality, is a student of the Beijing Women's Academy, and is very good at playing the piano. Given the personalities of the second wife's father and son, she will naturally have a dowry when she gets married. As long as she wants, she can definitely marry a better family. But she chose to be someone's concubine. What is so worth giving up her dignity to spend her life with a man who took a concubine only 1 month after marrying his wife? Zhao Jinan couldn't figure it out. Seeing that one of his 2 sons went back to his own courtyard and the other went out of the gate, Xiao Yuanyang called the maid at home and said, "Tell the kitchen to make some snacks that the 6th lady likes to eat, and send them to the Jingping Palace. And tell her about the marriage of the 5th lady." The maid said reluctantly, "Master, the people in the Jingping Palace said that the 6th lady is just a concubine. They said they don't know what the rules of our palace are. But anyway, the concubines in their palace are not allowed to hand over things to the outside all day long, and asked us not to send things to their palace anymore. Although their palace is not as luxurious as it seems, at least the concubine will not starve. Last time, I spent half a penny and talked so hard that I finally begged the doorman to pass the things in. But I haven't received any response yet. Since the 6th lady is in the palace, she will know the good news about the 5th lady sooner or later. In my opinion, let's just forget about it now." Zhao Yuliang's face darkened. "Why? I can't use you anymore. Right? I need your permission to send things and messages to my daughter? I dare not." The old woman knelt down quickly. "I will do what the master ordered. But the money for the bribe is just a small monthly salary. And I have to support my family, so I really can't afford it." Zhao Yuanyang stared at her, angry for a long time, and then reluctantly took out a dime from his pocket and threw it in front of the old woman. "Go quickly." "Yes." The old woman picked up the silver, bowed, and then retreated. Zhao Yuanyang spat at her back, touched the silver in his arms, and looked painful. The eldest son was the housekeeper, and he was given a monthly allowance of 10 taels of silver. He usually did not dare to go to the restaurant to drink with his group of friends, for fear that he would have to return the favor after eating. He spent the 10 taels of silver on himself, and sometimes he had to use some worthless jewelry to please his concubine. He was really tight on money. Chapter 702 Zhao Ryu. It turns out that you can't rely on others. You have to rely on yourself. If he had his own salary, would he need to ask his son for some money? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanliang shook his head and decided to send less things to Zhao Ryu in the future. She chose her own path, and whether she lived well or not depended on her fate. They were too busy to help her. The maid asked the kitchen to make some snacks, and took them to the Jingping Palace to ask to see the 4 sons' concubine. "Aunt Zhao, go away. My aunt is not allowed to be visited." When the people in Jingping Palace saw this woman, they wanted to drive her away. Because of this Aunt Zhao, his princess was furious with the 4th master, and the 4th young master's wife cried so hard that her eyes were swollen, and she fell ill that day. The princess had to apologize to her family, which made Jingping Palace very embarrassed. But the Zhao family didn't know what was good for them. They kept sending some worthless snacks to the palace, making their daughter look so precious. If she was really precious, why would she rush to be someone's concubine? Now everyone in the Jingping Palace is extremely dissatisfied with the new concubine Zhao. "My dear brother, it is like this. The emperor has granted my 5th daughter the marriage to the king of Qi as the princess of Qi. So the palace wants me to send a message to the 6th daughter to make her happy." The old woman hurriedly smiled. Last time she came to deliver something, she spent 200 coins to handle it, and went back to find the eldest young master to settle the bill. This time she asked the master for 5 coins of silver, but she did not intend to use the money to handle it. She knew that if the 5th daughter worked hard, she would be the princess of the prince in the future, which was higher than the status of the princess of the county in the Jingping Palace. After hearing her words, the Jingping Palace had to invite her in politely. Why did they need to spend money to arrange it? The 5th lady is really good. The 4th and 6th ladies are willing to be humble. Sure enough, after the old woman said this, the young gatekeeper of the Jingping Palace did not dare to scold her anymore. He looked at the old woman doubtfully and said, "Are you telling the truth? I tell you, if you lie about the imperial edict, you will be beheaded. Not only you, but all the masters and servants in the palace will be finished." "No, no, I dare not lie about the imperial edict even if I have the courage of a bear and a leopard. What I said is true. Just before I came, the eunuch in the palace went to the swiping marquis's mansion to announce the edict. If you don't believe it, go in and ask your master and you will know, the maid said. Seeing that the maid was so confident and not panicking at all, the doorman believed it about 70%. If this is true, the annoying Aunt Zhao might turn over. The status of the princess is one level lower than that of the Princess of Qi. Not to mention that the fourth young master's wife's family is even worse than the Jinping Palace. Once Aunt Zhao's cousin became the Princess of Qi, Aunt Zhao's status would not be as high as that of the fourth young master's wife. But it would not be much worse. How could the princess and the fourth young master's wife dare to be disrespectful to Aunt Zhao? Wait. He threw down a sentence and ran inside. The remaining doormen did not dare to neglect it, and invited the maid to sit in the hall and served her a cup of tea. At this time, Princess Jinping was listening to her husband, who had just left the court, mentioning this matter, and her face was full of complexities. Are we going to let this little hoof jump around in the mansion? She said unwillingly. If Zhao Ruyu was chosen by her son and brought into the mansion after asking her, she would not have such a big opinion on Zhao Ruyu. But Zhao Ruyu was willing to be lowly, and even used her beauty to seduce her son, and let her son hide it from her, and carry Zhao Ruyu into the mansion in the evening. When she got the news that night, she rushed over and asked her son to send Zhao Ruyu back. Her son, who had always been very obedient, actually disobeyed her under Zhao Ruyu's tearful attack and insisted on keeping Zhao Ruyu. This made Princess Jinping dislike Zhao Ruyu. In addition, her newly married daughter-in-law got sick because of this, and she had to send someone to apologize to her in-law's house. She really hated Zhao Ruyu. She had originally planned to use some means to torture Zhao Ruyu. But now Zhao Ruyu's cousin was actually granted marriage as Princess Qi. She couldn't do anything to Zhao Ruyu no matter what. Yu said she was also a student of the Beijing Women's Academy. Before the swiping marquis's house was demoted and separated, she was at least a lady from a noble family. How could she willingly follow Brother Jia without any status? Is this woman really born to be lowly just like her origin? Princess Jinping said. Don't think about it. Just be polite to her in the future. As long as we don't waste time. No one can say anything to us. Prince Jinping comforted his wife. Princess Jinping's eyes flickered for a moment, but she didn't say anything. She checked Zhao Ruyu and the future Princess Qi Zhao Rushi, whether because of the exchange of identities or something else. The two of them did not have a good relationship. After the separation, they had even less contact. Zhao Ruyu ran here to be a concubine. And even if Zhao Rushi heard that she was not doing well, she would not stand up for her. Of course, Princess Jinping would not be so stupid as to punish a concubine and let people see it and give them a reason to talk. After hearing the servant's report, Princess Jinping said, have someone take the old woman to see Aunt Zhao politely. In the future, when the Zhao family sends someone to deliver things or messages, you only need to report to me and they can pass. Don't make things difficult for them. After hearing his wife's behavior, King Jinping nodded with satisfaction. When the old woman entered Zhao Ruyu's courtyard, she was playing the piano. At first, she almost vomited while playing the piano for the beauty pills. After getting the beauty pills, she never wanted to play the piano again. Now Xiao Xijia likes to listen to her piano. She can neither go out to school nor run around here. It's really uncomfortable to stay in this small courtyard. To relieve boredom, she played the piano again. The old servant came to congratulate the sixth lady. As soon as the old woman entered, she bowed and said with a happy face. Zhao Ruyu was stunned and asked the maid, what's the joy from? She was hoping that Zhao Jingli would be promoted again, or that the second house would get some great benefits. The fifth lady of the Bofu was married to the king of Qi by the emperor, and will become the princess of Qi. Congratulations to the sixth lady. Congratulations to the sixth lady. Zhao Ruyu was stunned. What did you say? Say it again. The maid repeated what she had just said. Zhao Ruyu. The maid saw that Zhao Ruyu's expression suddenly changed. Not only did she not show a trace of joy on her face, but she looked like she was hit. She immediately curled her lips. Seeing you can't bear it any longer, you rush to get married. Seeing you degenerate and become someone's concubine, now you know you were totally wrong. Right? Whether it is the fourth or sixth girl, as long as they have survived until now, they will definitely be able to marry well thanks to the blessing of the fifth girl. Now that both of them have become someone's concubine, they won't get much benefit no matter how prominent their families are. Can their husbands still make them legitimate wives? Sixth girl. she called out. Zhao Ryu came back to her senses, looked at the mother-in-law with a complicated expression, and uttered a few words with difficulty. Congratulations to the fifth girl for me. Chapter 703 Difficult Situation. After she finished saying this with all her strength, her lips trembled slightly, and she could not help but burst into tears. She stood up quickly, trotted a few steps, and went into the inner room without looking back. Fu Shu did not follow her in to comfort her. She was the only maid who followed Zhao Ryu from the Zhao mansion to the prince's mansion. Since Sherpozy had not left, she had to stay here to talk to Sherpozy and give her money. She reached into her sleeve pocket and fumbled for a few copper coins. After hesitating for a moment, she put 2 back and walked to the posy and stuffed the money into her hand. The whole action was concealed, and she did not dare to let anyone see how much money she gave to the posy. There are 2 maids from the Jingping Palace in this room. It's not that the princess of Jingping and the 4th young master's wife didn't treat them harshly, and were willing to assign servants to serve Zhao Ryu. They sent these 2 maids here, and their only task, besides monitoring them, was to ridicule and mock them. These 2 maids did nothing when they came here, and Zhao Ryu couldn't order them at all, but they were very diligent in talking. And the words they said were so harsh that Zhao Ryu and his servant wanted to tear their mouths apart from time to time. Zhao Ryu was the wife of the Marquis of Pingnan in her previous life, and she also had some tricks to deal with servants. But here she had no money and no one, so she couldn't even ask someone to slap the 2 maids in the mouth. But the 2 grew up with Xiao Xijie, and they were used to flattering Xiao Xijie, and Xiao Xijie had a good impression of them. They were also very good at pretending. When Xiao Xijie came to her yard, they pretended to be honest, obedient and diligent, and sometimes they pretended to be wronged, as if Zhao Rushi and his servant bullied them. This made Zhao Ryu unable to complain. So now Zhao Ryu and Fu Shu's life is as frustrating as it can be. Thank you for your trip. Fu Shu was afraid that the maid would shout out the coins after seeing them, so he stuffed the money into her hands and said, I'll take you out. The maid waited for Fu Shu's hand to leave, then fumbled for the 5 coins in her palm and was stunned. She had seen 5 coins as a reward before, and the Swaping Marquis' mansion was not a wealthy family. Sometimes, if the servants did things that pleased their masters would give them a few coins as a reward. But that was in the mansion, and they were doing their own duties, and they were servants of the family, and they usually had monthly allowances. What she did was not a great achievement, so it was reasonable that she was not given much reward. Now she had to deliver snacks from Swaping Marquis' mansion to Jingping Prince's mansion, and her soles had to be worn out several times, and she had to go through all kinds of difficulties from Jingping Prince's mansion servants. She was tired physically and mentally. No matter what, Zhao Ryu and her servant should not give her such a small reward. But she was smart to be sent out to deliver things. She looked at the 2 maids who were staring at them like lanterns, and said nothing. She turned around and followed Fu Shu out the door. After going down the steps and out of the courtyard, seeing that there was no one around, Fu Shu apologized to the maid. Our girl has a very hard time here. Not only does she not have a monthly allowance, but the food she eats is raw and rotten, and she has to be constantly criticized by those 2 maids. She held the maid's hand. Madam Sure, can you go back and talk to the master and the eldest and 2nd young masters and ask them to send you to see the girl often? Now the 5th lady has become the princess of Qi, although our girl is now a concubine and can no longer be a legitimate relative of the 5th lady. As long as we visit each other more frequently, the people in the Jingping Palace will not embarrass the girl for the 5th lady's sake. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but sob. After Zhao Ryu married, although Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Jing'an were very angry, they still remembered her and asked this woman to send things to her twice. But no matter how difficult her life was, the girl never told Sherpozy about her situation, nor did she allow Fu Shu to tell her. She said that she had chosen this path herself, and she had to grit her teeth and go on even if it was difficult. If others knew, they would laugh at her. But Fu Shu couldn't bear it anymore, especially after knowing that the 5th girl was going to marry into the royal family as the princess of Qi. She now deeply blamed herself and regretted that she should have stopped the girl desperately, or secretly told the eldest young master that she was going to enter the Jingping Palace as a concubine. It was only 1 month. Just 1 month. If the girl came in a month later, because of the relationship with the 5th girl, she could marry a good family, and she would never go the wrong way and come here to live such a life and be humiliated and tortured. Sherpozy came 3 times. Even if Fu Shu didn't say anything, She could see the situation of the master and servant. The second branch of the Zhao family is at least one family with the sweeping marquis mansion. And they were also nobles before the separation. Even if Zhao Ryu came in as a concubine, the people of the Jingping prince's mansion should let her in no matter what. Considering that they are both nobles. Even if they don't let her in, they will be polite. Why do they have to stuff a lot of silver and say nice things before handing her something? She nodded and said, "Don't worry. I know. I'll tell the master and the eldest and second young masters when I go back." But, she looked at Fushu sympathetically, both the sweeping marquis mansion and the Zhao family of concubines. You also know how concubines are in the mansion. Unless there is something important going on in my family's house, I am not allowed to visit often. It will take at least half a year for the fifth miss to get married. If the Jingping prince's mansion doesn't give me face and doesn't let me send things over, the master and the eldest young master can't do anything about his family. Fushu's tears, which he had been holding back for a long time, suddenly flowed down. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief and cried, "Is there no way out? My daughter and I really can't stand it here any longer. Can the master and the second young master bear to watch the daughter die like this?" Mrs. Shur sighed. "There is a way." Fushu raised her head, tears in her eyes full of hope. "Madam, you say, if the sixth daughter writes a letter to ask the fifth daughter to send someone to send her something, the people here will definitely not treat you harshly anymore." The light in Fushu's eyes gradually faded. For some reason, her daughter and the fifth daughter have been at odds with each other since they met. The two of them have never been harmonious, let alone sisterly love. It was like this before the family split up. Now that the family split up, her daughter has become a concubine again. How could the fifth daughter, the future princess of Qi, lower her status and associate with her daughter? Wouldn't that put herself on the same level as a concubine, degrading herself? Moreover, her daughter is strong-willed by nature. She didn't even let the master, the eldest and second young masters, know about her situation. How could she write a letter to ask the fifth daughter and humiliate herself? She lowered her eyes, and a tear fell on her front. She bowed. "Thank you for your advice, madam. I know. I will persuade the girl." Chapter 704. Do you regret it? At this time, Zhao Ryu was lying on the bed, covering her mouth with a handkerchief and crying silently. In her previous life, she had been held in the palm of Fu Yulong's hand since she met him. Later, she married into the Ping'an Marquis' mansion. Even though Ping'an Marquis' wife, he liked to torture her daughter-in-law. Fu Yulang was devoted to her. She became Ping'an Marquis' wife again, and the servants in the family listened to her. He had to make a living under her son and daughter-in-law. Apart from saying a few unpleasant words, she could not do anything else. In her previous life, she had always been pampered and spoiled, with others praising her. After her rebirth, she changed from the second daughter of the Marquis' mansion to an adopted daughter, and then separated from the family to become an adopted daughter of an ordinary family. However, because Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Jing'an protected her, and she was a student of the Beijing Women's Academy, no servant in the mansion dared to disrespect her. Only Zhao Ruirui made a few indirect complaints to her, but they were not very hurtful. Moreover, she had her own plans and did not take this temporary little happiness to heart. But now she can't stand living like this in the Jingping Palace. She will tolerate a few cold words for now, and keep them in mind. When she becomes the mistress of this palace, she will make these two maids, who are not kind enough to live a life worse than death, the honorable Jingping princess will have to live under her sway in the future. But the food is either half-cooked or salty every day, which is really unbearable for her. When she knew that she would come to Jingping Palace to be a concubine, Zhao Yuanliang and his son would definitely stop her. They would lock her up at home and hastily find a marriage for her. So she left the Zhao family quietly, taking only her own private money and jewelry and clothes, in order to dress up beautifully and make Xiao Xijia willing to take her into the mansion. She spent almost all the money she earned in the academy and had no savings. After entering the palace, Princess Jingping did not let anyone give her monthly allowance. So she wanted to use the money to manage the servants. And she didn't even have the money to ask the servants to buy snacks for her and Fushu from outside. Life was really hard. If there hadn't been news about Zhao Rushi, maybe she could have held on. She came in as a concubine to get the position of the wife of the general who guards the country. In the previous life, it wouldn't be long before the prince of Jingping Palace died of illness, and Xiao Xijia became the prince. The next year, Jingping prince fell off his horse and died. When Xiao Xijia inherited the title, His title was demoted to a general who guards the country. His original wife was weak and died of illness after Xiao Xijie inherited the title. Zhao Ruyu was willing to accept the humiliation of being a concubine in the mansion because she thought that with her beauty, Xiao Xijie would definitely make her his wife. There are two types of concubines in Dajin. One type is maids who have a body contract, prostitutes, etc. as concubines. These are lowly concubines who are involved in business and cannot be made his wife's wife. The other type is a good concubine with a clean family background, no body contract, and no business. After the death of the wife, as long as she is not morally corrupt, her husband can make her his wife's wife. Zhao Ruyu felt that if she could make Xiao Xijie stay despite the opposition of his mother and wife, she would have the confidence that Xiao Xijie would make her his wife's wife. When she becomes the wife of the general who guards the country, all those who laugh at her, ridicule her, and despise her in the capital will be slapped in the face. Especially Zhao Rushi. So what if she is smart? So what if she can read? So what if she is a master of painting and calligraphy? Will she still have to pay respect to herself in front of others? She wants to prove that no matter how hard a woman works, it is not as good as marrying well. Her position as the wife of the general who guards the country is a height that Zhao Rushi can never reach in her life. So what if Xiao Xijie is promiscuous and unfaithful? As long as she gave birth to a son, firmly held the position of the wife of the general, and kept her beauty, it would not be a big deal even if this man occasionally had other thoughts. Fu Yunlang, who was loyal to her in the previous life and loved her all his life, would change his mind. Could she still expect a sentimental seed to be devoted to her? As long as the status and position are honorable, everything else is nothing. But now, what did she hear? Zhao Rushi is going to marry the king of Qi and become the king of Qi's principal wife? Zhao Ruyu's eyes flashed with Xiao Lingyan's unusually handsome face and tall and upright body, and her heart was filled with jealousy and despair. Why? Why is it like this? Zhao Rushi has been rolling around with men all day long, and her reputation has long been ruined. Is the emperor's brain stuck in the door? He actually let his son marry such a woman. Is Xiao Lingyan's eyesight even worse? Why did he agree to marry Zhao Rushi when he turned a blind eye to her beauty? Zhao Rushi has become the princess of Qi. Even if I have worked hard to climb to the position of the wife of the general who guards the country, I still have to pay my respects to her. Right? What's the point of her being despised and looked down upon now? Listening to the insults of maids all day long, and not even having enough food to eat? Xiao Ruyu lay on the bed in a daze, staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, feeling as if she had died. When Fu Shu sent Sherpozi away and returned to the room, he saw Zhao Ruyu in this state. The two maids outside the room were unusually quiet and did not mock the girl. Fu Shu sat down on the bed and thought for a while before speaking. Miss, why don't you write a letter to the fifth girl to wish her a happy birthday? The fourth girl will definitely write a letter and send something. When the fifth girl writes back and gives her a gift, she will definitely make trouble. She doesn't care what the fifth lady thinks of her, as long as she gets benefits and makes her situation in Pingnan Marquis' mansion better. She will definitely do it. At that time, maybe she will send someone to show off in front of you. Fu Shu is a stubborn and very righteous girl. She would not say such words before, but Zhao Ruyu's actions some time ago and the life in Jingping Prince's mansion made her grow up quickly. She now knows how to persuade her own girl, asking Zhao Ruyu to bow to Zhao Rushi. She will never do it unless she is in a desperate situation. But if we use the fourth girl to stimulate her, maybe we can achieve our goal. Zhao Ruyu still opened her eyes and looked at the top of the tent. Her expression did not change at all. Fu Shu was anxious and called out in a low voice, "Girl, don't worry." Zhao Ruyu's voice became slightly hoarse because of crying. They won't embarrass us anymore. Didn't you see that there is no movement outside? Fu Shu subconsciously listened to the movement outside. Coming back to her senses, she glanced at Zhao Ruyu. But even if it's not difficult, it's not much better. Zhao Ruyu didn't say anything else. Fu Shu sat on the bed for a while, then slowly stood up and walked out. Hearing Fu Shu's light footsteps leaving the door, Zhao Ruyu turned over and walked to the dressing table and sat down. She reached out and touched her beautiful face in the mirror, and her fighting spirit was gradually aroused in her heart. Since the situation cannot be changed, let's just go on like this. Even if Xiao Rushi married the king of Qi as the main wife, what would happen? If she was not favored and had no children, and I was favored and had children, wouldn't she still be the winner? Let's wait and see. Chapter 705. Nanyang announces the imperial eunuch. The eunuchs who can make it in the palace are the best of the best. Eunuch Ding knew that both the king of Qi and the future princess Zhao Rushi of Qi were loved by the emperor. He was particularly willing to do this fiancé a favor. So he ran to Sui Ping Marquis's mansion early in the morning to announce the imperial edict. And then he left the city and rode straight to Nanyang. He planned to rush to Nanyang before the government office closed and read the imperial edict in the state government office. If only Zhao Rushi and the servants of the Zhao mansion read out such a glorious event. Wouldn't it be a night march in brocade clothes? The new identity of Zhao Rushi must be known to everyone in the state government. She is the future princess of Qi, the daughter-in-law of the royal family, and these people should be more respectful to her. Just before leaving the government office in the morning, Eunuch Ding and his party entered Nanyang City and rode to the state government office. In the government office, everyone was packing up and preparing to go home when they saw the gatekeeper crawling in, stammering to Lu Hongyu, who was about to go down the stairs. "Sir, there is a eunuch at the door," saying, "He is here to read the imperial edict." Lu Hongyu stumbled and almost fell down the steps, but was supported by a servant. Kai Yuzong, who was about to step out of the door, stood there with 1 foot outside and 1 foot inside. They had never been announced to the emperor in their lives, nor had they seen a creature like a eunuch. Although Kai Yuzong was a member of the prince's faction, he was just a small fry and had no right to see the prince. The closest they had ever been to the emperor and the people in the palace was during the palace examination. "Hurry. Come in," Lu Hongyu said, wishing he could slap the yamen runner. "This is an imperial decree. Who dares to forge it? The eunuch can't be pretended by anyone." These yamen runners were so tactless that they dared to stop people outside the door and not let them in. He was so angry. He didn't care about the yamen runners anymore, and walked out quickly, ready to invite people in personally. Fortunately, the yamen runner who reported the news was a little stunned, and the other yamen runner felt uncomfortable facing the eunuchs and a group of imperial guards standing at the door of the yamen. "This is the emperor's people, and they are here to read the imperial edict. Just like the emperor himself. They are blocking us from entering, and we have to report to a prefectural governor, and we need his consent before we can enter. Is that really okay?" After thinking about it, he invited this group of people in, and happened to meet Lu Hongyu, who came out to greet them. "This is our governor, Mr. Lu," the yamen runner hurriedly introduced. "I am Lu Hongyu, your humble servant. What is your name, sir?" Lu Hongyu smiled and bowed, and then greeted the imperial guards. "Thank you for your hard work." Eunuch Ding had a stern face and was on the verge of going berserk. If Lu Hongyu was not Zhao Rushi's superior and colleague, and he had to give Lu Hongyu some face for Zhao Rushi's sake, Eunuch Ding would not have been obediently stopped outside by the yamen runners. He would have lost his temper long ago. He represented the emperor. The imperial edict arrived, but the yamen runners did not even let them in, and made them wait here for the report. He had never been treated like this since he was the eunuch who announced the eunuchs for so long. Many wealthy and prominent families in the capital did not dare to do this. Although he didn't make a scene, he was very unhappy in his heart, and wanted to suppress Lu Hongyu's arrogance for Zhao Rushi. He said to Lu Hongyu with a fake smile, "Master Lu's yamen is well guarded. We have been announcing the imperial edict in the capital for 7 or 8 years, and have never been stopped outside the door. This is the first time for the eldest daughter to get on the sedan chair. It seems that Master Lu should be sent to the border to guard the city. In this way, our country will be worry-free." Lu Hongyu was sweating all over and almost knelt on the ground. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and explained, "The yamen runners in small places have never seen the world and don't know the rules. They don't know that they should directly invite the eunuch in. Please forgive me." The yamen runner who came to report the news finally reacted, and knelt on the ground with a plop, saying to Eunuch Ding, "Please forgive me, eunuch. I really didn't mean it. I just don't know what to do." The other one also knelt down and begged for mercy. Eunuch Ding ignored them and went straight into the yamen. When he got to the yard, he didn't move and asked, "Is Lord Zhao Jiwei an official here? I came from the capital today to announce the imperial edict to Lord Zhao." Kai Yuzong had been wondering what the eunuch Ding came to announce. When he heard him asking about Zhao Rushi, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Whether this imperial edict was related to the king of Qi, or the emperor ordered Zhao Rushi to come to Beijing to serve as an official. The eunuch was originally angry, but his face was full of spring breeze and warmth when he mentioned Zhao Rushi. The imperial edict was definitely good for Zhao Rushi. When Zhao Rushi first came, he had embarrassed Zhao Rushi many times, although he later gave in and the two sides reconciled. But once Zhao Rushi gained power, he might retaliate against him. Although he was nervous, he moved very quickly. He turned around and went up the steps, rushed into Zhao Rushi's room, and shouted, "Master Zhao, someone from the palace has come to announce the imperial edict to you." He was more than one generation older than Zhao Rushi, and they were officials of the same level. Normally, he would be lucky not to regard himself as a senior, and he would never use a respectful title to Zhao Rushi. But in this hurry, he even used a respectful title. Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng were busy with the wine shop during this period, and Zhao Rushi was still accompanied by Xiang Ming and Lu Yun. These three people were born as guards. Their only mission was to protect the safety of their masters. They would not be nosy like Zhou Chun and others. Therefore, Lu Hongyu went out and brought in Deng Gonggong and others. Zhao Rushi, who was concentrating on his work, didn't know about it. Xiang Ming and others didn't pay attention to it either. They just thought it was time to leave the court and everyone was going out. So there was some noise outside. But they didn't expect that Cai Yuzong, who usually put on airs, would rush in like a young boy and yell that he was going to announce the decree. The three of them were moved and looked at Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi was finishing her water conservancy drawing. If the last stroke went wrong, she would have to redraw the whole drawing. So when Cai Yazong came in a hurry, she ignored him, calmed down, and her face did not change at all. She finished the last stroke steadily with her hand, and even looked at it carefully. Then she put the pen on the pen holder, raised her head and asked, "Master Cai, what did you say just now?" Cai Yuzong was very impressed by Zhao Rushi's attitude of not changing her face even when facing a collapse. He repeated his words in a very good manner, and reminded him in a flattering tone, "Master Zhao, go quickly. It's so hot." And eunuch Ding came all the way from the capital. It would be troublesome if he got angry after waiting for too long. Zhao Rushi raised her eyebrows. She thought the imperial edict would not come so quickly, and would have to go through many twists and turns. Unexpectedly, Xiaolingyan just returned to the capital yesterday, and the imperial edict came today. "Thank you for your reminder, Lord Cai," Zhao Rushi said, and walked out quickly. She saw the eunuch Ding, the eunuch in the palace, standing expressionlessly under the shade of the tree in the yard, and Lu Hongyu was saying something with a smile on his face. Beside them, the Yamen runners were setting up the incense table and incense burner under the command of Li Li. Chapter 706, Rejoice. Zhao Rushi walked down the steps quickly, bowed to eunuch Ding from a distance, and said with a smile, "Eunuch Ding, I'm sorry for making you come from afar and keep you waiting for so long." Eunuch Ding, who had a stern face just now, smiled like a flower when he saw Zhao Rushi. "Haha. What are you talking about? Lord Zhao? This is my job, and I don't care about whether it's right or not. Lord Zhao's words are really embarrassing for me. Your Excellency is dedicated to the public, and you are still working when it's time to leave the court. I will report to the Emperor when I return to Beijing." Hearing this conversation, Lu Hongyu's face was full of complexities. Just now, when Cai Yuzong went in to call Zhao Rushi, he was outside chatting with eunuch Ding. You know that this eunuch Ding is not an approachable and easy-to-talk person. He had a cold face and ignored people at all. No matter what you said, he ignored it. In addition, although eunuch Ding was a eunuch, when facing him, an official appointed by the court, eunuch Ding also called himself I. His attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and he did not think that he should be inferior to these officials. But now facing Zhao Rushi, eunuch Ding seemed to have changed into a different person, calling him a slave and a slave. This difference in treatment should not be too obvious. Seeing Zhao Rushi approaching, eunuch Ding smiled and said, "Lord Zhao, please accept the imperial edict." As he said that, he walked to the incense table and took out the imperial edict. There were cushions made by Qin Feng and others in Zhao Rushi's room. Lu Yun was smart. When he heard that Zhao Rushi was going to accept the imperial edict, he took one in his hand before leaving the house, and put the cushion in front of Zhao Rushi at the right time. Zhao Rushi paused in his kneeling posture, and then knelt down on the soft cushion. Although the imperial edict was issued to Zhao Rushi, everyone present, whether Lu Hongyu or the clerks and servants in the 6 rooms, all knelt down. But the servants of these people were so shocked and curious that they were not as smart as Lu Yun. They had no experience in receiving imperial edicts. Therefore, from Lu Hongyu to the servants, They all knelt in the uneven yard with small stones. Seeing that everyone knelt down, Eunuch Ding opened the imperial edict and read aloud, by the will of heaven. The emperor proclaims, Zhao Rushi, Zhao Jiwei, the Duke of Suiping, is virtuous, generous, gentle, honest, outstanding in character and appearance, and talented. She is a role model for women in the world. I am very pleased to hear it. Now the fifth son of the emperor, the Prince of Qi, Xiaolingyan, is 18 years old and it is time for him to get married. He should choose a virtuous woman to marry him. Zhao Rushi is waiting for you in the boudoir. You and the fifth son of the emperor, the Prince of Qi, are a perfect match. In order to make you a beautiful woman, I will betroth you to the fifth son of the emperor, the Prince of Qi, as his princess. All the ceremonies will be handled by the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Observatory, and a good day will be chosen for the wedding. I decree this. Zhao Rushi lowered her head and waited for him to finish reading. Then bowed, Long live the emperor. The rest of the people who were kneeling there in a daze suddenly woke up from their dreams and hurriedly followed suit and bowed, Long live the emperor. Eunuch Ding rolled up the imperial edict and handed it to Zhao Rushi. Smiling with wrinkles on his face, Princess Qi, I congratulate you here. As he said this, he bowed to Zhao Rushi. The imperial guards, who came with him, bowed to Zhao Rushi. Li Li was much smarter than Lu Hongyu and Cai Yezong. Seeing that Lu Hongyu and the others looked disheveled and had not yet reacted, he quickly bent down and bowed deeply to Zhao Rushi, saying loudly, Congratulations to Princess Qi. Congratulations to Princess Qi. Others quickly followed suit and bowed to congratulate. Lu Hongyu and Cai Yezong then hurriedly saluted, with complicated feelings in their hearts. Lu Hongyu had not thought of this. Even though the King of Qi came here yesterday, he thought about it in terms of men and women. But he really didn't expect that Zhao Rushi would become the King of Qi's wife today. Even if Cai Yezong had thought of it and was mentally prepared, he still broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the imperial edict. He and Shen Kong had also thought about making a fuss about the matter of men and women to ruin Zhao Rushi's reputation, so that she could not stay here and roll back to the capital in disgrace to wait for marriage. I didn't expect that I would become a member of the royal family now. At that time, they were afraid of the revenge of Wu Huixi and Wu Zong, as well as Zhao Rushi's strong attitude of not easy to mess with. So they didn't dare to act rashly, and finally gave in, thinking about his original thoughts. Cai Yezong felt that his family had walked on the brink of life and death. Shen Kong, who was standing in the corner, also had such thoughts, and secretly felt lucky that he didn't go down the same path with Cai Yezong, but chose the right path. Thank you all. Zhao Rushi bowed back to them. She looked at Eunuch Ding. Does the emperor have any other orders? Summon me to return to the capital immediately? The emperor said that the princess is a court official, not an ordinary woman waiting for a marriage. Before getting married, the princess will still be an official here. Eunuch Ding smiled. Zhao Rushi was happy and bowed in the direction of the capital. Thank you for your grace. The emperor, Lu Hongyu, Cai Yezong and others felt very strange, as if Zhao Rushi was not as happy as she was now when she heard that she had become the Princess of Qi. But maybe they already knew there would be this imperial edict, so it is reasonable that they were not surprised, thinking that they would have to serve as officials with the future Princess of Qi for at least the next 6 months. The entire state government was under the emperor's attention, and the King of Qi had to come here from time to time. Lu Hongyu, Cai Yezong, Li Li and others felt bad. The days of being watched by the top leaders were like walking on a tightrope, and there was no room for error. These days were really too hard. Lu Hongyu and Cai Yezong were thinking about how to avoid mistakes, and Li Li was happy, but he was thinking about how to show himself so that he could be in the eyes of the top leaders, and maybe they would promote him in the future. You know, he was the first to extend an olive branch to the future Princess of Qi. Zhao Rushi didn't know that these people had different thoughts. She said to Eunuch Ding, Eunuch and the imperial guards have worked hard. Why don't you go downstairs to rest and have a simple meal? Lu Hongyu was smart at this time. There were only her mother and some servants in Zhao Rushi's house. It was really inconvenient without a male host to entertain guests. Although Eunuch Ding was a eunuch, the imperial guards were all men, so it was better for them to receive them. He said, Eunuch and others came for official business, so they should naturally be received by the government. Why don't we go to Tianfulu, and let us accompany you? Eunuch Ding also thought of the situation at the Zhao mansion, and nodded, okay, then let's go to Tianfulu. But there is no need for the government to treat us. We can pay for it ourselves. How can that be? Lu Hongyu said politely. Xiangming, you go and pay the bill, Zhao Rushi said. Eunuch Ding came from afar for me, and I should be the one to receive him. Then I'll bother the princess for a meal. After dinner, we have to go to Gusu to read the imperial edict to your father. The emperor said that your father is the head of the family, and he needs to know about the princess's marriage. Chapter 707 Arrangement. Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness. Zhao Rushi bowed towards the capital again and said, Eunuch Ding has worked hard. She also knew that the imperial edict would only be passed in the capital. Now that Eunuch Deng is willing to work so hard and go to Nanyang and Gusu, it is all because he values Xiaolingyan and her. Lu Hongyu and others feel the same way. Lu Hongyu and Li Li feel more and more that it is a wise decision for them to stand on Zhao Rushi's side without hesitation. Eunuch Ding glanced behind him again and gestured to the two people standing behind him. This is Zhang Tao. This is Guicheng. Both are the emperor's guards. Often follow the emperor, and are recognized by the ministers in the court. The emperor said that Lady Zhao is a woman, but she works hard for the court, which is particularly rare. The world has always valued the reputation of women. Now that Lady Zhao has become the daughter-in-law of the royal family, the world will be more critical of you. The emperor specially gave you these two guards, and they will protect Lord Zhao when he encounters villains. Eunuch Deng was very particular about his words. Zhao He sent the imperial guards to Zhao Rushi. If he called her the princess at this time, it would give people a very strange feeling. It would be wrong for a eunuch to send guards to his daughter-in-law. But if the emperor sent guards to his ministers, there would be no problem. Everyone would not think in that direction after hearing this. So he called Zhao Rushi princess before. But now he called her Lord Zhao. If you are not a particularly perceptive person, you can't hear the meaning behind it. Zhao Rushi was surprised and bowed again in the direction of the capital to express her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. When she stood up, two imperial guards came forward to greet her. Zhang Tao Guicheng. Greetings, princess. No need to greet. Zhao Rushi raised her hand neither servilely nor arrogantly. The two stood up. Zhao Rushi turned her head and looked at Eunuch Ding. Eunuch just said that the two imperial guards were given to me by the emperor. I would like to ask, who do the two imperial guards obey? Everyone. The atmosphere suddenly froze for a moment. The emperor's gift was a great favor, and no matter who it was, they would only accept it with fear and trepidation, not daring to ask any more questions. They would also be polite to the two imperial guards. Although they would not be treated as honored guests, they would definitely not be ordered around like their own subordinates. No matter what the emperor said at the beginning, everyone would treat their master as the emperor, not themselves. But Zhao Rushi asked this question. Was this because she was ignorant? Or was she too bold? And did she not have much respect for the royal family? Zhao Rushi asked these questions. Her eyes fell on the faces of Eunuch Ding, Zhang Tao, and Guicheng. She wanted to see the subconscious reactions of these people. Zhang Tao and Guicheng had a trace of confusion on their faces, and they all turned their heads to look at Eunuch Ding. It seems that they themselves don't know how to define their new identities. Eunuch Ding was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Ha. Can I say that Lord Zhao is really worthy of being an engaged couple with His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi? The questions you two asked are exactly the same. When the Emperor discussed the marriage of the two with Mr. Kumu, the Emperor specially called His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. When it comes to granting you the Imperial Guards, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi also asked this question. He raised his hand and bowed to the capital. The Emperor said that although Lord Zhao has not yet married His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi, the marriage decree has been issued, and he is already a member of the royal family. It is natural for Lord Zhao to have imperial guards around him. Zhang Tao and Guicheng have been granted to Lord Zhao, so they should obey Lord Zhao's orders. After Lord Zhao and His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi get married, they will belong to the Prince of Qi's mansion. He winked playfully. The Emperor said that as for whether they will obey the orders of the King of Qi or the Queen of Qi, you two will have to discuss it yourselves. Ha. Lu Hongyu and others also laughed in support. Zhang Tao and Guicheng hurriedly saluted Zhao Rushi again. Your subordinates greet the master. This salute was completely different from the previous one. The attitude of everyone in the state government towards Zhao Rushi changed again. This Lord Zhao was not only powerful to them, but also to the royal family, and he was not afraid of the royal family at all. It seems that only such a girl can marry into the royal family and become a royal daughter-in-law. Compared with him, they are far inferior in character. Chen Kong looked at Zhao Rushi, who was always the focus of the crowd, and sighed in his heart. If he had not followed Kai Yuzong to target Zhao Rushi from the beginning, but had directly shown his goodwill to Zhao Rushi likely, a little bit of resources leaked from Zhao Rushi's fingers would be enough for his children and grandchildren to enjoy endlessly. Regardless of what, just becoming a servant of Zhao Rushi. This power is no less than that of Kai Yuzong. It's a pity that he missed such an opportunity and offended Zhao Rushi. But it's not too late to show goodwill now. Even if he can't please Zhao Rushi, it's good enough to make her stop hating him. He looked at the crowd watching in the yamen, waved to his followers, and withdrew from the crowd. Yang Jie, Xiang Ming, and the other two were instructed by Zhao Rushi yesterday, so their positions were very particular. Lu Yun followed Zhao Rushi closely. Xiang Ming was a little further away from them, and Yang Jie, who was always taciturn and had a low sense of presence, stood on the periphery of the crowd. Seeing Chen Kong walking out, he quietly followed him. Although he was originally only a guard and not a secret guard, he had to learn how to reduce his presence and hide himself. Therefore, not only Chen Kong, but also everyone in the yamen who were paying attention to Zhao Rushi and Eunuch Ding did not notice his movements. Chen Kong walked out of the corridor and saw the two yamen guards still standing in the yard with their mouths grinning and watching the excitement. He patted one of them on the back and said, "Aren't you the gatekeepers? Why are you still here? Hurry up and stand at the door. If anything happens, and you offend the princess and Eunuch Ding, you'll be in big trouble." The two yamen runners remembered their duties and hurried to the door. Seeing Chen Kong also walking out, they couldn't help but ask curiously, "Chen Jingcheng, why did you come out?" Chen Kong ignored them and walked out of the yamen gate. He saw that there were indeed a few horses tied on the open space outside the yamen, and there was a man who looked like a royal guard guarding it. He quickly led his followers over and introduced himself to the man, saying, "Lord Zhao invited Eunuch Ding and the adults to have dinner at Tianfulu. It is estimated that you will stay here for half an hour." The horses ran from the capital to Nanyang. In such a hot day, they also need to eat grass and drink water. Why don't I ask the followers to lead the horses into the state government office and wait for you to eat and take them? The man was angry about this. They had to go to Gusa soon, and these horses needed to eat grass and drink water. Otherwise, they would not be able to run halfway. Originally, he wanted to give the horses supplies at the Nanyang State Government Office, but the gatekeepers followed Eunuch Ding and his men in, leaving him and the horses here without anyone to take care of them. Chapter 708 Ambush. Fearing that the horses would be stolen once they left, he could only wait here and do nothing. At this moment, someone finally came out and took the initiative to let their horses go into the state government office. The imperial guards finally calmed down a little and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Chen Jingcheng." Chen Kong asked his two followers and the imperial guards to drive the horses to the back, where there was a special stable, which not only kept the horses of the state government office, but also the horses of the adults, who rode up to the government office. Zhao Rushi's carriage was also parked inside, and Yang Song was watching over it. Yang Song was originally a servant of Bailu Manor. Later, because of his cleverness and honesty, Zhao Rushi transferred him to Lijiayuan in Binding to work as a doorman with Zhao Ming and focus on training. In addition to being a doorman, Zhao Ming also learned mathematics and literacy, while Yang Song learned boxing and kung fu from Ma Sheng and others. Zhao Rushi came to Nanyang and was short of manpower, except for those who did business in the capital. Everyone else came to Nanyang with her. Although Lu Bo was loyal and tight-lipped, he was old and did not know martial arts. Once he encountered danger, he could not protect himself, let alone expect him to control the horse and carriage to reduce the danger to Zhao Rushi. So Zhao Rushi asked Lu Bo to stay in the Zhao mansion in Nanyang as a small steward, and transferred Yang Song, who had learned martial arts well, to be a coachman. It was time to leave the court, and no one came to call him. Seeing Chen Kong and others coming in, Yang Song hurried forward to ask about the situation. Chen Kong introduced him to the imperial guards, and told them about the marriage, and smiled, "Congratulations, Xiao Song." When he heard that someone from the palace had come to announce the emperor, Yang Song's nerves became tense. However, he did not show it on the surface. He exchanged a few words with Chen Kong and the imperial guards, and then went to check the horses and vehicles again and again. and stared at Chen Kong and his party with a vigilant look. Seeing that Chen Kong had a few words with the imperial guards, left and attended to listen to his orders, and then went out again. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but still stood by the horses and vehicles without moving. However, as soon as Chen Kong left, Yang Jia appeared at the door and waved to Yang Song, saying, "Let's go. The master is here to call you." "Yes." Yang Song quickly harnessed the carriage and went out. In the front government office, Zhao Rushi was inviting Eunuch Ding and others to the outside. Eunuch and the imperial guards, "Please go to Tianfulu for dinner." She bowed to Lu Hongyu and others. "Then I'll ask Master Lu, Master Kai, and Master Li to accompany you." If the imperial decree of marriage had not been issued, she would only be a female official. Although she didn't have to sit with them at the banquet as an official, she should go to Tianfulu to toast to Eunuch Ding and his people who came from afar before leaving. But she is now the future princess, and Eunuch Ding and his people can't bear her toasting or organizing the banquet. It's very appropriate for her to entrust Lu Hongyu and others to accompany her. And it's also an opportunity for the three to do favors. As expected, when they heard this, the three were overjoyed and hurriedly said, "It's our duty. It's our duty." It's also an honor to be able to get close to the eunuchs and guards in the palace. Even if they are far away in terms of geographical location and status, they may not be able to use this connection. But this is a rare opportunity. Even if you brag to others, you can brag for 10 years. Who among the small officials and ordinary people in ordinary places can have a meal with the powerful eunuchs and guards in the palace? Eunuch Ding. All the adults. Please. Lu Hongyu immediately performed the duties of the host and gestured to Eunuch Ding and others. No. No. Please go first. Princess. I think the wife of Sweeping Bo is still unaware of this matter. Princess. You must go back and congratulate the wife of Bo. But Eunuch Ding refused to let Zhao Rushi go first. As soon as he said this, Lu Hongyu immediately felt the gap between himself and Eunuch Ding and others. In terms of flattery, they couldn't catch up with these smart people in the palace. He didn't dare to speak anymore and stood aside. Zhao Rushi also knew that Eunuch Ding and others were not being modest, but following the rules. She didn't refuse and bowed her hands and said, "Your Majesty is right. Your Majesty is very kind. My mother must kowtow to you when she hears the news. She has been worried about my marriage." Haha. Good food is never too late. Only a person as talented as the princess can match the dragon and phoenix of the Prince of Qi. Eunuch Ding laughed. At this time, on the road from the state government office to the Zhao mansion, a group of people dressed as passers-by and ambushed on both sides of the road. "Hey, it's time to leave the government office. Why hasn't that person come yet?" One of the men was impatient and asked his companion. "It's only been a short while. Wait a little while." The woman dressed as his wife glanced at him with mockery in her eyes. "Why? Can't you wait?" "Bah. I want to finish my work and go back to Beijing to eat and drink. Can you speak?" The man was very angry. On this trip, if they don't succeed, they will die. There is no other way. The woman said this, which was very unlucky. It was implying that he was in a hurry to die. How could he not be angry? The woman also knew that she said the wrong thing. She didn't dare to say it back. She quickly lowered her head to take the candy to coax the child in her hand. But a dark light flashed in her eyes. She raised her head, and her face showed the calm expression again. "How about I go and take a look?" The man said. "Go ahead." The woman took the child and walked towards the government office. The house that Zhao Rushi bought was not far from the state government office, and the street where they were staying was right between the two. The woman walked for a while and arrived at the gate of the government office. At this time, the horses and guards at the gate were invited by Chen Kong to go into the stables of the government office. The front of the government office was empty, and only 2 guards were left standing there obediently. The woman took a glance and didn't see anything unusual. In a blink of an eye, she saw Yang Song driving a carriage from the backyard. Her expression froze, and she quickly lowered her head to coax the child in her hand. "Bow. Mother left something at home. Let's go back and get it." As she said this, she turned around and walked back with the child. After a while, Zhao Rushi came out of the government office, followed by Eunuch Ding and others. Zhao Rushi stopped to exchange a few more words with Eunuch Ding and others, and then got on the carriage. Eunuch Ding and others waited for her carriage to go far away. Then, they got on the carriages of Lu Hongyu. Kai Yozong and others, and followed behind Zhao Rushi's carriage. Tianfulu and Zhao Mansion are in the same direction, and they have to go a little further after Zhao Mansion, so their directions are the same. However, Eunuch Ding did not dare to overstep the line, and the carriage was always a distance away from Zhao Rushi's carriage. The woman walked slowly with the child, and when she returned to the man, she whispered to him, "Here we go." Zhao Rushi's carriage turned the corner and appeared in the sight of these people. The other person pretending to be a tourist, and the two people ambushing in the tree all perked up. "Hey, why are there three people?" The man ambushing in the tree asked in surprise. They had already found out that Zhao Rushi was now only taking a maid, 2 guards, and a coachman to the government office. She loved riding a horse when the weather was cool some time ago. Now that the sun was too hot, she changed to riding a car. Chapter 709 Injury. But now, in addition to the coachman, there are 3 people on horseback following behind. But all 3 of them are wearing sunshade hats, so it is unclear whether they are men or women. Another person on the tree said, maybe the maid also rode a horse. In the past, when Zhao Rushi rode back and forth on horseback, the maid also followed on horseback. And there are horses in the state government. Now Zhao Rushi feels that it is too boring to have one more person in the car, so it makes sense to let the maid follow on horseback. What should we do now? They had originally planned that the 2 people on the tree would attack the 2 guards accompanying them. The man pretending to be a tourist would attack the driver, and the couple would attack Zhao Rushi. The driver had no martial arts skills and would definitely be killed in one blow, even if the 2 guards behind were difficult to deal with. It didn't matter at all, as long as the 2 people held them and prevented them from going forward to treat them. Their target was Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi and her maid didn't know martial arts, and they were in a cramped place like the carriage with nowhere to hide. So the 2 people attacked from the door and window respectively and killed them directly in the carriage. Now there are 3 people following behind, so this plan may have to be changed. The man on the tree made 2 gestures to the people pretending to be tourists. The leaves of this tree are extremely dense, and the sun is scorching at this time. Even if there are pedestrians on the street, everyone will lower their heads to avoid the sun and will not look directly at the sky, so they are not afraid of being discovered hiding in the tree. Zhao Rushi was probably eager to go home and report the good news. The carriage drove very fast. In just a short while, it arrived in front of several people in a blink of an eye. The man pretending to be a tourist waved his hand, and he and the 2 people on the tree rushed directly to Zhang Tao and Yang Jia behind him. The man pretending to be a couple attacked Yang Song, and the woman let go of the child's hand and swung the knife in her hand into the carriage. Unexpectedly, a teapot suddenly smashed out of the car and hit the man's forehead. The man fell to the ground, and blood flowed from his forehead. It was the knife that the woman swung in from the car window that stabbed the man, who screamed inside, and then a teacup was thrown out and hit the woman, and the woman continued. The husband then fell to the ground, scaring the child to scream. However, the child was also smart. Although he was very scared, he cried and crawled to the side. He was pulled to a roadside shop by an old man passing by. Away from the fighting scene, the 3 people behind heard screams in the car and cries of "Girl! Girl! What's wrong with you?" They felt relieved. It seemed that they succeeded. However, the woman only stabbed Zhao Rushi once, and it was estimated that Zhao Rushi was only injured and would not be killed so easily. After they killed the 3 men in front of them, they had to finish them off, so their attacks became more fierce. However, their attacks were not as expected. After this fight, they found that these 3 men were not ordinary guards at all. Their martial arts were even better than theirs. One of them in particular seemed to have anticipated their actions. Before their moves could reach him, he quickly turned the tables and knocked the man who was attacking him down before he could react. He didn't kill the man directly by knocking him down, but knocked him unconscious and then dislocated his jaw, as if he was afraid that he would commit suicide. The other 2 got anxious when they saw this. They couldn't let anyone capture them alive, so they would either die in battle or escape, or commit suicide. Now that their companions were captured alive, they couldn't survive even if they escaped, so they fought desperately. Zhang Tao and Guicheng were imperial guards, accompanying Xiao He, and their martial arts were very strong. When they saw what Yang Jia did, they immediately reacted and wanted to follow suit. But the opponent was not a weakling. With all their might, the 4 of them fought evenly. Yang Jia didn't care about them. He ran to the carriage and asked anxiously, Miss, are you okay? Lu Yun lifted the curtain and cried. Miss, you are injured. Yang Song pulled the reins when someone tried to assassinate him. He jumped off the horse to see what was going on. He was sweating anxiously and blamed himself. It's all my fault. Yang Jia was also anxious. But he didn't dare to leave Zhao Rushi. He said to Yang Song, go to the clinic in front and ask for a doctor. Yang Song went there quickly. The time and place of the assassination were carefully selected by the assassins. They thought the eunuch Ding's horse speed was not that fast. And it must be afternoon when he arrived in Nanyang. Therefore, they wanted to assassinate Zhao Rushi before the imperial edict was announced. Firstly, to suppress the arrogance of the second and fifth princes. Secondly, they could put the blame on others. It was noon, and there were few pedestrians on the street. It was also the time when Zhao Rushi was leaving the government office. The view at this corner was not wide, and the chance of being seen was much smaller. And there was also a big tree that was just right for hiding. So this time and place were chosen on purpose. Eunuch Ding was a man who paid great attention to rules. He did not want to follow Zhao Rushi too closely, and wanted to slow down and walk slowly. But the road from the government office to Zhao's house was short, so there was only a little distance, and the corner blocked the view, so the assassination in front could not be seen immediately. Now Zhao Rushi and her group were delayed for a while, and Eunuch Ding and his group appeared at the corner. Xiang Ming was originally following Eunuch Ding. When he saw the situation in front, he said, not good. Suddenly he sped up his horse and rushed over. The imperial guards, who followed Eunuch Ding, were all highly skilled in martial arts, and were particularly sensitive to the sound of fighting. They had sensed it before, and now seeing Xiang Ming rushing out, they also rushed forward with him. Eunuch Ding and Lu Hongyu and his group were stunned. And then, they saw the people fighting. What's wrong? What happened? Go and have a look. Everyone talked at once, but they pulled the reins and dared not move forward, for fear of being injured by mistake. Eunuch Ding did not dare to stop, and drove his horse forward to see how Zhao Rushi was. If Zhao Rushi was killed, not only would the people in front of him not be able to escape, but he and Lu Hongyu and his group would also be implicated, and all of them would be punished by the emperor. Seeing that Eunuch Ding did not stop, Lu Hongyu opened his mouth to call him, but swallowed the words back and followed him with gritted teeth. Kai Yazong and Li Li looked at each other and hurried to follow. In addition to Zhang Tao and the other two, Eunuch Ding also brought 4 imperial guards. With the help of these people, there should be no danger ahead. The 2 men had long wanted to escape, but they were entangled by Zhang Tao and the others and could not get away. At this time, a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds came over, and several people turned over and dismounted, and showed their weapons. They were obviously martial artists, and they were also in the same group as the other party. They were desperate, and when they were about to be caught after escaping in vain, they bit the poison in their mouths and committed suicide. When Eunuch Ding and the others arrived, they saw 2 people slowly falling to the ground with black blood flowing from their mouths. Chapter 710 Investigation. Zhang Tao and Guicheng rushed to the man that Yang Jia had defeated earlier. Seeing that the man's mouth was tied up by Yang Jia with a cloth strip, he could neither bite his tongue to commit suicide nor take poison, and he was still unconscious. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao, is Lord Zhao okay? Eunuch Ding was so scared that he stuttered. He looked up and saw Yang Jia checking the couple's life and death, while Zhao Rushi got out of the carriage with the help of Lu Yun. Seeing Zhao Rushi's appearance clearly, Eunuch Ding's heart sank. Zhang Tao and Guicheng, who looked over here, also felt their hearts shrink. Zhao Rushi's left arm had been wrapped with a cloth strip, and the blood oozing from the cloth strip showed that she was seriously injured. Yang Song had also gotten off the front shaft, walked to Zhao Rushi and kept begging, Miss, let's go to the clinic first. Zhao Rushi ignored him and asked Yang Jia, how is it? Are they still breathing? Yang Jia shook his head. They are all dead. Lu Yun said angrily, it's all my fault. I was too heavy-handed. No one is alive. Zhao Rushi asked again. Yang Jia seemed to remember the person he had just knocked out, and turned his head to look in the direction of Zhang Tao and the others. Zhang Tao said, there is still one person alive, who was knocked out and tied up by Yang Jia. We will interrogate him thoroughly. Zhao Rushi looked at Eunuch Ding. Eunuch Ding said quickly, don't worry, Princess. I will report to the Emperor and investigate the matter thoroughly, and give Princess a reward. He knew that the princes were fighting fiercely for the throne. And the previous problem with the grain and grass at the border was related to these struggles. It was for this reason that the king of Qi and Mr. Kumu asked the emperor to send the imperial guards to protect Zhao Rushi. But he really didn't expect it to come true so quickly. The emperor had just sent him to announce the decree. And Zhang Tao and the other two had just arrived. And these people followed right after. This was simply ignoring the emperor's will. Where did they want to put the emperor? Seeing the blazing anger in Eunuch Ding's eyes, Zhao Rushi showed a grateful smile on his face. Thank you. Eunuch. Princess. Please go to the doctor. I'll take care of everything here. Eunuch Ding said again. Yes. Young lady. Please go to the clinic. Although the wound is not deep. Who knows if the knife is poisoned? What if it is poisoned? Lu Yun began to mutter, his face full of worry and anxiety. Then I'll leave it to you. Eunuch. Zhao Rushi nodded to Eunuch Ding and instructed. Yang Jie. You are a witness. You take care of it here. Yes. Young lady. Don't worry. Yang Jie said, looking at Zhang Tao and Guicheng. Since you two are sent by the emperor to protect my daughter, the safety of the daughter is in your hands. When this was mentioned, Zhang Tao and Guicheng showed shame on their faces. They were attacked together with Yang Jie, and they fought with their opponents for so long. But in the end, their opponents died, while Yang Jie was able to defeat people quickly and capture them alive. The gap between them is too big, isn't it? Yang Jie seemed to know what they were thinking, and waved his hand and said, my opponent just now was weaker than yours, so I was able to hit him with one strike. After hearing this, Zhang Tao and the others felt better. They were attacked suddenly just now, and they faced the opponent directly. The opponent was strong, so they had no time to care about other things. Yang Jie's battle ended quickly, and they really didn't notice whether Yang Jie's opponent was strong or weak. Don't worry. We will never let the girl get hurt again this time, Zhang Tao said, since they have recognized Zhao Rushi as their master. Zhao Rushi is still waiting to be married, so she naturally cannot be called a princess. And it is even more inappropriate to call her Lord Zhao. So they also followed Yang Jie to call Zhao Rushi. Mississippi. After Zhao Rushi finished explaining the matter, she did not stay any longer and got on the carriage with the help of Lu Yun. Yang Song quickly sat on the shaft of the carriage and drove the carriage forward. Zhang Tao and Xiang Ming hurriedly rode to catch up. Eunuch Ding turned to Lu Hongyu and said, Sir Lu, this is your territory. You cannot escape responsibility for such an attack. Now quickly send people to surround this place, and bring the relevant people to the government office for interrogation. Lu Hongyu's face was as sad as a bereaved mother. He agreed and gave orders. Fortunately, Zhao Rushi had just planned to invite all the clerks and servants of the yamen, except the yamen servants on duty, to have a meal. Now all the people in the yamen were here, so there was no need to go back to recruit more people. Everyone dragged the corpse on an empty stomach, interrogated the onlookers, and cleaned the streets. The only survivor, Eunuch Ding, did not dare to let anyone touch him. Instead, he asked the 4 imperial guards he brought to carry him back to the state government. They first took out the poison hidden in the man's mouth, searched him carefully, and then splashed cold water on him to wake him up and began to interrogate him. The man refused to speak after waking up. After being tortured by the imperial guards in various ways, he finally uttered 2 words, Prince. When Eunuch Ding heard these 2 words, his head was doubled. Keep a good look at him and escort him to the capital, he ordered. He stood up and planned to see how the other 2 imperial guards were interrogating him. This incident was of great importance. He just said that he would let Lu Hongyu to interrogate him, but he didn't dare to do so. On the surface, Lu Hongyu had no backers and didn't take sides. But who knew what he was thinking? So the 4 guards split into 2 teams. 2 of them interrogated the only survivor with him. The other 2 interrogated the onlookers and the child. But he had only taken 2 steps when he heard a low cry behind him. He turned around and saw that the man had black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and fell to the ground. He hurried over to find out what was going on and found that the man was dead. His face suddenly turned black. What's going on? As he spoke, his eyes wandered back and forth between the faces of the 2 guards. I don't know where he hides the poison. Just now, he stuffed it directly into our mouths while we were relaxed. The 2 imperial guards were so upset that they were about to cry. If they let an important prisoner die without warning, the emperor would definitely suspect that they were the people of a certain prince and deliberately let the prisoner die. although there was no evidence. Their suspicion could not be washed away. The imperial guards had no chance of doing anything, and they had been ordered to investigate many things in the past. And they knew a lot of secrets of the royal family and princes and ministers. In order to prevent them from telling others, they could only be sent to the mountain to guard the imperial mausoleum. They are finished for the rest of their lives. Eunuch Deng was angry and annoyed, but he could do nothing about it. He stared at the two guards for a while, then turned and walked out. When they arrived at another room, the guard who was interrogating them took the initiative to tell them what they had found out, and said, "We have checked the identities of these people. They are all ordinary people passing by Nanyang, and they have no martial arts skills. There were not many pedestrians on the street at noon, but there were some. There were 3 people passing by, an old man selling candied haws, and a young couple returning to their mother's home. The other one was the owner who came out of the store to watch the excitement after hearing the noise." Chapter 711 Arrangement. "Whose child is that?" Eunuch Deng asked. "It's a little beggar on the street. He was adopted by that woman at the gate of the capital this morning." Eunuch Deng. The only hope left was shattered. The plan was arranged perfectly, and only success was allowed, and failure was not allowed. The people who went on the mission were all dead men, and a little beggar was specially arranged to deceive people. It seems that a prince in the capital has made a move. These people want to kill Zhao Rushi before he announces the decree. Right. This will give a warning to the 2nd and 5th princes, and minimize the impact. After all, Zhao Rushi has not received the imperial decree yet, and is not considered a member of the royal family. There is a big difference between the death of an ordinary person or a 6th-rank official and the death of a royal daughter-in-law. At least the emperor's anger is not that strong. In addition, there is a huge difference between ordinary guards and the royal guards trained by the royal family. If Zhang Tao and the others were not there, perhaps today's assassination would have succeeded. So they had to assassinate Zhao Rushi before he sent Zhang Tao and the others to arrive. He wanted to do Zhao Rushi and the king of Qi a favor. So he arrived in Nanyang before the court was dismissed at noon, announced the decree, and sent 2 imperial guards in time to help Zhao Rushi avoid this disaster. It seems that the future princess of Qi is a blessed person, but he is unlucky, and he doesn't know how the prince will hate him. Eunuch Deng was upset, but he didn't know what to do. He said helplessly, "Send these people and the bodies to the capital and report to the emperor. The emperor and the king of Qi will definitely ask about this matter personally. Although these passers-by are irrelevant. Who told them to be unlucky and pass by at that time? Then we can only go to the capital and be a witness. If something happens in Nanyang, Lu Hongyu will be convicted, and he will not be able to get rid of the responsibility. As for Gusu, of course, we can't go there." "Lord Zhao," the imperial guard asked again, "you ask Lord Lu to prepare the carriage and take care of everything. I will go to visit Lord Zhao. When I come back, we will go back to the capital together." Eunuch Deng said. They need to rush back to the capital before the gates of the capital are closed, and they have to take a group of passers-by and several corpses with them. They can't walk fast, so they can only hurry. After coming out of the house, Eunuch Deng said to Lu Hongyu, "Send a Tongji, a clerk, and a yamen runner to escort these people to the capital with us." When interrogating these people, Lu Hongyu and the people in the state yamen were not allowed to approach the 2 rooms, and they all waited outside in panic. Now that he heard that people were going to the capital, Lu Hongyu did not dare to ask more questions and responded repeatedly, "Yes. Yes," turning his head to look at Kai Yozong and Li Li. When Li Li learned that Zhao Rushi became the princess, he decided to hold on to this thigh tightly. After all, he was the first to surrender to Zhao Rushi and had a natural innate advantage. As long as he assists Zhao Rushi well in the days ahead, Zhao Rushi or the king of Qi will promote him if there is a chance. Even if he is not promoted, he will not lose much. But the assassination just now made him clearly realize the danger of the struggle for the throne. Before Eunuch Deng came out, he was struggling with his mind, and his original desire to cling to the thigh began to waver. Now is the time for him to express his position. If he wants to join the 2nd and 5th princes, he must stand up now to escort these people to the capital. And at the same time, he must explain what happened today in front of the emperor. By then, the person sent to assassinate Zhao Rushi will certainly hate him too, and want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Should he seek wealth and honor in danger, or live a stable life as a minor official? This is a dilemma. Until Lu Hongyu asked him, Li Li was still undecided. But when Lu Hongyu looked at him, he was moved and stepped forward and said, I am willing to go. Cai Yuzong is the prince's man. As long as the person who assassinated Zhao Rushi is not found, the prince will not be able to get rid of suspicion. Therefore, Lu Hongyu would not let Cai Yuzong go to the capital. I think the emperor and his royal highness the Prince of Qi did not want to see Cai Yuzong, and would not believe what he said. There would be a lot of trouble involved, and it would be impossible for Li Li to avoid these troubles. So since he was going anyway, it would be more beneficial to volunteer. Cai Yuzong was also struggling in his mind. Seeing Li Li take the initiative to stand up, he felt relieved and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Lord Li. Eunuch Ding didn't care how these people were assigned. He grabbed a yamen runner and asked him to lead the way to the clinic. Just as he was about to go out, he saw some people carrying baskets and following the yamen runners at the gate. Eunuch. Sir, Lord Zhao has sent us food. The yamen runners at the gate shouted happily. The people in the yamen were immediately cheered up. Not only did they have food to eat, but it was sent by Lord Zhao, which showed that Lord Zhao should be fine. If Lord Zhao was fine, the anger of the emperor and his royal highness the king of Qi would not spread to the Nanyang prefecture yamen, and they would not become innocent victims. At this moment, everyone felt relieved and happy. When Eunuch Ding saw Zhao Rushi's guard named Xiang Ming coming in, he asked, How is it? How is your master's injury? Xiang Ming said, The injury is not serious. Fortunately, the maid beside the girl also knows some martial arts, and pulled the girl away from the attack. The girl's left arm was only scratched. Otherwise it would be dangerous. As he said this, he still looked frightened. Eunuch Ding was relieved. My daughter said that she felt really bad about what happened. So she asked the restaurant to send the food here, so everyone can eat as they please. Xiang Ming said again, Thank you, Lord Zhao, for still thinking about us at this time. Eunuch Ding said. Everyone agreed, and they were grateful to Zhao Rushi from the bottom of their hearts. We plan to send someone to the capital to report this to the emperor, so we can't go to Gusu. You take me to visit Lord Zhao later, and then we will set off to return to the capital. Eunuch Ding said again. Xiang Ming nodded, Thank you. Eunuch Ding. Eunuch, please eat first. He asked Lu Hongyu for leave on behalf of his master. Lu Hongyu said, Let Lord Zhao rest at home. Don't worry about the affairs of the government. We will handle anything for you. Even if Eunuch Ding was extremely anxious, he had to eat. After sitting down and finishing his meal, he followed Xiang Ming to the Zhao mansion. Eunuch Ding, you must talk to the emperor. This matter must be fair to my sister Shi. Zhu started crying as soon as she saw Eunuch Ding. Mother, please stop making a fuss. Zhao Rushi looked at Zhu helplessly. She apologized to Eunuch Ding. My mother doesn't have many expectations for my marriage. She just hopes that I will be safe and sound. Now that the imperial decree of marriage has become so chaotic, she is too emotional. Please forgive me for my impoliteness. Eunuch. Chapter 712 Inside Story. She paused. Don't tell the emperor what my mother said just now. I believe the emperor will investigate this matter and give me justice. Eunuch Ding smiled and said, That's right. That's right. He felt the power of the future Princess Qi. Zhao Rushi's words seemed to be a concession, but in fact her attitude was tough. She said that she was dispensable for this marriage, but she was very worried about her personal safety. If the emperor and the Prince of Qi could not solve this problem, Mr. Kumu might reject the marriage. It is impossible for others to reject the marriage, but it is not difficult for Zhao Rushi. After all, this kind of thing happened, and Mr. Kumu was there to mediate, so the emperor would not be angry. Now it is not that she wants to marry into the royal family, but the royal family has taken a fancy to her and wants to marry her. This is a retreat to advance, to ask the royal family for an explanation. He dare not say much about this matter. He asked about Zhao Rushi's injury, and Zhao Rushi's explanation was similar to Xiang Ming's. He found that Zhao Rushi's face was paler than before, and he looked tired, but he looked okay, so he was relieved. After saying goodbye to Zhao's house, he went to the clinic again and asked the doctor about Zhao Rushi's injury clearly, and then led people to the capital. After Eunuch Ding left, Zhao Rushi returned to his own courtyard. Qi Feng then stepped forward and tried to untie Zhao Rushi's arm that was bandaged in the clinic with trembling hands. Mumbling inaudible words, Let Lu Yun do it, Zhao Rushi said helplessly. She knew what Qi Feng wanted to say, which was to blame her for being cruel to him and cutting such a deep wound. The wound was not cut by her. but by Lu Yun. After all, the direction of the blade is different when you cut it yourself and when someone else cuts it. And an expert can tell at a glance. Although she has not studied it, she has read some detective novels and TV movies in modern times. So she still knows some knowledge. As a death warrior trained by the prince, Lu Yun knows the cruelty of the fight for the throne better than Qi Feng. Therefore, she ordered Lu Yun to cut the wound with whatever force he used. And Lu Yun did it without hesitation. The wound was taken to the clinic for examination by the doctor. And eunuch Ding would definitely go to ask about the situation. The emperor's people in the capital might also come to investigate, and send a royal doctor to examine her wound. If she cut the wound too shallow, it would heal before the royal doctor arrived. Wouldn't the suffering be in vain? As a strong woman who bleeds for a few days every month but survives, Zhao Rushi still has confidence in her tenacious vitality. If it doesn't work, don't she still have pills? At most, I can spend some points to buy one to try. Lu Yun is a very calm person. He can cut the wound without any hesitation. He untied the wound, washed off the medicine that the doctor gave Zhao Rushi, sprinkled the best gold wound medicine again, and bandaged it. His movements were more efficient. It took less than 10 minutes. Zhao Rushi said to Qi Feng, "Look, learn from this. This kind of thing may happen from time to time in the future. You have to be strong." Qi Feng's tears that she had been holding back suddenly flowed out. Crying, "Girl." But she bit her lip and didn't say anything more. Walls have ears. Even if there were only 3 of them in the room. Dian Jiang and the others were guarding outside. Qi Feng didn't dare to say some words, fearing that someone would hear them. That would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. And the 9 clans would be executed. She was a child born in the Sweeping Marquis mansion. She had lived a comfortable life since she was a child. And she had never been hungry or cold. Now that her daughter was given a marriage with the prince, she had to live on the edge of a knife. Her mood was the same as Shu's. She just wanted to cancel this marriage. Zhao Rushi did not comfort her. Since she had chosen the path to take, she would not regret it. Besides, the reason why she was stabbed today was to avoid being stabbed later. It is better to cut yourself than to be cut by others. Right? At least the knife will not be poisoned and will not kill you. Eunuch Ding and his group hurried and finally entered the city before the gates of the capital were closed. At that time, Xiao He had already eaten with Kong Shirlin and was playing chess. The eunuch came to report that Eunuch Ding was back. He raised his head and frowned. "What happened?" "I heard that Jiwei was assassinated," the young eunuch reported. Kong Shirlin's face changed drastically. He wanted to get off the couch, but he almost fell down. Fortunately, Kong supported him. "Don't worry, cousin. It should be fine." Xiao He comforted him and turned around and said, "Hurry up and announce it." After a while, Eunuch Ding came in. Before he could salute, Kong Shirlin asked, "How is Jiwei?" He seemed to be casual and acted in the style of Wei and Jin dynasties. But in fact, he was very strict with the rules. He never took advantage of his eldership and close relationship with Xiao He to do anything presumptuous. This was the first time he interrupted someone, which showed that he was completely confused. Eunuch Ding glanced at Xiao He and saw that he was also anxious. So he hurriedly said, "Lord Zhao is fine." Kong Shirlin and Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao He returned to his seat and sat down. And Kong also helped Kong Shirlin sit down. Eunuch Ding then bowed and reported the whole story. Kong Shirlin's face was very ugly when he heard that Zhao Rushi was injured and stabbed in the arm. The wound was quite deep, and a lot of blood was flowing. He regretted very much that he agreed to this marriage. He knew this would happen. Xiao He's face was full of anger. He just issued an edict in the palace last night. And Zhao Rushi was assassinated at noon today. How could this be directed at Xiaoling Yan? This is clearly a slap in the face of him as the emperor. "You mean?" The only survivor said that the prince ordered it? He asked while suppressing his anger. Eunuch Ding did not dare to say yes clearly, but recounted how he interrogated the survivor, what the man said, and how he died in the end, and said, "This is what happened. As for who ordered them, I dare not say for sure." "Okay. You can leave now." After Ding Gonggong left, Xiao He called Li Li into the palace to question him again, and then called the leader of the imperial guards to give him some instructions. The leader of the imperial guards first questioned the 4 imperial guards separately, and then questioned the witness and the child. He went to report to Xiao He. The 4 imperial guards asked separately and found that the details they said were consistent. And they did not seem to be lying. The passers-by also saw limited things. As for the child, I suggest that we find a kind woman or a child of the same age to approach him and get some information from him. Although he was a little beggar who was abducted from the gate of the capital by the group. He only stayed with the group for half a day. But maybe we can accidentally hear some news from them. But the child is very cautious. And he saw the woman die in front of him. So he was too shocked and didn't want to speak. Let someone get close to him. Maybe we can get some useful words out of him. Chapter 7:13 Who is the messenger? Xiao He said, okay. Draw the portraits of the dead assassins, and have them investigate their identities. His sons are good at digging holes. The survivor said the word prince so easily. Xiao He always felt that this was not the final answer. If he could get the real answer from the little beggar, he might find it. Kong Shilin was also waiting for news, and had not left. Seeing the leader of the Imperial Guards retreat, he said, this matter should be told to the King of Qi. Right? Xiao He nodded and gestured to Eunuch Xie. Not long after Eunuch Xie left, Xiao Lingyan ran in and knelt in front of Xiao He. Please, father, make the decision for me. Get up. I will give you an explanation. Xiao He said this to Kong Shilin rather than Xiao Lingyan. I want to visit Zhao Jiwei tomorrow. Xiao Lingyan said again. Go. Take the imperial physician and some good medicinal herbs with you to comfort Jiwei. Thank you, father. Seeing that Xiao Lingyan's anxiety and concern were not fake, Kong Shilin's mood finally improved. He stood up. Okay. I'm leaving the palace too. Xiao Wu said. Xiao Wu, please see your uncle off for me. Yes. Xiao Lingyan accompanied Kong Shilin to the palace gate. Kong Shilin said, are you going to let Jiwei live like this in the future? No. This time, my father is angry. And those people will definitely not dare to act rashly again. Xiao Lingyan said. Kong Shilin sighed and said nothing more. The next morning before 11 o'clock, the Zhao mansion in Nanyang welcomed a group of people from the capital. In addition to Xiao Lingyan and his men, there were 2 imperial doctors and half a cart of medicinal materials. The imperial doctor looked at Zhao Rushi's wound and was relieved to see that although the wound was deep, it healed well without redness and swelling. Master Zhao used the golden wound medicine from Rinshan Hall in the capital. Right? This medicine is good. Fortunately, you brought it with you. Otherwise the wound would not be so good. The imperial doctor said. Zhao Rushi smiled and said, when I left Beijing, I was worried that I would bump into something or have a headache and fever, and there was no good medicine. So I brought a lot of medicine. I didn't expect it to come in handy right now. It's also because Lord Zhao is in good health and young, so his wounds heal quickly. Another imperial physician said. They cleaned Zhao Rushi's wound and were about to apply the medicine they brought, when the Nani standing by said, the prince said to use this medicine. She handed over a bottle of medicine. This Nani was a Nani in the palace. Her surname was Lin, and she was brought by Xiao Lingyan. She didn't let the imperial physician use their medicine, but used the medicine brought by Xiao Lingyan, which obviously showed that she didn't trust anyone in the palace. The 2 doctors were embarrassed. Zhao Rushi said hurriedly, Your Highness is not suspicious of you, but is afraid that someone will do something with the medicine you brought. If someone secretly replaces the medicine you brought, it will be your responsibility if something goes wrong. That's why we are extra careful. The 2 doctors' faces changed, and they quickly put their medicine under their noses to smell it. Nanny Lin ignored them, and applied the medicine to Zhao Rushi herself and bandaged it with experienced techniques. After bandaging the wound, Nanny Lin said, Your Highness has something to say to Lord Zhao. I wonder if it is convenient for Lord Zhao. Zhao Rushi glanced outside and said, Please come in, Your Highness. The 2 doctors said goodbye tactfully, and the servants took them to the outer courtyard to rest. Xiao Lingyan entered the room, first looked at Zhao Rushi's face, and whispered, You have suffered. Zhao Rushi smiled at him. No problem. At this time, everyone else in the room had left, leaving only Qi Feng and Xiao Liuzi. But this is the inner hall. The door is open. Zhao Rushi was injured, and Xiao Lingyan didn't want her to accompany him to the pavilion in the hot sun to talk. So the 2 of them said a few words, and had nothing to say. In fact, there is no need to say anything. What should be said was made clear on the night Xiao Lingyan came to Nanyang a while ago. This assassination was not arranged by the crown prince or other princes and princesses, but they wrote and performed it themselves. Those assassins were also death row prisoners with martial arts skills picked up by Xiao Lingyan's secret guards from prisons in various places. and were forced to die. They were originally death row prisoners, and each had their own demands, so they were willing to die for others. However, these people did not know that the instigator was the king of Qi until they died. Several men thought it was the third prince, while the woman thought it was the third prince on the surface, but actually the prince. The reason why the survivor was called the prince was to frame him. The person who bought their lives promised that whoever framed the prince without any flaws before dying, his family would get more reward money. And the teapot and teacup thrown out of the carriage were not Lu Yun at all, but Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi had taken the sharp pill, which made her eyesight and throwing accuracy different from ordinary people. In addition, the power of the powerful pill was added. Whatever she threw at someone, not only was it accurate, but it was also powerful and fast, and almost no one could block it. In addition, everyone thought she didn't know how to use weapons, so it was definitely a killer move when she used it unexpectedly. The only one who was different from the plan they discussed was the little beggar. This person was not in the original plan. However, although Zhao Rushi didn't agree to let the child participate in such a thing and let him see people die in front of him, he had to admit that this was a stroke of genius. Without the child, this assassination might have become an unsolved case. After all, it is difficult to find conclusive evidence to prove that it was ordered by the third prince. It wasn't originally, but if the killers were accidentally heard by the child when they were chatting, and the child said it, then there would be proof. After all, those people had nothing to do with the child, and the child's words were highly credible, so there was almost no possibility of framing him. And the third prince was directly hammered to death on this matter. And the prince would be furious when he knew that the third prince had framed him when he did such a thing. Then, even if Xiao He was soft-hearted to his son and did not punish them, the two of them would fight each other. In this way, he would not have time to bother Zhao Rushi. This is what is called diverting trouble to others. At that time, she threw the teapot and teacup, trying not to let people die too bloody, thinking that it would also reduce the impact on the child. She also believed that Xiaoling Yan would properly place the child in the future, and would not let him wander around again. After thinking about it clearly, Zhao Rushi felt that she had nothing to ask. After a moment of silence, Xiaoling Yan said something comfortingly, "Don't worry. This kind of thing should not happen again in the future." Zhao Rushi knew he was stating the facts. After this incident, Xiao He would discipline the princes. The crown prince and the third prince were busy fighting each other, and had no time to care about other things. I think they would not target her again. She and Xiaoling Yan directed and acted in this play for this purpose. Well, I hope so, she said. Chapter 714 Follow-up. Your master is very worried about you. Please write a letter to him, and let me take it back, Xiaoling Yan said again. Okay. Qi Feng prepared paper and pen. Zhao Rushi got up and wrote a letter, sealed it, and handed it to Xiaoling Yan. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two looked at each other, lowered their heads, and conscientiously played the role of an unfamiliar and awkward engaged couple, which made Qi Feng and Xiao Liuzi's mouth twitch. Xiaoling Yan and the imperial physician stayed in Nanyang for half an hour, had a meal and rested for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Originally, this was the first time that Zhu met Xiaoling Yan as the future mother-in-law, so she should have been happy and enthusiastic. But because of Zhao Rushi's assassination, Zhu was angry and did not have a good face toward Xiaoling Yan. Xiaoling Yan was very respectful to Zhu, apologized sincerely, and said that such a thing would never happen again. He gave the two maids with martial arts skills he brought to Zhao Rushi. Zhu was quite satisfied with his performance. 2 days after Xiaoling Yan returned to Beijing, he sent a letter to Zhao Rushi to tell her about the follow-up development of the incident. As expected, Xiao He was sure that the third prince was the instigator because of the confession of the child. He directly dismissed several ministers belonging to the third prince, clipped his wings, and cancelled the mission originally assigned to the third prince, and asked him to stay at home and reflect on his mistakes. The crown prince hated the third prince for wanting to frame him for this matter, and secretly messed up several of the third prince's businesses, causing the third prince to suffer heavy economic losses. The third prince did not do this matter, but there were witnesses and evidence, and his father did not believe him. The third prince felt that the crown prince, the second prince, and the fourth prince were all framed, so he simply bit whoever he caught, and many ministers in the court were pulled down by him. The capital was in chaos. Xiao He simply used the third prince to withdraw many of the people under the crown prince, the second prince, And the fourth prince? And promoted the royalists. For a while, all the ministers were worried about standing in a certain line. Those who had stood in a certain line shrank back and dared not move. Those who had not stood in a certain line did not dare to stand in a certain line again. The atmosphere in the entire capital was purged. Zhao Rushi recuperated at home for 10 days. The reason why he cut his left arm instead of his right arm was that he was worried that it would be difficult to write and paint during the recuperation period. Now, taking advantage of the 10 days of free time, she completed half of the painting task assigned by Kong Sherlin and earned a lot of points. She also asked the system to get a lot of agricultural equipment information from modern times. Girl, all the things for making wine are ready. Zhou Chun didn't dare to report until Zhao Rushi's injury was almost healed. In fact, these things were already prepared and brought back when Zhao Rushi was injured. It was just that Zhou Chun was worried that Zhao Rushi, a workaholic, would not rest and her injury would not heal. So she delayed reporting for several days. Sure enough, when she heard that the things were ready, Zhao Rushi's eyes lit up, and she was eager to try. Come on. Take me to see it. This, miss, you have to ask the lady for permission before you can go out. Qing Feng reminded. Zhao Rushi had no choice but to go to Zhu's place. And finally made Zhu give in after much persuasion. Then bring all the guards at home. And let Nanny Lin follow you. Xiao Lingyan not only sent 2 maids who knew martial arts, but also Nanny Lin stayed here. Nanny Lin was not an ordinary palace maid, but a female doctor. She has been helping the imperial physicians in the palace all her life, and can treat simple diseases, especially external injuries. If the concubines and princesses are injured in places that are inconvenient for outsiders to see, these female doctors will have to help. There are not many female doctors with good medicine skills in the palace. When Zhao Rushi recovers from her injuries, Nanny Lin will have to return to Beijing. This reminded Zhao Rushi that she should train 1 or 2 maids who know medicine. Even if they can't treat serious diseases, they can still teach minor diseases or distinguish medicines, which can also prevent others from poisoning. Dianjiang knew what Zhao Rushi meant and volunteered to learn medicine. Xiao Lingyan sent a lot of servants to Zhao Rushi. First 3 guards, then 2 maids and Nanny Lin. The servants around Zhao Rushi were all worried, fearing that there would be no place for them around their own lady. Qi Feng was okay. She checked the accounts and her ability to do the accounts was irreplaceable. And she was also deeply trusted by the lady. But the others were not so good. Without a specialized skill, it was not easy to make a living under the lady. Dianjiang was a smart person. Zhao Rushi thought it was good for her to learn medicine. It was safer than finding someone who knew medicine from outside. So she planned to ask Xiao Lingyan to find a master for Dianjiang and send her to learn for 2 or 3 years. Zhao Rushi led more than a dozen servants and went out of the city to the place where the winery was built. This place was no longer desolate as before, but a relatively large courtyard was built with high walls around it. The things that had been prepared and transported were placed in an empty room as big as a factory. Zhao Rushi instructed everyone to connect the things, and after testing them and finding that there was no problem, he asked people to brew wine according to the winemaking procedures. For the next 2 days, Zhao Rushi stayed here. After her injury healed, she went to work at the government office. And she still ran here after leaving the government office. Every time she came, she was in a grand manner and made a lot of noise. The people in the government office knew about it within 2 days. What kind of workshop did you set up in the suburbs? Mr. Zhao? Lu Hongyu couldn't help asking curiously. Kai Yizong also pricked up his ears to listen. In the past, he relied on the fact that he was the prince's man and didn't even take Lu Hongyu seriously in the government office. Now he is behaving like a coward. If Lu Hongyu or anyone in the government office doesn't like him, and someone passes a memorial to him, no matter how big or small these things are, if they get to the emperor, he will be finished. So as soon as Zhao Rushi came to the government office, he came to her and wanted to hand over the salt business to her. Zhao Rushi's status is different now, but she is unwilling to touch the lucrative job of salt business again. Therefore, he did not take over, but only warned Kai Yizong to be less selfish and not too greedy. At that time, Kai Yizong was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and was almost as attentive to Zhao Rushi as Zhou Chun. It's a wine shop, Zhao Rushi said. I think Nanyang glutinous rice is good, and I want to try to make some good wine. If I can, it will be considered a specialty of our Nanyang. Dongji's wine is still a little worse. If it were in the past, Several officials would definitely have objected to stopping Zhao Rushi. You should know that Dongji's wine shop was given to Lu Hongyu, Kai Yuzong, and Chen Kong as shareholders. Zhao Rushi disliked the wine, but it was still famous in Nanyang and surrounding areas and made a lot of money. Zhao Rushi wanted to build a new wine shop, which squeezed their profit space. But seeing that the capital was in a bloody storm because of the minor injury on Zhao Rushi's arm, who would dare to do anything to Zhao Rushi again? Everyone smiled and said they were looking forward to the brewing of the new wine. Chapter 7:15 New Farm Tools. Winemaking is a complicated process that requires low-temperature saccharification and fermentation. When the sugar content reaches its peak, it is mixed with small chew rice wine to seal the jar and keep the mash. The clear liquid is then squeezed out, and the two are mixed and filled into a sealed jar and stored for 2 or 3 years. Even without the long storage process, it takes a certain amount of time to brew the wine. Therefore, half a year has passed in a flash before the wine is ready. Summer and autumn have passed quietly, and the winter farming slack time has begun to arrive. Originally, some village heads, gentry, and merchants were dissatisfied with Zhao Rushi and wanted to make things difficult for her when collecting grain. But once Chen Kong revealed Zhao Rushi's details, these people became as obedient as quails and handed over the grain immediately. This made Kai Yuzong, who had to ask for help and treat people to dinner in previous years, sigh with emotion. Master Zhao, what is this? On this day, people in the yamen saw Zhao Rushi's guards carrying some strange-shaped things into the yard and putting them on the open space. People who came to the yamen gathered around and asked curiously, "Farm tools for land reclamation," Zhao Rushi said. "For land reclamation?" Sure, Jingcheng from the workshop was very interested when he heard that it was farm tools for land reclamation. He came closer to take a closer look. "I have never seen this farm tool before. Where did you get it from?" After getting along with each other, everyone found that Zhao Rushi was actually cheerful and generous. As long as she was not provoked, she was usually very easy to talk to and was very nice to her subordinates. She would help anyone who had difficulties and occasionally asked the housekeeper to order a banquet to treat everyone to a meal. The clerks in the yamen dared to talk to her, especially the household and workshops, which were closely related to the affairs she was in charge of, were especially close to her. She was not as reserved as before when she spoke. "I developed it, drew the blueprint, and asked someone to make it," Zhao Rushi said. "Tomorrow we will start to repair the water conservancy and reclaim the wasteland, and everyone must have a handy tool in their hands." "You developed it?" Sure, Jingcheng was shocked. His eyes widened like copper bells, looking at the farm tools on the ground and then at Zhao Rushi. He could not connect the farm tools for reclaiming wasteland with the beautiful noble lady. Has this noble lady ever dug the ground? It seems unreliable that someone who has never dug the ground could make farm tools for reclamation. They were talking in the courtyard of the government office, and Sure Jingcheng spoke loudly, so everyone in the room could hear him. Lu Hongyu, Kai Yuzong, and others heard that Zhao Rushi had developed new farm tools, and they also walked out of the house curiously to watch. "After you made it, did you ask someone to try it? Don't let it be useless, or all the iron tools you made will be wasted," Sure Jingcheng said. There were as many as 100 farm tools piled in the yard. Although these iron tools can be taken back to the blacksmith shop and melted down to make other things, it takes a lot of effort to make these farm tools. If they are useless, the labor cost will be completely wasted. Zhao Rushi saw Lu Hongyu coming out and smiled. "Master Lu is out. Just in time. I was just about to report this to you." She pointed to the farm tools on the ground. "I have reported these farm tools I developed to the Emperor. The Emperor will send officials from the Ministry of Works tomorrow to see the effect of using them to reclaim wasteland." Lu Hongyu, although Zhao Rushi was in charge of the farmland, and the farm tools were developed by herself, she had the right to report directly to the Emperor. But if she reported this to the Emperor without a word, and the Emperor's eyes were always on the small Nanyang, Lu Hongyu's little heart couldn't bear it. Countless words turned around his mouth for a few times, and he chose some euphemisms and said, "Lord Zhao can develop farm tools, which is a good thing for the country and the people. But I think it might be safer to use it in Nanyang first. Let the old farmers feel good, and then report it to the Emperor. Master Lu is right. I will pay attention to it in the future," Zhao Rushi said with a smile. She spent a lot of points to exchange for these farm tools, so she couldn't give them away for nothing. If she just gave them out, someone might take credit for them one day and say that they were invented by her. She would be sick to death. So she made the farm tools. And after having them tested in the Zhao Mansion vegetable garden and found no problems, she drew a picture of the real thing, wrote a letter to describe it, and had someone send it to the master in the capital, asking him to bring it to the palace to show Xiao He. As for whether Xiao He intends to directly announce the style of agricultural tools and let merchants from all over the country make money, or wants to open an agricultural tool production workshop with her to make a little money, it depends on the emperor's own choice. However, based on a scientific and rigorous attitude, in order to have actual data to show that this thing is efficient, before mass production and promoting this new agricultural tool to farmers throughout Dajin, Xiao He decided to send people from the Ministry of Industry to Nanyang to take a look and count the reclamation situation after using the new agricultural tools. This is why the officials from the Ministry of Industry came to see the agricultural tools tomorrow. She made 3 kinds of farm tools here. One is the nail hoe, which is more labor-saving than the bar hoe. Another is a combination of a nail hoe and a shovel. She made 2 rows of nails on this nail shovel. And there is a flat foot footing point on the top of the shovel, which can better use the power of the foot to step into the soil, and then use the lever to pry up the soil. Both farm tools are used by one person, and it depends on which one is more convenient for the individual to use, because this kind of farm tool is used on a large scale in modern times. It is relatively mature, and there are no problems. So she made a large number of them, 50 of each type. It can be used by 100 people. In addition, she also made a more complicated soil turning tool, which includes a soil turning fork and a soil breaking fork. The soil turning fork contains a soil turning fork head, a soil turning fork head fixing frame, and a soil turning fork handle. And the soil breaking fork contains a fixed frame and a soil breaking longitudinal cutting strip. This tool is more complicated to make, and the system saw it on the internet. But perhaps because of the realization of agricultural mechanization in modern times, this tool has not been promoted in modern times, and no one has used it. She felt curious, so she drew a picture and made it. It was unknown whether the designer's design itself had problems, or the information stolen by the system was incomplete. After the tool was made, Zhao Rushi had it tried in the vegetable garden in the backyard of the Zhao Mansion. Although it could be used, it always felt a little awkward. Therefore, she did not take out this tool now. She planned to think about it and improve it. After it can really turn the soil efficiently, it will be promoted on a large scale. The next day, Zhao Rushi went directly to the place she chose to reclaim wasteland. When she arrived, Shi Jingcheng from the workshop was already waiting there with the yamen runners and new farm tools. In addition to them, Lu Hongyu, Kai Yazong, and Li Li also arrived. Master Lu, Master Kai, Master Li, why are you here? Zhao Rushi asked in surprise. Ha ha ha. Aren't we curious about your new farm tools? So we all came to take a look. Lu Hongyu said. Chapter 716. What is this? He asked Zhao Rushi. Master Zhao, when will the masters from the Ministry of Works arrive? It will probably be noon. Let's ignore them and start working, Zhao Rushi said. Shi Jingcheng had followed her instructions and asked 200 men who were doing corvée to gather and form a team. They were arranged into 2 teams according to their height, weight and size. After replacing a few people to make the labor force on both sides roughly evenly distributed, he said, Team A will go to the left to get the tools, and Team B will go to the right to get the tools. Because of the iron control, iron farm tools are still relatively expensive, and some families are particularly poor and can't afford them at all. In addition, it is very easy to damage farm tools when reclaiming wasteland. So the government will provide these people with tools for reclaiming wasteland. Everyone didn't think much about it, and followed Shi Jingcheng's instructions to take the tools. The team of Team A got the farm tools, and everyone frowned. Turning to look at Team B, they saw that they were holding the farm tools that everyone was used to, unlike the weird ones in their hands. A bold middle-aged man shouted to the yamen runners in his team, Sir, why are our tools different from theirs? Is the work we do different from theirs? The yamen runners couldn't say that this was invented by their Lord Zhao and was used for their experiments. You have to know that the time for corvée labor is fixed, and the amount of work is fixed there. You have to complete so much work in a limited time to complete the task. Not only these people who perform corvée labor are like this, but the burden on their shoulders is also heavy. If the task is not completed, they will be punished. At first, Lord Zhao and Shi Jingcheng did not say who would use these new farm tools. So they did not think much about it. Now that they found themselves unlucky, and it was their turn to use the new farm tools. The 4 yeoman runners, who supervised Team A, were very unhappy. However, the other lords were watching from the side. Lord Zhao was a member of the royal family, and had a strong backing. Even Lord Lu and Lord Kai could not afford to offend him. But he was not someone they could question. Therefore, they were angry at the middle-aged man. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just do what you are told to do. Stop talking nonsense. The middle-aged man dared not speak, and followed the yeoman runners, with farm tools, to the land they were assigned. Start digging from here, and reclaim 30 acres of land today, the yeoman runner said. Although the terrain here is flat, there were many miscellaneous trees and some stones, and the geology is relatively hard. Although they had organized some people to cut down the miscellaneous trees and move away the big stones, the tree roots were still there, and there were many small stones. 100 people had to reclaim 30 acres of land a day, and the task was still quite arduous. When they heard that it was land reclamation, they looked up and saw Team B in the distance holding hoes and preparing to reclaim. Everyone looked down at the tools in their hands, and their faces looked bad. Sir, why don't you let us use hoes? Why do all their team have hoes? And we have to use this? How can we dig the ground like this? Another person shouted. When the middle-aged man questioned it before, everyone didn't know what to do, so they didn't pay much attention. But now that they know that they have to reclaim 30 acres of land today, and the tools are not handy, more people agree. Yes, yes, even if there are not many hoes, the 2 teams should share them equally. How can we let them take all of it, and let us take this weird thing? If we fail to complete the task, please don't punish us. It's not our fault. They seemed to be talking to the yeoman runners, but in fact they raised their voices high, hoping that the adults in official uniform standing far away would hear them, so as not to punish them again if they fail to complete the task at night. This is obviously unfair. Shut up. If you keep talking, I will deal with you. The yeoman runners saw that these people not only spoke rudely, but also raised their voices as if they were afraid that Zhao Rushi couldn't hear them. They were immediately furious. If you keep talking nonsense, today it will not be just 30 acres. Do you want to add 10 acres? In the Jin dynasty, corvée labor can be purchased with money. In other words, if you want to avoid corvée labor, you have to pay a sum of money and hire someone to perform corvée labor for your family. So all those who come to perform corvée labor are the poorest people. In the eyes of these people, the yeoman runners are all masters, and no one can mess with them. Seeing the yeoman runners speaking harshly and their faces as black as the bottom of a pot, no one dared to speak anymore, and they started digging the ground with strange things in their hands. The middle-aged man who first raised questions was named Wang Fugue, and he was assigned a hoe. As he dug into the ground, he found that it was different from usual digging. The ground seemed quite hard, but when he dug into the ground, the nails of the hoe were all sunk into the ground, and when he dug again, the soil was lifted up. Hey, this thing is quite useful. He dug again with a hoe in disbelief, and found that it really saved effort and could dig a large area. At this time, the strip hoe had appeared. In order to save effort, the hoe head was made into a long strip. When digging, it was more labor-saving than the wide-bored hoe, and it could dig deeper, but not much soil was lifted up. But now, with the same force, the soil dug out is more than twice as much as with a hoe. Wang Fugue, who has been doing farm work for half his life, immediately realized the benefits of this spike hoe. The young man next to him, who was holding the same tool, also dug a hoe. Seeing Wang Fugue praising the spike hoe in his hand, he said indifferently, "Is the soil here softer than what we dug last year?" Upon hearing this, the old man in the same village laughed. "Zhongyo, you are still too young. You have not served much corvée. You have not dug this kind of land much. Right? The soil here is quite hard. If you use a hoe, you can't dig so deep, and the soil you raise is also less. If you don't believe me, try using a hoe." Zhang Nier didn't dare to say anything more after hearing what the old master said. These 2 old masters have been farming for a lifetime, doing corvée labor and reclaiming land every year, and have dug all kinds of soil. Since everyone says that this hoe is easy to use, it must be easy to use, and he himself feels very comfortable with it. He said that just now, just to show that he is more sober and smarter than others. "Your thing works well. How should I use this one in my hand?" The other people holding the shovel cried out with sad faces. They held this thing for a long time, but they didn't know how to use it. There were iron shovels in ancient times, but the iron shovels at that time were used to shovel soil instead of lifting soil. The shovel mouth was wide and flat, with a shallow groove in the middle, which was very different from the one they held in their hands. These people couldn't think straight at once, and always felt that the thing in their hands was weird, and they didn't know how to use it at all. Wang Fugui was still smart. He looked at the things in their hands and said, "Yours should be an iron shovel. Try shoveling some soil and see." Iron shovel? How do you shovel soil with this? Everyone was a little confused. Chapter 717. It's so easy to use. Wang Fugui thought about it. Put down the tool in his hand. Took the shovel from the person next to him. Put his feet on the parallel iron frame and stepped on it. The shovel easily ate into the soil. He pushed forward and a large pile of deep and wide soil was lifted up. Huh? The others shouted in surprise. Ah! It's so labor-saving. Don't say it. This thing is easy to use. It doesn't require any effort at all. And it lifts up more soil. Not worse than the hoe just now. The most valuable thing is that it saves a lot of waste strength. When you are tired of using the hoe, you can use this one without resting at all. Let me try it. Let me try it. Others want to grab the shovel from others. Don't grab it. Don't grab it. I haven't tried it myself yet. Several people rushed to try the shovel and praised it one by one. Some people even turned around and asked the yamen runner, "Sir, who made these two things? Why didn't you take them out for us to use before? If we had these two things, we wouldn't have been so tired in previous years." When everyone was not optimistic about the two farm tools, the yamen runner was worried that Zhao Rushi would be angry. But he also had his opinions about this unfair treatment. These people wanted to achieve the goal of not completing the task and not being punished by discussing farm tools. And he was happy to see it happen. As long as what everyone said did not offend Zhao Rushi too much, he would turn a blind eye. Therefore, he not only did not stop everyone's discussion and experiment just now, but watched with interest. At this time, seeing that the two tools were judged by these experienced old farmers to be excellent things, better than the hoe of Team B, he was immediately overjoyed and did not care to answer the old farmer's questions. He turned around and ran to Zhao Rushi to take credit. "Mr. Zhao, the two things you made are said to be useful by the old farmers." Lu Hongyu and others were very curious about the new farm tools, but they were afraid that they would not work well and make Zhao Rushi lose face. So they did not dare to go over to check how they were using them. After hearing what the yamen runner said, everyone had no scruples. Lili even flattered him. "I knew that what Lord Zhao made must be amazing. Didn't you see that the safe developed by Lord Zhao could not be opened even by the hands of a thief? Developing new farm tools is just a piece of cake. Lord Zhao's brain. I really don't know what's wrong with it. It's just smarter than us." Although this was corny, it was the truth. Lu Hongyu, Kai Yizong, and Shin Kong all recalled the scene when Zhao Rushi first came to the government office and took the safe to store the files. They suddenly understood and accepted Zhao Rushi's idea of developing good agricultural tools by watching others farm. "Come on. I have to take a good look." Lu Hongyu walked forward and flattered Zhao Rushi. "Can our brains compare with Lord Zhao? How many people in the world can win the title of champion at the age of 16? Not to mention that Lord Zhao is also talented in calligraphy and painting. Throughout history, there is almost no one who can compare with Lord Zhao. Yes, Lord Zhao is a great talent in the world. A genius." Kai Yizong also hurried to flatter him, fearing that he would fall behind. Listening to this series of flattery, the expression on Zhao Rushi's face is really hard to describe. As they were walking towards the reclamation area, they suddenly heard a hurried sound of horse hooves. And there was more than one horse. Lu Hongyu and others hurriedly stopped and turned to look at the road. Horses are strategic materials these days, and ordinary people can't afford them. The sound of a dozen people riding horses is only the momentum of the nobles going out. It seems that the officials of the Ministry of Works have arrived. Lu Hongyu couldn't help but look up at the sky. It's only the hour of C. Right? Why did the officials of the Ministry of Works arrive so early? Did they leave the city before dawn? When he saw a group of people riding horses from a distance, some of them were still wearing official uniforms. Lu Hongyu hurried to the roadside to greet them. Zhao Rushi had a sharp eye, and she could tell at a glance that it was not only Xiao Lingyan who came, but also Gong Cheng. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised when these people rode close to her and dismounted. She hurriedly greeted them. Second senior brother. Why are you here? Uh-huh. Junior sister. You made such a good farm tool. So naturally as your senior brother, I have to learn from you. Gong Chung laughed. The senior brother and sister hadn't seen each other for half a year. Originally, Gong Chung thought that the junior sister he saw would become darker and thinner. But he didn't expect that Zhao Rushi's skin was still so fair. And she didn't lose weight. But she seemed to have grown taller. Seeing that Zhao Rushi only had his senior brother in his eyes, and no fiancé, Xiaolingyan couldn't help but cough beside him to show his presence. In fact, Xiaolingyan was not lonely at all. Lu Hongyu, Kai Yuzong and others had already come over to ask about his well-being and flatter him. It was very lively there. Gong Chung heard Xiaolingyan's cough, turned his head, and laughed again. Lord Zhao, why don't you come over and pay your respects to our Prince Qi? Zhao Rushi had to go over to Xiaolingyan as a subordinate and pay his respects respectfully. Your subordinate Zhao Jiwei greets His Majesty the Prince Qi. Everyone looked at the two and laughed. And they were envious of Zhao Rushi. When Zhao Rushi was injured last time, Xiaolingyan personally brought the imperial physician to see Zhao Rushi early the next morning. Now that Zhao Rushi made some new farm tools, he came early again, and showed that he cared so much about his future Qi Wangfei, which showed that the Qi Wang was very fond of her. The Qi Wang was powerful, tall, handsome, and affectionate. Lord Zhao's marriage was so perfect that all these grown men were envious. Gong Chung couldn't let his junior sister be embarrassed and let these people laugh at him. After Zhao Rushi greeted him, he asked, "How long has it been over there?" The emperor ordered us to compare the new agricultural tools on the spot. It has only been a while since it started, Zhao Rushi said. Let's go. Although the new agricultural tools that Team A got were handy, they wasted some time trying them out. Lu Hongyu and others went over to take a look and found that the land dug on both sides was not much and the area was about the same. So they ordered both sides to stop. The new agricultural tools that Team A has taken were developed by Mr. Zhao, the Tongji of Nanyang Prefecture. The emperor ordered His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi and Mr. Gong, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Works, to come here to see the effects of their use. You will do your best to dig for half an hour with the agricultural tools in your hands. We will judge the effects of the new agricultural tools based on the area you have dug. An official from the Ministry of Works said loudly. Did everyone hear it clearly? Yes. Okay. Let's start. At the command, everyone in Team A and Team B started to work seriously. Needless to say, Team B, with so many people watching, dared not slack off. When Team A heard that such a good farm tool was developed by the beautiful lady who was very kind and caring to them, and that Lord Zhao was their state governor, they were all very motivated and determined to surpass Team B by far, so that the emperor and the officials in Beijing would look at Lord Zhao with new eyes and earn a great achievement for him. Good officials who can develop farm tools for their old farmers should be promoted and rewarded. Chapter 7:18 2 or 3 times. Everyone stood between the two teams and watched them dig. They found that although Team B, who used a hoe to dig the ground, was also working hard, they did not dig much soil with one hoe. Moreover, even the most capable men had to stand up and rest after digging for 2 or 3/4 of an hour. Otherwise their waists would not be able to bear it. The tools used by Team A were obviously much more handy. They brought up more soil with one hoe and made rapid progress. Moreover, when the person holding the hoe got tired, he would exchange tools with the person holding the shovel next to him. After changing tools, he was full of energy and energy again, and did not feel tired at all. In less than 1/4 of an hour, the two sides had opened up a gap. The people of Team B were anxious, worried that they would be punished if they lost. So they didn't dare to rest and bent down to work harder. But their tools were not as good as Team A's. Not only could they not catch up, but they were left further and further behind. When half an hour was up, the officials of the Ministry of Works gave an order, and the people of the two teams stopped their tools under the shouting of the yamen runners. There was no need to measure at all. Just by looking, they could tell that the wasteland reclaimed by Team A was 2 or 3 times more than that of Team B. Lu Hongyu and others, and the men who were doing corvée were all stunned. The new tools developed by Lord Zhao are too good to use. Right? The people in Team B were afraid of being punished, so they didn't dare to tell the Lord. They found the yamen runners in charge and said, "Sir, you see, it's not that we are lazy, but the tools in our hands are not as good as others. You can't blame us." The yamen runner said, Don't worry. The Lord knows what's going on. The people were relieved. The officials from the Ministry of Works from the capital were not surprised. Zhao Rushi had the tools sent to the capital. The emperor had asked people to compete. They also studied it, and had a clearer understanding of the new tools. This time, we came to Nanyang specifically to have a competition, which was nothing more than to use facts and data to prove the effect of the new tool again, so that when the emperor praised Lord Zhao, those court officials would not be so nonsense and think that Zhao Jiwei was relying on the king of Qi. It is not certain who is relying on whom. The technical geeks in the Ministry of Industry have always admired people with real abilities, not the powerful. They measured the area on both sides, carefully recorded the data, and then said, draw a new starting line, exchange tools between the two groups, and do it again. When the people in Group B heard this, they quickly took their tools and exchanged them with the people in Group A. The Yamen runners in Group A wanted to win credit for their own Lord Zhao, and they also knew that the new tools were easy to use. Their group would definitely lose if they took the old tools. So they simply said to the Yamen runners in Group B without any selfish thoughts, you ask the adults to wait before starting, and let your people get familiar with the use of the new tools before the competition. The Yamen runners in Group B quickly proposed. Zhao Rushi made these farm tools because they were all improved on the existing ones. The nail hoe and nail shovel were just a whole piece of iron of the hoe or shovel replaced with a strip of nails. After making it, she gave it to the servants at home. The servants knew how to use it after taking a look, and they really didn't think about the need to teach these people who were doing corvée to use new tools. Only when the Yamen runners of Group B raised it did she think of this problem. After the officials of the Ministry of Works asked Xiao Lingyan and Gong Cheng, they said, okay, let them get familiar with it. The tools were simple in themselves, and after two people from Team A showed Team B how to use them, everyone understood it, and there was no need to practice. So the second match started soon. Needless to say, the result was that Team B, which used the new tools, cleared the land 2 or 3 times faster than Team A. The effect of the new tools was very significant. The officials of the Ministry of Industry were all technical talents, and they were not good at flattering people at ordinary times. But now they turned into flatterers, and praised Zhao Rushi fiercely. Dajin was an agricultural country based on agriculture, emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce, and attaching importance to agriculture above all else. As an official of the Ministry of Industry, he has always been committed to transforming agricultural tools, hoping to make new agricultural tools to increase agricultural productivity. However, due to their limited knowledge and ability, they really couldn't come up with any improvement measures that were truly meaningful. Some time ago, the King of Qi also wanted to improve farm tools. He asked the emperor for leave and went out to travel around, but he couldn't think of a way to improve farm tools. Unexpectedly, Zhao Rushi came up with 2 tools that greatly improved agricultural productivity after serving as the Tongji of Nanyang for half a year. How could the officials of the Ministry of Works not be convinced? As for the idea of the King of Qi secretly using the farm tools he came up with to help Zhao Rushi win fame, not only the officials of the Ministry of Works, but also the court officials would not think so. Zhao Rushi created a new painting method, invented a safe that no one could open, and made dozens or hundreds of flying shuttles for automatic weaving. Her intelligence was recognized by the whole Jin dynasty. Now she has been in Nanyang for half a year as an official in charge of agriculture. Isn't it natural for her to develop new agricultural tools? It is completely logical, and no one finds it strange. But His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi, who is lazy and does not know how to distinguish between grains, has been in the Ministry of Industry for 2 or 3 years, but has not invented anything useful. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Xiao Lingyan does not need to be in the limelight and gain fame, which will attract the attention and targeting of other princes. Therefore, if he wants to tinker with something, he does it quietly in private or through Zhao Rushi. So he has not spread his reputation in this regard. Seeing that Lu Hongyu, Kai Yozong and others were also planning to join the flattery, Zhao Rushi quickly interrupted the official from the Ministry of Industry and said, Master Shi, do you think there is anything else that can be improved in this tool? If not, it can be promoted on a large scale. No. It can be promoted nationwide. Master Shi is an old man in his 50s, who has spent his life studying farm tools and trying to improve them. This time, he saw that the farm tool improved by Zhao Rushi did not have a complicated design. It only changed the point of force. but it increased the efficiency by more than doubled. He was shocked. This time when he came to Nanyang, he volunteered to come along, just to express his admiration to Zhao Rushi. Now is the season for reclaiming wasteland. With the farm tools improved by Lord Zhao, we will reclaim at least twice as much wasteland this year as in previous years. Lord Zhao's move will benefit the present and future generations, he said. Gong Chung knew that the little apprentice sister didn't like to hear this. He said, today, the emperor sent us here. In addition to seeing the actual effect of the new farm tools in reclaiming wasteland, he also wanted to discuss with Lord Zhao how to promote the new farm tools. It's getting late. Why don't we go back to the government office and sit down and talk slowly? Yes. His Royal Highness the King of Qi and the other adults have come from afar. So let's go back to the government office to rest, Lu Hongyu said hurriedly. So the group took cars and rode horses and returned to the state government together. Chapter 719 Reward. This matter had nothing to do with Lu Hongyu and the others. So Gong Chung sent them back to his room. The group entered Zhao Rushi's office. And after sitting down, Gong Chung said, Your Majesty wants to ask, how do you want to promote this new agricultural tool? Do you want to open an agricultural tool workshop and sell the new agricultural tools to various places after making them? Or do you have any other way? Zhao Rushi hurriedly said, No. 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 Since these agricultural tools have been presented to the court, they belong to the court. I suggest that the drawings of farm tools be drawn up and sent to provincial governments, and then sent to counties and prefectures by provincial governments, and then made by government offices. As for the farmers who find them useful, they can find blacksmiths to make them after the land is reclaimed. That is their freedom. She is not short of this little money, and she does not want to make money in this way. Xiao asked Gong Chung to ask her if she wanted to open a farm tool workshop. She did not know whether Xiao wanted to test her whether she had the consciousness of a royal daughter-in-law, or whether he thought she loved money and wanted her to profit. But he sent Xiaolingyan and Gong Chung to ask. So at least he had good intentions. Gong Chung was very happy to hear that. But he didn't say anything else, but turned to Xiaolingyan. Xiaolingyan nodded in agreement. You are right. It should be like this. He could guess what Xiao Qi was thinking. That is, he felt that the safes and textile machines developed by Zhao Rushi had brought her huge profits. Now that he had developed new agricultural tools, it seemed unfair for him to just take them for free and let the court own them. He was worried that Zhao Rushi would be unhappy and stop developing new things in the future. That's why I wanted to try and see what she thinks. Anyway, they are all our own people. Lord Sher is obsessed with inventions and creations, and doesn't care about worldly affairs. He has a good relationship with Gong Chung, so he won't talk nonsense, even if Zhao Rushi's ideas are inappropriate. With them around, there won't be any trouble. However, in this ancient time where all the land under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are the king's subjects, whatever the subjects invented should be presented to the emperor, and the emperor should reward them with rewards, instead of making profits for themselves. If Zhao Rushi wants to run a farm tool workshop, she will inevitably be criticized by the ministers. The method she has chosen now is really appropriate. As expected, she is the woman he likes. Always so smart and wise. Xiaolingyan and Gong Chung were entertained by Zhao Rushi, accompanied by Lu Hongyu and others, and had lunch at Tianfulu before returning to the capital. From beginning to end, Xiaolingyan was just a bystander and did not say a word to Zhao Rushi alone. When Gong Chung returned to the palace, he reported the matter, and Xiao He was overjoyed and became more satisfied with Zhao Rushi. He asked Xiaolingyan, What do you think I should give your wife? Xiaolingyan was not polite. Farms. Small shops. Whatever you have. Father. Give her. Even if Xiaolingyan didn't say anything, Xiao He also planned to give these things. He knew Zhao Rushi liked these things. It happened that some time ago, the capable subordinates of the crown prince, the third prince and others raided the homes of several ministers, who helped them collect money everywhere. He had a lot of farms and shops, and specifically told Zhang Chanshan to keep a few good ones and not sell them. There is a manor with 400 acres of land in Baining, and there is a manor with 800 acres of land in Nanyang. Ask her which one she wants. Xiao He said. The land in Nanyang is fertile, and not far from the capital. Many people who can't buy land in Baining will also go to Nanyang to buy land. At this moment, a manor in Nanyang happened to be copied, thinking that Zhao Rushi is now an official in Nanyang. And this manor is large. Xiao He asked this question. Xiao Lingyan didn't think twice and said directly, I want the manor in Nanyang. Xiao He smiled and asked, why don't you send someone to ask? Even if the area is half the size. Many people are still willing to choose the manor in Bining. Xiao Wu. You can't disrespect Jiwei girl. There is only one such talented girl in the world. If she is not happy to marry you, I will not force her. Xiao Lingyan scratched his head. Embarrassed, it's not disrespect. But I know she must like the manor in Nanyang. As far as I know, she found that the glutinous rice produced in Nanyang is excellent. And she is trying to make wine. She said that if she made good wine, she would like to start a wine business with you, the emperor. Therefore, she wanted to buy a farm in Nanyang and grow glutinous rice with the permission of the court, so as not to be blocked by others for raw materials. The farm you gave her was just what she wanted. When Xiao He heard that Zhao Rushi was tinkering with something new and was planning to cooperate with him in business, he was very happy. I don't know what's wrong with Jiwei's brain, but she is smarter than others. Whatever she wants to do, she will succeed. And she is often better than others. Take farm tools for example. There are so many officials in the Ministry of Industry who have been researching for years to improve farm tools, but they can't find any results. Zhao Rushi, on the other hand, has only been in Nanyang for half a year, and he has made 2 extremely powerful farm tools. It's hard not to be convinced. Ha ha ha. Good. Xiao He laughed and cheered. There are 2 farms in Nanyang. One with 800 acres, and the other with 500 acres. The larger one will be given to Jiwei, and the smaller one will be given to you. As for whether you want to give it to Jiwei, that's your business. I have approved the planting of glutinous rice. You can plant as much as you want. I will issue an order. Jiwei, if you want to develop anything or need anything, just come to me and ask for it. Since the emergence of sweet potatoes and potatoes, 2 high-yield crops, the people of the world are basically no longer hungry. Zhao Rushi has developed 2 new agricultural tools, which will have a great impact on the agriculture of the entire Jin dynasty. Not to mention that the usual field work can make farmers less hard. The reclamation organized by the court every year can add a lot of farmland, rewarding Zhao Rushi with an 800-acre farm, plus some gold, silver, jewelry and silk, is in line with the court's reward standards. If he rewards more, the court officials will have objections, and breaking the standards will not be conducive to his future rewards. But in Zhao's view, such a reward is far from enough for Zhao Rushi's contribution. Now rewarding the king of Qi with a farm, and then issuing an order to allow Zhao Rushi to grow glutinous rice. This is in line with the rules. Xiao does not have to be embarrassed, and Zhao Rushi will like it. Xiao Lingyan was also very happy and bowed. Your son. Thank you for your generous reward on behalf of Jiwei. Seeing that you are devoted to Jiwei, I feel relieved. You must treat Jiwei well, and don't let her down. Xiao He warned. In Xiao Yi's eyes, Zhao Rushi is more and more like a national treasure, and must be cherished. If Xiao Lingyan treats her badly, it will be the loss of the Jin dynasty. So Xiao He has no choice but to give a few more warnings. Yes, father. Rest assured, I will treat Jiwei well. The next morning, the Minister of Works came out and reported the effect of the 2 new agricultural tools. Xiao He was overjoyed and announced the reward to Zhao Rushi in person. When it was heard that Zhao Jiwei was given a farm in Nanyang and allowed to grow glutinous rice in her own farm, the court officials did not raise any objections. Chapter 720 Gusu. So when they went to the Yamen that afternoon, the gatekeepers of the state Yamen saw the eunuch Ding and his party, who had come to announce the imperial edict a while ago. The first time was strange. The second time was familiar. And the 2 did not do the stupid thing of stopping people at the door again. They bowed and nodded to send people to the yard, and shouted loudly, Sir Zhao, the eunuch Ding from the palace is here to announce the imperial edict. When the other Yamen runners heard that they were here to announce the imperial edict, they quickly moved the table and set up the incense burner. Zhao Rushi originally planned to watch people repairing the water conservancy, but before Gong Chun left yesterday, he specially reminded everyone in the Yamen that there might be rewards today. So she stayed in the Yamen today and did not go anywhere. Not only Zhao Rushi, but several other officials also stayed in the government office. They had never received an imperial edict in their lives, and now they could kneel down under the imperial edict as a bystander, which was also a lifelong topic of conversation. So they naturally could not miss it. Eunuch Ding exchanged a few words with Zhao Rushi, and when he saw that everyone was present and the incense table was set up, He opened the imperial edict and read it. Hearing that the emperor had given Zhao Rushi a large farm with 800 acres of land, 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, a hu of southern pearls, 20 pieces of silk, and allowed Zhao Rushi to grow glutinous rice in the farm. Lu Hongyu and others were so envious that their eyes turned red. They have no background, and their original families are basically small landlords. Lu Hongyu is upright, and Li Li is timid, and they dare not embezzle. Lu Hongyu has been an official for a lifetime, and bought a few hundred acres of land in his hometown. He plans to return to his hometown to be a farmer after retirement. Kai Yizong tried every means to make money because someone protected him, but he did not dare to cross the line. All the money he got was handed over, and he did not keep much in his hands. His savings were about the same as Lu Hongyu. The rewards Zhao Rushi received were nothing in the eyes of Xiao He, Xiaolingyan, and the dignitaries in the capital, but they were very generous in the eyes of Lu Hongyu and other 5th and 6th rank local officials, as he had to hurry back to Beijing. Eunuch Ding did not stay long after announcing the decree, and went back to Beijing directly. Zhao Rushi was really happy to receive this reward. This reward was completely to her liking. That afternoon, she said Zhou Chun to take over the manor. Zhou Chun had taken over and rectified several manors before, and he was familiar with the routines. He punished the manor servants, organized training, improved treatment, established a school, and won over the people. As long as these were done one by one, the manor would be governed immediately and Zhao Rushi would not have to worry about it at all. So she then put all her energy into improving the water conservancy system around Nanyang. 2 groups of people were recruited for corvée labor. 200 to open up wasteland, and 200 to repair water conservancy. Zhao Rushi divided the repairers into 4 groups of 50 people each, and excavated in 4 places at the same time, correcting the original imperfect water conservancy system bit by bit. She also planned to install the elevated water wheel she had improved in the high-lying areas. Xiao He moved very quickly. Zhao Rushi received the imperial edict, and the design drawings of agricultural tools with size data that he asked people to draw were sent to various provinces one by one. Wuzong received the design at about the same time as Zhao Rushi received the reward, and Gusu was only 1 day late. The Zhao Rushi written on it is the daughter of Lord Zhao, the one who was just married to the Princess of Qi. Looking at the description on the farm tool drawing, Zhang Shun couldn't believe his presbyopia and handed the design to his master to show him. The master squinted his eyes and nodded. That's right. Isn't it written on it? It was developed by Lord Zhao Rushi, the co-governor of Nanyang Prefecture. So the emperor named these 2 new farm tools Zhao's nail hoe and Zhao's nail shovel, confirming that it was Zhao Rushi who made him do it. Zhang Shun smiled bitterly and shook his head. At first, I wanted my nephew to marry Zhao Jiwei. It was just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. As for my nephew, he can't even reach it even if I give him a ladder. Fortunately, I know myself and stopped in time. Otherwise, I would not be sitting in this position today. It's really annoying to compete with the royal family for a daughter-in-law. The master didn't say anything, but he was complaining in his heart. How can you know yourself? Obviously, there is a huge difference between them. He doesn't even look at your nephew. You are afraid of offending him, so you dare not ask him to come forward. Okay? Zhang Shun didn't expect him to say anything. He picked up the letter, got up and went out. Went to Zhao Yuanxuan next door, showed him the letter, and praised him again. Zhao Yuanxuan was naturally very happy, seeing that it was almost time to leave the government office. He said, I will go back and tell my mother the good news. Go. Go. Zhao Yuanxuan returned home and told the old lady about the matter. The old lady was also very happy. I knew sister she was capable, and never lied to me. She said she would marry off before she turned 17. And now she has been chosen by the royal family, and will be married into the royal family as a princess. Ah! I never thought that our sweeping marquise mansion would have such a glorious day. Speaking of this, the old lady was particularly emotional. No matter how hard she, Zhao Yuanxuan, and Zhu tried in those years, the marquise mansion was going downhill day by day. When the marquise mansion was downgraded to a marquise mansion, she was directly discouraged and did not dare to think about restoring its original glory. Unexpectedly, within just 2 or 3 years, Zhao Rushi directly led the Bofu to fly. First, she became a disciple so that people dared not underestimate the Bofu. Then she showed her talent and made people look up to the Bofu. She also asked her father for an official position. Now she has passed the imperial examination and became a princess. If she were in the capital now, she would definitely be the object of everyone's flattery when she went to the banquet. It would be a world of difference from the treatment 3 years ago. Right? She always pinned her hopes on her children and grandchildren. But she didn't expect that in the end. It was her granddaughter who restored the glory of the Bofa. And she was a granddaughter who was replaced and raised outside since childhood. This made her feel very complicated. She didn't know how to treat Zhao Rushi well to repay her for everything she had brought to Swaping Marquis Mansion. Right to ask again if the wedding date has been set. Our family is now divided into 2 places. And we can't spend the new year together. I don't know how Shijia's dowry is prepared. Knowing that Zhao Rushi was granted marriage to the king of Qi, she wanted to go to Nanyang to arrange the marriage. But Zhu and Zhao Rushi's letters persuaded her. Zhao Rushi said that everything was arranged by the Ministry of Rites. Zhu said that it was winter now. And Gusu was a little warmer than Nanyang. And it would be better for her health if she stayed in Gusu. As long as she takes care of herself and stays healthy, she will be a great help to everyone. After Zhu said this, the old lady no longer mentioned going to Nanyang and stayed in Gusu. Winter is the season when the elderly are most likely to get sick. If she went to Nanyang and accidentally got sick on the way or in Nanyang, not only would Zhu not be able to spare the energy to arrange a marriage for Zhao Rushi, but Zhao Rushi would also not be able to concentrate on his work. She would not go there to help, but to cause trouble. Chapter 721 Chaos Breeds. She is old and cannot stand the pain of illness. If something happens to her, she doesn't care. She has lived to this point. But Zhao Rushi has to observe mourning for 1 year. And her son has to observe mourning for 3 years. Won't this delay things? Didn't you say that? Sister, she is capable, and has made so much money. Her current farm, shop, and house will be a generous dowry. Let's give her another farm and a shop. Buy some jewelry, clothes, various furniture, and utensils. And that's it. She just said that everyone knows what kind of family background our Swaping Marquis Mansion had in the past. Giving her too much dowry will easily cause trouble. It's better to eat meat under the rice. She plans to hide some of her private property and not take it out to live on. Shijia's brain is smarter than anyone else. We just need to do it according to her. Ah, I know that too. We must listen to Shijia. The old lady sighed. I'm just worried that others will laugh at her and us and say that we are poor. Who dares to laugh at us? Zhao Yuanxuan was more confident than anyone else at this moment. Whose daughter can pass the imperial examination and become the top scholar? Whose daughter can sell a painting or a calligraphy for thousands or tens of thousands of taels of silver? What we bring as a dowry is not a dowry, but talent. With this talent, not only will the children born be extremely smart, but the money from selling 2 paintings will be enough to cover the dowry they asked from their parents. If you dare to laugh at us, you will humiliate yourself. Old lady. That makes sense. But, she glanced at her son. Although as a mother, she had a thicker filter than the bottom of a bottle when looking at her son. But at this moment, she was full of disgust for her son. It's fine to rely on her daughter to be an official. But now that she can't afford too much dowry for her daughter to get married, she lets her daughter marry with her talent. Her son looked okay before, but compared with her capable granddaughter, she felt that this son was a waste. Okay. This sister, she knows what's going on. We just listened to her. But you are an official in Gusa now, and cannot leave your post. When Shijia gets married, won't you be unable to attend? She was full of regret. What a great honor it is. Thinking of those people who used to look down on her and her son, and how they all flattered them. She felt like drinking ice water in June, feeling refreshed from head to toe. But her son couldn't see such a glorious thing. And it was not only regretful for her son, but also for her. Zhao Yuanxuan said, I always feel that before Shijia gets married, the emperor will transfer me back to Beijing. The old lady was surprised. Really? Zhao Yuanxuan looked at the room and saw that there were no outsiders, and said proudly, now I am also a relative of the emperor. He will not let me not even attend his daughter's wedding. Right? His family is not from Gusu. Even if Zhao Rushi did not serve as an official before marriage and went home to prepare for marriage, she could not marry from Gusu, but from Swaping Marquis Mansion. Officials cannot leave their places of employment without permission. This is the court rule. The emperor can neither break the rules nor prevent him from attending his daughter's wedding, so he can only transfer him back to Beijing. That's great, the old lady said happily. Although Gusu is good, The old lady has lived in the capital all her life, and always feels that sweeping Marquis' mansion is her home. Because of this, the old lady looks forward to the transfer documents every day. She doesn't expect her son to be promoted. As for this incompetent and stupid son, it's the best he can do now. He doesn't go on business trips in Gusu because Zhang Shun wants to cling to her sister Xi's thighs and cover her son in everything. If he is transferred back to the capital, he will have to be a small official if he wants to do a good job in his official duties. Not go on business trips. And not drag down sister Xi. The old lady understood that one should eat as much as one can. And her heart was as clear as a mirror. She just wanted to go back to the capital. But when the weather was getting colder, and the new year was approaching, Zhao Yuanchuan's transfer document had not yet arrived. And Zhao Rushi's wedding date was approaching. She couldn't help but send someone to ask Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi replied, "Don't wait. It won't work this year. Her father will not be transferred before next spring. It's not that the emperor doesn't want to, nor that her senior brother is not strong enough, but that Xiaolingyan is holding back. Because the chaos in the capital has become more and more obvious. The plot was already chaotic. Xiaolingpu was not dead, and Xiaolingyan was alive and well. They both thought that the third prince would not be so crazy and dare to kill the crown prince. But because of the assassination of Zhao Rushi, the crown prince and the third prince have been fighting fiercely in the past 6 months. The fight between the two factions will naturally not let the second and fourth princes reap the benefits, and directly drag them into the water. Therefore, the capital now looks fine on the surface, but it is actually very chaotic. Shortly after the engagement, Xiaolingyan discussed the wedding date with Zhao Rushi, wanting to postpone the wedding date to at least March or April, when the chaos in the original book had settled down, so that Zhao Rushi's safety would be guaranteed. But Zhao Rushi disagreed. With her around, she could rely on her golden finger to help Xiaolingyan when he was in danger. She also wanted to save Zhao's life. She told Xiaolingyan that the fight between the crown prince and the third prince was caused by the assassination of her, and the two must hate her. If the two of them sent someone to kill her before they went crazy, even with the guards sent by Xiaolingyan and the 2 guards given by the emperor, they probably couldn't stop them. Xiaolingyan was worried about her, so he sent the most powerful guards to protect her, and the power around him became weaker. It would be better to get married at this time, and she would live in the Prince Qi's mansion, and the guards around them would be combined, which would be safer. But no matter what they thought, the wedding date was not set by them, but calculated by the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. After Xiaolingyan told Xiao He the approximate date of the wedding, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory finally chose February 16th for the wedding. Although February 16th was after the Chinese New Year, Zhao Rushi had to return to Beijing before the New Year to prepare for the wedding. Zhao Rushi didn't want her family to be in danger, so she asked Xiaolingyan to persuade Xiao He to issue an order to let Zhao Yuanchuan go back for half a month to attend the wedding banquet when she got married, and then return to Suzhou to serve as an official after attending the wedding. And she herself would not return to Beijing until December 20th. She was originally an airborne state magistrate, and it would not affect her to leave her post now. She could just hand over the things she was in charge of to Kai Yezong and Li Li, and it would not affect her official duties. In the original book, the coup took place on the 6th day of the first lunar month, which was in time. On this day, Xiaolingyan came to persuade Zhao Rushi overnight. Why don't you go to Gusu to celebrate the new year? It's also a good time for your parents to reunite. Wait until the 8th day to return to Beijing. No one stipulates that you must return to Beijing to prepare for your wedding. It's the same if you go to Gusu to prepare for your wedding. But I really don't want to see the emperor die, Zhao Rushi said. Your father is a good emperor. I hope he will live a long and healthy life. Xiaolingyan was silent. He and Xiao He also had feelings for each other, so naturally he didn't want him to die. But he couldn't bear to let Zhao Rushi take risks. Chapter 722 Return to Beijing. You are too concerned. In fact, who has time to care about me at this time? Zhao Rushi had to overturn her previous remarks and persuade Xiaolingyan from another angle. If the plot still goes as it was, the third prince is now planning a big conspiracy. The crown prince, the second and fourth princes have to deal with him and have no time to care about me. The most important thing is that with the second prince standing in front, they didn't think of targeting you. If we don't kill the second prince, it's useless to just target you. You are irrelevant, and I am even less worthy of their attention. If they have time, they can still embarrass me. But at this critical moment, they really can't take care of me. But if I go back, not only you, but also the emperor will be protected. If the emperor dies, no matter who becomes the emperor, we will all be in trouble. Even if the prince and several princes are dead, you will be in power. Clean up the mess, appease the ministers, handle government affairs, and deal with foreign enemies. Wouldn't it be overwhelming? Even if it's not for us, for the people of the world, it's best to be safe. We have died once anyway. So what if we die again? We are still cannon fodder after crossing over. Now it's just a gamble. It's really no big deal. Seeing that Zhao Rushi has made up her mind. Xiaolingyan is not a person who only cares about love and ignores the people of the world. And finally agreed to let her return to Beijing. Then I will pick you up in a few days, he said. Zhao Rushi shook her head. No need. You can ask the emperor to send someone to pick me up. You come to pick him up. I'm afraid someone wants to catch us both in one fell swoop, she reminded him again. Although the second prince is blocking us, we should get rid of as many as we can. The third prince is not far from going crazy now. And it is really impossible to judge by common sense. You'd better be careful. Don't leave the city in the near future. Stay in the Prince Chi's mansion honestly. And say that you are busy preparing for the wedding. Xiaolingyan also knew that now is different from the previous period. The crown prince and the third prince were idle and had nothing to do some time ago. And they wanted to make things difficult for Zhao Rushi because they wanted to make people unhappy. Now they wanted to get rid of each other and the second, fourth and fifth princes. Not Zhao Rushi. If he came to pick up Zhao Rushi would be in danger. He did not insist. And returned to the capital that night. Reported to the emperor. And asked the emperor to send someone. Considering that Zhao Rushi had been assassinated, this request was reasonable. And the emperor sent 20 imperial guards to escort Zhao Rushi back to the capital. Zhao Rushi originally did not want to bring Zhu back to the capital, and kept persuading her to go to Gusa for the new year, saying that without her, her grandmother would not be comfortable during the new year. But how could Zhu be willing to leave her daughter alone to go back to Beijing to guard the big house, and go to Gusa to accompany her mother-in-law, husband, and son? Even if she was willing, I think the people in Gusa would not agree. As a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law for a lifetime, she knew that in the eyes of the old lady, Zhao Rushi, the future princess, was more important than her most beloved son and grandson combined. Sure enough, she asked someone to take a letter to Gusu to ask. Not only did the old lady agree that she would not go to Gusu, but she also planned to take her grandson back to Beijing for the new year. As for his son Zhao Yuanxuan, he didn't care. Who told him that he was not as important as his granddaughter? Zhao Rushi couldn't convince her mother and grandmother, and couldn't tell the truth, so she had to let them go back to Beijing. The old lady took Zhao Jingtai to Nanyang to stay for a few nights, and waited for the imperial guard sent by the emperor to come. And then, they went back to Beijing. People are more fragrant when they are far away than when they are near. Before the family was divided, Zhao Yuanliang had a cold relationship with his stepmother and an average relationship with the eldest wife. But now that the family has been divided, the eldest wife has all run away, and he feels that he has no one to rely on. And he misses his stepmother, eldest brother, and eldest sister-in-law very much. Therefore, the return of the old lady, Zhu, and Zhao Rushi to the capital made not only the third house happy, but also the second house. Zhao Yuanliang and his two sons waited at the city gate early, and sent the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren back to the Sweeping Marquis' mansion. Oh, I'm finally home. The old lady sat in her usual seat, looking at the familiar house, and sighed. Congratulations, old lady. Sue smiled. I really didn't expect that our family would have a princess. Uh-huh. Isn't it? That child is so promising. The old lady smiled. She and Sue used to be completely at odds with each other. After Zhao Yuanxuan died, Sue often brought her children to pay respects, intending to flatter the old lady. The old lady also felt sorry for her, a widow who was unemployed and had to raise 2 children. She was no longer cold as before, and the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law became harmonious. After returning to the mansion, Zhu and Zhao Rushi went back to their own yard to take a bath and rest, while Sue stayed with the old lady to serve her mother-in-law. After letting the maid help the old lady take a bath, she prepared a table of food and asked someone to send it to Zhu, Zhao Rushi and Zhao Jingtai, and then sat at the table to serve the old lady. The old lady asked about the situation in the capital, And Su talked about the marriages of the people she knew. And then said, I don't know what happened to several families. Some were dismissed from their posts. And some had their property confiscated. Recently, I always feel that the capital is a bit chaotic. As a woman in the inner house and a widow, she didn't interact with other people much and didn't care about the outside world. If she hadn't gone back to her parents' home and heard her father and brother talk about it, she wouldn't have known about these situations at all. It was just a casual remark at this time. The old lady used to be the same as Su. But after Zhao Rushi repeatedly reminded her, she had some political sensitivity. When she heard Su's words, she felt a little nervous and kept them in mind, planning to ask Zhao Rushi when she was free. Su's topic returned to family matters. The fourth and sixth girls of the second room have secretly gone to be concubines. The sixth girl was fine. She never came back after entering the Jinping Palace. And she didn't send anyone back to ask for anything. But the fourth girl was so shameless that she came back to ask her father and Li Gur for a dowry. Second uncle and Li Gur were furious. But they still gave some. That girl is shameless. You are back. And she Jer is back to get married. She will definitely come to our house to ask for money in a few days. The old lady frowned. She went to be someone's concubine and brought shame to our Zhao family. But she still has the nerve to come back and ask for things. If it were me, I would have people beat her out with a big stick. Give her a dowry. She's spoiled. That's right. Su agreed. Second uncle is a spoiled child. Li Gur is still young after all. Men have to save face and can't refuse. So don't you just let her make a fuss? If you don't spoil her, she won't dare to come to your house. Zhao Rui came to her house, probably wanting to ask for something. But Su asked the doorman to stop her and didn't even let her in. Su felt that Zhao Rui's being a concubine brought shame to the family. When her daughter grows up and gets married, she will be despised if she has two cousins who are concubines. So she hated Zhao Rui so much. How could she give her anything? Chapter 723 Visit. Zhao Rushi rested comfortably for a night. The next day, the family of four had breakfast. The old lady sent Zhao Jingtai to review his lessons, and then pulled Zhao Rushi to ask about the situation. It's very chaotic. Zhao Rushi didn't tell them in Nanyang because she was afraid that they would stop her from returning to Beijing. Now that everyone has returned to Beijing, they have to be careful everywhere. So it's good to let them know. She didn't hide it, and briefly told them about the situation of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's faction, who fought each other because of the failed frame-up. This is also the reason why I don't approve of Daddy's return to Beijing. You guys are fine. Just stay at home and don't go anywhere, so you won't get into trouble. But when Daddy returned to Beijing to be an official, someone set a trap for him, and he fell into it accidentally. Those traps were not aimed at him, but at the King of Qi, who wanted to make the King of Qi lose face in front of the Emperor and the court officials. So it was hard to guard against. I think it's better for Daddy to stay in Gusu. Yes. Your father doesn't have that kind of brain. And he sees everyone as a good person. If someone deliberately plots against him, he will definitely not be able to escape. In Gusu, with Lord Zhang watching over him, he can't cause any trouble. So let him stay in Gusu. The old lady agreed immediately. Will you be in danger? Compared to her husband's future, Zhu was more concerned about her daughter's safety. No. They are busy fighting each other and can't take care of me. There is no benefit in making things difficult for me except making more enemies and being retaliated by His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Zhao Rushi said. Don't go out during this period. Stay at home and prepare for your marriage. You don't have to embroider the wedding dress, but you have to make it look good. Shou Chun and Ma Sheng will take care of the farms and shops, so you don't have to worry about them. Money is endless, and safety is the most important thing. You have to consider the King of Qi, not just yourself, and avoid causing trouble for him. Mrs. Zhu said. Well, I'll go to Master's house today, and I won't go anywhere else in the future. I'll stay at home honestly. Even if Mrs. Zhu didn't say it, Zhao Rushi also planned to do so. The capital is now in troubled times, and staying at home is the best choice. Knowing that Zhao Rushi is not a perfunctory person, if she said so, she would definitely do it. The old lady was relieved. She told the story of Zhao Ryu and Zhao Rurui. According to my opinion, I will not allow these two people to enter the house. They have fallen into depravity and become concubines. How dare they come to us to seek kinship? Do you think we are not ashamed enough? It's just that Sister Yu is okay. She has a sense of dignity. Sister Rui, however, is getting more and more shameless as she grows up. If she comes to our house, and we don't let her in, she might cry at the door. We will be even more embarrassed then. The old lady looked at Zhao Rushi. So sister she. Do you think you should ask the king of Qi to pass a message to the Ping'an Marquis mansion, asking them to keep a close eye on her, and not let her out to harass us? Zhao Rushi shook her head. She hasn't come yet. Let's pass the message. The wife of Ping'an Marquis is a person who doesn't know how to talk. If she talks nonsense at the banquet, people will think we are cold and snobbish. Let her come. Don't block the door. Just let her in. When you get inside, how do you want to scold her? Isn't it up to you, old man? If you don't want to talk to her, send 2 powerful maids and daughters-in-law to scold her, so that she won't dare to come next time. Why are you afraid of her? The old lady slapped her thigh. Oh, this is a good idea. Let's do it. As she said this, she looked forward to Zhao Rui's visit. Grandma, if you are okay, I will go to Master's house. Zhao Rushi stood up. Go. Go. Be careful. Bring more guards. And bring all the guards given to you by the emperor. The old lady warned. Zhao Rushi sent a letter to Kang Shilin yesterday, saying that he would visit him today. When Zhao Rushi entered Kang's house, he saw Kang Shilin waiting in the study early. Zhao Rushi hurried forward and bowed. Master, how is your health? Good. Kang Shilin looked at his little apprentice, and saw that her face was rosy and her eyes were bright. So he was relieved and said, Sit down. Zhao Rushi greeted the Kang family and senior brothers, and then heard Kang Shilin say, I wanted you to stay in Gusu or Nanyang for a while, but you came back to the capital. You had been persuading us to go to Jiangnan. You finally got out, but you came back at this time. Are you afraid that you will miss the excitement in the capital? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rushi knew that her master had a clear view of the current situation. However, even Su Shi, a woman in the inner house, who was oblivious to the outside world, had heard about the chaos in the capital. So it was normal that her master had a clearer view. She asked, why doesn't the emperor care? This was what she couldn't understand. In her opinion, the emperor is not incompetent. How can he watch his sons tossing around like this without taking any measures? Kang Shilin sighed. The emperor is good in everything. But there is only one thing wrong. That is, he is too attached to friendship and always cares about family affection. Even if he doesn't like his sons, he can't be cruel. The prince has a different status and is suspicious by nature. The third prince used to rely on his mother's special favor and always felt that the throne was his. Therefore, these 2 people are less afraid when doing things. Now they are fighting fiercely, and only by killing them can this fight be settled. But the emperor couldn't do it. Kang Shilin shook his head. Zhao Rushi was silent for a while and asked, How is the eldest brother? Your eldest brother is in the vortex and can only hold on. Fortunately, the emperor is protecting him, so he is safe for the time being. Kang Shilin said, So I didn't approve of your marriage with the king of Qi at the beginning. They are all harmonious and don't fight so fiercely. It's okay for you to marry the king of Qi, but now it's so chaotic. If you marry him, the risk is too great. Zhao Rushi smiled bitterly and said, It's meaningless to say these things now. Can we still cancel the engagement? Kang Shilin sighed and stopped talking. Zhao Rushi opened her mouth to comfort him, but thinking that the eldest brother was staying in the vortex, and she was also going to the center of the vortex, the master couldn't help but worry. Her comfort was useless. She just said dryly, It will pass. She thought to herself, It will be soon. If you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. When she left Beijing for Nanyang, she saw the situation in Beijing. Although there was fighting, it was not to the point of losing reason. Everyone was secretly doing small things within the scope allowed. She thought that the 2nd and 5th princes and Fu Yungai had survived, and the plot had changed. So the tragedy this winter would not happen again. She and Xiaolingyan had to prepare for a protracted war. But she did not expect that the battle for the succession caused by her would suddenly burn up and intensify, and the 3rd prince would go crazy. But it was better this way. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. If the coup still happened as described in the book, then the battle for the succession would end soon. By then, Dajing could develop peacefully and steadily, and would no longer be affected by the battle for the succession. Chapter 724 Princess and Invites You. After spending a long time chatting with Kang Shilin at Kang Mansion, Zhao Rushi did not come out until almost noon. As soon as she got off the carriage at home, the doorman came up to her and handed Qi Feng a note, saying to Zhao Rushi, "Miss, this is from the Yin mansion, saying that Princess N invites you to visit her tomorrow." Zhao Rushi. Princess N? Xiaolingpu's wife? The lady of the Sin family? Is she trying to cultivate the relationship between the sisters-in-law in advance? Or is she trying to achieve some purpose? Several thoughts flashed through Zhao Rushi's mind instantly. No wonder she thought too much, since Xiaolingyan made up his mind to take the throne. He was not as wholehearted in assisting Xiaolingpu as before. Of course, he was not a fool. He could not say clearly, "Brother, I don't support you anymore. I want to fight for the throne myself." In that case, Xiaolingpu might just kill his brother first. After Xiaolingyan traveled through time, he had to keep the secret of time travel, so he never showed most of his strength to Xiaolingpu. After all, the original owner was a child who was well protected by his mother and brother and had no ability. Suddenly, he turned into a smart, capable, and highly intelligent person who could make a lot of money. Wouldn't it be obvious that he was possessed by a ghost? The small part of his ability he showed was also revealed little by little as he got older. After confirming Zhao Rushi's identity and reaching an agreement with Zhao Rushi, he didn't want to expose Zhao Rushi and bring danger to Zhao Rushi. So he kept the money Zhao Rushi earned from him a secret from Xiaolingpu. He used all the money to train death squads, collect intelligence, make secret weapons, and buy food without Xiaolingpu's knowledge. The border battle did not turn out as described in the book because of his participation with Zhao Rushi. So almost all the things he prepared were not used. And in the end, they were still used to train death squads and establish an intelligence network. Xiaolingpu knew about the training of death squads and the establishment of an intelligence network. But he only knew the tip of the iceberg. But this tip of the iceberg made Xiaolingpu realize that his younger brother was becoming more and more capable, and his character was becoming more and more liked by his father. Xiaolingpu's expectations of him grew, and he always hoped that he could help him with more money and strength. But at the same time, he became more and more afraid of him. He began to suspect that Xiaolingyan no longer assisted him wholeheartedly and wanted to be the emperor himself. His attitude toward Xiaolingyan also became strange. On the one hand, he treated Xiaolingyan better, caring for him, and controlled everything about Xiaolingyan in the name of care, such as arranging a marriage for him. Xiaolingyan did not follow his advice to marry the woman he proposed, and he was very unhappy about it for a while. On the other hand, he used various excuses to make Xiaolingyan spend money in order to drain the money earned by his auction house. On the other hand, he began to build his own intelligence system and no longer trusted Xiaolingyan. Although Xiaolingyan was a little disappointed to see this phenomenon. Emotionally, he had the memories of the original owner and did not want to break up with Xiaolingpu. Strategically, with Xiaolingpu in front, he and Zhao Rushi would be much safer, and there was no need to draw a clear line with Xiaolingpu. So on the surface, he still supported Xiaolingpu very much. And although the strength of his support did not increase, it did not decrease either. Outsiders, including the Sin family and concubine Sin, could not see the conflict between the two. But Xiaolingpu's suspicion of him and the gap between the two brothers were well known to each other. In this world, Xiaolingyan and Zhao Rushi felt that the most trustworthy person was each other. Therefore, every time they met, Xiaolingyan would tell Zhao Rushi about the big and small things in the capital. Although Zhao Rushi was in Nanyang, she seemed to be oblivious to the outside world, and went to the farmland to see the land reclamation and water conservancy every day. But through Xiaolingyan, she knew everything that happened in the capital, the temperament of several princes, and the risks of their actions. She took the invitation from Qi Feng and looked at it. She found that it was written in small characters with hairpin flowers, inviting her to have tea at Prince An's mansion. The hairpin flowers were written in small characters with beautiful handwriting. I wonder if it was written by Sun Peixian herself. She went back to her yard and wrote a letter in Chinese, telling Xiaolingyan about the matter and asking him what to do. Then she sent someone to Prince Qi's mansion and asked the doorman to deliver the letter to Xiaolingyan. Although women in Dajin were not required to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, they were also superior to men and inferior to women. No matter what a woman did, she would ask her husband for permission before doing it, which would be praised by everyone. Now Princess An invited her to her house for tea, naturally because she is the future Princess Qi. Then asked the King of Qi first. There is no problem doing this. When Xiaolingyan received the letter and wrote a reply and sent it to Zhao Rushi, the matter was reported to Sun Peixian by the servants. Sin Peishuan's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. What does she mean? I am the princess Sin, the eldest daughter of the Sin family. I invite her to drink tea. Does she want to refuse? That's right. Her personal maid snorted. Even if she is going to marry His Royal Highness the King of Qi after the new year. Isn't she still married now? Even if she gets married, she has to call you the princess, sister-in-law and cousin. His Highness the Prince of Qi treats you with respect. She is too ignorant to put on airs in front of you. The housekeeper, Naniwan, gave the head maid a warning look and advised, it is because the princess is the sister-in-law and cousin of the Prince of Qi that she asked the Prince of Qi for permission. Right? Wouldn't it be better for her to act according to His Highness the Prince of Qi's mood instead of acting on her own? She will definitely be respectful to you, the princess, in the future. Sin Peishuan's face looked better. She took a sip of the health tea handed over by Naniwan, stroked her bulging belly, and said nothing more. Zhao Rushi picked a set of jade headwear from her jewelry shop, and went to Prince An's mansion as scheduled the next day to hand in the invitation. Naniwan hurried over and smiled at Zhao Rushi. Miss Zhao, please forgive me. Our princess is now pregnant, so it is not convenient for her to come out to greet you. So she is waiting for you in the hall. Qi Feng looked at Naniwan meaningfully, and turned to look at Zhao Rushi. It was Princess An who had sent a letter to invite them. As a result, they arrived on time. But there was no one to greet them at the door. The doorman asked them to wait until he could report. After waiting for a long time, Naniwan finally came. If this was not a deliberate attempt to intimidate the young lady, then it was an intentional neglect. What is the benefit of the palace doing this? Zhao Rushi smiled, with no emotion on her face, and said, Princess, you are too polite. Your health is more important. I haven't congratulated the princess yet. Miss Zhao, just don't blame my princess. Come, young lady, please get on the sedan. Madame Wan turned aside and gestured to a sedan. The house was large, and it took a long time to walk from the main gate to the second gate, so most wealthy families had sedans. Zhao Rushi usually didn't like to ride in a sedan, but here, the guests followed the host's wishes, so she got on the sedan without saying anything. Chapter 725 Warning. Madame Wan followed the sedan chair and sighed in her heart. She was an old member of the Sin family. She was able to manage the internal affairs of Prince An's mansion, which was also very powerful. She could see at a glance that Zhao Rushi was different from what they imagined. When he heard that Zhao Rushi had returned to Beijing, Prince An signaled his daughter to invite Zhao Rushi to his home. As for the purpose, everyone knew it very well. It was to win over Prince Qi through Zhao Rushi and let Prince Qi assist him wholeheartedly. But my daughter was born in the Sin family, and was engaged to Prince An since she was young. She was spoiled in her natal family, so she was a little arrogant. Zhao Rushi was born in Sweiping Marquis' mansion, which was a poor family, and she herself grew up in the countryside. Even if she was talented, in Sin Peishuan's opinion, there was nothing to be proud of. For example, Mr. Kumu, even if his paintings were unique, but if he was not a royal relative, and had a good relationship with the previous emperor and the current emperor, who would take a painter seriously? Are there not enough talented people among their retainers? If Zhao Rushi had not been granted marriage to the King of Qi, her daughter would not even have the interest to take a look at him. In their minds, they always felt that people with a background like Zhao Rushi, even if they were smart, would always be timid and not presentable. Even if they were pretending to be strong, they were weak inside. In front of her daughter, who was born like this, was already a princess, and was pregnant with the heir of the dragon. She should not have the confidence to challenge him. Therefore, it would be more effective to give her a warning and make her afraid than to treat her well and be intimate with her. Under her suggestion, the girl also asked Prince An implicitly whether he should give Zhao Rushi a warning. But Prince An did not comment on it. Not commenting means that he does not object and can act according to the girl's temperament. This was their original idea. But after just meeting Zhao Rushi, although they did not say a few words, Naniwan always felt that Zhao Rushi was not what they thought. Only those who are strong in heart can behave so calmly. What's more, Zhao Rushi's appearance is 2 points more beautiful than her daughter's. Her temperament is better, and her aura seems to be stronger. Would such a person be inferior and docile? Naniwan was worried that her daughter, who thought highly of herself, would lose her balance of mind and do something rude when she saw Zhao Rushi. While Naniwan was thinking about it all the way, the sedan chair entered the second room from the main gate. and 4 maids were replaced in the second room to carry the sedan chair. The group walked a little further inside and stopped in front of a hall. "Miss Zhao, please get off the sedan." Nanny One hurried over to greet her. After Zhao Rushi got off the sedan, Nanny One invited her to the hall. Only when Zhao Rushi stepped onto the steps did a maid come out and bow to Zhao Rushi and said, "Miss Zhao, are you here? My princess has been waiting for you for a long time." Zhao Rushi nodded slightly at her and stepped over the threshold. She saw a woman with pearls and jade on her head sitting at the top. She was about 17 or 18 years old, with a good appearance, but a somewhat arrogant expression. She looked at her without concealing her eyes. When Qifeng saw her, she became even more displeased with the princess. And Zhao Rushi used to be an official in the government office, and it was not good to bring too many servants with her. Now she returned to Beijing to prepare for marriage, and her status was different. In addition to Luo and Lu Yun, she also brought Qifeng with her. Of course, she also brought a lot of male guards, including the 2 given by the emperor, the 2 sent by Xiaolingyan and Ma Sheng. Now, in addition to Qifeng, Lu Yun and Luo followed Zhao Rushi into the palace. Jiwei greets the princess and Zhao Rushi bowed to Sun Peixian. "Please stand up." Sun Peixian did not stand up either, but just raised her hand. Nanny One, who was standing behind, hurried forward to help Zhao Rushi up. Nanny One was anxious and wanted to remind her daughter, but if she left the guest at this time and went into the house to talk to Sun Peixian, it would only appear more neglectful and rude. She could only pray in her heart that her daughter had some vision and could see that Zhao Rushi was not someone she could suppress at will. She also prayed that Zhao Rushi was tough on the outside, but inside, she was just as they imagined, inferior and fragile, and easy to control. Unfortunately, Sun Peixian did not receive the brain waves of her own housekeeper. After Zhao Rushi sat down, she chuckled and said, "I thought you would go back to Beijing directly after receiving the imperial decree of marriage. I didn't expect you to stay in Nanyang. Not to mention that the place is simple. You work with those men all day long. Aren't you afraid that the King of Qi will be unhappy?" "His Royal Highness the King of Qi is not unhappy. He said he respected me and let me do what I like," Zhao Rushi said. Sun Peixian choked, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Nanny One secretly said that it was not good, and hurriedly smiled and said, "The Emperor has praised the farm tools that Miss Zhao improved. This is for the benefit of the public. Miss Zhao will definitely have great blessings in the future. My princess has always wanted to congratulate Miss Zhao." Her words reminded Sun Peixian that Zhao Rushi improved the farm tools in Nanyang, and even the emperor praised it. "Now you say that she should not stay in Nanyang, but should return to Beijing to prepare for marriage. Doesn't that mean that the emperor is wrong?" If Sun Peixian changed her tone and congratulated Zhao Rushi, the relationship between the two would not be strained. Unfortunately, Sun Peixian was used to being flattered since she was a child, and no one dared to contradict her, especially after she became a princess. She said, "Even so, if you don't improve the farm tools, other officials will do it. It's better for us women to stay in the back house and take care of our husbands and children. The imperial concubine can't come out of the palace. So I, as a sister-in-law and cousin, have to remind Miss Zhao a few words. I just hope that Miss Zhao will go out less in the future and have less contact with outside men. If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the King of Qi. Right? You are not only the daughter of Sweeping Marquis, but also the future princess of Qi, representing the face of the royal family. Let alone the royal family. Our Sun family also needs to save face. You don't want to provoke the elders of the Sun family to come out and teach you a lesson. Right?" At this point, Zhao Rushi's patience has run out. If she is not a time traveler like Xiaolingyan, and just married to the ancient prince out of affection, and she doesn't know the relationship between Xiaolingyan and Xiaolingpu, she can still laugh with Sun Peixian without hurting the relationship. Who doesn't know how to play along? Vaguely agree. Then do what you want. Live your life according to your own ideas. Neither hurt the relationship nor interfere with the other party. This is the way most people like to choose. But Sun Peixian obviously relied on the Sun family to bully her, and wanted her to act according to her mood in the future. So she couldn't follow her wishes. Otherwise, there would be many things for her to point fingers in the future. Xiaolingyan didn't rely on the support of the Sun family, let alone his brother. On the contrary, Xiaolingpu wanted Xiaolingyan to support him, and if Xiaolingpu was still there, Xiaolingyan wanted to seize the throne. and the Tsin family would be his first obstacle. Then why should she save face for these people? Chapter 726 Test. Princess is pregnant. So it's better not to worry about it. I have my own ideas for my own affairs. So you don't need to worry about it, Zhao Rushi said, stood up, and looked at Tsin Peixian. If the princess has nothing else to do, then I'll take my leave. She bowed and walked out without waiting for Tsin Peixian to speak. Tsin Peixian was so angry that she trembled all over. Pointing at Zhao Rushi's back, how dare she? Nani one sighed and comforted Tsin Peixian, saying, forget it, princess. Don't get sick because of her. Nothing is more important than the baby in your belly now. Let the royal concubine worry about these things. Tsin Peixian also attached great importance to the baby in her belly. This is the child that Xiaolingpu and the Tsin family are looking forward to. And she also needs a son to consolidate her position. It's really not worth getting sick because of Zhao Rushi. She tried her best to calm herself down and decided not to care about Zhao Rushi anymore. After returning home, Zhao Rushi wrote another letter and had someone deliver it to Xiaolingyan openly. After reading the letter, Xiaolingyan had someone deliver 2 baskets of fruit to Sweeping Marquis' residence. Tsin Peixian, who had just vowed not to care about Zhao Rushi, was so angry when she heard the news that she smashed the teacup in her hand, and then had someone pass a message to Concubine Tsin, wanting Concubine Tsin to call Zhao Rushi into the palace and reprimand her. Concubine Tsin saw how much Xiaolingyan valued Zhao Rushi from the last bait incident. She also saw that her youngest son had become slightly alienated from her since that incident. He would no longer ask people to send her good things, nor would he come to greet her every now and then. If there was nothing wrong, he would rarely step into her palace, and he would even rarely come back to the imperial palace. He was showing her his attitude, and he was disappointed that she and the Tsin family only considered Xiaolingpu, since they were unwilling to protect him. He would not join their group anymore. This slightly childish behavior made Concubine Tsin angry, funny, and sad at the same time. She and the Tsin family could not support 2 princes at the same time, as this would divide their power and cause internal strife. They had to choose between the 2, and they could only choose Xiaolingpu and support him with all their strength in his bid for the throne. As for Xiaolingyan, as long as his life was not in danger, they would not care. In the eyes of the Tsin family, for Xiaolingpu, sometimes he had to make sacrifices, even his life. In this case, she felt that if she called Zhao Rushi into the palace to reprimand him at this time, it would only push Xiaolingyan and Zhao Rushi further apart. Parents cannot treat their children wholeheartedly, and don't expect their children to repay you wholeheartedly. Just like her and the Tsin family. When the Tsin family sent her to the palace regardless of her wishes, she lost her feelings for her parents and the Tsin family. The reason why they seem to have a good relationship and can be closely connected now is just because they all have a common goal, which is to help Xiaolingpu ascend to the throne. Therefore, after receiving the message from Tsin Peixian, she asked someone to send some supplements to Tsin Peixian, asking her to rest assured and take care of the baby and not to worry too much. And then she did nothing, not even sending someone to reprimand Zhao Rushi, let alone calling her into the palace to reprimand her. Concubine Tsin's attitude made Tsin Peixian angry again. Xiaolingpu was thoughtful when he saw what happened. He knew Tsin Peixian's character very well, and knew why she didn't like Zhao Rushi. For some women who relied on their family background and felt that they were superior. Women like Zhao Rushi who relied on showing their faces and working hard to achieve a status equal to that of men, and even entered the court were both jealous and looked down upon. They felt that only people of low birth would work hard, and people like them, who were born at the top, only needed to enjoy a happy life elegantly. They all have a sense of superiority. So when they see Zhao Rushi standing at the same level as them, or even higher than them by her own strength, their inner dissatisfaction and jealousy will be particularly strong. For example, Princess Xiangyang, Princess Pingyang, and his wife Tsin Peixian. They did brainless things not because they were stupid, but because of jealousy. And the reason why he allowed his wife to test Zhao Rushi with such an attitude was to further confirm Xiaolingyan's attitude. Zhao Rushi wrote a letter to Xiaolingyan for instructions before coming, and wrote another letter to Xiaolingyan afterwards to report. But Xiaolingyan had no intention of blaming her. He even gave her something to comfort her. He did not come to explain or apologize to his brother. It was obvious that this brother had complaints against him, and was completely alienated from him. The idea of using Zhao Rushi as bait was decided by the Tsin family and him. Xiaolingyan's reaction was within his expectations. but also beyond his expectations. He said it was within his expectations because he knew his brother, and knew that he was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. He must be unhappy that his mother, brother, and the Sin family treated the girl he liked like this. But this kind of unhappiness actually reached the point of breaking up with him, which was completely beyond Xiaolingpu's expectation. Their brotherhood of more than 10 years. Is it not as good as a woman? As expected. Lust makes one lose his mind. Love over friendship. Lust is a knife above one's head. These words are not just casual talk. It seems that his younger brother has fallen for Zhao Rushi. Xiaolingpu sighed and said to others, "Go and tell the king of Qi that I want to invite him for a drink. See when he is convenient. You can go to my house or his house." In addition to testing Xiaolingyan, he also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Xiaolingyan, so as to eliminate the gap between them, and let Xiaolingyan still support him as before. These princes naturally would not go to the restaurant to talk to others. There are many people in that place, and no matter what they talk about, it is easy to be overheard. After hearing the message, Xiaolingyan asked Xiaolingpu to have dinner at the Prince of Qi's mansion that night. "Little brother, I'm sorry. This glass of wine is my apology to your sister-in-law on behalf of your sister-in-law." Xiaolingpu raised his glass with a sincere attitude. "You know what kind of person your sister-in-law is. She is not a bad person, but she is a little self-righteous and doesn't talk much. Sometimes she wants to do good for others, but what she says is not nice. You and your sister-in-law should not be so stubborn with her." Xiaolingyan raised his glass and clinked it with Xiaolingpu, then drank the wine in one gulp. "I also want to apologize to my brother and sister-in-law on behalf of Jiwei. Jiwei has a hot temper, and her attitude towards things is not gentle enough. She wanted to do something for the people of Dajin, and she gave up the comfortable life in the capital and asked to go down there." He sneered, "But when it comes to my sister-in-law, it's just showing off and not being a good wife. Anyone who hears this will find it offensive." Jiwei left without saying anything, not because she was snubbing her sister-in-law, but because they didn't agree with each other. "I think it's better for them to see each other less in the future, especially since my sister-in-law is pregnant now. If Jiwei gets angry with her, wouldn't it be our fault?" Chapter 727, Taking advantage of the situation. If Sun Pei Xian was just Xiaolingyan's sister-in-law, it would be difficult to say that she was pregnant, but she is still Xiaolingyan's cousin. The original owner is about the same age as this cousin, and they played together when they were young. He didn't seem rude when he said that. Xiaolingpu was just testing her before, and after testing her, he naturally had to be gentle at this time. He smiled and said, "Just don't blame her. I know. I will never let her cause trouble to you and your sister-in-law in the future. Although we each have our own wives and families, I hope we are still good brothers who depend on each other like we were when we were young." Of course. Xiaolingyan clinked glasses with him and said a few more words in line with his wishes. On the surface, the two brothers put aside their past grudges and became good brothers without any rifts. As for what they think in their hearts, I don't know. Your sister-in-law wants to apologize to your sister-in-law, but she doesn't know what to give her. So she found 2 ink stones and some paper and pens, all of which are rare. You can take it to your sister-in-law and give it to your brother-in-law later, and apologize to her on behalf of your sister-in-law. Xiaolingpu said again, "If you have something to take, it would be a waste not to take it. I don't know how much money Zhao Rushi and I have given them, so taking a little can be considered as a return on investment." Therefore, Xiaolingyan did not refuse, and took the things after thanking them. Zhao Rushi knew the dangers of the capital now. After going to Kong Mansion and Prince and Mansion, she planned not to go out again and stay at home. Those families who wanted to make friends with her, such as the Duke of Weiga Mansion, did not dare to get close to her because Zhao Rushi became the Princess of Qi and the factional struggles in the capital were complicated. They did not send invitations to invite her to their homes, nor did they visit her, which was exactly what Zhao Rushi wanted. As expected, Zhao Ruruik came to the house the day after Zhao Rushi went to Prince An's mansion. However, she was smart and did not come directly to ask for money. Instead, she greeted Zhu in a friendly manner, told her about her recent situation, and then got up and left. She behaved very politely and sensibly, and was not annoying at all. Zhu scolded her for being a concubine and degrading herself, which brought shame to the Zhao family. She immediately bowed her head and cried, apologized, and said that she regretted it. Her attitude was very sincere. This made Zhu, who was about to scold her severely, hit Cotton with a punch. "Mother, What do you think Regier wants to do? Zhu went back and said to the old lady depressedly. What do you want to do? The old lady snorted. The Fu family is the subordinates of Prince and Prince Qi. And they follow their lead. The fourth girl came to get close to us. And even if she was just the concubine of the second son of Fu, the wife of Ping An Marquis, the wife of the eldest son, and the wife of the second son had to give her some face, and dared not treat her badly. She is borrowing the power of our sister Xi. When Zhao Rushi is tired of practicing calligraphy and painting, she will go out for a walk. And from time to time, she will come to the old lady and Zhu to chat with them. After all, she will get married soon. And she will not have much time to accompany the two elders in the future. Now she will spend more time with them, while she is at home. Just as she walked to the door, she heard the old lady's words. She stepped over the threshold and asked, How is the fourth sister doing in Ping An Marquis Mansion? After listening to Zhao Rurui's complaints, Zhu had a lot of things to say to her mother-in-law. Zhao Rushi came at the right time. She said, Huh? How can it be good? Even if the daughter-in-law married improperly, Lady He of Ping An Marquis would have to deal with her. Not to mention that the fourth girl was married in as a concubine. That Censure Xiao is not a good person either. She was raised by me. She has no other skills. But she is a first-class way to win favor. She is also beautiful. Mr. Fu Air has his heart all on her. If it was the sixth girl who married in, Mr. Fu Air might have taken care of her because of their past friendship. But the fourth girl snatched the sixth girl's marriage. She has no ability, and is not beautiful. It's strange that Mr. Fu likes her. Mr. Fu doesn't even go to her room. The wife of Ping An Marquis and Miss Censure will definitely humiliate her. If it weren't for our family, Mr. Fu would have thrown her out of the house long ago. How could he tolerate her being an eyesore in the house? She sighed. I think she has no choice. So she shamelessly goes to the second and third rooms to ask for things. In her situation, if she doesn't get some money, she might not even have enough to eat. She came to our house once, and I think her life will be better after she goes back. I was originally planning to scold her and drive her away the next time she comes. But now that I heard her say that, my heart softened. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. After all, she is a girl from our Zhao family. Although she is bullied and tortured like this, it is her own fault. But it is also a slap in the face of our family and sister Xi. In the future, as long as she doesn't make trouble and behaves well, I won't drive her away. The old lady is getting older, and her heart is softer. She is a protective person. It is one thing to look down on Zhao Rurui, but she is not happy to hear someone bullying her. She looked at Zhao Rushi and said in a negotiating tone, How about, after you get married, Sister Xi, send someone to send 1 or 2 gifts to the 4th and 6th girls. Although Zhao Rurui and Zhao Ruyu are shameful to be concubines, but those people bullying them is also not giving face to Zhao Rushi, the princess of Qi. And it is also a shame for Zhao Rushi if people know about it. In this case, it would be better to support them and let people know that the women of the Zhao family cannot be easily bullied, even if they are concubines. Although dating a concubine will lower one's status, some people will praise Zhao Rushi for being loyal and righteous. This is much better than hearing that her cousin is not doing well, but not caring about it, and being said to be cold-hearted. So the old lady's proposal is for Zhao Rushi's good after all. Zhao Rushi waved her hand. No need. If it's an honest person, it's okay for me to give gifts. But if I send something to my fourth sister, she might become arrogant and use my name to stir up trouble in the Fu family. In fact, since I was granted marriage, the people in Ping An Marquis' mansion should not dare to bully her. Otherwise they would not take the king of Qi and me, the future princess of Qi. Seriously? What my fourth sister said to my mother was probably about the past. She exaggerated to gain your sympathy. Why don't you send someone to find out the actual situation? If she is still being bullied, it won't be too late for us to send something. The same is true for the sixth sister. It's not that she has no sympathy. It's just that Zhao Rurui is a bit confused. Look at Zhao Ruyu. She is very calm. Her life in the Jingping Palace must be no easier than Zhao Rurui's. But she chose that path and walked on with gritted teeth, not complaining about the hardship or tiredness, and not jumping around. As expected of the original heroine, she also has shining points, which is worth learning from Zhao Rurui. Chapter 728 Fu Family. As the year draws to a close, the Ping An Marquis' mansion is still the same as in previous years. Fu Daong, who is known for his loyalty and bravery, still stays at the border to celebrate the new year with his concubine and his concubines. Fu Yunkai returned to the capital a month ago. However, he is still very busy after returning to the capital, and does not have much free time to accompany Mu Qingqiang at home. He came back from Xiaolingpu's mansion that day and looked at his wife, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Mu Qingqiang is still quite satisfied with her husband. Although Fu Yunkai could not be with her all the time and spent most of the year at the border, he cared about her very much and did not take concubines like other men. This was enough for her. Yunkai, what's the matter? In private, the couple called each other by their names, and only changed their names in front of outsiders. Fu Yunkai asked, have you ever been classmates with Jiwei Jusher? Although he asked this question, Fu Yunkai actually knew it very well. He not only knew that Mu Qingqiang and Zhao Rushi were classmates, but also knew that they were quite close. Before she got married, Mu Qingqiang would go to Sweeping Marquis's house from time to time to play with Zhao Rushi. It's not that he still misses Zhao Rushi. As early as when Zhao Rushi said that she would not marry a soldier at the border, he had no idea about her. He didn't have any resentment towards Zhao Rushi, but he didn't have much good impression of her. But it's undeniable that he still recognized Zhao Rushi's character and talent. So when Xiaolingpu wanted him to marry the Mu family, he found out that Mu Qingqiang and Zhao Rushi were friends during the process of inquiring, and his recognition of Mu Qingqiang immediately increased a lot. Women who can be friends with Zhao Rushi must be good in character and talent. Birds of a feather flock together. Later, when he got to know Mu Qingqiang, he confirmed this. He is now devoted to his wife. He will not follow his father's footsteps, betray the woman who loves him, and hurt his children. Mu Qingqiang glanced at him and nodded, yes. He had confessed to Mu Qingqiang before she got married that Fu Yunkai had proposed to Zhao Rushi. It is impossible to say that she doesn't care about this matter at all. But Mu Qingqiang was very happy that this man was willing to confess his past to her. And he also said it very clearly at that time. Everyone has their own ambitions. Zhao Rushi doesn't like him, and he won't miss her anymore. They are not destined to be together. He missed Zhao Rushi. Maybe he was waiting for her. Mu Qingqiang felt sweet when she heard this, and naturally let go of her grudge. She was not a suspicious person. And now that Zhao Rushi has become the princess of Qi, she has even less thoughts about this. She was just curious about why Fu Yunkai mentioned this. I just came from His Royal Highness Prince and he hinted to me that you and Jiwei Lei Buddhist were classmates. Since Jiwei Lei Buddhist has returned to Beijing, you should spend more time with her. He grabbed Mu Qingqiang's hand and gently embraced her. But I told him that you are pregnant and have severe morning sickness. You really don't have the energy to socialize with others. So I rejected him. Before marriage, Mu Qingqiang was an innocent woman. She was arrogant by nature and disdained to watch these vulgar people fighting for fame and fortune. But after getting married, especially after she got pregnant, her thoughts slowly changed. She still disdained high positions and generous salaries. But the situation was too chaotic. The Fu family's status was sensitive, and Fu Daong and Fu Yunkai were not in the capital. Fu Yulang could not be relied on, and it was good enough that he sure did not drag her down. If she did not care, it was hard to say whether Ping and Marquis's mansion could survive this storm. She did not want her husband to be too tired. She hoped to share some of the burden for him. She did not care about others. She only hoped that her husband and children could survive well in this world. So she could only come down from the clouds and pay attention to the political situation and current affairs. She would carefully read every issue of the Court Bulletin and the Qiming Xuanbao and the Dajing Xuanbao newly published by the Dajing government, and take the initiative to understand the court's movements. She is a focused and serious person. In the past, she focused on academic studies, but now she has shifted her focus to the court. As an outsider, she can see the situation more clearly than many court ministers who are in the situation. You did the right thing, Mu Qingqiang said. Zhao Rushi has always been her idol. Now that Zhao Rushi has chosen to marry Xiaolingyan, Mu Qingqiang intuitively feels that Xiaolingyan is not an ordinary person. Zhao Rushi even despises Fu Yunkai. So how could she marry a mediocre person just because of the title of a prince, and let herself and her family be involved in the battle for the throne? So Xiaolingyan was favored by Zhao Rushi, and he was definitely not a mediocre man who could only follow behind Prince and assist him, and live on his little favor after he ascended to the throne. Seeing this clearly, Mu Qingqiang reminded Fu Yunkai, although the Fu family is tied to the boat of the second and fifth princes and the Sun family, they must not rush to the front in the struggle for the throne. nor stand too obviously. Especially not to offend the fifth prince, for the sake of the second prince. It is still unknown who will stand at the top in the end. Fu Yunkai has been trying every means to make the Fu family survive in the cracks. Now that he has a wife and children, he is even less willing to take risks. So he agrees with his wife's statement. But if you don't manage the family anymore, I'm afraid it won't be a matter of whether you can make friends with the future Princess Qi, but a matter of offending her greatly. Mu Qingqiang said. Fu Yunkai frowned. What happened at home? Before he and Fu Yilang got married, he was worried about He Shi, who was in charge of everything at home and outside, and worried about everything. Later, the two brothers got married one after another, so he didn't care much about his brother's affairs. He handed over the power of the housekeeper of the inner house to his wife. He had a bad temper, but she was a very opportunistic person. Mu Qingqiang was the legitimate daughter of the Mu family. She had a good family background, a good origin, and was very talented. He felt ashamed in front of her. In addition, Fu Yunkai never gave his mother face. When she was unreasonable, he ignored her, and would not force his wife to be filial to her mother-in-law. He had a bad reputation. If she went outside and said that Mu was unfilial, others would only say that she was a bad mother-in-law. So she couldn't really put on the airs of a mother-in-law in front of Mu Qingqiang. She didn't make a fuss. Although the family of the 10th Missen, who married in later, was stronger than the Mu family. She was a concubine's daughter. Her mother was of low status, and she was prettier than others. She was always excluded by her sisters in the Sin family. She didn't have much confidence in front of Mu Qingqiang. Therefore, Mu Qingqiang managed the family, and it was generally good, without causing any big trouble. But small conflicts and frictions always existed. Mu Qingqiang told the story of he and since torturing Zhao Ruruwei. She said, "Don't judge by the monk, judge by the Buddha." Although Zhao Ruruwei is only Jiwei's cousin, your family bullies her like this. If you tell others about it, it means you are not giving face to the future Princess Qi and looking down on His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Although the matter is small, the consequences are serious. You have to talk to your mother and brother about this matter. Chapter 729, Feelings. After hearing this, Fu Yunkai's face became serious. He nodded, "Okay. I will." When Zhao Ruruwei knocked Zhao Ryu unconscious and put her in the bridal sedan, she was wearing a bright red wedding dress and a red veil. In a hurry, Fu Yilang didn't have time to lift the veil to see. He didn't expect someone to change the clothes. He knew that concubines couldn't wear bright red. Thinking that Zhao Ryu had been wrong to marry him as a concubine, he couldn't bear to ask her to change her clothes. Fortunately, all the people he brought were his confidants. So he secretly had Zhao Ruruwei taken to the corner gate of Ping'an Marquis' mansion by carriage, and put a black cloak on her wedding dress and veil, and sent her directly to the courtyard he had prepared for Zhao Ryu. Zhao Ryu had originally written to him, telling him that Fu Shu was unwilling to follow her to be someone's concubine. She would let her go free and bring another maid into the mansion. So the maid who followed the bride was not Fu Shu. And Fu Yilang didn't care at the time. After returning to the mansion, he went to his wife Tsinperu, who had been married for a month, to be affectionate for a long time, coaxing her to sleep, and then returned to the small courtyard. After returning to the courtyard, Zhao Ruruwei's maid used words to squeeze him, saying how wrong it was for the girl to be his concubine and enter the mansion in such a way, and forced him to drink a cup of wedding wine with Zhao Ruruwei before letting him lift the veil. After a cup of wine, Fu Yilang lost consciousness before he could see the bride's face clearly. When he woke up the next day, he found that he and Zhao Ruruwei were lying naked on the same bed. He immediately made a fuss and wanted to send Zhao Ruruwei away. He sure, who knew about it, was also very angry that her son did not marry the girl he liked, and also shouted that she wanted to send Zhao Ruruwei back to the Zhao family. Mu Qingqiang informed Fu Yunkai, who was still at home, and Fu Yunkai called Fu Yilang to scold him severely. Although the Sweeping Marquis mansion is not as powerful as the Ping'an Marquis mansion in terms of title and power, it is an old noble family, which cannot be compared with a new noble family like the Ping'an Marquis mansion. Although the second branch of the Zhao family has separated from the Sweeping Marquis mansion, Zhao Ruruwei is still the niece of the Sweeping Marquis. Now Fu Yilang slept with someone else's niece and refused to acknowledge her, and even wanted to drive her out. How can this be justified? Not only would the Sweeping Marquis mansion not comply, but the Ping'an Marquis mansion's behavior would certainly draw the wrath of the old nobles, and the emperor would have to reprimand the Ping'an Marquis mansion if he knew about it. So in the end, Fu Yilang had to hold his nose and keep Zhao Rurui. It was very unkind to keep someone and treat her harshly. What do you think this fourth Lady Zhao is thinking? I've heard of sisters marrying into high-class families as wives. This is the first time I've heard of sisters marrying as concubines. When it comes to this, Fu Yunkai has never figured out what Zhao Rurui is thinking. They are all daughters of the Zhao family. But why are Zhao Rurui, Zhao Ryu and Zhao Rushi so different? If she married the prince as a concubine, he could understand. After all, she was listed in the jade plate, and the children she gave birth to would also be royal descendants. But Fu Yunkai couldn't understand why she was competing to be Fu Yilang's concubine. Is his brother so outstanding? Mu Qingqiang smiled. Who knows? In fact, she could guess what Zhao Rurui was thinking. With Zhao Rurui's conditions, it would be impossible for her to marry a powerful and good family. She could either marry a businessman or a scholar or a jurin. Although she had no worries about food and clothing, she had completely become a commoner, and neither she nor her children could squeeze into the circle of nobles. This was something many noble ladies could not tolerate. If she married an ordinary man, it would be fine if the man treated her well. But in this world, unless there was no food to feed so many people, it would be too difficult for a man not to take a concubine. In the end, her status was reduced to the point where she had to kneel down and pay respect to her former sisters and their children. She worked hard to manage the housework, and had to fight with concubines and their children. What was she trying to achieve? It would be better to marry a nobleman as a concubine. Although the children born are illegitimate, they are also nobles. If they are lucky, they can choose a good family when they marry, and they can also enjoy glory. However, there is no need to talk to Fu Yunkai about these things. Zhao Rushi has no energy to pay attention to these things that the women in the harem care about. As the end of the year is getting closer, all her thoughts are on the current situation. Although she does not have Xiaoling Yan's intelligence system, she has her own golden finger system, which is more useful than anyone else's and is not expensive. Speaking of this, she is extremely glad that she was stingy before. All her battles of wits and bargaining with the system laid a good foundation for today's situation. She also returned to the capital from Nanyang in time, saving energy for the system. Otherwise, there is so much information to check now, and she really can't afford the expensive information fee. During this period of time, she asked the system to check all the situations of the crown prince and the second prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince, and then called Xiaoling Yan and told him their layout and plan. Xiaoling Yan was shocked. The situation described by Zhao Rushi was completely consistent with the information he had asked his subordinates to find out after much difficulty. And there were more details that his subordinates could not find out. Even though he had already experienced the power of Zhao Rushi's system, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he and Zhao Rushi were friends rather than enemies. And such a useful system was actually used by his side. You mean, Zhao Ryu also has such a thing? He asked. Zhao Rushi nodded. Then how did she fall to the point of being someone's concubine? Xiaoling Yan couldn't figure it out. With such a powerful golden finger, what can't she do? Let's not talk about other things. She just needs to ask the system to find out the questions before the imperial examination, and then participate in the imperial examination. Although she can't pass the imperial examination, it is not a problem to pass the examination of a scholar or a jurin. Zhao Rushi is a top student with a super high IQ, so she disdains to use such means. But Zhao Ryu can use it. The golden finger is also a part of strength. With fame, if you don't want to be an official, marrying is also a very important bargaining chip. Being able to marry a jurin as a wife is the vanity of many men. The child she gave birth to is smart, and she can educate the child better than an illiterate woman. Such a woman should not be easy to marry. But Zhao Ryu chose the most incredible path. Zhao Rushi smiled. Don't forget that she is reborn. I guess she wants to use the prophet to make herself sit in the position of Princess Jingping. Xiaoling Yan. Well, this kind of practice of relying on others to stand up is something they will never understand. After chatting for these 2 sentences, Zhao Rushi got back to the point. The situation can change at any time. Keep the information flowing smoothly these days. I will inform you at any time if there is any news. This smooth information flow is of course not a phone call or anything like that. But Xiaoling Yan's subordinates are always on standby beside Zhao Rushi. And when she has news, she can pass it to Xiaoling Yan in time. Okay. Xiaoling Yan nodded. Chapter 730 Unwilling. Then came the Chinese New Year. The Chinese New Year was peaceful. The old lady and Zhu sent some things to Gusa to comfort Zhao Yuanxuan, who stayed alone in Gusa for the Chinese New Year. That night, Xiao Lingyan appeared in Zhao Rushi's boudoir again. Is everything arranged? Zhao Rushi's heart beat violently when she thought of the crazy arrangements of the third prince. The plot will probably continue to move forward according to the original direction. According to the third prince's plan, the crown prince would be imprisoned on the third day of the first lunar month for wrongly killing the fourth prince. And on the sixth day, he would escape and break into the palace to cause a coup. But now there is a second prince and a fifth prince. So the third prince's plan will definitely change. And he will trap the second and fifth princes. But now with Zhao Rushi's system prompts and Xiao Lingyan's precautions, Xiao Lingyan will only be the one who wins in the end. Xiao Lingyan hugged Zhao Rushi in his arms, put his head on top of her head, and said in a muffled voice, "Cioci, you don't think I'm cruel, do you?" Since they knew what was going to happen, they only needed to tell Xiao He about the arrangements of the crown prince and the third prince to prevent the bloodshed from happening. In the original novel, the third prince Xiao Lingheng used this incident to not only kill all those who hindered him from ascending the throne, but also made a big change in the capital, uprooting many families and supporting many new nobles he liked to use for his own benefit. The events 2 days later will break the peace of the capital, and they knew that people would die. But they watched these things happen. Although Zhao Rushi didn't say anything, she seemed to have the same idea as him. But Xiao Lingyan was worried that she would think he was too cold-blooded. He didn't care about many people in the world, and the one he cared about the most was naturally Zhao Rushi. People from modern times all cherish life. Although the two felt that the crown prince, the third prince, and some people deserved to die, they always felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Xiao Lingyan believed that as long as they told Xiao He the information and Xiao He stopped the incident, at least the second and fourth princes would not die. Although the capital would also usher in a reshuffle. Xiao He was kind and his methods were not so cruel, let alone so crazy. And many innocent families could be spared. We can't stop it, even if we tell the emperor about these things and prevent this incident from happening. But with the emperor's temper, he won't have the heart to kill the crown prince and the third prince. If they are left here, the abscess will not be opened, and fatal things will still happen. And it may be worse than this time, Zhao Rushi said. Instead of having a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads, it is better to let it fall early. This is good for us and the entire Jin dynasty. So we can't be soft-hearted. Keeping the emperor alive and letting him complete a reshuffle of the capital is the best way. Hearing Zhao Rushi's words, Xiao Lingyan's heart settled down. He thought so and believed so. Now Zhao Rushi had the same idea as him, so he had nothing to hesitate about. Kindness cannot command the army. Justice cannot command wealth. Affection cannot establish affairs. And kindness cannot be an official, he said. Those who plan big things don't care about small details. He hugged Zhao Rushi tightly and kissed her on the forehead. After a moment of silence, he asked, "It's the birthday party. Why don't you excuse yourself from going on the pretext of illness?" Zhao Rushi shook her head. "No. It will arouse suspicion. I'm fine with the women. But you?" She raised her head and looked at Xiao Lingyan. "Be careful to stay away. Don't get too close." Xiao Lingyan nodded. "I know. Don't worry." After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Do you want me to send a few people to your grandmother and your mother to serve? At this critical moment, aren't you afraid of arousing suspicion? I can just give them 2 of my maids." Zhao Rushi glared at him. She was really worried. Thinking that she was worried, she said, "I will pretend to be sick, and you will come to the women in the back when you hear the news to avoid the dispute. Otherwise, I am afraid that person will kill 4 birds with 1 stone and catch you in 1 net." Xiao Lingyan nodded and said, "Okay." Even if Zhao Rushi didn't say it, he planned to do it. He cherished his life again and didn't plan to stay there to take risks with everyone. At that time, he would have people pay attention to protecting the lives of Xiao He and Xiao Lingpu, and he would not care about other things. In a small courtyard in the backyard of the Jingping Palace, Zhao Ryu paced back and forth in the room anxiously. Like Zhao Rushi, she also clearly remembered what happened on the 3rd and 6th day of the first lunar month. It was an event that everyone who experienced it could not forget. Although Zhao Ryu had married Fu Yilang at this time in her previous life, and even became the wife of Ping An Marquis, she stayed in the backyard to take care of her pregnancy, and did not witness all this with her own eyes. But just by listening to Fu Yilang and the servant's description, she was frightened and had nightmares all night. Now that she was reborn, she knew that this incident did not affect the Jingping Palace, and that the Jingping Palace was safe. She was no longer afraid. But she was restless, knowing that such a big thing was going to happen. She didn't think of any good way to use it to gain greater benefits for herself. And she always felt unwilling. What a good opportunity. If she could make Jingping Prince gain a lot of benefits from this incident, her status in Jingping Prince's palace would be different. When Xiao Xijia's wife died of illness in the future, it would be much easier for her to be promoted. It would just be a matter of a word from Jingping Prince. But she didn't dare to say it. How did she, a woman who stayed in the backyard and couldn't even go out of the yard, get the news? Will Prince Jingping think she is a spy? She told the existence of the system to save her life. Not to mention how the system will punish her. Just talking about Prince Jingping. If Prince Jingping becomes greedy and fails to plunder the system, will he lock her in the yard to play the piano day and night to earn points? Buy more things and information from the system, and let her completely become a tool for Prince Jingping to earn points and pills? Thinking about these consequences, she shuddered. Relying on her own strength was too limited. She couldn't even leave the yard. And Fu Shu was the only one she could use. What could she do? After thinking about it, she lay on the bed and beat the quilt desperately, feeling powerless. Zhao Rushi was also a reborn person. She must remember this coup. She is now a prospective princess, and she will definitely use this incident to help the king of Qi gain power. By then, she will become the queen, and she will be an unfavored concubine in the backyard of the fourth son of the Jingping Palace. This huge difference in status almost drove Zhao Ryu crazy. She was the one standing on top of the clouds in her previous life, while Zhao Rushi was stuck in the mud and died miserably. Why did their fates change after they started over again? Why? 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 Chapter 731 Wanshou Festival. The third day of the first lunar month is the Wanshou Festival, the birthday of Emperor Xiaohe. Although the struggle for the throne is surging, on the surface, the Jin dynasty is still a scene of peace and prosperity. The Wanshou Festival is not only a national celebration, but the palace also holds a banquet and invites many royal relatives to the banquet. Xiaohe has a wish. He wants to take the opportunity of his birthday to let his sons sit together and have a good chat and keep in touch. The brothers had a good relationship when they were young. He hoped that even if they could not get along as well as they did when they were children, at least they would have some brotherly love, more courtesy and less fighting. Although he was not satisfied with the crown prince, he still did not depose him, because the third prince had been restless for the past 2 years. He had weakened a lot of the third prince's power. The second prince had always been suppressed by him. The fourth prince had never had a sense of existence and had little power in his hands. The fifth prince had no intention of competing for the throne. He tried his best to keep his sons balanced. He himself was in good health and would have no problem living for at least another 10 or 20 years. He really didn't understand why these sons were so eager to fight for power now. The palace held a banquet, and Zhao Rushi, the future princess of Qi, was naturally invited. The old lady was the wife of the duke, a first-rank imperial concubine, and now the grandmother of the Qi Wang's fiancé. Although Zhu was not of high rank, she was also the future mother-in-law of the Qi Wang. The two were also invited. Zhao Rushi arranged for Luo to follow the old lady, and Lu Yun to follow Zhu on the grounds of worrying about their safety. She brought Ma Linger with her. Ma Linger is the daughter of Ma Shun and Luo, and she has also practiced martial arts with him. Although she is a little inferior to Luo and Lu Yun, she is better than Qi Feng and Dianjiang, who have no martial arts skills at all. In fact, today's coup will not affect the female relatives. The reason why Zhao Rushi arranged it this way is that she is worried that someone will take advantage of the situation and want to harm them. With Luo and Lu Yun around, she doesn't have to worry about the old lady and Zhu. After all, she can't be with them all the time. On the emperor's birthday, concubine Sun, who presided over the central palace and arranged the banquet, was naturally present. When she saw the old lady and Zhu, she was very enthusiastic, which made the old lady and Zhu less worried about this marriage. Concubine Sun exchanged pleasantries with the old lady and Zhu for a while, then turned to Zhao Rushi and said with a smile, "Your second sister-in-law is in poor health. I am worried that she is tired, so I asked her to rest in my palace and come over later. Pregnant women sometimes have bad tempers, so please be more tolerant of her." Zhao Rushi naturally heard that concubine Sun was referring to the incident in which Sun Peixian called her into Prince An's mansion and gave her a lecture. She smiled and said, Your Majesty, you are too kind. Princess An is a lady from a noble family, well-educated and well-mannered, and knows the rules best. How can there be any inappropriate words or deeds that I should tolerate? She was generally satisfied with Concubine's behavior. At least she did not call her into the palace to scold her after Synpatian taught her a lesson. And she could still say such words now. No matter what Concubine thought, she was satisfied as long as they could live in peace. She did not force Concubine to treat Xiaolingyan better than Xiaolingpu, or to treat her better than Synpatian. Synpatian is her niece, and the degree of kinship is here, so she can't ask for too much. Zhao Rushi didn't tell the old lady and Zhu about the humiliation she suffered in Prince An's mansion. Her words were soft but hard. On the surface, she was praising Synpatian, but in fact, she was expressing her attitude to Concubine, and she was unwilling to be the one who was humble. Why should she tolerate Synpatian? Was it because of the Sin family, or because of the piece of meat in her belly? But the old lady didn't know, and she politely and modestly replied, "Our sister, she has a stubborn temper and is not sweet. If there is anything I have done wrong, please forgive me, Your Majesty and Princess An." This was said perfectly. Zhao Rushi wanted to applaud her grandmother. After the old lady said this, Concubine could not bring up the incident again. She smiled and said, "Xiaoxi is a good child. You don't know how happy I was when I heard that Xiaowu wanted to marry her." The old lady naturally had to be modest. Zhu could hear the wit in Zhao Rushi and Concubine's words just now. Seeing that Concubine had a very good attitude, she was willing to show her kindness in return. A good relationship between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law is always better for Zhao Rushi than a bad one. She smiled and said, "I heard that the queen doesn't sleep well. Sister, she asked someone to brew some wine in Nanyang, which is most suitable for women. When the wine is brewed, I will ask her to send some to the queen. The queen drinks a small cup every day before going to bed, which is very beneficial for improving sleep and beautifying the face." Concubine lived a life of wealth and glory, and she didn't have any hobbies, but she was very concerned about her appearance. When she heard this, she was very interested and turned to ask Zhao Rushi, "What kind of wine? Can you make wine? I asked someone to sort out the recipe when I was in Nanyang, and then improved it to make it called Fogang wine," Zhao Rushi said, "because it is newly brewed. The taste is not very good. It needs to be buried for another 2 years to taste the best." The old lady laughed and said, "This wine is really good. I passed by Nanyang on my way back to Beijing and stayed in Nanyang for a few days. Sister, she gave me the newly brewed wine. The taste of the wine is not very good because of the time, but the effect is quite good. After I drank it, I slept much better. I usually sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning and always have to get up at night, and then I can't sleep for half the night. After drinking that wine, I slept until dawn." Concubine has always been troubled by insomnia. Hearing this, she was very happy and said to Zhao Rushi, "Don't wait until the taste is good. I have drunk so many bitter medicines, so this little taste is not bad. If you have any more, give me some to try." "Okay." Zhao Rushi nodded. "Mother, what are you talking about so happily?" Suddenly, a faint voice sounded beside. Zhao Rushi turned around and saw that it was Synpatian, who was pregnant. "Xianjie is here? Come. Sit down quickly." Concubine waved at her. Synpatian glanced at the 3 Zhao family members, who had already stood up and saluted her, nodded slightly, and sat down holding her belly, without smiling or speaking. Concubine frowned when she saw this. It was the first time that Zhu had seen Synpatian. Seeing her attitude, her expression faded, and she said to Concubine, "You are busy, my lady. Let's go over there and rest." Concubine smiled and said, "That's fine. The feast will start soon, and I'm busy, so I won't talk to you anymore. There'll be plenty of time later." Zhao Rushi said goodbye to Concubine and found another place to sit with her grandmother and mother. "My queen, what do you think of their attitude? They even dare to give you a cold shoulder." Synpatian's face didn't look good. Before she came, her husband told her to reconcile with Zhao Rushi. She just didn't lose face for a moment. She had planned to put on airs and say a few nice words, but she didn't expect Zhao Rushi's family to give her a cold shoulder and leave immediately. She couldn't get it back, and she was worried that Concubine would blame her, so she just said something to provoke her. Concubine looked at her ignorant niece and sighed. "You have to know that it was not Zhao Jiwei who asked to marry into the royal family. but our Xiaowu who asked to marry Zhao Jiwei. The emperor persuaded him, and Mr. Kumu finally agreed to the marriage. Sun Peixian was stunned. Chapter 732. A quarrel broke out. Concubine Sun saw her niece looking confused and shook her head. You take a rest here. I'll go greet the guests. She stood up and left. Sun Peixian raised her head and saw Zhao Rushi sitting in the distance talking to the wife of Duke Weigua. She stared at him for a while and said to the maid in disbelief, "Why is she so talented? Isn't she just a little talented?" Even the prince looked down on her. So she wanted to go to heaven. Her maid knew that these words should not be said in such occasions, as they could be easily heard by others. Not to mention that Prince had repeatedly told his daughter to have a good relationship with Miss Xiao. Just to say that concubine Sun only had these two sons, and the daughter and Miss Xiao were sisters-in-law. If they had a conflict, they would be laughed at by outsiders. The crown princess, Princess Ming, and Princess Qian were all looking at this side just now. She lowered her head and did not respond to Sun Peixian's words. The banquet started soon. Although Zhao Rushi had not yet married Xiaoling Yan, the 3 books and 6 ceremonies were almost completed, and there was only one thing left, which was to marry her. Basically, she belonged to the royal family. Xiao He originally valued this daughter-in-law, and the one who presided over the central palace was concubine Sun, who intended to raise the face of his own daughter-in-law. So he treated Zhao Rushi as a legitimate princess, and arranged her seat behind the 4th prince's wife, Princess Jin, and above the old Princess Jinan and Princess Jinan. The 3rd prince's wife, Princess Ming, hated Zhao Rushi deeply. At first, the emperor favored concubine Jin alone, and her husband, the 3rd prince, was also deeply favored by the emperor. Later, because of targeting Zhao Rushi twice, her mother-in-law lost favor, and her husband was also disliked by the emperor. Later, someone tried to assassinate Zhao Rushi and put the blame on the 3rd prince. So the emperor kept suppressing the 3rd prince. If it weren't for all the unhappiness caused by Zhao Rushi, her husband wouldn't have to take such a risk. In her opinion, Zhao Rushi was simply a jinx, specifically targeting their faction. They didn't have the chance to meet before, but now Zhao Rushi was sitting there with Princess Qian between them, and Princess Ming couldn't help but target her. Oh, isn't this the famous female champion? Why don't you hang out with those men in Nanyang, but come here? Hearing the sharp words of Princess Ming, Princess Jinan, who was sitting below Zhao Rushi, couldn't help but frown. However, during this period, Prince Ming would bite whoever he caught, and Prince Jinan was unwilling to get involved in the fight for the throne. At this time, Princess Jinan really couldn't speak for Zhao Rushi. At first, no one paid attention to this side, but as the room gradually quieted down, everyone felt that the atmosphere was not good, and they all shut up and looked over here. The lewd see the lewd, and the benevolent see the benevolent. Zhao Rushi chuckled. The qualification to be an official that Empress Xingyao fought for us women has become hanging out with men in your eyes. Princess Ming, I don't know if Empress Xingyao will be so angry with you that she will crawl out of her coffin to settle accounts with you. But the emperor will definitely be very angry when he hears this. After all, it was he who appointed me as the top scholar, conferred me an official position, and granted me a marriage. If he didn't approve of women participating in politics, I wouldn't be sitting here today. A big banquet was held in the palace, and those above the 3rd rank were eligible to attend. They were now in a large hall with 5 tables, in addition to the concubines above the rank of concubine and with children, princesses, and royal daughters-in-law. There were also princesses of counties, 1st rank imperial officials, and the mothers and elders of the princesses. These women were in high positions, and many of them participated in political games. They admired Zhao Rushi, who stood in the court with her own talents. Hearing Zhao Rushi's words, several people couldn't help but want to applaud. Well, Ji Wei said it very well. A person stood up opposite Zhao Rushi and applauded. Zhao Rushi knew it was Princess Shangda as soon as she heard the voice. In the previous life, the father and son of the Fu family died in the border battle last year, and the border was lost. Princess Shangda's husband, General Shen, was urgently transferred from the southwest to save the situation, but he also died at the border, allowing the 3rd prince to secretly seize the military power. Princess Shangda was depressed and widowed, and did not attend this one-show festival banquet. This year, General Shen was still alive, and Princess Shangda stood at the banquet in a bright and flamboyant red dress. She looked Princess Ming up and down and sneered, My brother is broad-minded and does not deny Jiwei's talent just because she is a woman, encouraging women to study and become officials, not to rely on men, not to be confined to the harem, to display their own ideals and ambitions. These are the rights that Empress Xingyao has fought for us women throughout her life. But in your mouth, it becomes hanging out with men, which is really the lewd. See the lewd. Brother Heng's daughter-in-law. If you don't keep your wife's chastity and think about those things all day long, I will go back to my brother tomorrow and divorce you and send you back to your parents' home. Princess Ming's mother and grandmother were also present, and they were shocked to hear this. Wasn't her daughter, granddaughter, criticizing Princess Junki for not keeping her husband's chastity? How come the topic suddenly changed to that of her own? Concubine Jean would not let her daughter-in-law be bullied by Princess Shangda and Zhao Rushi. Just as she was about to speak, Princess Shangda's eyes turned to her and said, Concubine Jean, your daughter-in-law thinks about that kind of thing as soon as she sees a man. Do you still want to protect such a daughter-in-law? Divorce it now, or we will lose face for the royal family, she said. TSK twice. No wonder the Beijing Women's Academy is getting worse and worse under your leadership. So this is how you view women's learning and becoming officials. Back then, Empress Xingyao spent a lot of effort to establish the Women's Academy and set the purpose of the school. But when it came to you, you taught the ladies how to flatter and please men? Do you think the status of women is not low enough? So you want to be even more self-deprecating? As expected, being born in a low position is scary. Women who climb to high positions by flattering are even scarier. When Princess Shangda said this, the eyes of the people present changed when they looked at Concubine Jean. Except for some concubines, all those present who could marry princes and nobles as their wives were of noble birth. Their natal family was their confidence, and they never felt inferior to their men. The men who called the shots in the court were either their sons or their husbands, who respected them very much. In their eyes, only those concubines of low birth needed to flatter and please men, thinking of their daughters and granddaughters being sent to the Beijing Women's Academy to study, and Concubine Jean being the headmaster for so many years. They were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. At the beginning, Empress Xingyao insisted on letting the queen be the headmaster of the Beijing Women's Academy, which was reasonable. The old princess of Jinan Palace spoke slowly. Her daughter-in-law and Princess Shangda were good friends like sisters. And even if she didn't speak up, Concubine Jean didn't like the Jinan Palace. At this time, she naturally had to support Princess Shangda. Chapter 733 Who bullied my fiancé? She is old, senior, and the cousin of Zhao's biological mother. If she teaches Concubine Jean a lesson, even Xiao himself will not have any thoughts. Concubine Jean did not expect that she would be burned by the fire after just saying a few words for her daughter-in-law. She was so angry that her face turned blue. Princess Ming was going crazy when Zhao Rushi and Princess Shangda said this. The lewd see the lewd. When you see a man, you think about that kind of thing. Will the reputation of the emperor follow her everywhere? King Ming knew all this, and even if he didn't divorce her for the sake of the Lu family, he would definitely not like her. If he really ascended the throne in the future, he might kill her first to save his face. These two women are really cruel. She didn't dare to target Princess Shangda, and all her anger was directed at Zhao Rushi. She completely forgot that she was the first to throw dirty water on Zhao Rushi. If Zhao Rushi wasn't eloquent and popular, Zhao Rushi would be the one who was forced into a desperate situation. She raised her hand, picked up the tea on the table, and splashed it on Zhao Rushi's face, cursing, "Why are you so cruel? You hang out with men all day. You don't know how dirty and smelly you are. And you still want to splash dirty water on me. You will die a miserable death." Zhao Rushi took the agility pill. So even if a master of the imperial palace with extremely high martial arts skills threw a hidden weapon at her, she could avoid it. Not to mention the tea of Princess Ming. She hid behind Princess Qian, and most of the tea was splashed into the air. And a small part was splashed on Princess Qian's face. Princess Qian had been shrinking her body to reduce her presence, but she was still splashed with water when she was caught off guard. She cried out, "Ah!" wiped the water off her face with a handkerchief, and cried, "What are you doing? What does it have to do with me?" Whoa! The fourth prince seemed to have the same idea as Xiao Lingyan. That is, to stay hidden in the early stage and grow slowly. When Xiao Wu was old and these people were exhausted, he would come to reap the benefits. So his shadow was in everything. But he himself never had much presence. And the princess he married was not a woman from a noble family, but the daughter of a fourth-rank official from a humble family. Among the princesses and princesses from wealthy families, the fourth prince's consort has always been cautious. Now that she was splashed with water, she could only cry and dared not say a harsh word. Zhao Rushi saw that the quarrel was almost over, glanced at the clock in the corner of the room, raised her hand to adjust the pearl flower on her head. Lu Yun, who was standing next to Zhu, saw this and quietly retreated. Zhao Rushi put down her hand and ignored Princess Ming, but apologized to the fourth prince's consort. "I'm sorry, Princess Jin. I didn't expect Princess Ming to take action. I subconsciously dodged just now, and didn't expect the water to splash on your face." Seeing that she had not hit the target, and that she had offended the fourth prince's wife again, Princess Ming was actually apologizing to the fourth prince's wife in a gentle voice. As if nothing had happened, she crossed the fourth prince's wife's back, and was about to slap Zhao Rushi in the face. Zhao Rushi dodged to the side, and the slap hit the back of the fourth prince's wife's head again. "Stop it!" Concubine Sin shouted angrily. Several maids and servants in the room immediately stood up, and two of them stood behind Princess Ming to prevent her from hitting people again. The maids and servants brought by Princess Ming became anxious and hurried forward to protect their master. The third prince's wife is so arrogant. Not only did she curse the emperor's appointed champion and his daughter-in-law at will, she also started fighting. What's the difference between her and a street shrew? The Lu family has a good family tradition. They raised such a good daughter and sent her to be the imperial concubine. It's really amazing. Concubine Sin sneered. Princess Ming's mother felt nervous and stood up to argue. It was Zhao Jiwei who first threw dirty water on Princess Ming. "Concubine, please don't confuse right and wrong. Oh, you are getting more and more unruly. The imperial concubine is teaching the prince's wife a lesson, but the Lu family is here to interrupt. Do you really think the world belongs to your Lu family?" Princess Shanda said. "Catch her and send her to the clan house on the day of His Majesty's wedding. How dare you make trouble here? Who gave you the confidence?" Imperial concubine Sin pointed at Princess Ming. She turned around and said to Madame Lu, "It's not your turn to tell me how to teach our royal daughter-in-law. If you are dissatisfied, go and tell the emperor directly." Madame Lu didn't dare to speak immediately. Princess Ming panicked when she heard this, and turned to look at Concubine Jean for help. Concubine Jean quickly pleaded with Concubine Sin, "Sister, the child is ignorant. Please don't be angry. You just said that this is the day of His Majesty's great joy. If the third daughter-in-law is arrested and taken to the clan house, not only will our royal family be embarrassed, but the emperor will also be unhappy. I will let the third daughter-in-law apologize to you and Xiao Si and Xiao Wu's wives, and then come to apologize later. What do you think? For the sake of the third and the children, let's not make a big deal about this. Okay?" As she said this, she glared at Princess Ming, signaling her to give in quickly. The Lu family was no less powerful than the Sin family. She had spent a lot of effort to choose such a wife for Xiao Lingheng. The mother and daughter still had to rely on the Lu family to help them win the throne. So how could they let Princess Ming be arrested and taken to the clan house? Would she and Xiao Lingheng still have the face to save? Although the incident today was not pretty, it was caused by a series of conversations. Everyone knew it, and no one really thought that Princess Ming was not a good wife. Furthermore, the royal family has never had a precedent of divorcing a daughter-in-law. Otherwise, if the divorced daughter-in-law remarries, will the children she gives birth to still be brothers with the children she had with the prince before? The Lu family is no less powerful than the Sin family. Concubine Sin said that just to scare them. As long as they give in, I think she will go down the ladder. Yes, I'm sorry. Princess Ming is also a flexible person, and she is also an acting school. At this moment, she squeezed out tears and sobbed pitifully to apologize to Concubine Sin and the fourth prince's wife, Zhao Rushi. Concubine Sin didn't really want to do anything to Concubine Ming. Seeing that Concubine Jean and Concubine Ming had given in, she was just about to quit when she heard a familiar male voice at the door. "What's going on?" Zhao Rushi was still worried that Xiao Lingyan wouldn't be able to get through. When she heard the voice, she was immediately happy and turned to look at the door, where she saw Xiao Lingyan standing with a serious face. "Why did I hear someone say that someone bullied my fiancée?" Xiao Lingyan walked in, stood next to Zhao Rushi, and looked straight at Concubine Ming. The people who stayed in this room were either the elders of the royal family, sisters, or sisters-in-law, Although they were relatives, they were all elderly. As a young prince who had not yet married, it was not impolite for him to come here. On the contrary, his behavior of rushing over immediately after hearing that his fiancée was bullied moved the women present. It is easy to find a priceless treasure, but it is hard to find a lover. Zhao Jiwei didn't know what kind of blessing she had in her previous life, but she actually made the fifth prince so anxious. Chapter 734, Fighting Again. Princess Ming's eyes turned red. She was not only angry, but also jealous. She had already apologized to concubine Sun and Zhao Rushi, and the situation had calmed down. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be sarcastic again. Who bullied your wife? Shiwu. Don't listen to people's black and white. Ask everyone present and see who bullied whom. I ask you. Shiwu. Zhao Jiwei hangs out with a group of men in the Nanyang government office all day. Don't you care? It will be hard for her to go back today. Although Xiaolingheng dared not do anything to her because of the Lu family, it was inevitable that he would treat her coldly for a while, because today's action needed the support of the Lu family. Princess Ming knew a little about Xiaolingheng's plan today. Otherwise, she would not dare to be so arrogant today. As long as Xiaolingheng's plan succeeded, the quarrels among these women would not be worth mentioning, and no one would care at all. The death of the prince and the imprisonment of the crown prince. This is a big deal. Almost like the sky falling. Who would care about the disputes between these women? Even if she cared, this quarrel was not her responsibility. She just mocked Zhao Rushi a few times. And Zhao Rushi, who had not yet married into the royal family, could not help but swallow her anger and let it go. But she was sharp-tongued and wanted to refute, and said such unpleasant words. So it was inevitable that the quarrel would escalate. This was not her picking a fight. When those who liked Zhao Rushi heard these vicious words, their hearts tightened, and they all looked at Xiaolingyan. No man does not care about his face. Even if Xiaolingyan liked Zhao Rushi, when he heard such words, even if he did not show it on the surface, there was a thorn in his heart. It's okay when you're in love. But once the shelf life of love is over, these thorns will spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. And Xiaolingyan will use them to stab Zhao Rushi all over her body. How much they envy Zhao Rushi just now. How much they sympathized with Zhao Rushi now. Seeing Xiaolingyan's face darken, Princess Ming felt happy. My fiancé said that the third sister-in-law is a lewd woman. And she is really right. Xiaolingyan sneered. The third sister-in-law doesn't bring a guard when she goes out? Don't you use a male servant at home? Does being with these men count as hanging out with men and being unfaithful to women? The faces of the women present all changed. They were all mistresses of the house. Not only did they have to use male guards and servants at home, but they also had to go out and deal with shopkeepers and village heads who ran businesses. If this was also considered as hanging out with men and being unfaithful to women, then could they still survive? Zhao Rushi gave Xiaolingyan an appreciative look. He had brought all the women to the same front. If the words of Princess Ming are spread today, she will surely become the public enemy of women. Since the Zhucheng Neo-Confucianism in the southern Song dynasty, the shackles and ideological confinement of women have been deepened day by day, harming women for thousands of years. Now, with the efforts of Empress Xingyao, women in the Great Jin dynasty have finally been able to live a little more freely. But Princess Ming's words have confined women again. Those women who advocate freedom are afraid of her heart. Didn't you see how terrible the look of Princess Shangda, who has always been committed to fighting for women's rights, was when she looked at Princess Ming? Princess Ming did not expect Xiaolingyan to disregard the overall situation and participate in this verbal war between women, and even personally started the fight. She said sharply, Xiao Wu, don't talk nonsense. They are just servants. I am a proper housekeeper. How can this be related to the relationship between men and women? Are you trying to bully me with your wife? You bully your sister-in-law for a woman. Do you take your third brother seriously? Aren't servants also men? They are not eunuchs. If you have the ability, you should only deal with eunuchs in the future, not with men. Otherwise you will be unfaithful to your wife. My third brother is not the unreasonable person. If what you said today reaches my third brother, I don't know how to punish you. You don't have to worry about me. Shi Wei is dedicated to the people. She has only been the Tongji in Nanyang for half a year, and she has invented agricultural tools that improve the agricultural productivity of the entire Jin dynasty. She has the entire Jin dynasty and the suffering of the people in her heart. Only people like you are full of obscenity in their hearts and see only obscenity in their eyes. Don't call yourself the third sister-in-law in front of this king in the future. You don't deserve it. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Lingyan would not have been so harsh in his words. He knew that if his words were spread, even if Princess Lu of Ming was not divorced, she would definitely be neglected and fall out of favor. But the one who teases first is the cheap one. If she didn't want to force Xiao Rushi into a desperate situation, why would the two of them attack her instead? You don't know the pain unless the knife falls on yourself. All his viciousness backfired on her. Lu deserved it. In addition, the third prince was making trouble in front, and he would soon have no way to survive. Lu and the third prince are one and the same. The third prince was imprisoned, and Lu's life was no longer good. Xiao Lingyan's words and deeds were the final conclusion of Lu's words and deeds, and she was directly nailed to the pillar of shame. Everyone quietly waited for Lu to go crazy, and some even turned to look at the expression on Mrs. Lu's face. Who would dare to marry a girl from the Lu family if Lu's words and deeds were spread out today? Are you worried about your own flaws? But the performance of the mother and daughter of the Lu family was different from what they expected. Mrs. Lu seemed not to have heard those words, and there was no expression on her face. Princess Ming did not go crazy as they expected. She sneered, Xiao Wu. I remember what you said just now. It's not too late for you to apologize to me now. Otherwise your third brother will know, and you will regret it. This sentence sounded different to Xiao Lingyan and Xiao Rushi, but to others, no problem was heard. The third prince has always been the most arrogant prince besides the crown prince, so it is not surprising that Princess Ming made such remarks. However, concubine Jean was worried that the matter would be affected by the front, so she stood up and said to Lu, Okay, you sit down. She looked at Xiao Lingyan. Fifth prince? There was a little quarrel between the female members. You are a grown man and a prince. It would be embarrassing if you quarreled with a woman. Let's stop here and don't talk about it anymore. Your third sister-in-law has already apologized to the imperial concubine and Miss Ji Wei. She glanced at everyone in the room again. Don't gossip when you go back. Today, we have come to this point. We are all family members. There is no overnight hatred. We are still a family after quarreling. It's better not to hurt the relationship. Concubine Sin is hosting a banquet for the women tonight, so she naturally doesn't want this quarrel to escalate. Now that concubine Jean has come out to smooth things over, and her son and daughter-in-law haven't suffered any loss, she didn't pursue it any further and said, What concubine Jean said is exactly what I want to say. Everyone in the room is a family member, and everyone should know what should be spread and what should not be spread. Just pretend that nothing happened just now. The time has passed. Let's start the banquet quickly. Chapter 735 Coup d'etat. The cold dishes had already been served. Only the hot dishes were yet to come. At this moment, seeing concubine Sin nodded, the maids and eunuchs began to serve the dishes. Xiao Rushi saw that there was no news from the front, and she didn't want Xiao Lingyan to go back now. She was about to tell concubine Sin that she and Xiao Lingyan were going out to talk for a few words, when she saw a little eunuch running in a panic, and said anxiously, Princess? Princess? There was an accident in front. The crown prince killed the prince and injured Prince Sin. Bang! Princess Qian's chopsticks fell to the ground. You, what did you say? The crown princess and concubine Sin asked at the same time. Xiao Lingyan also stepped forward and grabbed the eunuch's arm, who was chopped. The eunuch only looked at Princess Qian. It was obvious that he was from the Qian palace. The prince was killed, and he came to report the news. Prince? The prince? Princess Qian asked tremblingly. The prince stabbed him in the chest with a sword, and he bled a lot. The imperial physician said. The imperial physician said. The young eunuch stammered, not daring to say the following words. Princess Qian's body shook and she fainted. Princess! Princess! The maid cried. The crown princess stood up, lifted her skirt and ran outside. The maids and servants she brought with her hurriedly followed. Mother! Sun Peixian looked at concubine Sin. Xiao Lingyan didn't wait for concubine Sin to say anything, and said, I'll go and see. As he said that, he hurried outside. He wanted to avoid the situation in front of him, but if he didn't step out at this time, he would seem too cold. Besides, since the imperial physician has arrived, the situation ahead should have been under control. Xiao Rushi shouted, Prince, take a few people with you. After her reminder, concubine Sin finally came to her senses. She didn't know what would happen to her eldest son ahead, and she couldn't lose her youngest son again. Wait for Shiwu, concubine Sin said, calling her guards and eunuchs, asking them to follow the Prince of Qi to the front, and told them to protect the Prince of Qi. Seeing this, Sin Xian kept staring at Zhao Rushi. Prince Sin was still in danger, and Zhao Rushi was only concerned about Xiaoling Yan's safety. She was anxious, and wanted to go and see like the crown princess. But she was pregnant, so she didn't dare to move. Besides, there were concubines Sin and Xiaoling Yan, so she didn't need to go there. Zhao Rushi didn't bother to pay attention to her. Watching Xiaoling Yan leave with his people, she went to the table of the old lady and Zhu, sat there with them, and waited quietly for the movement outside. System. Has the chaos in front been settled? Is Xiaoling Yan in danger? She asked in her heart. The system had been paying attention to the situation ahead, and at this time it replied, it has calmed down. What should be controlled has been controlled. There will be no more danger. Zhao Rushi was relieved. She had a very clear understanding of the situation of the prince some time ago through the system. The prince himself was suspicious and irritable, and in the past 6 months, he had been drugged by the spies around him for a long time, which made his personality even more irritable, and he would go crazy if he was slightly stimulated. Some time ago, a big deal of the prince was exposed, and the instigator was found to be the 4th prince. People attending the banquet were not allowed to bring swords, but who dared to search the prince? If someone encouraged him to bring a dagger and provoked him at the banquet, it would not be surprising if such a thing happened. At this time, the palace would definitely be locked up to investigate. If they wanted to say goodbye and go home, they would have to wait at least an hour. At this time, Princess Qian had woken up and was crying and wanted to go to the front. Concubine Sin sent a few more people to escort her to the front. After Princess Qian left, the hall became completely quiet. No one dared to speak or move, for fear of causing some people to act excessively. Only Concubine Sin was in charge of the central palace. She was worried that someone might go out and walk around in the side hall, so she quickly sent people to maintain order. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaoling Yan sent a eunuch back to pass on the message that the prince had drunk 2 glasses of wine at the banquet and had an argument with Prince Qian. In a state of excitement, he suddenly took out a dagger from his arms and stabbed Prince Qian in the chest. Prince An went to stop him and accidentally cut off 3 fingers of his right hand. Prince Qian was not saved. Prince An's hand had stopped bleeding and his life was not in danger for the time being. Concubine Sin and Sin Xian almost fainted after hearing the news. The throne has always been passed down to disabled princes. Not to mention that Prince An has 3 fingers on his right hand broken and can no longer hold a pen to write. Doesn't this mean that he has no hope of becoming emperor? The families of the crown princess and Princess Qian are still here, and both families are as pale as death. And the others are also silent. The crown prince has killed someone, so he will definitely not be able to inherit the throne. The 2nd prince is disabled. The 4th prince is dead. And now only the 3rd and 5th princes are left. The capital is about to undergo a major reshuffle. Many people's eyes were on Ming Fei Lu. Lu was calm this time, and did not show any joy. But her sparkling eyes revealed her excitement at the moment. The old lady and Zhu looked at Zhao Rushi, their eyes full of relief. Fortunately, the 5th prince came in just now. Otherwise the tragedy before might have involved the 5th prince. At the same time, they were deeply worried. The royal family was so terrible. After staying in the palace for an hour, Xiaoling Yan came to pass on the message in person, saying to everyone, nothing is wrong. All the ladies outside the palace should go home. The king said someone to escort you to the palace gate. The women supported each other, and walked out of the palace gate with the people in the side hall, and walked to the palace gate. Xiaoling Yan sent a 10-man guard team to escort them to the palace gate. Xiaoling Yan and Zhao Rushi looked at each other, then went to answer the questions of Concubine Sin and Sin Xian, and took them to the place where Xiaoling Bu was recuperating. When they came, Zhao Rushi, Zhu, and the old lady came in 2 carriages. Now that they arrived at the palace gate, Zhu pulled Zhao Rushi into their carriage together. It was not until the carriage drove out of the palace and walked for a distance that the alley where the sweeping marquis's residence was located was seen from afar that Zhu's nerves relaxed. Mother, you hurt me. Zhao Rushi pulled her wrist out of her hand and rubbed the painful place. Zhu then realized that she had been holding her daughter's wrist. She sighed and said nothing. It was not until she sat down in the hall and drank a cup of hot tea that her body, which was trembling with fear and cold, finally felt better. Zhu then said, Shijia, can your marriage still be cancelled? Mother doesn't ask for your wealth and glory, but only for your safety. The old lady also nodded vigorously. Zhao Rushi was no different. If Xiaoke hadn't been reincarnated as Xiaolingyan, she would never marry a royal family member. Although she had seen all the plots today in the original book and knew what would happen from the information she had obtained from the system, she still felt scared when she experienced the cruelty of political struggle in person. She didn't like this feeling and felt very uneasy. Chapter 736 What happened? How can you regret a marriage granted by the royal family? Zhao Rushi gave a bitter smile. Even if I cut my hair and become a nun, the Zhao family will be implicated. Hearing this, the old lady and Zhu Shi stopped breathing. They felt sorry for Zhao Rushi, but they couldn't help but think about Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhao Jingtai. Seeing the two of them sighing, Zhao Rushi hurriedly said a few good words for Xiaolingyan. Although the royal family is cruel, the king of Qi has no intention of seizing the throne. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned the royal family and ministers in front of him today and ran to the back when he heard that someone was bullying me. I think this marriage has satisfied me so far. If you marry someone else, wouldn't there be brothers and sisters who kill each other for the title and the family property? After hearing this, the old lady and Zhu thought of Xiaolingyan's outstanding performance today, and gave up the idea of changing their grandson's son-in-law. 2 or 3 of the women in their hall were pregnant. When they heard about the dispute, their husbands not only didn't come themselves, but also didn't send a servant to ask. The king of Qi was worried about them before and wanted to send someone to protect them. As soon as he heard that someone was bullying Zhao Rushi today, he came in person and confronted his third sister-in-law on behalf of Zhao Rushi. This is really rare for a man. Not to mention that the person is a precious prince. They give 100 points to this grandson-in-law, son-in-law. In addition, how many wealthy families have fought against each other for titles and property? They have lived in the capital for a lifetime and have seen too much. Not to mention other families. Just their Zhao family. Didn't they have a Wei family and a Zhao Yuanquan? Even among the poor, there are still people who fight for profit. The world is bustling. All for profit. The world is bustling. All for profit. Where there is profit, where is there no dispute? It is rare to find a man who is affectionate and caring. If they miss the king of Qi, who will they marry Zhao Rushi to? With this thought, all the distracting thoughts in their minds were put aside. The 3 of them just picked up their chopsticks in the palace when a coup occurred, and their stomachs were still empty. At that moment, Zhu asked the servants to go to the kitchen to prepare a few quick meals, and then they went back to their own courtyards with tired expressions. Zhao Rushi took a bath and sat on the recliner by the window with a hand warmer in her arms, staring at the bleak scenery in a daze. The banquet for the Wansho festival started after the government office was dismissed in the evening. It was only about 5 or 6 o'clock, but because it was winter, the sky had already darkened. System. Why did the second prince try to stop the prince? How could he have 3 fingers cut off by the prince? Was there any handiwork of Xiaolingyan in this? She asked in her heart. She felt uneasy if she didn't ask about this matter clearly. In modern times, although she and Xiaoke are rivals, when she is really in trouble, Xiaoke will secretly help her in action even though he will hurt her verbally. She always thinks this man is soft and kind-hearted. But in ancient times, when he decided to fight for the throne and faced with a huge desire for power, would he become a different person? Although she and Xiaolingyan decided to fight for the throne themselves and not let Xiaolingpu sit in that position. But if Xiaolingyan used this incident to target Xiaolingpu and hurt him, she would not accept it. After all, Xiaolingyan, like her, had received the memories of the original owner. Xiaolingyan once told her that in his memory, Xiaolingpu raised the original owner like a son and treated him very well. He also felt this warmth after traveling through time. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to help Xiaolingpu ascend the throne. Although Xiaolingpu is suspicious of Xiaolingyan now, he has not done anything to hurt him so far. If Xiaolingyan uses this incident to harm Xiaolingpu, will there be a day when he will also harm her because of power? So Zhao Rushi must make this matter clear. Because of Zhao Rushi's explanation, the system had allocated a part of its perception to the palace where the princes were at that time, and it knew the whole story without even checking. It said, this is a coincidence. Except for the third prince. It has nothing to do with anyone else. In fact, seriously speaking, this matter has nothing to do with the third prince. He just saw through and took advantage of people's hearts. You know, the prince is very defensive. Some time ago, someone sneaked into his room while he was asleep. although only a few documents and valuables were taken away at that time. He still couldn't sleep or eat. He always felt that someone would sneak into the house and take his head at any time. The third prince took advantage of this and asked someone to present a dagger that could cut iron like mud to the prince. The prince was overjoyed when he got it. It happened that the dagger was not big and fit well in his arms. So he kept the dagger with him all day long. He also brought it to the banquet this time. At the banquet, the third prince asked the fourth prince if he had accepted a thief as his retainer some time ago. He said that he lost something himself and suspected that the thief was ordered by the fourth prince to do it. The fourth prince refused to admit it and was a little emotional. The prince had been drugged for a while. When he knew that the person who broke into his room and stole things was the fourth prince's man, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed the fourth prince. The third prince knew the power of the dagger and naturally avoided it. The second prince was confident of his martial arts skills and wanted to save the fourth prince in this situation. This way of caring for his brothers and taking the overall situation into consideration would surely please the emperor. The ministers praised him for being much more loyal than the third prince, who ignored his brothers and only cared about avoiding himself. The crown prince was deposed. The third prince was cold and indifferent, and he had the support of the Sin family, so he must be the one to take the throne. That's why he rushed to grab the dagger from the crown prince's hand. But he didn't expect that the dagger was sharp, and the crown prince lost his mind again when he saw someone reaching out to stop him. He cut off his 3 fingers with the dagger. Zhao Rushi was speechless for a long time after hearing this. She said, "Xiao Lingyan has made a backup plan for the third prince." "Right. The third prince is too scary. He must be eliminated." "Don't worry." Xiao Lingyan made several detours and laid a clue. Following this clue, the emperor would soon find out that the dagger was sold to the prince by the third prince, and that the third prince drugged the prince. And no matter how innocent the prince was, he would never be able to continue to be the prince after killing the fourth prince, and would only be imprisoned if it was found out that it was the third prince. Wouldn't the emperor have imprisoned the third prince directly? Wouldn't the subsequent coup have been prevented? Zhao Rushi said. The only problem with Xiao He is that he is soft-hearted. Even if the crown prince killed the fourth prince, the third prince was the mastermind behind all this, and he would not have the heart to execute these 2 sons, so he would only imprison them for life. But in the original novel, the crown prince was able to escape from his imprisonment and launch a coup. Could the mad third prince still be trapped by the emperor's imprisonment? This man is crazy to begin with. Once he decides to fight to the death, who can stop him? Chapter 737. Take advantage of the situation. Host. Rest assured, Xiao Lingyan has also thought of this. So the clues he released will not be easily found by the emperor, and it will take at least 3 or 4 days to find out. By then, the second coup will have already happened. Zhao Rushi wanted to ask more questions, but she heard someone knocking on the window. She looked up and saw Xiao Lingyan standing there. She was startled and turned back to tell Qi Feng, "I'm going to sleep. You all go out. You stand guard at the door and tell people not to disturb me." Qi Feng immediately knew that it was the king of Qi who came. She set everyone back as she knew the way, and she and Lu Yun stood guard in the corridor. Zhao Rushi then let Xiao Lingyan in. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come?" Zhao Rushi frowned and said angrily, "The darkness before dawn is the most terrifying." She repeatedly told Xiao Lingyan not to run around in the next 2 days, lest he be assassinated by the third prince. "I guess the king of Ming is going to attack me, and is going to use the same trick against me and fake illness. I'm afraid you'll be worried if the news gets out. So I came to tell you," Xiao Lingyan said. Zhao Rushi's heart tightened and asked, "What's going on?" "I found out that there was someone ambushed by the third prince around me, but I didn't deal with him. I just kept on guard and didn't let him get close. Now I plan to transfer him to my side and let him succeed so that I can take the initiative. Otherwise, if you guard against thieves for 1,000 days, you might fall into someone else's trap." Zhao Rushi was shocked and asked, "When did you find out?" How come she didn't find out? Since Xiao Lingyan decided to fight for the throne, she often asked the system to check the people around him, but found nothing unusual. Could it be that there was a bug in the system? When you told me that I was a cannon fodder, I went back to check and found out. But I have kept him all this time, and now it's time to put him to use. Zhao Rushi breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, she had accumulated points for a long time in order to find out her own life experience. They were not in a relationship at the time, And Xiaoling Yan didn't think about participating in the fight for the throne. She naturally couldn't care about Xiaoling Yan. That's good. She agreed with Xiaoling Yan's approach. The crown prince was imprisoned. The fourth prince was dead. And the second prince was deposed. Among the adult princes, only the third prince and Xiaoling Yan were left. Since the third prince had played such a cruel game, he would naturally not let Xiaoling Yan go. In this case, it would be better to turn the passive into the active. Knowing that Xiaoling Yan must have a thorough plan, Zhao Rushi did not ask him what he was going to do in order to prevent someone from eavesdropping. She turned and asked, "What's going on in the palace now?" Because Prince Ming and the Crown Prince have always been at odds. The Emperor has already suspected Prince Ming. He did not allow anyone to interfere. And he arranged people everywhere to thoroughly investigate Prince Ming and prevent him from making the next move. After hearing this, Zhao Rushi also understood why in the original novel. Even though the second and fifth princes died early and killed the crown prince and the fourth prince, the third prince still let the crown prince escape from prison and forced the emperor to abdicate. Instead of ascending the throne of the crown prince and waiting for the emperor to pass the throne to him, because the emperor suspected him, even if he did it secretly, and the emperor favored concubine Jean and him, he would not pass the throne to him after suspecting that he had killed his brothers and sisters. In addition to these adult princes, the emperor also has a young sixth prince. The emperor is only in his 40s and can still have children. He does not have to have the third prince. The third prince has no other choice but to kill the emperor and seize the throne. But in this life, this is a dead end, because Xiaoling Yan will never let him kill the emperor again. "How is Prince In?" she asked again. "Fortunately, there is no worry about life. But the finger was cut off directly, and there is no way to reattach it," Xiaoling Yan said. In modern times, if a finger is broken, it can be reattached as long as it is taken to the hospital in time. But don't even think about it in ancient times. Speaking of this, Xiaoling Yan's face was not very good, although this result is what we want. "I still feel bad when it really happens." He sighed, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "We always say that the emperor is too kind and can't be cruel to his sons. So it has caused today's situation. Now it's my turn. And I feel that I'm almost the same. Maybe it's a bit hypocritical to say this, but when I first arrived at this time and space, my second brother was really good and loving to me. And it was even more so in the original owner's memory. Today, looking at his lifeless face, I not only don't feel the joy of a winner, but also feel very uncomfortable. I really miss our era." He looked melancholy. "Who doesn't?" Zhao Rushi snuggled into his arms. The two hugged each other and didn't speak for a long time. Now is a special period. Xiaoling Yan should not stay here for too long. After making these clear, he planned to leave. Before leaving, he said, "I will not come for a while. You should stay at home. I have people guarding the area around the Bo mansion. Don't worry about your safety." Zhao Rushi nodded, "Okay." She also reminded, "You must be well. And always put your own safety first. If there is anything, send someone to tell me immediately. I will do it." "Don't worry," Xiaoling Yan said. He had been preparing for so long, and he was 99% sure. After Xiaoling Yan left, Zhao Rushi was worried that Xiaoling Hing did not drug him, but asked someone to assassinate him on the way. Although Xiaoling Yan came to her, he must have brought enough guards to protect him. But what if? She was relieved until the system told her that Xiaoling Yan arrived safely at the Prince Chi's mansion. Then the capital was very calm, as quiet as death. The emperor had not attended court for 2 days, and the court officials were all silent, fearing that the emperor would vent his anger on him. The dandies who were usually well-dressed were locked up at home by their families, and they dared not let them out to cause trouble. Except for the common people who knew nothing about these things and continued to live their lives as usual. The nobles and officials were all as quiet as chickens. Kong Sherlin was called into the palace by Xiao He every day to drink. Zhao Rushi learned the news from the system, and was worried and helpless. Xiao He felt the most uncomfortable when such a thing happened. At this time, only Kong Sherlin could accompany him to drink and listen to him vent his inner frustration. Zhao Rushi could not stop her master from going, nor could she stop him. She could only worry about one thing. She was also worried about Xiaoling Yan. However, until the 6th day of the first lunar month, Xiaoling Yan was still fine, and nothing happened. The country cannot be without a king for a day. No matter how depressed Xiao He was, he could not ignore state affairs for a long time. So the morning court on the 6th day of the first lunar month was held as scheduled. After the morning court, Shao He summoned the cabinet ministers to deal with several major events that had accumulated in the past few days, and then let them go home. He stayed in the hall to review the memorials. At dinner time, he was about to ask the eunuch to invite Kong Sherlin to the palace to have dinner with him, when he saw a man in the uniform of the imperial guards rushing into the hall and slashing at him with a sword. Chapter 738 Capture. There is an assassin. Eunuch Xia next to him shouted and stepped forward to stop the man. But then 5 more people came in. 2 attacked Eunuch Xia, and 3 others attacked the emperor. The 4 guards standing behind the emperor quickly drew their swords to meet the enemy. But one of the guards suddenly turned around and swung his sword at the emperor. Fortunately, Eunuch Zhang was next to the emperor, and he just stepped back to protect him. And 2 young eunuchs stepped forward and directly blocked the attack of the guards. Several imperial guards, who were hiding in secret, heard the noise and rushed to meet their attack. And the emperor came out of danger. Eunuch Xia and Eunuch Zhang were both scared and broke into cold sweats. They were both highly skilled in martial arts, but they had been on duty before, each leading a few young eunuchs to serve the emperor. The imperial guards, who took turns to guard the emperor every day, were 6 outside the palace and 4 inside the palace. If Xiaolingyan had not reminded them to strengthen the defense around the emperor after the Wansho festival, Eunuch Zhang and Eunuch Xia would not dare to relax these days. They both stayed by the emperor's side and suggested that Shao He had 4 imperial guards and let them hide in the palace. Maybe the emperor would have been killed at this moment. What's going on? Why is there no one outside? Is the emperor in danger? Quick! Save him! There was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside, and soon a group of people rushed into the hall. Seeing the leader clearly, Shao He, Eunuch Xia, and Eunuch Zhang's nerves not only did not relax, but became even more tense. The person who came was the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince entered the hall and saw that there were many guards in the hall, fighting with the assassins. And Shao He was still alive, protected by Eunuch Zhang and Eunuch Xia, standing away from the fighting. And a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. But he quickly reacted and asked with concern, "Father, are you okay?" Shao He nodded slightly. "Nothing." Xiaolingyan waved his hands to his men, and they rushed directly to the assassins and fought with them. Originally, there were 6 assassins, plus the imperial guard who turned against them. A total of 7 people. There were originally 7 imperial guards in the hall. 7 against 7. And the assassin was not in the upper hand at first. Now there was a eunuch and 4 guards brought by the 3rd prince. And the assassin was captured in a short while. "Father, these assassins have been captured." Xiaolingyan saluted. Shao He glanced at him, and then looked at the injured assassins. He said expressionlessly, "Lift up their faces. Let me see who wants my life so much." The captured people lifted up the assassins' heads one by one. When they saw the face of one of them clearly, they all took a breath of cold air. "Prince." The prince was also wearing the imperial guard uniform at this time, but his condition was very bad. There was a wound on his left chest near his shoulder, and it was bleeding. His eyes were red, and when he was forced to raise his face, he looked at Shao He with hatred instead of guilt or fear, because the assassin could enter the palace and reach the main hall without any obstacles. Shao He had already guessed about the assassin, but when he saw the prince's face, his already cold heart couldn't help but turn cold. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask the prince why he killed his father and the king, but when the words came to his lips, he closed them dejectedly. Why else? It was just for the seat under him. Seeing the prince's red eyes, Shao He's reason told him that he should just order him to be killed. Such a person should not be allowed to stay. If he stays, he will be a great disaster. Maybe he will succeed in killing his father. But Shao He couldn't say this order. The prince was his first child. He had high hopes for him and taught him step by step. But he didn't know why he would come to this point today. Thinking of this, Shao He raised his head, glanced at the 3rd prince, and then whispered, "Send him back to prison. Tie him up with chains, and keep him under tight supervision." After a pause, he was about to order the guards to get a doctor for the prince. But while he was distracted, he heard the guards exclaim. He looked up and saw blood gushing out of the prince's neck, and a dagger slipped from his hand. The dagger was used to kill the 4th prince, and was seized by the guards on the spot. For some reason, it returned to the prince's hands. Now he used this dagger to cut his own neck. The prince looked in the direction of Shao He. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say it, he fell down with a bang and was silent again. At the same time, the captured people around the prince fell to the ground with black blood flowing out of their mouths. They had obviously taken poison and died together. The leader of the Imperial Guard stepped forward, probed the prince's nose, and then reported, "Your Majesty, the prince is gone. Take him out and bury him like the fourth brother," Xiao said. The leader of the Imperial Guards pointed to people and asked them to go outside to ask people to carry the prince and his men out. However, he did not leave, and his trusted men remained in the hall, outside the hall. The Imperial Guards in the palace rushed over and surrounded the hall. Eunuch Zhang and Eunuch Xie stood closely beside the emperor, looking at the third prince with a defensive look. "Why are you here?" Xiao He asked. Things had changed, and Xiao Lingheng suddenly felt that he was in a very bad situation at the moment. However, he tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart, and remained very calm on the surface. He said, "Father has been in a bad mood these days. After the morning court today, I wanted to come to see you, but I was afraid of disturbing you from reviewing the memorials, so I delayed it until now. I never thought that when I entered here, I found that the Imperial Guards, who were supposed to be guarding outside the palace, were gone." The son was panicked for a moment, so he rushed in without asking anyone to report. He bowed, "Please forgive me, Father." Xiao He closed his eyes and opened them immediately. Xiao Lingheng set a trap for the prince, but the prince was not a fool to let him plot. As early as when the prince was imprisoned 3 days ago, some files were sent to Xiao He. Xiao He had been the emperor for so many years, and although he was soft-hearted towards his sons, he was not without means. He deliberately revealed the news to Xiao Lingheng. He knew that Xiao Lingheng would definitely take action, but he didn't expect that he would use the prince to kill his father and the emperor. Xiao Lingheng's shock when he first entered the palace was seen by Xiao He. He was more disappointed with this son than the prince. Xiao He glanced around the palace and saw that the guards had surrounded Xiao Lingheng under the gesture of the guard leader. He ordered in a deep voice, "Capture the king." The guards brought by Xiao Lingheng all looked at him, waiting for his order. They were all dead men. They followed Xiao Lingheng into the palace today and didn't think about leaving alive. As long as Xiao Lingheng gave the order, they would immediately fight to the death with the emperor's people. Chapter 739, Another Move. Xiao Lingheng did not struggle at all, and was captured by the Imperial Guards. When he entered the hall and saw that Xiao He was still alive, he knew that the situation was over. The first assassin who rushed in to assassinate Xiao He was a chess piece he had planted next to the prince. And the Imperial Guard, who assassinated Xiao He from behind, was also his man. He thought that today's matter was foolproof, but he didn't expect that it would still fail. If he didn't resist it this time, he could still live because of his father's soft heart. If he resisted, he would be dead. "Father, why?" His face was filled with grief. "I want to know why. I just care about you and want to save you. I have no intention of offending you. Why do you treat me like this?" Xiao He was not in the mood to say more to him. He just waved his hand and said, "Take him away." He then looked at the leader of the Imperial Guards. "You go in person and send your trusted men to keep him under guard. If he escapes again, bring your head to me." "Yes." The leader of the Imperial Guards then led several Imperial Guards and took Xiao Lingheng and his men away. As soon as they left, Xiao He hurriedly ordered a guard, "Go to the Prince of Qi's mansion and see how the Prince of Qi is doing." Xiao Lingheng personally came to the palace to see if he was killed by the prince. He must have made all preparations and thought that he had a sure win and the throne was his. Then the only remaining Prince of Qi must be the one he wanted to get rid of. The Prince of Qi is in great danger now. Watching the guard leave, Eunuch Xie comforted him, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi should be well prepared and will not be in danger." Xiao He shook his head and said nothing. Xiao Lingheng's methods were always unexpected and hard to guard against. Who would have thought that he would use the prince to assassinate him? If he hadn't been worried that someone would take the throne first, and hadn't been anxious, and had come to see if the emperor was dead, he might not have been able to catch him today. So even if Xiao Wu was prepared, he might have fallen into Xiao Lingheng's trap. At Swaping Marquis's mansion, Xiao Rushi was listening to the real-time report of the system. "Host, the emperor has been rescued. The prince committed suicide, and the third prince has been captured by the emperor. Host, someone has put poison on the cup that the fifth prince drinks from." When Xiao Rushi heard this, Her heart was immediately lifted. She asked aloud, "How is it? How is he now?" Ching Feng, who was accompanying her, heard her and looked at Zhao Rushi in confusion. "Miss." Zhao Rushi realized that she had said it out loud unconsciously. But she couldn't care about it now. She waved her hand and asked again in her mind, "How is he now?" "Host, don't be impatient. Have you forgotten that you gave the fifth prince the flavor identification pill? The flavor identification pill is useless. Some poisons will kill you if they touch your lips." Zhao Rushi was so angry that she was spitting out foul language. At this time, the system still kept her in suspense. If this guy had a physical body, she would beat him up. Because of the host's toughness, the system has always been very timid. It immediately said, "Don't be impatient. That person was exposed 800 years ago, and has been under the surveillance of the fifth prince. Can the fifth prince still let someone poison him successfully? He had the poison replaced long ago. This poison will make people fall into a coma. And they will wake up automatically after 3 days of coma." "What? You have to sleep for 3 days?" Zhao Rushi was worried again after hearing this. If someone wants to deal with him during these 3 days, won't he be in danger? "No. I have to stay with him." At this time, she was extremely fortunate that she had been engaged to Xiaolingyan and had a clear future. If Xiaolingyan had any problems, she could help him legitimately. The fifth prince had just fallen into a coma, and even the servants of the Prince Chi's mansion had not received the news yet. "Host, you go now. Can you explain where your information comes from?" This sentence successfully stopped Zhao Rushi, who was about to step outside. She walked back dejectedly and sat back on the recliner. She knew that Xiaolingyan dared to take this risky move, and he must have arranged it long ago. And there were people around him who were completely worthy of his trust. She was worried and confused. "System, he will be fine, right?" she asked. The system was silent for a while, and had to tell her a cruel fact. "I haven't finished what I said just now. Although the medicine that the fifth prince took will wake him up in 3 days, his body functions will not be restored after waking up, and he will need at least 1 or 2 years of recovery." "What?" Zhao Rushi screamed again. Seeing Qi Feng looking at her, she hurriedly said, "You go out first." Qi Feng walked out with a worried look on his face, and closed the door. "What kind of medicine is that? Is it reliable?" "Don't let him be fooled," Zhao Rushi said. "This is because after you told him his fate as a cannon fodder, he was worried that he would be poisoned to death. So he recruited several folk doctors. This medicine was accidentally developed by a genius doctor. He once experimented on an old beggar, and now the old beggar has recovered well. Where are the genius doctor and the beggar now?" Zhao Rushi now has no trust in anyone around Xiaolingyan, and thinks everyone is a spy. "Don't worry. The genius doctor was placed in a place where no one knows by the fifth prince. He is obsessed with researching medicine and doesn't care about anything else. And he has already developed an antidote. When necessary, the fifth prince can also take the antidote directly to wake up. The beggar is now staying with the miracle doctor, being well fed and well cared for." Zhao Rushi sighed. She also knew that if Xiaolingyan did not take this risky move, both Xiao He and the court officials would certainly look at him with suspicion. When doing anything, don't look at the reasons and processes. Just look at the final results, and who is the vested interest. Now the crown prince and the fourth prince are dead. The third prince is imprisoned. The second prince is disabled. And among all the adult princes, only the fifth prince is still alive, although all the evidence points to the third prince. All this was planned by the third prince. And the fourth prince and the emperor were assassinated by the crown prince. But everyone always looked at Xiaolingyan suspiciously in the end. The ultimate beneficiary was the fifth prince. Only if Xiaolingyan got into an accident now would everyone give up the idea. And the crown prince? The people of the third prince's faction and the second prince would not retaliate against him. And the emperor would trust him. He had to make this move. But she always felt that drinking this unknown medicine was too risky. She opened the system control panel, looked at the pills listed on it, and closed it again with disdain. Xiaolingyan once asked her if she had such medicine. But what could she say about her system? It was useless except for packaging women in all aspects, making them more beautiful, smarter, and more pleasing to men. Where could it have such medicine? Fortunately, she discovered another use of the system and developed the business of asking questions. Otherwise, apart from buying some powerful pills and recovery pills, she really didn't know what else it could be used for. The system didn't know that it was being despised by the daily life again, and said, "Don't worry, host. I will always monitor the people around the fifth prince for you. As long as there is any unusual movement, I will tell you." Chapter 740 Visit. Recently, I have been gathering information for Zhao Rushi. Although the points collected for each piece of information are not many, they add up to a lot. It can still earn tens of thousands of information fees in a day. It will soon be able to accumulate enough points for another upgrade. So the system is very active in gathering information. Xiao Linghing's plan was formulated and implemented very well. The assassination of the emperor and the poisoning of Xiao Lingyan were carried out at the same time. The time was in the evening, and the light gradually dimmed. People need to rest after a day of hard work, and it is the best time to relax. Unexpectedly, due to Xiao Lingyan's reminder, Xie Gongdong and his men were prepared, and their plan failed. The emperor was assassinated. The prince committed suicide. The third prince was imprisoned, and the fifth prince was poisoned and unconscious. Any of them was a big news of earthquake magnitude, not to mention others. Just those related to the prince and the third prince. Those who were waiting for their news would come to inquire first, and then get the news. Therefore, when these things happened, it was evening, and before people went to bed, the news had already spread to the homes of several princes' relatives. And it did not stop spreading because of the curfew. By the next morning, everyone knew about it. The ministers were in an uproar, and the whole court was shocked. When the court was held, the emperor came out, and the chief eunuch Xie Gongdong read out the punishment for the prince. The prince's title was deposed, and he was buried as a commoner. His family was imprisoned. All the titles and rights of the Yu family were taken back, and they were demoted to commoners. Therefore, the nobles and officials who participated in the rebellion and framed the officials were punished. Such a big thing happened, and the court officials did not dare to submit memorials to talk about trivial matters. Only some ministers came out and listed the crimes of several ministers belonging to the prince, and took advantage of the victory to beat the fallen dogs and pull down several ministers belonging to the prince. Although the prince was drugged, he was also plotting treason and killing his father, in order to prevent these people from avenging the prince and harming other princes. All the ministers' appeals were approved. After the court session, some ministers whispered to officials who were on good terms with him, "Why is the emperor still like this? Although the prince entered the palace in the name of saving the emperor, why did the prince go crazy? How could he get out of prison so easily and run into the palace to assassinate the emperor? Given the endless fight between the prince and the prince should have killed him as soon as he was imprisoned. Why did he let him run away so easily?" In addition, the king of Qi was poisoned not earlier or later, but when the crown prince forced the emperor to abdicate and the King Ming came to rescue him. I will never believe it if you say that the King Ming did not do anything about it. Hush. Be careful with your words. The emperor is merciful, and it is still unknown who will rule the world. Don't let him be beheaded for inappropriate remarks. The ministers dared not speak, but no one could stop the murmurs in their hearts. Everyone in the line of the crown prince was in danger, so naturally no one went to the emperor to ask for justice for the crown prince and to demand the punishment of the third prince. After the court was dismissed, Wu Huixi thought about it and sent someone to tell Zhao Rushi that the king of Qi was poisoned and unconscious. When the news came, Zhao Rushi was in the old lady's courtyard. When she heard the news, the old lady and Zhu were shocked. Zhao Rushi called Lu Yun into the room and said, "Go and tell the person who came that I want to visit the king of Qi. Let the eldest brother or the master send someone to ask for me to see if it is appropriate." Now Xiao Lingyan has been unconscious for only one night and half a day, and the imperial hospital must still be trying to treat him. When they are at their wits' end, concubine Sun will definitely think of her. For a vegetative person, the best way is to stimulate him. Instead of asking concubine Sun to send someone to call her, she might as well ask to visit Xiao Lingyan on her own initiative. And she can also brush up some favorability points in front of everyone. Of course, she also remembers Xiao Lingyan. When Li Yun responded and went, the old lady said repeatedly, "Yes. You should go and see. After all, you are an engaged couple, and the life and death of the king of Qi is uncertain. You can't just not express anything." It was not until the evening that someone came outside the palace, saying that they were sent by concubine Sun to take Zhao Rushi to the palace. After Xiao Lingyan was poisoned, concubine Sun was worried that someone would do something bad to Xiao Lingyan again. As soon as she heard the news, she asked Xiao He and moved Xiao Lingyan into the palace. and her people guarded him day and night. Zhao Rushi went out and confirmed that the maid who came to pick her up was one she had seen with concubine Sin. And then she got on the carriage. After arriving at the palace, she changed the sedan chair and walked for more than 20 minutes before the sedan chair stopped. Zhao Rushi was brought into the courtyard by the palace maid. This was Xiao Lingyan's residence in the palace. He had not yet married, and although he had built a mansion outside, his residence was still in the palace, and he would come back to stay from time to time. When Zhao Rushi entered the room, she saw concubine Sin sitting in front of the bed, staring at the person on the bed in a daze. After hearing the palace maid's report, she came back to her senses, stood up, and gave Zhao Rushi a stiff smile. "You are here." Zhao Rushi went over to her and saluted, then followed her gaze to look at the person on the bed. Xiao Lingyan was pale and lifeless, lying on the bed. Motionless. She asked softly, "What did the imperial physician say?" Concubine Sin said, "The imperial physician has never seen this poison and is helpless. The emperor ordered the whole country to summon a miracle doctor to treat Xiaowu." As she spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears. Xiao Lingpu had just had his finger cut off and barely saved his life. Within 2 days, Xiao Lingyan was poisoned again. This was a bolt from the blue for a mother. Not to mention that if Xiao Lingyan could not be cured, and another prince came to power, what kind of disaster would the Sin family face? In just a few days, concubine Sin had lost a lot of weight, and her pampered and youthful appearance was now showing signs of aging. "Xiaowu, Shi Wei is here to see you. Wake up." Concubine Sin leaned over and whispered to Xiao Lingyan's ear. She was desperate and tried every possible means. Knowing that her son liked Zhao Ziwei, she hoped that her son would have some reaction when he heard that Zhao Rushi was here. But no matter what she said, Xiao Lingyan did not move. "Talk to him." Concubine Sin stood up and said, "Tell him something private. Maybe he will wake up after being stimulated." She walked out. Zhao Rushi knew that there were not only Xiao Lingyan's people here, but also Concubine Sin's people. Her every word and action would be reported to Concubine Sin. She had to act. Sitting by the bed and calling softly, "Your Highness, I'm here. In a few days, it will be our wedding day. How are we going to get married if you are like this now? Please wake up soon. Do you remember what you told me? You said you also like to tinker with those mechanisms. And if we get married, we can study these things together. What should I do if you are like this now?" Luckily, she also liked to read novels in her spare time in her previous life. So she racked her brains to make up some words that fit her and Xiao Lingyan's characters, so she could continue.